Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 301, Devil. Criminal Pathway. Lumian began to recall the contents of Aurora's grimoires. Sequence 9 criminal possessed a formidable physique, sharp senses, and a range of criminal skills. They were adept at wielding various weapons and could even kill their targets using something as mundane as a spoon. Sequence 8 cold-blooded were heartless and inhuman. Their bodies were further strengthened, and they gained mastery over spell-like abilities with a leaning towards the eviler domains. Different cold-blooded excelled in different aspects, making them challenging opponents to deal with no one-size-fits-all solution. Sequence 7 serial killer was well-versed in devilish knowledge and rituals. They could summon projections of devils from the abyss and had a sick fascination with creating serial murders. Turning to Madam Magician with a thoughtful expression, Lumian inquired, "What are the names of Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 on the criminal pathway?" Sequence 6 is called Devil, and Sequence 5 is Desire Apostle. Madam Magician readily shared her knowledge. From worshipping the devil to becoming one, a fitting name for the devil pathway. And Desire Apostle sounds like a Beyonder who would follow the Mother Tree of Desire. It's a compatible match. They might as well rename it to Mother Tree of Desire Apostle. Lumian couldn't help but criticize as he analyzed the information. Madam Magician continued, "The first major qualitative transformation of the criminal pathway is at Sequence 6 Devil. After the corresponding Beyonder temporarily transforms into a devil, not only will their strength, speed, and defense improve, but they become immune to most poisons and acquire a certain resistance to curses and flames. More importantly, they possess malicious perception. If someone can cause fatal damage to them in a short period of time and begin to take steps to make it a reality, and both parties are within the range of their abilities, the Devil Beyonder can sense the source of danger and the perpetrator. This allows them to take targeted revenge in a counterstrike. So powerful." Lumian couldn't help but frown. If the Rose School of Thought's subsequent operations had members of the devil families involved, the situation will become exponentially more dangerous. Of course, the prisoner pathway's zombie and wraiths were also terrifying. Most importantly, at a certain sequence, Beyonders of these two pathways boasted formidable defenses against flames. Damn it, pyromaniacs would be in for a rough time. Lumian made a self-deprecating comment, infected by Franca's and Jenna's vulgarities. After pondering for a moment, Lumian inquired, "How short can the period of time be for the malicious perception to be effective?" Madam Magician smiled and replied, "The devil pathway is highly individualistic. Devils from various races each possess their distinct abilities. Even among devils originating from the same race, differences arise due to their individual nature. The reason behind this lies in the requirement of ostentatious malice, which varies from person to creature. Unique wills, distinct hearts, and a penchant for desires all amalgamate to form the diverse nature of devils. Now to your query. Some devils can sense malice merely minutes before its occurrence, whereas others can foretell it hours or even more in advance. As they progress in sequence, this ability only grows stronger. The range of this ability's influence can span a few kilometers, an entire market district, or perhaps even encompass the whole of Trier. Furthermore, devils wield an array of spells involving flames, poison, and filth. The more Lumian listened, the more serious he grew. Devils were truly powerful, just like zombies countering pyromaniacs, who were experts in fire spells and close combat. After briefly explaining the Desire Apostle's abilities, Madam Magician comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry too much. Even if the Rose School of Thought takes action in the future, their target will most likely be Gardner Martin. You'll just be along for the ride. The Iron and Blood Cross Order, being a secret organization, has enough strength to resist the Rose School of Thought even if the devil families send someone to participate. If the Bliss Society and the Rose School of Thought share intelligence, you may become their primary target, but they won't launch a fatal attack on you paradoxically. They fear releasing an inevitability angel like Termaboros. As long as you pay more attention to abnormalities and suspected conspiracies around you, you have enough time and opportunity to seek help." Upon hearing this, Lumian retorted, "If the Rose School of Thought send an angel to capture me, how will I have time to seek help?" Madam Magician chuckled. "Do you think Trier is a public washroom where an angel can descend and snatch someone away easily? If it weren't for the alternate space of the Tree of Shadow with the Permetha world enveloping it, that brainless abomination wouldn't have been able to descend its power. So remember to avoid such places and live under the sun in Trier." Lumian heaved a sigh of relief and asked in confusion, "Abomination? Could it be the power summoned by Susanna Mattis?" Madam Magician's expression turned odd. Yes, Abomination, the child of the chain god whom the Mother Tree of Desire worshippers and the Rose School of Thought originally worshipped. He's a sequence one angel and the current leader of the Rose School of Thought. I won't tell you his real name. This guy is covered in curses. If you say his real name often, you might become a frog that needs a prince's kiss to recover. Or worse. Why a prince? Lumian had read the Imtis Fairy Tales collection published 2 years ago and remembered that the protagonist of the story was a princess. Why else would it be called a curse? Madam Magician wore a matter-of-fact expression. Lumian was speechless. He asked, "The spawn of the Mother Tree of Desire are angels, already roaming our world. And to descend, the child of the Great Mother, requires a ritual. Is one more special than the other?" "They're equally special," said Madam Magician, her expression taking an odd turn once more. "The crux of the matter is that it wasn't the Mother Tree of Desire who gave birth to the Abomination, but a high-ranking existence in our world known as the Chained God." Lumian's heart filled with trauma as he immediately thought of Louis Lund, Administrator Beast, and his valets. Can the Mother Tree of Desire impregnate creatures of all races and genders through the barrier? Lumian asked with a hint of fear in his voice. Madam Magician shook her head. She doesn't have authority in that regard. That belongs to the Great Mother. However, if you're enticed by her and end up interacting with a power she has descended or the aura that seeped into our world, she has plenty of ways to impregnate you. Furthermore, the Chain God pathway, the prisoner pathway, is rather special and has a close connection to the Mother Tree of Desire. If it weren't for Mr. Fool's protection, the Temperance faction members would have more or less been influenced by her in the past year or two. Lumian nodded, then brought up the issue of the Indulgence faction and the Temperance faction. I believe the Temperance faction's philosophy is correct, but why can the Indulgence faction still grow and possess such strength? Is it because there's no fear of losing control when they are already crazy? Madam Magician chuckled and responded, "The Temperance faction's philosophy is correct, but it doesn't mean that the Indulgence faction's viewpoint is necessarily erroneous. You have to remember that acting based on the potion's name is like tarot cards. There's a difference between the upright and reverse position. And even if we act in the upright manner, the acting principles summarized by different people will vary according to their unique minds and experiences. After all, we're just acting. Our goal is to deceive the mental imprint left behind by that entity and digest the potion bit by bit. It would be troublesome if we were to completely align with him." Lumian nodded in understanding. "So the phrase 'remember that you're only acting' not only prevents us from losing ourselves to avoid mental problems, but also helps avoid such problems altogether?" "That's right," Madam Magician affirmed. Lumian then steered the conversation back to matters pertaining to the Mother Tree of Desire. Mr. Poet mentioned that there are multiple organizations that worship the Mother Tree of Desire. Poet, Madam Magician's lips curled up slightly. They're all relatively small organizations that haven't formed a large cult. They're far inferior to the Rose School of Thought and the few devil families, but they're relatively hidden. Currently, we are aware of 3. One is the Bliss Society, the other is the Naturism sect, and the third is the Tree Worship sect. After pondering the matter for a while, Lumian finally brought up the idea of crafting a mystical item using the Shadow Branch. "Madam, once I receive the reward from Mr. K, I'd like your help in finding a saint-level artisan to craft the item." "Do you happen to know the price?" Lumian inquired. Madam Magician grinned and replied, "I haven't rewarded you yet for successfully joining the Iron and Blood Cross Order. How about using that reward to cover the cost?" "That sounds perfect," Lumian happily agreed. Receiving 3 rewards for a mission was truly a remarkable thing. Madam Magician nodded thoughtfully and said, "A friend's relative knows a demigod-level artisan. I'll check with him first. If it doesn't work out, I'll find another option." She then smiled and asked, "With a gap between the lucky one and the potential reward from Mr. K, are you sure you want to use one of them to create a mystical item?" Lumian responded with certainty, "I won't have any regrets." His approach had always been to utilize available resources as swiftly as possible. It had to be known that the Padre was already a Sequence 5 bestowed when he left Cordu. He might have even taken a potion to boost his abilities. Dealing with him on one's own was akin to embracing death for Lumian. He needed to make use of every available resource to enhance his skills quickly and gather more allies to increase his chances of success. During his early days as a wanderer, Lumian once stumbled upon a wild apple tree laden with fruit. He intended to wait for the apples to grow larger and less sour before figuring out how to pluck them. However, to his surprise a few days later, someone else had managed to harvest all the small and sour apples. This incident left a profound mark on Lumian, significantly influencing his approach to handling things. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 302, Mummy Ashes. Madam Magician didn't say more and asked again, "Do you want to return to Sal de Balbreeze now, or stay here until noon?" Lumian had never left Intis, let alone come to the southern continent. Since he had nothing planned, he nodded and replied, "I'd like to explore around a bit." Madam Magician gave a slight nod and vanished before him. Almost instantly, a bone-chilling wind swept through the crowd and struck Lumian. Having come from Trier in the summer, he couldn't help but shiver in the harsh Highlander winter. Accompanied by the cold breeze, the distant clamor of the market, a few hundred meters away, filled Lumian's ears, making him feel truly immersed in this world. Recalling how Madam Magician's arrival and disappearance had gone unnoticed by the surrounding people, Lumian quickly made a guess. Did she create a wall of spirituality, or pull me into a separate alternate space? As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, he noticed that the passers-by looked at him with wariness and puzzlement. He was only wearing a thin shirt, a black vest, and thin pants, which were hardly suitable for the harsh winter. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen someone acting cool?" Lumian muttered. Relying on Alms Monk's endurance, he nonchalantly ventured into the market. The smell of fresh livestock dung, the sweet aroma of corn, and the tantalizing scent of roasted meat with spices filled his nostrils. Lumian surveyed the area and spotted numerous stalls selling various food items made primarily from corn. There were boiled whole corn, roasted corn with red sauce, corn chunks served in thick soup, roasted corn wrapped in beef and mutton, onions and potatoes, corn ground into a gooey paste and stuffed into various meat chunks, and corn spread into rough flatbread sprinkled with ingredients. After a moment of consideration, Lumian made his way through the cleared path among the marketers and arrived at a stall. The stall owner was a man in his 30s with dark and flushed skin, gaunt face, high cheekbones, and dark brown eyes. He had long greasy black hair and wore a black felt hat along with a dark red robe made of wool and other materials. Lumian pointed at the bubbling yellow corn paste in the iron-colored pot and asked in Intijan, "How much?" He had noticed that some folks here understood Intijan. The transactions were done using various metal currencies, including Vrildor. The stall owner seemed scared, and he replied in non-fluent Intijan with a hint of flattery, 5 kopit for 1 cup. A lick, pretty cheap. Lumian glanced at the corn paste with mutton chunks and pulled out a brass coin with a Hornacis mountain range pattern on the front. The vendor breathed with relief and quickly produced a paper cup that didn't quite match the market style and technology. He filled it up generously, even adding a few extra meat chunks. As Lumian received the cup, warmth spread through his body. It was a wonderful experience to have something warm while enduring the biting wind. The even better experience was the warm corn paste flowing from his mouth into his esophagus and into his stomach, spreading warmth to every nook and cranny of his body. The corn paste, with its light sweetness and a hint of spiciness and pungency, perfectly complemented the beef and mutton cubes, neutralizing their gamey smell. It was peculiar and appetizing, a treat for his taste buds. Ignoring the cautious glances from the women and the fear and loathing from the man driving the cows and sheep, Lumian sipped his corn paste and made his way to the end of the market. Soon, he entered the city of White Rapus. He spotted the golden eternal blazing sun cathedral and the god of steam and machinery cathedral adorned with various industrial components. The white buildings, shops selling leather and fabrics, the Highland Import and Export Corporation, and the Rapus Mining Federation signs were all visible. Carriages pulled by long-haired cows and medium-sized horses filled the streets, accompanied by locals in robes and a few foreigners in formal attire. Lumian picked a shop called Highland Mystic Potion and entered like a tourist. The owner, an Intijan in his 40s with typical black hair and blue eyes, wore a white shirt with floral patterns, thick cashmere clothes, and a dark blue coat with golden trim. Upon seeing Lumian, he greeted him warmly. "Good morning, dear compatriot." The man checked out Lumian's attire and asked with concern, "Did you encounter a bandit?" "I just arrived in Rapus." "There was an accident on the way," Lumian replied, smiling with a Trier accent. The proprietor of the Mystic Potion nodded in understanding. The southern continent isn't all it's cracked up to be, but it's a paradise for adventurers. I arrived in West Balam 15 years ago in search of opportunities. Life only turned for the better when I found true opportunities in the city of White. By steam. With a sigh, he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "By steam," Lumian responded with the same etiquette. The owner's smile grew warmer. "Brother, would you like some mummy powder?" "Real mummy powder." Lumian looked around the small shop and smiled. "Why don't you display the mummy in the window to prove its authenticity?" The boss smiled sheepishly and said, "That would upset the barbarians. Some buy mummy powder, but most can't accept mummies as commodities." Lumian deliberately said, "When I left Trier, there was a shortage of mummy powder." The price skyrocketed. Ever thought of transporting mummies back to Trier for sale? Maritime trade is too risky, and the import-export companies give terrible prices, not to mention the taxes they charge. Those damned hyenas. The owner glanced at Lumian, testing the waters. "If you're willing to take the risks, we can cooperate. How many mummies can you provide?" Lumian feigned skepticism. The boss smiled. "That depends on how many you want. I have the right connections. I can have as many as I want. Have you unearthed the grave of a nobleman from a Highlands kingdom? Or will you find a corpse, or even a living person to make one on the spot?" Lumian engaged in a conversation with the owner of the Highland Mystic Potion, learned that his name was Saulet Empire, and left the shop, pretending he needed time to consider the offer. After wandering for some time, Lumian came across a magnificent 3-story white building by the roadside, bustling with locals swarming in. Curiosity got the better of him, and he followed the crowd inside, only to find Intis soldiers, clad in their distinctive black triangular hats and blue coats with gold threads, guarding the entrance in their white pants and black leather boots. Rapus, Lumian thought to himself, is truly an Intis colonial city. His gaze settled on the golden words above the main entrance, which read, "Rapus Specialized Court." Taking a seat in an empty corner of the courtroom, Lumian tuned in to the trial that was underway. 2 Intis soldiers stood accused of a heinous crime, intercepting a newlywed couple in the suburbs, murdering a husband, and subjecting the wife to unspeakable horrors. The latter was fortunate enough to survive. With numerous witnesses and ample evidence, the entire case appeared quite clear-cut. After much deliberation, the judge, who was now holding the 3rd hearing, finally pronounced them guilty, decreeing their immediate expulsion from the Highlands. Upon their return to Intis, they would face further punishment in a military court. The verdict didn't sit well with the local crowd, and they expressed their dissatisfaction loudly. However, the judge remained resolute, ordering bailiffs and soldiers to remove the dissenters from the court. Lumian observed the faces of the agitated and angered locals as they were forced to leave, and only when they had gone did he decide to leave the courtroom as well. As he strolled past the eternal blazing Sun Cathedral Square, he noticed a group of clergymen in white robes adorned with golden threads. They were walking towards the cathedral, keeping a safe distance from the crowd and speaking in hushed tones. Lumian, relying on his hunter's ears, strained to catch their words from afar. Though the distance made it difficult, he managed to make out 2 phrases. "Evernight's power has invaded this place." What could that mean? Is the Evernight Goddess Church of the Lone Kingdom extending its reach into the Star Highlands? Lumian pondered for a moment before continuing on his way. At 12:30 p.m. Trier time, Madame Magician escorted Lumian back to Salle de Bal Brise, and he reappeared in his bedroom. He sat down at his wooden table and began organizing Mr. Poet's interpretation of the dream's symbolic elements. In the midst of his work, Lumian heard familiar footsteps approaching and an impolite knock on the door. Putting down the fountain pen, Lumian stood up and glanced at the entrance. "Come in." It was Franca, dressed in her usual attire of blouse, beige breeches, and red boots. However, she now wore a light-colored pleated dress around her waist. "Very strange," Lumian remarked honestly. Franca sighed, a mix of joy and melancholy on her face. "I'm not used to wearing dresses yet. This will have to do for now." "This is to welcome pleasure." "Pleasure?" Lumian was puzzled by the term she mentioned. Franca closed the door behind her and explained with a complex expression. "Since you've joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order, my initial mission is considered accomplished. Now I'll see if I can join and assist with your operation. And since the mission is complete, there should be a reward. The next sequence for a witch is demoness of pleasure." "Yes, I already have all the main ingredients and most of the supplementary ones, except for real mummy ashes. I came to ask if you could keep an eye out during your mysticism gatherings." "Damn it, those mummy ashes sold in shops are all fake." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 303, Sparks of Fire. Mummy ashes. Lumian's mind immediately went to the Highland Mystic Potion Shop in Rapus. The mummies had their origins in the old Highlands Kingdom, and they had a special ancient Highlander term for it. Emperor Roselle translated it into mummy. In simpler terms, the most genuine and ancient mummies could be found in Star Highlands, the largest source of mummy ashes. Franca grew more and more agitated as she spoke. "Why do you think men in Trier are so keen on things that enhance their abilities in that area?" They even dare to consume mummy ashes. This means that those who genuinely need them can't afford the real deal. Many women in Trier are interested as well, hoping their husbands and lovers can perform better in bed. Lumian had read about it and asked Franca curiously, "Does it really work?" Franca scoffed. "I can't see any other effects besides getting sick from using powder made from a specially prepared corpse." Well, its use in mysticism is a different matter. Think about it. Trier is now flooded with fake mummy ashes. People are gobbling them up without knowing if they're authentic. There are many herbs with similar effects, but once they are labeled as mummy ashes, the price skyrockets. Who wouldn't take advantage of that? Don't overestimate the merchant's conscience. I've heard complaints at many mysticism gatherings about people finding dead rats, grinding them into powder, mixing it with herbs, and selling it as mummy ashes. Before I had superpowers and was still struggling, I saw the cafe owner making fake coffee from chicory. Later, he couldn't even afford that. He gathered coffee dregs, animal bile, and even brick dust and soot as a substitute. Believe me, if you visit the kitchens of certain restaurants and cafes, you want to hang the boss from the gallows. Those escargot shells are reused, picked up from the trash, filled with ingredients, and served to new customers. Franca continued her rant, expressing her frustration with counterfeit and inferior products, hindering her beyond her career. After she finished speaking, Lumian asked with certainty, "Have you finished digesting your witch potion?" Franca's emotions returned to normal as she replied smugly, "That was a long time ago. Have you seen me act as a witch during this period of time?" Lumian changed the subject thoughtfully. "You seem to despise the Rose School of Thought for their acts of terror in the northern continent. You even mock them for hindering the colonization resistance by the southern continent natives. I don't quite understand your logic. Shouldn't they resist and take revenge when bullied?" Franca walked to the window of Lumian's bedroom and gazed at the dock and depot concealed by buildings. Her gaze was unfocused as she said, "They should if they wish to seek the adrenaline from exacting vengeance for a moment of exhilaration. But if you want to leave the southern continent to expel the colonists, such actions will only have the opposite effect." A philosopher back home once said that no king should send troops out in anger. Resisting colonization is a serious and challenging matter. It's something that shouldn't become a wastebasket for venting one's emotions. Seeing Lumian's confusion, Franca pointed out the window. "There are many workers and laborers there. They work hard every day and sleep in bedbug-infested rooms. Are they colonists? Did they benefit from the colonies? True, their jobs may be a result of colonial trade, but will they lose their jobs without the colonies in normal trade? I don't think so. The most likely possibility is that they will still have a job that barely provides sustenance. It's the bosses who lose excessive profits. They have their own demands and a desire to change the current society. They often join Trier's citizens in various marches and protests, expressing deep dissatisfaction with the government. There are many similar people in Trier. Some of them have various reasons and even sympathize with the southern continent colonies. A philosopher king back home once said that we must distinguish between our friends and foes when carrying out deeds. The Rose School of Thought's various terrorist acts will only pit those who sympathize with the colonists and those who are also resisting the government against them. It makes them the object of hatred that will be exploited by the rulers to bridge any internal conflicts. It will harm the people of the southern continent's resistance against colonization. The philosopher king even prohibited his intelligence officers from carrying out assassinations or seeking revenge, let alone causing terrorist incidents. Franca snapped out of her daze and spoke with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. "As long as we can gather more allies, isolate our enemies, and ignite that tiny spark, it can set a whole wilderness ablaze." Who is friend and foe? Finding allies and isolating the enemy. Even a tiny spark can set a whole wilderness ablaze. The words left a profound impact on Lumian. He pondered Franca's words repeatedly, especially her last sentence. It unveiled a new understanding of pyromaniac, bringing him closer to unveiling his first acting principle. After a few moments, Lumian nodded solemnly. "I agree with you now. The Rose School of Thought's acts of terror are extremely foolish, mere decisions made after their minds are filled with desire. As believers of the mother tree of desire, it's quite expected." Franca pursed her lips. If the Rose School of Thought focused on assassinating colonial generals, members of parliament, and high-ranking government officials, as well as destroying battleships and arsenals, I would mock them. But their blood sacrifices, indiscriminately killing people, are the actions of lunatics. I don't want to become a sacrifice to these madmen one day. Lumian remarked, "It's a classic case of turning sympathizers against each other." Franca disdainfully added, Not only do these lunatics carry out blood sacrifices in the northern continent, but they also do it in the southern continent, turning villages into uninhabited lands. The southern continent has the Rose School of Thought as another insurmountable obstacle besides the colonists. Lumian nodded gently and said, "That lady took me to the Star Highlands, and during my tour of Star Highlands, I encountered a mummy merchant. Should I request permission to visit again and obtain some real mummy ashes for you?" That lady. Franca realized something and decided not to press further. After some thought, she said, "No need for that now. Just because Trier has plenty of counterfeit goods doesn't mean there's nothing authentic. Let's try to find the authentic ones first. If not, we'll go to the southern continent." Lumian honestly shared his intentions. "I hope you can advance to Sequence 6 within a week and become a demoness of pleasure." Huh. Franco was confused. Who's the one making the advancement? Lumian didn't hide anything, responding directly. "It has been prophesied that Guillaume Binet will appear in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge next week. I want to find him and capture him, and I need the help of more friends. The boss has already agreed to help me find him. The stronger you are, the higher our chances of capturing Guillaume Binet." Amused, Franca teased, "You're learning on the spot, kid. You really aren't holding back anymore. You made a request without getting my agreement to help." Lumian smiled, replying, "Isn't that what I'm doing now?" Franca pondered for a moment before saying, "Wait a few more days. If we still can't find real mummy's ashes, we'll go to the southern continent to search for them. Remember, try not to trouble the major arcana card holder if possible." Right then, Lumian said, sharing a similar view, but he never missed a chance to fleece. Otherwise, it would be best to seek Madame Magician's help in dealing with Guillaume Binet. A subordinate who couldn't handle problems on their own, bothering their superior all the time, would eventually be left behind. Furthermore, the Tarot Club followed a rule of equivalent exchange. What price would one have to pay to enlist the help of a demigod-level major arcana card holder? After chatting for a while, Franca, who was about to leave, glanced at the window and suddenly said, "Although Gardner Martin already knows the situation and has made preparations, you can't be careless. You can't place all your hopes on him. The Rose School of Thought is an ancient secret organization. It must possess various abilities. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" Lumian was taken aback for a moment before responding with tacit understanding. "The boss is at least a conspirer. He has probably set countless traps in secret, awaiting the arrival of the Rose School of Thought." On this topic, the two of them continued their conversation as they left the bedroom and entered the corridor. Franca lowered her voice and said, "I sense something amiss with the glass in your window. I suspect a wraith. The Rose School of Thought's wraith." Franca discovered something wrong with her witch's grasp of mirrors. Lumian's nerves tensed as he nodded slightly, acting as though they were discussing an ordinary topic. He saw Franca stroll into the cafe and depart sal de ball breeze before stepping out of the corridor. Like always, he settled into his regular seat and savored his aromatic coffee. An hour went by, and Lumian started to feel a bit more at ease. He thought the wraith had probably left, so he shifted his focus to Gardner Martin and the potential traps. The following days were filled with paranoia for Lumian. He sensed eyes on him from the glass window in his room and the bathroom mirror, but nothing alarming occurred. Finally, the day of the reward promised by Mr. K arrived. As Lumian descended the stairs of Abaird's Duke Oak door, he encountered an unfamiliar woman. Dressed in a lake blue dress, her brown hair flowed naturally, and her brown eyes had a uniquely ethereal quality. Her looks were above average, her cheeks plump, and her demeanor stood out from the ordinary. As Lumian passed by the front desk, he casually asked Madame Fells, "Is that young lady a new tenant?" The plump Madame Fells smiled ingratiatingly. "No, she's Miss Safari, staying in room 309. She went to a small seaside town to be a human model for a painter. She only returned today." How ambiguous. Her job lets her take a vacation by the sea. That human model. Lumian nodded and left Albaird's Duke Oak door, catching a public carriage to Avenue du Boulevard. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 304, Decency. Avenue du Boulevard, 19 Rue Shear, basement. Mr. K's face remained hidden under the massive hood, but Lumian could feel the admiration and recognition in his gaze. Standing behind a red armchair, Mr. K pointed to a narrow wooden table by the wall. "Make a choice. These are Grade 2 sealed artifacts, as per the standards of various churches. They have distinct characteristics, but come with dangerous negative effects. Nonetheless, there are ways to resolve those issues and utilize them to some extent." Following the gesture of Mr. K's raised right hand, Lumian spotted 3 containers on the narrow wooden table. One was an exquisite wooden box adorned with rubies, emeralds, agates, and other precious items. Another was a rubber injector, and the last one was a wide-mouthed bottle filled with a dreamy green liquid with a golden object at the bottom. Mr. K approached the table, picked up the wooden box with gems, and opened it. Inside, there lay a thin and soft leather mask. As Mr. K lifted it to display, an exaggerated face outline in red, yellow, and white oil paint emerged. For some reason, Lumian's mood took a plunge at the sight of the face, and his heart filled with sorrow. "It's called a clown mask," Mr. K introduced in a low, raspy voice. "Wearing it enables you to create paper figurine substitutes. You can ignite combustible objects within a 50-meter radius and leap between flames, allowing you to transfer wounds across your body and turn a fatal injury into a minor one. However, each wound can only be transferred once. It will also meld with your face, altering your appearance. This aspect is beyond your control, but it grants you strong expression control and sharp premonition for a short duration. To store it safely, you'll need a high-value container. Otherwise, it will continuously bring frustration, pain, and sorrow to those around it, gradually driving them insane until they break down. For Beyonders, this often means losing control. That's why you can't wear it for more than 10 minutes at a time. Additionally, you have to watch a comedic performance once a week. Otherwise, it will attempt to replace you when you wear it, truly becoming your face. Wound transference. This sealed artifact belongs to the seer pathway. It corresponds to the sequence of Bureau 8's Miss Leah or higher, Lumian quickly deduced based on his experience. He felt that the clown mask suited him well. With Pyromaniac and Flaming Jump, he could significantly increase his strength. He was in need of changing his appearance, but the limitation of wearing it for only 10 minutes made it similar to the mystery prying glasses, albeit more convenient. Moreover, paper figurine substitutes and wound transference could effectively boost his survivability, but when it came to dealing with zombies, wraiths, devils, or desire apostles, these abilities lacked specificity. Emotional influences were currently a taboo for Lumian. While his psychological issues had been somewhat healed, the flames of pain couldn't be fully extinguished. They still smoldered deep in his heart. If this emotional breakdown erupted, Termaboros would undoubtedly be grinning from end to end. As Lumian pondered, Mr. K put the clown mask back into its exquisite wooden box and picked up an injector made of rubber hoses, a glass syringe, and a thin needle. At that moment, a tube of bright red liquid quietly filled the syringe, as if it had just been extracted from a person's body. Mr. K gently shook the injector and said, "It's called lifeblood. Once injected into your body, it allows you to control your flesh and blood completely for a short period. You won't need to maintain your human form deliberately, and your vital points will be safe. Moreover, you can envelop a target, corrode their body, and kill them from the inside. Simultaneously, you can transform into your own shadow and merge with the surrounding shadows. That way, you can secretly trail the enemy and avoid detection. With each injection, you'll become closer to our Lord, closer to the most ancient appearance of humanity's original form. Others and creatures won't endure it well. Their bodies will collapse gradually with each injection, and they won't be able to return to their original state. Their minds will be cloaked by shadows, making them crave flesh and blood, turning them into irrational monsters. However, we need not worry. As long as we devoutly believe in our Lord and remember to pray to Him always, there won't be many issues with our bodies and minds. I've injected myself several times before. Am I not normal now?" Lumian didn't fully buy into it. "I don't think you're normal. The flesh corrosion ability seems useful against zombies." Furthermore, he wasn't devout when it came to the true creator. He usually used psychological cues to seal the memories of his honorific name and didn't pray at all. If you carry lifeblood without injecting yourself, it won't affect you other than making you crave flesh and blood, Mr. K explained. He then picked up a wide-mouthed bottle filled with green liquid, filled with an alcoholic fragrance, and retrieved a golden brooch carved into a Scotch broom from it with his white palm that appeared sickly. "This one's called Decency. Once you wear it, you can acutely detect the target's weaknesses. By symbolically giving them items, you can complete a bribe, significantly weakening their attack, defense, or control over you for a certain period. In addition, you can distort the target's words, actions, and intentions. You can also distort certain actions of yourself or others to create an environment that's beneficial to you, using bribe to weaken the target's attack, defense, or control. This ability is very versatile. It can be used against zombies, devils, or other Beyonders. If I use distortion well, I can come up with all kinds of tricks. Lumian's spirits lifted, believing this was what he wanted. The next step was to see if the negative effects could be endured. Mr. K continued, "It must be kept in liquor that exceeds 45 proof. Otherwise, it might result in arrest from official beyonders or other factions at irregular intervals. You can't wear it for more than 15 minutes. In the following hour, you'll become repulsive and disdainful. It's best not to go out. Wait patiently until the negative effects fade. As a hunter, how can I not be repulsed and despised? And it's normal for regulars at Old Tavern to carry 2 or 3 flasks of liquor with them. Sometimes, I can even use it to attract nearby factions to capture this characteristic for fishing. It's a perfect part of certain traps." Lumian quickly made up his mind and said firmly, "I want decency." Now, the question was whether this sealed artifact could be matched to the Shadow Branch to create a mystical item with both characteristics. Mr. K respected Lumian's decision and didn't offer any persuasion. He tossed the decency brooch back into the wide-mouthed bottle of liquor, capped it, and handed it to Lumian. Lumian swiftly caught it and mumbled, "What if I'm not skilled enough to catch it and shatter the bottle? We'll exchange looks, and then flee before the official beyonders come after us?" Lumian gripped the bottle of liquor suspected to be absinthe and deliberately said, "I have something to report." He briefly recounted the werewolf incident and concluded, "The Rose School of Thought suffered repeated setbacks, yet they remained arrogant. I heard they also believe in the evil god, the mother tree of desire." Mr. K's gaze turned cold, and his voice carried an oppressive metallic quality. "The evil god's believers are indeed becoming more impudent. Since some deities can't shoulder such a heavy responsibility, let us share their burden." Lumian could sense Mr. K's anger igniting as his pyromaniac potion was showing signs of digestion. After bidding farewell to Mr. K, he left the basement and closed his eyes in the corridor. Through this experiment, combined with the fire in his heart when he advanced to pyromaniac, Franca's words, the various situations in the market district, and the actions of the people of Rapus and the southern continent, he concluded his first pyromaniac acting principle. Pyromaniacs not only ignite matter, but also the mind and society. In the market district, Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, room 207. Lumian gazed at the enticing green liquor bottle, contemplating the need for sturdy military flasks to prevent it from breaking during a potential fight. Simultaneously, he made the final decision to utilize the Lucky One Beyonder characteristic and the Shadow Branch to create a mystical item. He felt that decency's powers didn't mesh well with the Shadow Branch, and its drawbacks were manageable. On the other hand, sealed artifacts offered decent effects and could be used independently. Without any hesitation, Lumian penned a letter, seeking Madame Magician's aid in locating a demigod-level artisan. Afterward, he made his way to the safe house on Rue de Blouses Blanches, summoned the messenger, and dispatched the Shadow Branch and Lucky One Beyonder characteristic, along with the letter, to the holder of the Major Arcana card. In no time, Lumian spotted the puppet messenger materializing above the desk, dropping a thick stack of papers with a loud thud. Bang! The table groaned under the weight of the hefty object. Lumian rose to his feet and noticed a response placed on top of the stack. "No problem. I'll assist you in making contact. The process will take some time, as will the crafting of the item. If you don't mind, I'll add a condition that the final product should be portable. Additionally, while observing celestial phenomena, I sense that you are on the verge of assimilating the pyromaniac potion and can endure a new inevitability boon. Here's information about some creatures from the spirit world. You can study it beforehand and explore which contracts you might form to borrow their abilities. Madame Magician possesses knowledge of astromancy. Her predictions are remarkably accurate." Lumian felt a bit lightheaded as he glanced at the substantial stack of papers. Having summarized the core principle of his initial pyromaniac acting, he knew he wasn't far from fully digesting it. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 305 Test. Lumian took his time with the thick stack of information on spirit world creatures. He stowed them in Aurora's grimoires in an iron cabinet he acquired earlier. But now there were other pressing matters at hand. Unscrewing the lid of a wide-mouthed bottle, he reached into the green liquor to retrieve the Scotch broom brooch known as Decency. His plan was to test the sealed artifact's abilities and its negative effects. Waiting for a real battle wouldn't do. He needed to familiarize himself with it now. Figuring it out on the fly during a fight would be disastrous, leaving him unable to coordinate his beyonder powers and attacks effectively. He also wanted to test the extent of the brooch's adverse effects while he was still in good shape. After a battle that had taken a toll on his body and mind, it would be too risky to face those effects hastily. Understanding the brooch's negative effects in advance would allow Lumian to make better choices when forced to use decency, minimizing its influence on him. A hunter who wasn't familiar with their weapon was bound to fail. Lumian placed the Scotch broom brooch on the table before him, focusing his mind to sense its power. As he did so, a gust of wind blew in from the open window, making his heart race. He quickly stood up, extended his right hand, and shut the window tight. The moment the window closed, the room fell eerily silent, as if it had been sealed off from the outside world. Lumian then walked over to the door, gently opening and closing it. It seemed like the safe house had turned into a secluded sanctuary. Seating himself again, Lumian exuded an aura that could provoke disgust and hatred in small animals. This was an application of provocation. Almost instantly, a rat appeared from nowhere, snarling and attacking him with its claws. Without much effort, Lumian flicked his index finger and thumb, and a crimson spark shot out, incinerating the rat as it squealed in pain. The rat desperately tried to escape while suffering the scorching pain, but the invisible force sealed all exits, leaving it trapped. It lacked the ability to open a door. Lumian nodded with satisfaction, using the rat to test the other abilities of the decency brooch. The test lasted for about 12 to 13 minutes, but Lumian couldn't be sure without a pocket watch. He decided to proceed with caution and removed the decency brooch, throwing it into a container of green liquor. Then, with another small crimson fireball, he ended the rat's life, filling the room with the smell of roasted fat. After stowing away the container, Lumian left the safe house, ready to test the brooch's repellent effect on others. The gas street lamps were already lit as he stepped out, and he immediately noticed the glares of pedestrians and vendors around him. It felt as if they despised him deeply, wanting to attack him with knives, bottles of alcohol, or even an iron pot filled with food. However, Lion Seal's trademark golden and black hair seemed to deter them from acting on their impulses. This effect is equivalent to a large-scale provocation. However, it's not within my control. Lumian assessed roughly, realizing that he couldn't fully control it. Under the unfriendly gazes, he walked along the roadside and made his way towards Avenue du Marquet. At that moment, two police officers dressed in black uniforms, their shoulders adorned with silver epaulets, and armed with revolvers strolled by the area. Catching sight of Lumian, they immediately pointed at him and bellowed, "Halt right there." Routine inspection. The effects are truly potent. Lumian didn't waste a breath and swiftly turned on his heels, dashing away. "Stop!" The two officers shouted, drawing their revolvers and taking aim at Lumian. He skillfully evaded a pedestrian's sneaky attempt to trip him, making a sharp turn into an alleyway blocked by a barricade. Without glancing back, he hurried into underground Trier. He hadn't brought his carbide lamp, nor did he possess night vision. However, as a pyromaniac, he could conjure light in any environment. Crimson fireballs materialized above Lumian's head and on his shoulders, illuminating his path. Easily outpacing the police officers, he made his way toward another underground Trier entrance near Rue de Blouses Blanches. As he walked, Lumian abruptly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a black shadow that lunged from a corner. It was a snake-like creature with bluish-black scales. The creature reared up, flicking its bright red forked tongue in an aggressive stance, challenging Lumian. It doesn't only arouse disgust and disdain from humans. They need to see or make contact with me to be influenced. Lumian sighed and shook his head, allowing one of the fireballs to shoot out and reduce the venomous snake into 3 charred pieces, emitting a burnt fragrance. Having already gauged the strength and reach of the negative effects, he decided not to take any more risks. He found a nearby empty cave, extinguished the fireballs, and sat in the darkness, quietly waiting for the effects to wear off. After what seemed like an hour, he stood up and conjured 3 crimson fireballs above his head, left shoulder, and right shoulder to illuminate the tunnel ahead. In no time, Lumian found himself at an exit near Rue de Blouses Blanches. There, he spotted a figure with a carbide lamp emerging from a nearby tunnel. With a grin, Lumian raised his right hand in a wave. Well, look who's wandering in underground Trier like a rat. It was Jenna. As she caught sight of Lumian, her brow furrowed. "Did you use provocation on me? Why are you so irritating?" Lumian replied vaguely, something like that. Jenna couldn't hide her annoyance and blurted, "Damn it. Why did you use provocation on me?" "Not bad. You didn't come over to beat me up. That means you still treat me as a friend. That's probably how strong the negative effects are when they're about to disappear." He smiled and explained, "I encountered something that left me tainted with a dreadful aura, but will soon fade away." Shifting gears, Lumian examined Jenna, who wore a light white shirt and a faded yellow dress. Her hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a small sun, sacred emblem around her neck. What brings you to Underground, Trier? Jenna, now looking more like a college student in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, pursed her lips and replied, meeting the two purifiers. I wanted to show my devotion to God as you suggested. So I dressed in a way that the church advocates, even wearing a sun talisman. But they guided me to Underground, Trier, claiming it was to avoid crowds. Damn it, it's just absurd to go around here dressed like this. As the negative effects of decency waned, Jenna understood why she reacted strongly and calmly shared her experiences with Lumian. Did it work? Lumian glanced at the brown wooden box in Jenna's right hand but didn't rush to ask what contained. Puzzled, Jenna inquired. Yes, it did. Valentine, the purifier, became much more receptive to me. Imra also changed, but they seem to be cautious and suspicious of me for some reason. Maybe they think you're trying to ingratiate yourself and have ulterior motives, Lumian speculated, attempting to analyze the purifier's mindset. He pointed at the wooden box Jenna was carrying with his chin. Is that their reward for you? Jenna couldn't help but smile. Exactly. They verified the information about Deep Valley Quarry and acknowledged its importance. As compensation, they gave me 2 main ingredients and 1 supplementary ingredient for the instigator potion. I'll collect the rest myself. Franca probably has the rest of the supplementary ingredients. Lumian mused. The main ingredient for a Sequence 8 potion isn't cheap, it's precious, you know. Is the information about Deep Valley Quarry really that important? What did this entail? Jenna tersely acknowledged his words. They didn't elaborate much. The only thing they said was that the purifiers can't directly enter the quarry due to issues between the churches. But they'll keep an eye on it to prevent things from escalating. They also want me to keep contacting the client to get more information from him. Apparently, part of the main ingredients for the potion is an advance payment, Jenna explained. Lumian nodded approvingly. Makes sense. Yenisite. I'm such a degenerate. Why do you say that? Lumian raised his eyebrows. Jenna grabbed her hair. I should have asked for enough money to pay off my debts before even thinking about the ingredients for the instigator potion. When you become an instigator, that money won't be a problem, Lumian scoffed. You're not planning to stick around as a local singer forever to repay your debts, are you? Jenna fell silent for a moment before admitting, but I don't want to harm anyone. Why not just target villains? Lumian tried to ignite Jenna's determination. Damn it, you're the instigator, not me, right? Jenna muttered, adding, how much should I pay Franca? We got the information together. It's not fair if she doesn't get anything. Lumian chuckled. Considering the potion formula she gave you, even with a friend's discount, you should pay her a minimum of 20,000 Verldor. 20,000 Verldor minimum. Jenna's face showed a hint of pain. For now, I can only owe her. Do you think I'll accumulate more debt the higher my sequence? The potion formula and ingredients are so expensive. But your earning potential will increase. Lumian half instigated, half comforted. He extinguished the 3 fireballs on his body and headed toward the exit of Underground Trier, Jenna's carbide lamp lighting their way. After a few steps, Jenna asked with curiosity, why did you create fireballs above your head and both shoulders? What's the point? Haven't you heard people carrying 3 lamps? One above their head, one on their left shoulder, and one on their right shoulder? Lumian asked. No, Jenna shook her head, intrigued. Is it some mystical knowledge? Nah, just folklore, Lumian smiled. I thought it looked cool, so I went with it. Jenna couldn't help but curse. Damn it. You're so childish. As they chatted, they left Underground Trier and entered apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, where Franca gave them a suspicious look. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 306, Ambivalence. Lumian calmly recounted his encounter with Jenna in the depths of Underground Trier, while he was enduring the air of repulsion and disdain. Franca gave a slightly awkward smile and deftly changed the topic. How can you be repulsive and detestable? You didn't lose control. Franca had encountered Beyonders on the Hunter pathway, succumbing to a loss of control numerous times, most of them exuding traits that attracted hostility from those around them. This was the principal reason they were swiftly dealt with. Lumian briefly explained, I obtained a sealed artifact. Its negative effects manifest an hour after I remove it, causing me to exude repulsion and disdain. Jenna, curious, interjected, what happens if you don't take it off? Lumian's lips curled as he replied, then it turns into an alarm, drawing the attention of nearby official Beyonders who'd like to apprehend me. It's quite the attention seeker, Franca remarked with a playful grin. It does have a fondness for decency, Lumian said, his tone meaningful. Then he added nonchalantly, its abilities lean heavily towards bribe, with a touch of distortion. Given the likelihood of needing to collaborate with Franca in the future to deal with Padre Guillaume Benet, Lumian took the initiative to divulge the situation regarding the decency brooch. However, he refrained from delving into intricate details, especially regarding the strength and range of its powers. After all, mystical items were a undersace in the whole. Exposing them risked a sense of vulnerability. Just as Franca had shared information about the Ring of Punishment while omitting the brass revolver and other items during their earlier operation. It was a delicate balance, sharing yet withholding the full truth, building trust while maintaining essential precautions. Franca didn't press further. She pondered for a moment before saying, "It corresponds to a Sequence 7 Briber and a Sequence 6 Baron of Corruption from the Black Emperor pathway. It seems a Baron of Corruption met his end, melding his Beyonder traits with the objects on him to create the sealed artifact. Its abilities aren't fully revealed." Black Emperor. Lumian had never heard of this sequence, nor had Jenna. The deity appellation for the lawyer pathway, Franca whispered, excitement in her voice. Rumor has it that Emperor Roselle achieved Black Emperor status before his demise, a true deity. For a brief moment, Lumian and Jenna were rendered speechless. Their expressions mirrored their astonishment. Franca couldn't accurately fathom Emperor Roselle's standing in their eyes as genuine intentions. Had he truly ascended to godhood? Rumors, mere rumors, Franca hastened to add, lest her dependable image be tarnished in Jenna's eyes. After a few more exchanges, Jenna opened the wooden box in her right hand, revealing the smaller boxes within. They contained a small, dark, hive-like heart, a sac exuding dark green liquid, and a slender, smoked tube-like substance. Franca scrutinized them briefly, before giving a nod of approval. The heart of the demon throat honey guide and the poison sac of the dark prowler. These are the main ingredients. Yes, the dark prowler is a peculiar two-headed snake. You've also acquired the demon throat honey guide syrinx. You only need blue jimsonweed juice, fern powder, walnuts, and pure water. I have the blue jimsonweed juice. The other 3 supplementary ingredients are easy to come by. Fern powder. Lumian recalled the supplemental ingredient for the provoker potion shared a similarity. It implied being susceptible to others' words. In that light, instigator and provoker bore resemblance. Hunter and demoness truly were neighboring, interchangeable pathways. Noticing Jenna's keenness to buy ferns and walnuts from the right shops and prepare pure water overnight, Franca cautioned, "Hold on a moment. Set yourself straight first. You've digested the assassin potion, and chances of losing control with the instigator potion are slim these days. But why not aim for the best? Wouldn't it be wiser to minimize the chance of losing control entirely?" Lumian scratched his chin and added, "I'm curious what kind of monster an instigator would end up as after losing control." Jenna shot him a glare and settled onto the sofa, shutting her eyes and focusing on her breath. Lumian sprawled in the armchair next to him, his arms draped over the armrests. He turned to Franca and inquired, "Have you gotten your hands on genuine mummy ashes?" "No," Franca shook her head, a touch of helplessness in her expression. "I even offered 500 vril d'or for 10 grams, but those guys keep pushing fakes. Worthless sponge. They can't even tell the real from the fake." "Only 500 vril d'or?" Lumian teased. "Are you rolling in it? Normally, 10 grams go for just over 100 vril d'or. 500 is already a small fortune, all right?" Franca snapped back, her frustration evident. "And I'm not exactly swimming in money at the moment." Lumian nodded, getting why Franca's funds were running dry. Her infiltration of the Iron and Blood Cross Order wasn't a true success. It could only be considered as aiding Lumian in reaching the goal. So the reward she received wasn't the main ingredients for the demoness of pleasure, but rather the privilege to buy them at a discount. "How much more do you need?" Jenna's eyes popped open, a willingness to help evident in her gaze. Franca shook her head and replied, "If 500 vril d'or can't give me the real stuff, neither will a grand. They'll just think I'm a fool, waiting for me to bid higher." She then turned her gaze to Lumian. "What's your plan for now?" Given time, she could likely snag actual mummy ashes in a fortnight or a month. However, Lumian needed her assistance within the next week, pushing her to consider searching for true mummies in the Star Highlands of the southern continent. Lumian caught onto Franca's unspoken message and mused, maybe consider a little arson and digesting the potion to some extent. This way, he could unlock the contractee boon, garnering diverse abilities from different creatures through contracts. As far as he knew, a freshly minted contractee could only forge 3 contracts. Lumian intended to cherry-pick 3 from the 4 possible abilities, ones that impacted the spirit body or psyche, basic teleportation skills, a moderate level of disguise, and an ability akin to invisibility or shadow blending. The final choice hinged on the information on creatures from the spirit realm. Maybe the willing creatures suitable for a contract with Lumian didn't wield matching skills. Lumian was sure of one thing: all spirit world creatures could traverse the spirit realm, a basic form of teleportation. The variance lay in swiftness. If he struck a pact with white paper, perhaps he'd manage only 10 to 20 meters per jump. Not the optimal choice for traversing to the southern continent. Exhaustion would likely make him lose control long before he arrived there. Arson, what's your thinking? Franca sat cross-legged in the recliner. Lumian recounted the acting principle he had deduced about the pyromaniac. Franca shared her insight based on her own experiences. Upright acting is incitement, and inverted acting is instigation. They can all help you digest the potion. Wouldn't that be easy? Go down to the docks tomorrow and incite the dock workers into a strike. The rallying cry will be for better pay. Lumian shook his head slowly. If I can rally them into a strike, and there's a good chance it'll get them some benefits or help them achieve their goals, I'll give it a shot. But if it's only going to bring disaster upon them, I'm not so keen on it. I can't stand exploiting others without benefiting them and causing harm instead, unless there's no other way. Then anyone can be sacrificed. Once there was this guy who always said that we could only grab more and have enough food if we united. But when we did unite to fight others for food, he took advantage of the chaos and made off with the food. You've got quite a bit of experience. Franca studied Lumian anew, feeling that he wasn't just as simple as Muggle's brother. Jenna had been through similar situations. Franca sighed and said, as expected, you're quite the instigator in the upright sense. I'd be the same if I were you. Though I can put up a tough front, truth be told, I can't bring myself to do it. Lumian regarded her thoughtfully and spoke. I find you a bit paradoxical. Sometimes you're seasoned, well-informed, and have a knack for analyzing things. Other times you're foolish, innocent, and naive. Lumian had only encountered such a contradictory disposition in one other person, his sister Aurora. Stirred by Lumian's string of words, Franca blurted out, Are you trying to provoke me? How am I foolish or naive? At this, she caught Jenna's disapproving glance. Ahem. Franca cleared her throat and went on, It's because I have this core kindness and certain expectations for the world. Even after seeing how harsh life can be, I still cherish life. So most of my group are like that. Only a few are resilient, brilliant, and agile. They seem to never be daunted by hardships or moral dilemmas. The curly-haired baboons research society? Why do they have such similarities? Lumian nodded, choosing not to probe further. With Jenna's plan to gather the remaining supplemental ingredients the following day to advance as an instigator, Lumian swiftly departed from Rue de Blouse's Blanches and returned to Aubert's Du Coq d'Or. As he made his way up the stairs, Lumian caught sight of Anthony Reed, the information broker, coming down with a suitcase. Moving out? Lumian inquired. That's right. Anthony Reed, still donning his military green camouflage, gave a slight nod. Lumian chuckled and remarked, Didn't you mention some unfinished business in the market district? The lead's gone cold. Anthony Reed let out a soft sigh. Gone cold? Suddenly, Lumian recalled having seen a parliamentary election poster in the other man's room. He prodded, because Hugues Artois is dead? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 307, Instigation. Upon hearing Lumian's question, Anthony Reed, his round face slightly pudgy and his skin with a slight sheen, fixed his dark brown eyes on him for a moment before responding. I'm not sure what you're getting at. The information broker's emotions appeared steady, and his expression seemed unaffected. It was almost as if Hugues Artois' demise hadn't affected him in the least. Lumian's grin widened, and he didn't press further. Pointing toward the lower level, he suggested, Let me buy you a drink. You've aided me in the past, and we've fought side by side. Consider it a parting gesture. Anthony Reed scratched his retreating, light yellow hairline with his free hand, his other holding a suitcase, pondering briefly before conceding. Okay. Descending the narrow, gaslit staircase, the duo entered the basement bar and settled at the counter. What's your poison? Lumian inquired in a casual tone, as if he'd just stepped into his own abode. Fennel absinthe, Anthony Reed replied succinctly. Absinthe, eh? Lumian chuckled, producing a Verle d'Or silver coin and 4 Coppet copper coins. He tossed them to the barkeep Pavard Neeson, who sported a ponytail. 2 glasses of somersault. Somersault was bar parlance, signifying a double serving of fennel absinthe and a measure of Little Mummy. The latter took 7 licks, while the former required 12. Pavard Neeson deftly flipped over standard cups and filled them with a dreamy green liquid for Lumian and Anthony Reed. As Lumian took a sip, he savored the familiar bitterness and revitalization. He observed Pavard Neeson, whose dark brown beard framed his lips, muttering in a low, ingratiating tone, "Seal, got any of them peculiar drugs?" The bar owner and amateur painter believed that Seal, a notorious mob leader, surely possessed a couple of routes for obtaining prescribed substances. Lumian caressed the glass with his thumb and smiled, inquiring, "What kind of drug are you after?" Recognizing that Anthony Reed was an information broker often entangled in illicit affairs, Pavard Neeson did not hold back, explaining in hushed tones, "Banned psychotropic drugs. When that odd tree affected me, I created the draft I was most proud of. Actually, it wasn't just my most satisfying piece. It embodied the aesthetics I'd always strived for but never reached. It perfectly channeled my thoughts and convictions. Since then, that sensation's eluded me completely. Every stroke of mine has turned into dog Shastra's tea. I'm considering experimenting with psychotropic drugs, hoping to recapture that sensation." Lumian took another sip of the misty absinthe, his lips curling in a derisive smile. "If I were you, I'd steer clear of painting altogether. You lack the innate aptitude." Without waiting for Pavard Neeson's retort, he chuckled and stated, "Relying on drugs for passable creation signifies your dearth of talent. But many famous painters have resorted to it." Pavard Neeson began, only to be cut off by Lumian. He clicked his tongue and interjected, "That's an indication their creative faculties are waning, their fountain of inspiration drying up. Isn't that cheating? Pitting drug-fueled works against those of other artists, barely eking out a victory, earning a spot in an exhibition and proudly proclaiming to every visitor, 'Behold, I'm despicable. I possess an inferiority complex. Drugs are my prowess, and demons are my parents.'" Seeing Pavard Neeson's visage turn ashen, Lumian spread his arms slightly, probing, "Does that fill you with pride? Should you possess talent, you'd no longer be an amateur painter. Even if critical acclaim eluded you, and the Living Artists exhibition snubbed you, private galleries would come seeking. You understand the harsh reality better than I do." At this juncture, Lumian's smile broadened. "Drugs won't save you. It's available to all, like a common commodity. When everyone resorts to it, won't they be pitted against their innate skill and standards?" Pavard Neeson's lips quivered, yet he remained speechless. With a somber expression, he took a couple of steps back, slumping into his seat, as if his spirit had vacated his body. Anthony Reed, who had been quietly sipping fennel absinthe, turned his gaze to Lumian. "You're not a fan of those forbidden psychiatric drugs. Otherwise," Lumian scoffed. Anthony Reed shifted his attention to Pavard Neeson, visibly grappling with his inner turmoil, and spoke contemplatively. "You seem to have swayed him." "I merely stoked the embers of his guilt," Lumian replied with calm composure. Anthony Reed nodded gently. "But what if your persuasion falls short?" Lumian laughed. "I'm not his godfather. If he couldn't sway him, so be it." A brief pause fell upon Anthony Reed before he turned his gaze back to Lumian. "Your method of dissuasion deviates from your usual approach. Is this acting? Impressively observant and astute, as expected from a mid-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. If I can kindle the inner fervor within a spectator's heart, it should greatly aid my digestion." Lumian mused inwardly. Holding his glass of verdant liquid, he looked ahead and replied, "I stumbled upon some flyers earlier. They made mention of Hugues Artois deserting his troops during the war against the Lone Kingdom a few years back, leading to countless casualties." Anthony Reed remained silent, savoring his fennel absinthe in quietude. Lumian's gaze flickered toward the vacant bar counter as he continued, "I recall you wrestled with the lingering effects of PTSD from that war a few years ago." With a gulp, Anthony Reed took a swig of the green liquor. Lumian opted to not bring up the parliamentary election poster found in the information broker's room. He glanced at the vacant shell that was Pavard Neeson and mumbled to himself, "If the sole motivation is animosity towards Hugues Artois, then news of his assassination will be met with jubilation and him drinking until he dropped at the bar. But if one wishes to unravel the reason behind Hugues Artois' actions, understand how he wormed his way into politics and a parliamentary bid despite his past, and uncover the strings being pulled in his favor, one must seek out other breadcrumbs to grant the departed some semblance of peace. The official beyonders should be on this case, but they labor under too many constraints. They lack the untamed boldness of wild beyonders." Seated still, Anthony Reed took another swig of fennel absinthe. Lumian chuckled. It's indeed a vexing conundrum. The hurdles are countless, and the perils are real. Surrender becomes a tempting option for everyone. In the end, though, Hugues Artois lies deceased. The instigator of that tragedy rests in the grave. The departed soul should find some solace. Anthony Reed ceased his imbibing, his middle-aged visage betraying no emotion. Lumian glanced his way, lowered his tone, and smiled knowingly. Folks plagued by severe mental ills can't ascend far in the spectator path. And even if they do plateau, external stimuli can trigger catastrophic lapses, transforming them into monstrosities. In this ever more perilous world, stability is but a distant wish for flawed beyonders. At this juncture, Lumian reined in his expression and fixed his gaze upon Anthony Reed's profile. He inquired, his voice resonating with gravitas, "Do you fancy departing laden with remorse and reluctance, languishing in the throes of becoming a monster, shying away from your former comrades, or do you dare venture forth in pursuit of truth, courting danger and crafting your own heroic saga?" Without acknowledging Anthony Reed's response, Lumian gracefully alighted from the bar stool, lifted his fennel absinthe, and downed the remainder in a single gulp. With that, he whispered into Anthony Reed's ear, "I contributed to Hugues Artois' demise. We're still untangling his problem." Observing Anthony Reed's slight tremor, Lumian straightened up and exited the subterranean bar without casting a backward glance. He strolled back into room 207, not bothering to shut the door behind him, and lit the carbide lamp. With a casual swivel, he spun the chair around and settled into it, his posture easy as he fixated on the dim corridor outside. Lumian waited in abnormal silence, as he held a certainty that the figure he awaited would materialize. As moments ticked away, the couple's voices escalated into a quarrel anew, and the rowdy drunkards began to trickle onto the street. The soft patter of hesitant steps drew near room 207, each sound echoing the uncertainty. A sly grin played upon Lumian's lips, and he reclined in a chair, his gaze steady on the door. Before too long, Anthony Reed stepped into view, garbed in a military green shirt and matching pants, capped off by tall leather boots. His hair lay cropped and thin. Standing within the circle of light cast by the carbide lamp, he regarded Lumian seated at the wooden table, a smirk adorning his lips. His features danced in a contorted display. In a rich timbre he intoned, "I know you're trying to provoke me. I know you're acting, but you're correct." Anthony Reed, middle-aged and weathered, raised his right hand and pressed it to his chest, his expression one of fierce resolve. "Over these past few years, my heart has been seared by anguish and righteous anger." A knowing smile graced Lumian's face as he shut his eyes momentarily, sensing the pyromaniac potion digesting a little. He rose from his seat and addressed Anthony Reed, saying, "Truth wields the mightiest power of persuasion." Anthony Reed felt a weight lift after speaking, the inner conflict and confusion subsiding. He ventured into room 207, the door clicking shut behind him. His eyes swept over the surroundings in a swift assessment. "Did you truly eliminate Hugues Artois? How deep did your investigation penetrate?" "Celia Bello, the one who assassinated Hugues Artois, is a friend of mine. It was I who first unearthed the heretic cult supporting Hugues Artois." Lumian responded in a matter-of-fact tone before extending a sincere apology. "My earlier words held a deceit, and for that, I'm sorry." Anthony Reed was taken aback. "Which statement?" A mischievous grin curved Lumian's lips. "Actually, we haven't even embarked on the trail to uncover the people and forces behind Hugues Artois." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 308, Incomprehensible Choice. The plump, middle-aged Anthony Reed found himself taken aback. But after a brief moment, he grinned in a self-deprecating way and uttered, "I was so rattled that I couldn't even judge the authenticity of that sentence." As anticipated, a spectator must take a seat in the audience. Lumian remained calmly seated, his smile unwavering. "No, it's not that simple. Why did I leap off the bar stool? Why did I murmur into your ear from behind? My aim was to shield you from my subtle expressions and involuntary body language. In those moments, your emotions were already stirred, blurring your ability to decipher my true intent." A short pause followed Anthony Reed's contemplative silence. Then he spoke. "That's one reason. Another lies in your characteristic demeanor. I don't know if you've caught on, but you tend to put on a bit of a show, appear nonchalant, or in modern terms, act cool. Just then, I believe those actions, given the circumstances, were in line with your usual behavior, aimed at lending weight to your words. So suspicion didn't even cross my mind." A chuckle escaped Lumian's lips. "It's only natural for a lad like me to yearn for a touch of coolness, a bit of swagger. It also conveniently masks my true motives. Actually, both are genuine." That's why they remain impervious to scrutiny. It was akin to him having fire ravens circling him with one hand in his pocket, unleashing them on his adversaries as he advanced. First, it was undeniably cool, and second, he seized the chance to grasp Mr. K's finger to avert any potential mishaps. Anthony Reed pondered momentarily before nodding. Only a superficial motive, steeped in authenticity, can truly deceive a spectator. Raising his right foot over his left knee, Lumian steered the conversation back on track. Our journey to unveil the people and forces behind Hugues Artois hasn't yet commenced, as we are engaged in more pressing matters. But fear not, we shall delve into this matter next week. We possess the relevant sources of information as well. Lumian's strategy involved Jenna delving deeper into Hugues Artois' background through the purifiers, exploring ways she could assist. As the one responsible for Hugues Artois' demise, it was logical for Jenna to keep tabs on the investigation's progress, hoping to unearth all details without arousing the official beyonder's suspicion. These thoughts and tendencies were inherent in Jenna, so Lumian didn't need to fuel them further. Just a reminder would suffice. In due course, the purifiers could subtly guide Jenna and her companions toward actions they might find inconvenient. This would undeniably supply Anthony Reed's investigation with invaluable leads. Anthony Reed's deep brown eyes mirrored Lumian's figure as he absorbed the discourse in silence. The information broker offered an almost imperceptible nod. I'll stay a while longer. Engaging with spectators of the Beyonder path is straightforward. There's no need to concoct another tale or search for an excuse to sway him. He can ascertain the truth for himself. Lumian flashed a grin and gestured toward the bed. Take a seat. This way, he needn't expose Jenna's true identity or her role as a purifier informant. Anthony Reed stood near the door, rooted in place, and spoke. You more or less sussed out what's happened to me. Is there something else you want me to add? I'd prefer a more detailed account, Lumian responded without much ceremony. Having been through the Poison Spur Mob, the Bliss Society, the Court of Catastrophe, Ruhr and Michelle's deaths, and the explosion at the Goodville Chemical Factory, Lumian found the evil gods and their minions abnormally repulsive. His casual demeanor had been replaced by a newfound seriousness. Once he believed that people could fancy whatever beliefs they pleased, that it didn't concern him. Now his perspective had entirely changed. He held that only heretics who'd gone to their grave were the good ones. The living ones were ticking time bombs of doom, liable to unleash havoc on him and his companions sooner or later. So he wasn't just spinning tales for Anthony Reed. He truly planned on delving into Hugues Artois affairs and uncovering more of those heretics when he could spare a moment. Moreover, this could endear him to Mr. K and the Aurora Order. Of course, it did seem quite odd for a wanted mob leader to be lending a hand to the authorities in taking down cultists. Anthony Reed's expression darkened as he said, towards the end of the war with the Lone Kingdom, my comrades and I were stationed at a vital route in the northern foothills of the Hornacis mountain range. Our commanding officer was Major Hugues Artois. We were split into 3 companies, each at different positions. We were to prevent small Lone Kingdom Beyonder teams from crossing the treacherous path and attacking us from the rear, as well as defend against direct assaults. That night, gunshots and cannon fire suddenly shattered my sleep. I watched as my comrades were torn apart, one by one, from behind. Their heads exploding, bodies rent asunder. The earth became a sea of blood. At this point, Anthony Reed's breath quickened, as if he was reliving the trauma. He paused for a moment before continuing. In the midst of that war, I had a fortuitous encounter that pushed my sequence upward. I never reported it to Hugues Artois. Using my newfound abilities, I managed to break through the encirclement with 4 wounded comrades and retreated. 2 of them were gravely hurt and were left behind on the mountain path for forever. I can still see their pained and angry gazes. At first, I thought maybe one of the other positions had been compromised, or that Lone's airships had dropped troops behind us under cover of darkness. But later, I realized that the reason was that Hugues Artois' company had chosen to retreat without informing us, after encountering only a probing attack. Lumian pondered for a moment before replying. When Hugues Artois ordered the retreat, didn't those soldiers question it? Didn't they try to get word to the other 2 positions? Hugues Artois was our commanding officer, and he knew how to give rousing speeches. Plus, he had a warrant supposedly signed by General Philip, Anthony Reed said, his expression grim. The soldiers back then assumed he had already passed on orders to the other positions. I still can't wrap my head around why he'd sacrifice us. It wouldn't have taken much time or caused him any harm. Maybe he was overwhelmed and forgot, Lumian suggested, not out to defend the late Hugues Artois, merely offering a possible explanation. Anthony Reed shook his head. He wasn't a green recruit on his first battlefield. He had proven his mettle in prior fights, showed his leadership under duress. Lumian didn't delve further, allowing Anthony Reed to continue. Once we found out the truth, the three of us fought to bring Hugues Artois to military court, but it was futile. They'd simply tell us that imagination wasn't evidence. Helpless, we watched Hugues Artois shift into politics after the war and rise through the ranks. My other two comrades were frail to start with. They passed away burdened by fury and pain. When Hugues Artois threw his hat in the ring for the Enlightenment Party in the Market District's parliamentary election, I ended up here. Lumian nodded slightly and inquired, being an information broker, that's to hide your true identity? No, I've been scraping by as an information broker for a few years now. Anthony Reed replied with a wry smile. Plus, this cover helps me dig deeper into Hugues Artois dealings. Any breakthroughs? Lumian asked naturally. Anthony Reed's expression darkened as he answered, Hugues Artois' foray into politics seems unremarkable. He rode General Philip's coattails and climbed a ladder. His eloquence caught the eye of several senior Enlightenment Party MPs, and he forged ties with a handful of ex-noble families. Is General Philip a concern? Lumian queried, straightforward as ever. Anthony Reed sighed slowly, his voice heavy. The general met his end before I could investigate him. Official word is illness took him. Lumian posed a few more questions before saying, I'll catch up with you when I've got more to share. Sure. Anthony Reed understood Lumian's sincerity. After departing up Baird's Ducoque door, Lumian made his way back to the safe house on Rue de Blauses Blanches. He swung open the iron cabinet, retrieving a hefty stack of information concerning the denizens of the spirit world. Within the assortment, he discovered a notebook labeled Sights in the Spirit World. Flipping through a couple of pages, he could feel a surge of frustration and anxiety creeping into his mind. His immediate aim wasn't to grasp the intricacies of the spirit world, but rather to pinpoint suitable creatures from that realm. Thus, he closed the notebook and delved into the introductions of the various spirit world entities. Somewhat inexplicably, after poring over the pages for over half an hour, Lumian sensed his mental energy draining away. His thoughts seemed to evaporate, forcing him to bring his study session to an abrupt close. He sprawled out on the bed, drifting into slumber. Early the next morning, Lumian arrived at apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blauses Blanches, and rang the doorbell. Franca had already risen from her sleep, attired in her customary shirt and breeches. She directed her gaze towards Lumian and inquired, What brings you here so early? Lumian's eyes flicked towards Jenna, who occupied the living room, a smile tugging at his lips. Isn't today the day? Jenna advances to being an instigator. I'm here to witness the moment. A frown played across Franca's features as she muttered, You seem quite concerned about her. Absolutely, Lumian affirmed, his grin widening. Once she's an instigator, she can aid me in dealing with Guillaume Binet. While I can't exactly count on her for a direct confrontation, she'll excel at launching sneak attacks and surveying the surroundings to forestall any potential mishaps. Jenna emitted a derisive snort, while Franca offered a mix of exasperation and amusement through a tongue click. Your words are like honey, the kind that's already been digested. Lumian chuckled, his self-awareness evident. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 309, Restoring Confidence. Naturally, Franca caught on to Lumian's true intentions. Otherwise, her instigator potion would have been a wasted effort. She felt satisfied that Lumian was one who wouldn't falter in a battle of sophistry, and she hoped he could maintain that. Come on in. Franca gestured for Lumian to step into the living room. Right then, boxes already occupied the coffee table, containing demon throat honey guide and other ingredients. Simply glancing at these items stirred something in Lumian, an urge to devour them. Thankfully, it wasn't overwhelming. It was more like hungry folks eyeing a chef grilling lamb. Jenna's focus had returned to the ingredients. Gazing at the white porcelain broth bowl with its dual handles and cover, she found it absurd that she was going to consume it the same way she had consumed the assassin potion. How was this potion concoction? It seemed more like cocktail mixing or broth preparation. Mysticism was nowhere to be found. Jenna inhaled deeply, then poured 100 milliliters of pure water into the broth bowl, using a measuring cylinder. She added the demon throat honey guide and the dark prowler poison sac. Amidst the bubbling sounds, the two main ingredients fused in the pure water. A manifestation of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. Lumian observed closely, holding his words. Franca carefully unsheathed a ritual dagger and conjured a wall of spirituality around the living room. The hive-like heart and the dark green poison sac began to dissolve simultaneously, coloring the pure water in the white porcelain bowl with a gleaming of black hue. Jenna then added the syrinx of the demon throat honey guide, 5 drops of blue jimsonweed juice, and 10 grams of fern powder. Finally, she tossed in an unpeeled walnut. Watching the walnut disappear as if swallowed by crimson molten steel, Jenna couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. Can this thing really be drunk? Not bad. It's exactly like the instigator potion I brewed before, Franca commended with an easy smile. Of course it's the same. Concocting a potion is that simple. Lumian thought to himself. Franca waved her hand, her confidence unwavering, and continued, no need to fret. Downing a sequence 8 potion directly won't trouble you. Plus, you've already digested the assassin potion. Infected by her confidence, Jenna's expression gradually turned resolute. Oh, you're employing instigation, are you? Is this an upright approach for an instigator? Lumian grasped Franca's intentions, yet he didn't call her out. Jenna steeled herself and composed her mind. She picked up the double-handled broth bowl and lifted it to her lips. Gazing at the obsidian potion fizzing with tiny bubbles, as though harboring hidden desires and ill intent, she tilted her head back and poured the contents from the porcelain bowl into her mouth. An acute pain coursed from her mouth down to her esophagus, radiating to her brain and other parts of her body. The pain jolted her awake, memories of the explosion at Goodville Chemical Factory flashing through her mind. She gained fresh insights, a better understanding of the true intentions and thoughts of those involved. She sensed malevolent thoughts that had either come to fruition or were waiting to be acted upon. Soon, Jenna's heart was filled with rage, loathing, and a desire to obliterate those individuals and matters. She felt an urge to cease holding back and unleash her emotions. Recalling Franca's repeated warnings, she resisted letting her hatred, anger, and desires take the reins. She clenched her fist, standing still. Her shadow seemed to deepen, and her brownish-yellow hair appeared to lengthen. In a little over 10 seconds, the pain gradually receded, and Jenna reconnected with her body. It's indeed quite easy. Most of the reason why I'm feeling half-dead after gulping down potions at a low sequence is due to Inevitability's corruption. Lumian sighed. Jenna swiftly gathered her thoughts and stretched her limbs, examining the changes in her body. Oh, my body's definitely gotten stronger. And I've got this new ability, instigation. It's actually pretty great. Instigation is more than just an ability. It lets me feel what others are feeling, emotions, desires, even malice. It sharpens my thinking and analytical skills. I'll have to use this to my advantage. Can't have Seal always making fun of my smarts and performance. Even if I don't speak, using instigation actively will make me seem more reliable and approachable. It'll help folks around me think better of me. With the instigation ability and some clever talk, I can plant certain thoughts or desires in someone's mind, making them choose to act the way I want. After a quick adjustment, Jenna confirmed that her combat skills hadn't improved significantly, but she could be much more valuable in other situations. How'd it go? Told you there wouldn't be any trouble, Franca said with a grin, her satisfaction not hidden at all. Jenna's blue eyes still had traces of black threads in them. She let out a relieved breath and replied, I was a bit worried earlier. That's just the way it is at low sequences. You'll need to be careful when you move up to sequence 7, Franca reminded Jenna, ensuring she didn't underestimate the risks of a potion. Jenna nodded and said to Franca, I owe you 30,000 Verldor, including this time. I'll pay you back in installments. She included the assassin potion from earlier. Franca had discussed this with Jenna the night before. She had intended to treat it as a gift. After all, she could continue selling the potion formula and information about the Deep Valley Quarry. However, seeing Jenna's determination, she decided to accept it after some thought. With a smile, she replied at that moment, no need to rush. Take your time repaying. You could even stretch it into a 20 or 30-year loan. Lumian couldn't help but click his tongue and turn to Jenna. Has the compensation from the Goodville Chemical Factory come through? Imra and Valentine told me the legal process is done. Once the auction wraps up, the assets will be distributed, perhaps in 2 weeks. Jenna didn't quite grasp why Lumian was suddenly bringing this up. Julian and I should get around 6,000 Verldor. We'll split it evenly after settling our debts. Honestly, I don't really want it, but he won't agree for sure. Lumian nodded and inquired further. And what about your father's compensation? Because of the Goodville Chemical Factory explosion, the court's given its final say, but the factory owner's dragging his feet. Is he trying to move his assets out before he pays up? Jenna's tone carried a hint of anger as she spoke about it. A chuckle escaped Lumian's lips. How about this? We pay a visit to the families waiting for compensation soon. You instigate them, and I'll incite them. We alternate, gather them at the factory owner's place, and demand what's owed to them. It helps them and gives us a chance to digest the potion. The factory owner's got a bunch of armed guards, and he's got ties to the police. What if they hurt the people just asking for their dues? They're already going through so much, Jenna expressed her concern. Lumian arched an eyebrow and replied, the court has made its decision. They've got every right to seek their compensation. If anyone dares to fire shots, I promise they won't shoot again. Don't worry, with us around, they'll be safe. Besides, you can give the heads up to the purifiers. They'll understand. Jenna was convinced, her thoughts racing. Damn it, you're inciting me. While she grumbled, she accepted Lumian's idea and decided to gather information as soon as possible to figure out where the factory owner was now residing. Simultaneously, another thought crossed her mind. Now that I'm an instigator, I need to interact with the intrustee. It's a task from the purifiers. Franca, when's the next meetup? Franca said indignantly, next weekend. Reaching out to the intrustee is risky business. The purifiers are kind of taking advantage of your lack of knowledge by only advancing you one ingredient for the instigator potion. If it were me, I demand a better deal. Habitual instigation. Lumian chuckled inwardly. As Franca and Jenna tidied up the coffee table, Lumian remained seated in an armchair, looking all repulsive. After a while, Jenna approached him, her body lowering. Lumian turned his head in surprise. With a confident smirk, Jenna adjusted her hair. I can safely say that you didn't just show up to watch me drink that potion for dealing with Guillaume Binet. Her grin was playful and teasing. Though she wasn't wearing makeup, it brought Lumian back to their first meeting when she was an underground singer at Salle de Balbrise. Before Lumian could respond, Jenna straightened up and strolled toward the bathroom, leaving behind a casual question. Is it really so hard to admit that we're friends and you care about your friends? On his way back to Salle de Balbrise, Lumian mulled over his role as pyromaniac. He was teetering on the edge of taking the first step towards digesting the potion. His hunger for more acting chances was insatiable. Though I must set aflame minds in society, I cannot overlook the elemental act of kindling substances and fulfilling fire's symbolic essence. Who would be a suitable candidate for burning? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian's gaze spotted Baron Brignace. The mob leader, who usually emulated Gairman Sparrow, had discarded his customary poise and genteel demeanor. Instead, he marched restlessly and agitatedly along Avenue du Marquet, his eyes darting around incessantly. Lumian fixated on him briefly, though Baron Brignace remained oblivious. Baffled, he retraced his steps to Salle de Balbrise and inquired of Sarkota, who had once served under Baron Brignace. Do you have any knowledge of what happened to Brignace? I observed him in a state of great unease just now. The reticent Sarkota glanced towards the cafe's glass window and replied, Baron Brignace's illegitimate son has gone missing. Illegitimate son? Gone missing? Lumian's thoughts immediately turned to the young lad Baron Brignace had picked up from the Suet steam locomotive station. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 3:10, Encounter. How did he go missing? Lumian asked, puzzled. Baron Brignace wasn't just a mob leader. He was a beyonder, too. As long as he was attentive, how could he allow his child to disappear? Moreover, who in the market district would dare to snatch his child? Sarkota shook his head. He didn't provide details. Could it be the machinations of the Rose School of Thought, striving to expose the truth about the Savoy mob from Baron Brignace? With recent events woven into the mix, Lumian had some unconfirmed theories. After a brief pause of thought, he inquired, Do you know what Brignace's illegitimate son looks like? Sarkota nodded. The Baron's underlings came by with a portrait that resembles a photograph. A portrait that resembles a photograph. Had he invoked ritualistic magic? Lumian's memory recalled the contents of Aurora's grimoires. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window, he turned to Sarkota. Gather some men and aid Brignace. Regardless of whether the child was ensnared by the Rose School of Thought or had truly gone missing, if they couldn't locate him soon, the outcome would be grim. At his age, even without additional complications, his fate as a street urchin wouldn't be kind. Understood. Sarkota refrained from inquiring why his boss had decided to lend a hand to Baron Brignace. After all, it wasn't yet noon, and Salle de Balbrise had just commenced operations. The real hustle and bustle didn't kick in until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Apart from the janitors and kitchen staff, most folks had time aplenty. Lumian ordered a glass of ice water topped with kilju and stood in the cafe's balcony, observing the mobsters interrogating vagrants along Avenue du Marquet. After a while, Rat Christo appeared. The diminutive smuggling chief emerged from an alley, trailed by 7 or 8 dogs of varying hues and breeds, and entered the diagonally opposite alley. Before long, he drew nearer to Sal the Balbreeze. At this sight, Lumian finished the remaining killdew, placed the glass on the railing, and leaped from the second floor to the street. Christo, his 2 rat-like whiskers wiggling, approached with a sycophantic grin. "Good morning, Seal. Are you aiding Brignaise in locating his illegitimate son?" Lumian inquired directly. Christo nodded gently. "Indeed. He personally reached out to me for assistance. Coincidentally, these kids excel at tracking down people." As the rat spoke, he affectionately patted the dogs' heads. They alternated between gathering and dispersing, following a distinct scent. "Baron Brignaise truly cares for that illegitimate son." Lumian advised Rat Christo with a pensive air. "There might be something peculiar about this situation. Stay vigilant. I don't want you to go missing before finding the boy." The Rose school of thought being responsible for abducting the boy was always one of the possibilities. Christo was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and remarked, "There's indeed something amiss. In recent years, we've never heard of Brignaise having such a son. Moreover, he holds him in high regard. Why would the boy vanish? A sudden appearance of an illegitimate child?" Lumian's intuition suggested this might be more intricate than he presumed. After contemplating briefly, Christo gratefully said, "Seal, your intellect surpasses mine. Don't you possess medicine to enhance your mind?" Lumian inquired, half jesting and half curious. As Christo allowed the dogs to nuzzle his trousers, he sheepishly smiled and replied, "Indeed, but they're short-term solutions. Their effects are middling, nowhere near the potency of a potion. Damn it, excessive consumption can lead to complications." Lumian shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you possess authentic mummy ashes?" Christo assumed an enigmatic expression. "How much do you require?" "I can provide you with the best version. That little minx, Jenna, often frequents Franca. She's a tricky one. Just days ago, Franca inquired if I had genuine mummy ashes. TSK, even the boss is having trouble." Seal also had numerous dancers and actresses as mistresses. Despite his youth, he still relied on medicine. "I mean true mummy ashes." Lumian stroked his chin. "I don't." Christo shook his head. "That stuff is ineffective, and I don't know who propagated the falsehood, but I do have a concoction that can satisfy all your parameters. It's composed of various herbs. I merely claim mummy ashes as the primary ingredient." "Did Franca buy it?" Lumian inquired with a grin. "She did." Christo cooperatively chuckled. "Probably because the boss is too embarrassed to approach me. Her facade was impeccable. She concealed her true desires from the rat, seeking the so-called ineffective mummy ashes." Lumian sighed and confessed openly, "I need genuine mummy ashes. They possess mystical uses. Keep an eye out since you often engage with merchants trading in alchemical materials." "No problem." Christo suspected that Seal aimed to preserve his dignity and wouldn't acknowledge his quest for such a remedy. He insisted on mysticism as a pretext for seeking mummy ashes, but didn't expose him. After all, it was a minor matter. Observing Christo's persistent search for Baron Brignaise's missing illegitimate son with his dogs, Lumian turned on his heel and made his way back to the dance hall. As he was about to approach the bar counter, Termaboros's commanding voice reverberated in his ears. "To the cellar." To the cellar. Lumian's initial thought was that the Inevitability angel had something planned. "Which cellar?" he inquired. "The one used to store ingredients," replied Termaboros. So proactive, so eager. What's he plotting? Lumian began to wonder if there was an underlying scheme at play. Termaboros continued, "It's a stroke of fate for you. Even if you don't go, it will find its way to you. It's destined." "You're giving me chills. Termaboros won't likely put me in immediate danger right now. What could be in that cellar?" Lumian contemplated briefly and reckoned that the ingredient storage cellar was usually bustling around noon. In theory, there shouldn't be anything unusual or perilous. After careful consideration, he decided to head to the cellar, listen at the door, and take a look. If he sensed anything awry, he would write to Madam Magician and inquire if he should heed Termaboros's advice and enter. Amidst the greetings of the chefs, kitchen helpers, handymen, and dishwashing maids, Lumian crossed through the kitchen and descended the stairs to the ingredient storage cellar. The cellar's dark brown wooden door was securely shut, as usual. Lumian strained his ears, intently listening for any signs of activity. A faint chewing sound reached his ears. It wasn't a dramatic sound, devoid of the horrifying notion of a creature devouring flesh. Rather, it resembled a tramp gnawing on food after a long bout of hunger. Something's definitely amiss. Lumian cautiously pushed open the cellar door. The light from the stairs seeped in, revealing a figure. It was a boy of 7 or 8, his back to Lumian. He had short yellow hair, a caramel coat, white stockings, and black strapless leather shoes. Behind him lay a dark red school bag that seemed somewhat weighty and sturdy. Lumian found the attire oddly familiar. Suddenly, he recalled where he'd seen it before. Baron Brignaise's illegitimate son. So, his disappearance led him to hiding in the ingredient cellar of Sal de Balbrise? Lumian had intended to take a quick glance before shutting the door and leaving to pen a letter to Madame Magician at Aubert's du Coq d'Or. Yet, upon realizing that the person in the cellar was likely Baron Brignaise's illegitimate son, he furrowed his brow slightly and swung open the dark brown wooden door a bit more. Additional light streamed in, causing the boy to instinctively turn and face the door. Lumian caught sight of the brass buttons on his clothes, a black and white checkered shirt, and a linen coat. He saw a face with evident baby fat, unperturbed but vacant brown eyes, and a mouth smeared with blood. The boy clutched a few raw steaks tinged with a dark red hue in his hand. His mouth kept opening and closing as he chewed on a vague mass of flesh resembling a rat. Its thin black tail gently swayed near his lips. Lumian narrowed his eyes and slipped his left hand into his pocket. The boy remained unperturbed, his gaze vacant as he continued staring at Lumian. He chewed a few more times before swallowing the bloody rat, tail and all. Lumian arched an eyebrow and asked, "Are you Brignaise's illegitimate son?" "No," the boy mumbled, nibbling at a piece of raw steak. "Then what's your connection?" Lumian queried in a peaceful manner. After a while of eating raw steak, the boy answered, "He's my godfather and guardian in Trier." Remarkably precise incision, hardly any accent. Lumian regarded the peculiar boy with puzzlement and probed, "Are you running away from home?" "Yes," the boy replied, blood staining his mouth as he continued nibbling on the raw steak. Behind him stretched a thick darkness, enveloped by the dim light from the corridor. "Why did you flee from your godfather?" "Do you need me to help you return?" Lumian asked, offering a friendly smile, noticing that the other party was more amicable in conversation. The boy shook his head vigorously. "No, I don't want to go back to attending classes, studying, doing homework, taking practice tests, and sitting for exams." The boy's reasoning left Lumian oddly bewildered, as if he had glimpsed his own past. He was intelligent and had no trouble attending classes, reading, or taking exams. He absorbed knowledge swiftly, but he disliked homework or practice tests. He relied on Aurora's heartfelt education to barely persevere. He often wished he could rope and Raimund, Ava, and his friends to do those tasks for him. Is this rat-chewing enigma the fateful encounter Termaboros alluded to? Lumian pondered and inquired, "You don't seem to be from Intis?" With an honest demeanor and a bloodied mouth, the boy responded, "I'm from Lemberg, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 311, Strange Boy. Lemberg? Baron Brignaise's illegitimate son or godchild resides in Lemberg. Lumian was puzzled, his mind racing with playful guesses. Baron Brignaise places a high value on education, entrusting his most beloved child to the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom for learning. Lumian studied the young lad before him and asked in a laid-back tone, "Aren't you supposed to be hitting the books in Lemberg at your age? The education there is leagues ahead of what Trier offers." The boy's face lit up with an oddly animated expression. "Nah, I'm not up for the daily grind of school, burning the midnight oil over homework, and tackling exams every month. Sounds a little terrifying." A shiver trickled down Lumian's spine at the thought of such a life. At the very least, it didn't sit right with him. Agreeing with a nod, Lumian casually asked, "Are live rats tasty?" The boy regained his composure. "It's not exactly gourmet, but I can't be choosy when hunger gnaws. Waiting till midday to raid the kitchen doesn't cut it. True bliss is savoring a meal whipped up by a maestro chef. And some mild hunger pangs do add a certain flair." After explaining, he must have felt he came across too mature and quickly recalibrated. "Can't blame me if your kitchen's dragging its feet until noon." "Well, that's hardly the point, now, is it? When I was wandering about without a proper place to stay, I sure as heck didn't have any notions of munching on live rats. The big issue, of course, was that I couldn't even catch the pesky things. And if by some miracle I did, then I had to somehow figure out how to set up a fire, skin them, and roast them. But this kid right here, he's out here grabbing rats, using nothing but his own bare hands. His strength, or maybe just his good luck, isn't half bad. I'll give him that. It's not even an hour away from noon, and he's acting like he's got an insatiable hunger. The more Lumian looked at him, the more he was convinced there was something peculiar about this little lad. Amused, he inquired, "Brignays didn't bother to feed you, then? Need me to escort you to the police headquarters so you can lodge a complaint about his child abuse?" "Well, aside from pestering me about my studies, he's all right. He makes sure I have a proper meal every 2 hours. On top of that, he whips up cakes, biscuits, roasted meat, and pies for those midnight hunger pangs." A subtle lick of the lips revealed the boy's longing. "Are you a pig?" Lumian had never eaten so much while undergoing puberty. And yet the lad didn't appear overweight, only solidly built. In the blink of an eye, the boy's gaze shifted as he spoke in rapid succession. "Perhaps studying demands a lot of energy. I need all the sustenance to keep my brain firing on all cylinders. Is there no saying about how trying to explain is just a cover-up in Lindbergh's education? Your elaborate justification makes me wonder if your appetite is problematic. All this eating hasn't exactly made you a genius, has it?" Lumian grinned and quipped, "If Brignays wasn't intentionally starving you, why resort to raw rats and steak?" In a frustrated tone, the boy retorted, "I managed to slip away without breakfast or morning tea today. And yet you're so famished that you're downing raw rats? If you go hungry for another half-day or so, will you start eyeing pedestrians on the street?" With a fluid motion, Lumian produced an iron-gray military flask from his shirt pocket. His left hand slid into his trouser pocket, deftly unscrewing the cap of the flask before tucking it away. Lumian raised the iron-gray metal flask, breathing in the fragrance with a satisfied grin. He inquired, his voice light, "Fancy a sip?" Gulp. The boy's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed his saliva. Struggling, he responded, "I'm not of age yet. I'm just a kid." He's tasted it before, and he's taken a liking to it. Lumian passed his judgment and swallowed a mouthful of the spirit. Maintaining the military flask at his lips, he spoke in a casual tone, a question hanging in the air. "Which deity do you believe in?" "Why are you asking?" the boy inquired cautiously. Seeing the lack of alarm, Lumian breathed a sigh of relief. He tipped the flask again, the liquid gurgling. He lowered the military flask, his expression bright as he spoke with clarity. "As a devout follower of the god of steam and machinery, I got to verify the faith of those with uncertain origins. By steam." This time, Lumian spoke without the veil of alcohol. Subconsciously, the boy shook his head. "Words don't mean much. Just saying I believe in whichever deity doesn't make it true." Lumian studied the boy's reaction. "It's true that folks from the Orthodox churches can sometimes claim belief in any deity without much sincerity, but they're harmless. I'm more concerned about worshippers of evil gods. They're fervent and unpredictable. They won't fake it to deceive others, believing that to be against their faith and blasphemous." Instinctively, the boy retorted, "Not always. Some followers of evil gods will pose as adherents of the Orthodox gods to further their holy missions. They can pray, attend rituals, join mass, and chant the names of other gods without a second thought. As long as they repent to their own deity afterward, they reckon there's no issue." At that moment, the young lad abruptly halted. He exchanged gazes with Lumian and lapsed into a prolonged silence. After a spell, he took a bite out of his uncooked steak and introduced himself. "I'm a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. The devoted faithful in our church have this peculiar knack for pointing out slip-ups in the other party's speech, just like before." "Yep, just like before." Lumian fixed a piercing gaze on the lad for a few beats before inquiring, "What might be the usual prayers at the God of knowledge and wisdom church?" Quick as a flash, the boy responded, "Like I was saying earlier, folks who believe in those evil gods can mutter the honorific name of an Orthodox god with a heavy heart and toss out those prayers. You can't rightly figure out what's in others' minds unless you're a card-carrying member of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and you've got to notarize that you won't lie." With that, the lad clammed up once more, his gaze fixed vacantly on Lumian. After a brief pause, he stretched out his empty right hand and pressed it to his forehead. "May wisdom be with you. Such a foolish fellow shouldn't be a spy sent by an evil god. From his intelligence, he's really a child." Lumian struggled to maintain his composure, requiring a concealed deep breath to regain control over his facial muscles. "Indeed," he concurred, his lips curving into a smile. Mirroring the boy's action, he brushed his head with the base of the iron-gray military flask and uttered with significance, "May wisdom be with you." Without affording the boy a chance to reply, Lumian adopted an alluring tone. "Would you care to join me at the cafe on the second floor? I'll treat you to a proper meal. The chefs here are quite remarkable." The boy swallowed, visibly. You won't turn against me, will you? You can tell me the entire time. That way, I won't ever get a shot at double-crossing you. Lumian initiated a little trial, testing if the other guy's brains matched his looks and age, or maybe they lagged behind. And mind you, we only prohibit the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church from preaching in Intis or setting up a cathedral. We do let their believers cross the border. Trier's got the Lindbergh Chamber of Commerce, you see. The boy pondered for a moment and said, "Okay." Lumian sized him up, withdrew his left hand, sealed the liquor flask, and tucked the iron-graved flask back in his brown coat. Then he pressed his forehead again. "May wisdom be with you." With that, Lumian pivoted and ascended the stairs. The kid stuck to him, politely shutting the cellar's deep brown door behind him. Seeing Lumian whirl around, the kid explained earnestly, "If it's left open, the food inside will spoil." True enough. Lumian pulled his gaze and climbed up the stairs. The kid trailed him close, eyes peeled for any odd moves, any signs of betrayal. Lumian steered him into the kitchen, then upstairs to the cafe on the second floor and ordered a set meal. In no time, the spread hit the table: fried veal steak, grilled eel, roasted leg of lamb, chicken pie, red wine, and cream. Lumian settled in, watching the kid wolfing down like he was bottomless. Every now and then, he tossed a comment. "Veal is crisp good, but the meat is nothing special. Sweet sauce masks the eel's fishiness, but it makes it greasy. Leg of lamb is roasted just right, crispy outside, tender inside. Spices are off a touch, though. Too much fennel. Just eat. Why are you so talkative?" Lumian silently watched the boy eat the table full of food with a satisfied expression. 15 minutes later, Baron Brignaise walked in from the second-floor entrance, donning a half-top hat with a diamond ring shining. The boy turned in surprise and glanced back at Lumian. Lumian smiled and said, "Did you think I'm the only one here who knows you?" The boy was startled as he fell silent. Baron Brignaise walked up to Lumian and said with unconcealed relaxation, "Appreciate it, Seal. Just so happened to catch him skulking around in the cellar, munching on something." Lumian responded, his voice warm and friendly. Baron Brignaise gave him a sidelong glance before shifting his attention to the boy. "Time to head back, Ludwig." Ludwig, the young boy, remained silent. Swiftly, he polished off the last remnants of his meal and rose from his seat. "Seal, we'll catch up." Baron Brignaise directed a nod at Lumian. Seated opposite, Lumian observed as Baron Brignaise clasped Ludwig's hand, their departure imminent. Lumian's lips curve again before saying, "Don't forget to settle the tab." Baron Brignaise displayed a hint of surprise. His eyes flickered, suggesting a momentary uncertainty in his initial assessment. Yet without uttering a word, he withdrew a wallet brimming with banknotes and promptly covered the cost of Ludwig's meal. Lumian maintained contemplative silence, watching the duo disappear down the stairwell. Leaning back in his chair, he murmured softly, his voice a mere whisper, "Tema Burrows, where exactly is the stroke of fate you mentioned?" "Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 3:12 Hint. Though Lumian maintained a cautious skepticism toward Termaboros, his curiosity about the enigmatic stroke of fate continued to gnaw at him. The way Termaboros had alluded to the Earthblood, or as an encounter, had caught his attention. Could this time involve Ludwig, the young boy? There was something off about this fellow, something amiss. Yet, as their conversation unfolded, Lumian came to acknowledge Ludwig's intelligence, origins, and apparent devotion to the God of knowledge and wisdom. Despite this interaction, Lumian found himself gaining no true insights or foresight. It was unlike his understanding of the Earthblood or his potential, which hinged on specific conditions of going underground, finding the right area to encounter something. Once again, Termaboros's powerful voice reverberated through Lumian. "The moment will reveal itself. Can't you people make yourself clear?" Lumian's frustration surged, his blood boiling in his veins. "I'm unlike what you consider people," Termaboros responded straightforwardly. "I'm a mythical creature." Lumian was left speechless, taken aback. He forced a scoff and retorted, "I doubt even your sealed form can truly grasp fate's threads. Each time, your answers are mired in vagueness. What sets you apart from amateurs in a divination club? If you possess the power, reveal clearly where my next opportunity lies." Termaboros responded with a deep tone, "Tonight at 11 p.m., Ristocks, Warehouse 3. "Huh?" Surprise coursed through Lumian. Termaboros's hint was unexpected. Yet, within his astonishment, puzzlement persisted. Inevitability's angel is that kind? As a high-ranking alms monk, he shouldn't have been provoked so easily to interpret my fate. Could there be an ulterior motive? Regardless, I'll consult Madame Magician's insight first. Lumian decided swiftly. He rose, departed Salle de Bal Brise, and embarked on a journey to Rue de Blouses Blanches. Executing a simple act of arson, he could initiate the initial potion digestion step and contemplate gaining a contractee boon. Despite his anxiety, Lumian refused to lower his guard against Termaboros. Within Rue de Blouses Blanches, in the safe house, Lumian meticulously documented the particulars regarding Ludwig and Termaboros's clue. Subsequently, he conducted a ritual, summoning the doll-like messenger. As Lumian awaited Madame Magician's response, he delved into a trove of information concerning spirit world creatures. Reading the descriptions of certain knowledge consumed a substantial amount of his spirituality. Some even induced dizziness, nausea, frustration, headache, a burning sensation, and illusions. Similar to Aurora's grimoire's portrayal of profound knowledge about deities and high-level creatures, this information is fraught with intense corruption and perilous ramifications. If all the knowledge that pursues humans bears such attributes, it's genuinely chilling. The prospect of losing oneself upon hearing it or succumbing to immediate demise is unsettling. Thus, Lumian punctuated his reading to safeguard his mental well-being from plummeting to precarious thresholds. After poring through descriptions of approximately 30 to 40 spirit world creatures, Lumian stumbled upon a figure he recognized. Rabbit of Knowledge. Weak spirit world creature, friendly to humans and possesses an innate thirst for knowledge. Their summons are rarely declined. Diverse experiences yield distinct rabbits of knowledge. Share traits include mastery of various languages, spoken and written communication skills, and adept reading capabilities. Extracting salient information from extensive knowledge is their forte, and their transcription speed outpaces even mechanical typewriters. Drawback: limited communication finesse and inflexible thinking. Some rabbits of knowledge have been tainted by anomalous knowledge, evolving into significant hazards. To summon, restrict choices to the friendly and weak. So, it goes by the name Rabbit of Knowledge. Summoning this entity in the future should be more targeted. Yet, its abilities and attributes are of limited value. If I had gone as per Aurora's vision of university enrollment, I would benefit from its multilingual proficiency and strong reading skills. Noteworthy, the text omits mention of its speed within the spirit realm, implying its negligible worth in that aspect. It moves sluggishly, drains spirituality. Lumian lowered the document, massaged his temples, and embarked on his third respite. During this juncture, the messenger bore Madame Magician's response. I share curiosity regarding what encounter the lad named Ludwig would bring. His appearance in Trier intrigues me. Motivations remain nebulous. Vigilance is prudent. His existence carries intrigue. Proceed. The window of acting presents itself to me as well. Can you people make things clear? Lumian's lips twitched, absorbing the succinct message. However, a nuanced sense emerged that Madame Magician's opening sentence wasn't an immediate response. It resonated more as a condensed echo of her contemplations. In essence, Madame Magician, imbued with her astromancy prowess, struggled to glean Ludwig's fate. Her perception seemed clouded, suggesting she only harbored conjectures. The obscurity surrounding Ludwig's destiny, evident in her inability to perceive it, spoke volumes. At 10:50 p.m. at Ristock's, outside Warehouse 3, Lumian took cover in the shadows, poised to seize the much-anticipated opening for action. Soon enough, two silhouettes approached Warehouse 3, drawing within a mere 5 to 6 meters of Lumian. One of them spoke hushedly, riddled with concern. Hector, the accountants arrive tomorrow for an audit. How do we address this? Shall I hire a thief to pilfer the account records? What purpose would that serve? The moment they inspect the warehouse, suspicion will arise. Our remaining stock barely equals a tenth of the required amount. Hector's tone escalated, simmering with intensity. If we're to proceed, we ought to do so comprehensively by reducing the warehouse to ashes. This way, any discrepancies would remain concealed. I see. Listening closely, Lumian deduced his cue to act. As his companion wavered, Hector interjected, fires are commonplace in Trier, normalized in everyone's mind. Moreover, igniting them ourselves isn't necessary. The market district swarms with miscreants and rogues. Once the time is ripe, we can entice them to vacate Trier with a handsome fee. Honoré, we can't wait any longer. You must decide now. Honoré paused, then spoke resolutely. Agreed. We'll locate Guy and recruit him into our plan. The duo conducted a swift survey of the warehouse's surroundings before departing for the docks, en route to rendezvous with their comrade Guy. After a brief trek, the sky abruptly reddened, casting an incandescent hue across the scene. Simultaneously, the crackle of flames resounded. Honoré and Hector instinctively spun around, bearing witness to an inferno emerging. Vermilion flames surged, fierce and ravenous, soaring to engulf the structure. Fire, fire, Hector mumbled, a glint of realization dawning. Indeed, fire. Praise the sun, it's a fire. Honoré exhibited a similar reaction, his right hand tracing a triangular sacred emblem over his chest, lips moving in muted invocation. Yet, within the momentary elation, disquiet brewed within Honoré's senses. Trepidation tinted his voice as he discerned. The warehouse isn't aflame. It's our office. Position meters away from the warehouse was their office, a modest gray two-story edifice. The expanse separating it from the warehouse remained empty, devoid of combustible material. Hector's visage contorted in terror. Clenching his jaw, he spoke with grim resolve. We must set fire to the warehouse now. Even as the words left his lips, an explosion erupted from the locus of crimson flames. Though not seismic, the detonation garnered the attention of dock workers and firefighters. Fire! Fire! The clamor resounded as responders converged. In Trier, a city renowned for frequent conflagrations, firefighters were seasoned in addressing such crises. Observing the scene, Hector and Honoré, who hadn't reached Warehouse 3, slump onto the roadside, their vigor sapped. At the entrance of the dock, Albus, his hair now a fiery hue, averted his gaze from the raging blaze to the middle-aged man at his side. Monsieur Guy, your colleague seems even more agitated than you. Guy's complexion paled as he shook his head in bewilderment. The warehouse wasn't the target of the fire. A pause lingered before Albus sneered. I warned you already. Hesitation begets mishaps. Now ponder your escape. May you be more decisive this time. Beside the unassuming two-story structure, Lumian gazed upon the soaring flames. The timber and flammable materials metamorphosed into an ephemeral dragon, casting his countenance in fiery red, eyes alight with fervor. With a grin, he advanced toward the blaze. The duo's intent to commit arson entailed erasing incriminating evidence by reducing the warehouse to ashes. However, Lumian's purpose was to generate turmoil, inviting scrutiny that would unearth the discrepancies within the warehouse. Such was the duty of a responsible citizen. A mantle of flames enveloped Lumian, adhering to his attire obediently, merely a hair's breadth from ignition. Donning the flaming cloak, Lumian marched into the roaring blaze. Fire coalesced with fire, repelling smoke. Effortlessly traversing the structure, Lumian exited on the opposite end of the dock. Following the arson, Lumian acquired a rudimentary mastery over the potion's powers. He tamed it, dispelling the burning sensation on his skin and the trepidation in his heart. While his potion digestion remained incomplete, Lumian had already adapted to his present state, giving him the capacity to receive an additional inevitability boon. After carrying out a few rounds of anti-tracking, Lumian returned to the safe house on Rue de Blauses Blanches. Initiating the initial step of digesting the pyromaniac potion prior to tracking down the Padre filled him with satisfaction. He maintained a smile, yet his demeanor faltered upon glimpsing the towering pile of dense information within the iron cabinet. It would take at least a month or two to finish reading them. How could he identify an apt contracted creature in so brief a span? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 313, Plans with Different Styles. Lumian stood before the iron cabinet, his mind immersed in contemplation. With just a handful of days remaining until the date designated by the prophecy spell, Lumian earnestly aspired to secure contractee status, thereby attaining 3 distinctive abilities. This enhancement was imperative prior to pursuing Guillaume Binet. The augmentation would tip the odds in his favor. Relying solely on Pyromaniac, even in collaboration with Franca, now a demoness of pleasure, and the support of Anthony Reed and Jenna, prevailing against the Padre's uncanny abilities remained tenuous. Victory might be attainable, but apprehending the adversary without incurring losses was a near impossible endeavor, except if he enlisted the assistance of the Aurora Order Oracle via Mr. K's finger. This assessment solely considered Guillaume Binet as Lumian's adversary. If the Padre had other confederates alongside a cohort of bestowers or beyonders, and if he had grown mightier than his state upon departing Cordu, Lumian's undertaking wouldn't assure triumph, even with Mr. K. Lumian's aspiration was to pinpoint the Padre's whereabouts and engineer a snare, drawing him out. Such an approach would markedly simplify the process. Nevertheless, Lumian needed to bolster his strength substantially. Otherwise, the fishing operation would entail dire jeopardy. As Lumian perused the stack of dense information concerning spirit world entities, his mind whirled, seeking avenues to locate a suitable contract partner within a constrained time frame. Should I designate a time frame for reading and strive to cover as much ground as feasible? Then, my selection must derive from my existing familiarity? This proposition falls short of my expectations. It risks bypassing the most fitting opportunity. Although the circumstances aren't optimal, I must reconcile with reality. Perfection remains elusive. I must confront my own limitations head-on. Son of a sow, it hasn't reached a juncture necessitating blind acceptance. For now, I'll withhold any definitive moves until I ascertain the Padre's whereabouts next week. I'll bide my time. Following the completion of this information assimilation, a comprehensive strategy will crystallize, right? It will take approximately a month. The potential for accidents looms large. The Rabbit of Knowledge appears to have the ability to read and extract key points. Can I summon one to help me read the information and extract the keywords of every spirit world creature, like when I whistleblowed? Then I'll carefully study the corresponding spirit world creatures based on the keywords. It's a creature of the spirit world to begin with. Having come into contact with such knowledge, it will definitely be less effective than me and can last longer. Lumian gradually grew excited. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible to ask the Rabbit of Knowledge to help him do the reading and write a brief summary. He swiftly perfected the corresponding plan. That rabbit is quite stupid and silly. I have to design a table in advance and list the page number, strength, whether it's friendly, brief description of abilities, and points of characteristics. I'll let it fill in the columns in step and order. Unfortunately, a person can only summon one Rabbit of Knowledge at a time. Otherwise, if I had 10 or 20, I will be able to complete the summary on spirit world creatures before dawn. If one person can only summon one, what about having more than one person? I can have Franca, Jenna, and Anthony read summon one each for me. Rabbits can read quickly, extract essential points, and fill out summaries. Humans can do the same. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony can help browse through the information and quickly extract keywords from the columns. I'll contribute knowledge, and they contribute labor, spirituality, and time. Lumian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt that if he pushed this plan forward, even with frequent breaks to mentally recover and the time to summon a Rabbit of Knowledge again, he should be able to produce a summary on the spirit world creatures in 12 hours. When the time came, he would browse through the summaries that wouldn't affect his mind and select 20 to 30 suitable ones. He would read the raw information in a targeted fashion and make a final decision. The only problem now was that the information on these spirit world creatures had been provided by Madam Magician. Lumian hadn't exchanged it using contributions or money. He believed that before sharing with others, he had to obtain the approval of the Major Arcana card holder. This was basic respect. Lumian sprang into action without hesitation. Swiftly, he composed a letter outlining his inquiry and the comprehensive plan he had crafted. Soon, Madam Magician responded, "For a moment, I don't know what to say about your idea. It appears you possess an aptitude for such considerations. Sharing your knowledge with your friends is permissible, but remember to advise them against engaging with powerful or perilous spirit world creatures. These entities hold no sway over you, thanks to Mr. Fool's seal. It serves as a deterrent in the spirit world, offering you a measure of protection that others lack. Actually, there are simpler and easier ways. Take the information to Two of Cups and spread it in every corner of the room. Then get Two of Cups to recite the divination statement repeatedly and throw out 3 tarot cards or 3 coins. Choose whichever spirit world creature they land on. Even if it's not the most suitable for you, it's relatively suitable. It might be useful in a future occasion." Hiss, what a brilliant charlatan. Madam Magician is indeed skilled in divination. Her style is completely different from mine. Lumian hadn't considered divination. After careful consideration, he decided to follow his plan. The answer chosen through divination always felt unreliable and unreal. He subconsciously didn't want to rely on it. By relying on his own intelligence and abilities to filter them out, he would feel more confident and convinced. Unless there was no other way, Lumian hoped to finish reading the information before making a choice. He burned Madam Magician's reply and carefully wrote up the form. For the time being, he only made 5 copies. Immediately after, he set up the altar to see if he could accurately summon the Rabbit of Knowledge. To this end, the summoning incantation he had devised was rabbit-shaped spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be communicated with, a weakling who pursues knowledge. The choice to avoid using the human-coined rabbit of knowledge, as its name spoke of Lumian's respect for the enigmatic nature of these creatures. Having carefully considered his approach, Lumian ignited a solitary candle and made a summoning in his own name. His incantation concluded, and the candle's flame transformed into a deep shade of green, expanding to resemble a human head in size. From within the luminous green flame, a translucent creature emerged, its appearance reminiscent of an amusingly awkward rabbit. Relief washed over Lumian as the ritual proved successful. The creature's presence signaled a triumph, and Lumian's experienced voice addressed it. "I wish to share knowledge with you, seeking your assistance in distilling key points and completing a form." The rabbit's eyes brightened, and in a tone that mimicked Lumian's voice and Tryer's Intisian accent, inquired, "Where is the knowledge?" This was the first time Lumian had heard such a creature speak. He didn't expect it to imitate his tone and pronunciation. With purpose, Lumian retrieved a stack of information about spirit world creatures he had yet to delve into. He gestured towards the form on the table, articulating the task's parameters in a manner befitting a creature of limited intellect. The rabbit absorbed Lumian's guidance, its long ears drooping as it committed the instructions to memory. Eventually, it nodded in comprehension. Seated at Lumian's desk, the rabbit's eyes sparkled as it engaged with the information. Lumian noted with satisfaction that, despite its unwilling nature, the rabbit demonstrated proficiency in its repetitive task. It diligently extracted pertinent details and methodically filled out the form with words like powerful and dangerous. Although it's not very smart, doing such repetitive work isn't a problem for it. It's at least twice as fast as my reading. Lumian nodded in satisfaction and lay on the bed, preparing to close his eyes and rest while the rabbit of knowledge was busy working to alleviate his fatigue. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sensed danger and hurriedly sat up. He saw that the transparent rabbit had grown to 2 meters tall, constantly flipping through the information and extracting. "Stop." Lumian didn't understand what was happening and instinctively stopped the other party from coming into contact with the knowledge. The rabbit turned its head, its eyes bloodshot. After staring at Lumian for a few seconds, it reluctantly halted its work. Lumian's introspection led him to deduce the cause behind his transformation. As a creature of the spirit world, the rabbit of knowledge was similarly affected by that knowledge, albeit to a relatively mild extent. However, it wasn't like ordinary humans due to its lacking intelligence. It didn't know to stop and rest after an abnormality unless it directly endangered its life. As it accumulated, it inevitably underwent a certain mutation. It's useful, that's true, but not having much intelligence is a huge problem. Lumian ended the summoning and allowed the rabbit of knowledge to return to the spirit world and slowly recover. He washed up briefly, lay on the bed, and prepared to rest. An idea surfaced just before sleep claimed him. Lumian summoned the rabbit once more and directed it to replicate 100 copies of the form he had devised. Only then did he truly relax and fall asleep. The following morning, Lumian was brimming with vigor as he set off for Rue Anarchy. His first stop was to locate Anthony Reed, the information broker, and discuss the potential of his assistance. As he approached Albert's Ducoque door, a figure emerged from a nearby side alley. It was Baron Brignaise, adorned in a half-top hat and a formal black suit, mahogany-colored pipe in hand. "I promised to catch up with you and express my gratitude for aiding me in finding Ludwig," Baron Brignaise began with a smile. "It's quite surprising to find you neither at Salle de Balbreeze nor Albert's Ducoque door." "Gratitude? Then help me read and write a summary." Lumian muttered subconsciously before swiftly dismissing the notion. Compared to Anthony Reed, an information broker with a mental illness, Baron Brignaise was not only a member of the Savoy mob, but his background also seemed problematic. It was best not to let him discover that his relationship with Franca didn't rely solely on Jenna. A smile tugged at Lumian's lips. The night offers its own beauty. It's pointless to remain confined within one's room. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Rather than providing a direct answer, Baron Brignaise diverted the conversation. "I may not have mentioned this earlier, but I converted to the worship of the God of knowledge and wisdom a few years back. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 314, Crowdsourcing. "Did you communicate with your godson and come to me to confirm the situation?" Lumian maintained his smile. "What you believe has no bearing on me, as long as you don't subscribe to an evil god. Furthermore, devotees of the God of knowledge and wisdom are not wanted criminals in Trier." His implication was clear. "I'm still a wanted criminal. Believe what you will." Baron Brignaise had always been astute. He changed the subject and continued, Thank you for aiding me in locating Ludwig. I'm unsure how to adequately express my gratitude. He refrained from specifying a thank you gift, hoping to gauge Lumian's stance and thoughts. Lumian pondered briefly before recalling the idea he had set aside. Getting Baron Brignaise to assist with reading and summarizing didn't necessitate his presence alongside Franca, Jenna, and Anthony Reed. He could impart some information, clarify what he needed to focus on, and allow him to return home to peruse and transcribe. Likewise, before Anthony Reed committed to joining the pursuit of Padre Guillaume Binet, direct contact with Jenna and Franca couldn't be allowed. An isolated office could be arranged for him at a later time. Lumian glanced at Baron Brignaise and inquired deliberately, "Are you proficient in reading and drafting notes?" Aurora's grimoires had denoted that the pathway under the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was labeled Reader. This was also the title of Sequence 9 potion. Sequence 8 was Student of Ratiocination, and Sequence 7 was Detective. Given Baron Brignaise rarely exhibited special abilities and mostly leveraged his exceptional intellect, above-average combat skills, and sharp marksmanship to lead the Savoy mob, coupled with his present faith, Lumian speculated he was a beyonder of the Reader path. From the potion's nomenclature alone, one could infer such an individual excelled in reading. Baron Brignaise drew from his pipe and responded, "In contrast to the illiterate, my reading and learning aptitude is rather commendable." He couldn't entirely fathom Seal's intentions, yet he suspected Seal was prying into his beyonder pathway. And it wasn't confidential. Garner Martin had long been privy to this. Lumian unveiled a genuine smile. "Lately, I managed to acquire a collection of data regarding creatures from the spirit world. However, as you're aware, well, you should be, shouldn't you? Immersing oneself in this kind of knowledge for extended periods weighs heavily on the mind. Being a beyonder of the Hunter path, I won't require this information anytime soon. Nevertheless, I wish to promptly have access to the relevant knowledge when necessary, without squandering valuable time. Therefore, I intend to share a portion of this information with you, and kindly seek your assistance in perusing and extracting the key terms." Much akin to constructing an index for a library, Baron Brignaise promptly grasped. He grinned and remarked, "Truthfully, this would prove advantageous to me. That knowledge holds considerable value." Library index, as anticipated of an adherent to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. How professional. Lumian rejoiced, sensing Baron Brignaise was roughly on par with Anthony Reed combined with a rabbit of knowledge. Simultaneously, he harbored a cautious sentiment toward Baron Brignaise. For instance, he would furnish this God of Knowledge and Wisdom follower with 10 pages of information. He would peruse them in advance and jot down notes. Subsequently, he would cross-reference them with the index submitted by Baron Brignaise to discern any deliberate omissions or alterations. Of course, this was Lumian's unrefined approach. He could alternatively beseech Franca to verify via divination, but potential for interference still existed. Lumian slid his hands into his pockets and surveyed Baron Brignaise, akin to an artisan observing a laborer. He beamed and uttered, "I'm indifferent to who benefits as long as I accomplish my objective." Baron Brignaise nodded faintly, refraining from further commentary. He solely apprised Lumian of his whereabouts the following morning and requested the information to be conveyed there. Aubert's du Coq d'Or, room 305. Facing Anthony Reed, Lumian eased back and reiterated his words to Baron Brignaise. Concluding, he voiced, "This knowledge serves as your compensation. Furthermore, I shall impart to you the knowledge of ritualistic magic. You'll be able to summon a unique spirit world creature to peruse the information alongside you and distill the essential points. How does that proposition strike you? Are you inclined to accept this assignment?" Anthony Reed's deep brown eyes mirrored Lumian's form as he contemplated and responded, "You're pressed for time. This matter bears added weight for you. It carries great significance." Lumian had no intention of concealing this. He seized the opportunity and conveyed, "I'm confronted with the need to face a formidable adversary soon, and I seek to secure a fitting contracted creature. When the moment arrives, I might extend you an invitation, primarily in a supportive role. You can consider whether to agree and what form of compensation you desire." There's no rush for an answer. Think over it for the next 2 days. You're paving the way for me to be mentally prepared and foster appropriate expectations. Anthony Reed deciphered Lumian's thoughts. Instantly, Lumian felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he was never one to blush easily. He maintained a composed smile and articulated, "Can you not tell that being honest will put your life in danger?" Anthony Reed offered a slight nod, affirming certain aspects prior to committing to aid in perusing the information and crafting the summary. On the second floor of Salle de Balbrise, in the room adjacent to Lumian's quarters, Lumian surveyed Anthony Reed and the Rabbit of Knowledge, seated in tandem, diligently sifting through the information and completing forms. He subtly nodded in relief. Once more, he reiterated the caution not to delve deeply into the spirit world creature knowledge marked as powerful and dangerous. Exiting the room, he entered the office at the corridor's end. Franca cozied up in Lumian's armchair, her red-booted feet propped on the desk's edge. Baffled and intrigued, she inquired, "What exactly do you need our help with? Why are you being so mysterious?" Jenna settled into the chair across from her, turning her body as her gaze drifted to the door. Lumian nonchalantly shut the door and recounted the scenario, elucidating his need to secure a contracted creature prior to confronting the Padre. Wouldn't a simple divination suffice? Franca pondered as she acquiesced to Lumian's entreaty, while Jenna simmered with curiosity about the spirit world creatures. Before long, Franca gazed up at the trio of rabbits of knowledge and Jenna, as well as Lumian, each absorbed in their respective tasks of poring over documents. Amusement laced her voice as she quipped, "Why does this feel like a miniature workshop and we're the toiling transcribers? Congratulations, your instincts are on point." Lumian retorted in jest, "Am I not also perusing the information and completing forms?" Franca mulled it over and conceded. She resumed her labors. And so they persisted until well past 10 p.m., punctuating their efforts with numerous breaks, meals, siestas, catnaps to mitigate the strain. Brief reprieves preceded the summoning of the rabbits of knowledge once more. Intermittently, during his short intervals, Lumian observed Franca, Jenna, Anthony Reed, and the quartet of rabbits of knowledge. He remained vigilant to prevent them from becoming too engrossed and to detect any anomalies they might experience. Jenna reached her threshold first. Having newly ascended to instigator, she hadn't fully acclimated to the potion's effects and was grappling with containing the surge of power. Her state was less than optimal. Anthony Reed followed suit. His psychological scars ran deep, rendering him susceptible to certain deviations. Lumian, Franca, and the seventh set of rabbits of knowledge soldiered on till the end. Baron Brignaise concluded his task around 6 p.m. and delivered the documents and forms to the cafe. After dismissing the summons and seeing off the fatigued assistants, Lumian returned to the safe house en route to Blouse's Blanches, arranging the forms in a neat stack. Perusing the papers briefly, he confirmed the general state of affairs. A sense of accomplishment swelled within him as he casually tossed the forms onto the table. The immediate selection wasn't on his agenda. His plan was to first establish a contractee status and sort out the specifics of the contract. Only afterward would he consult the index, thereby preventing the likelihood of stumbling upon a spirit world creature that matched his criteria in all respects but failed to meet the contract stipulations. Lumian rested for a spell before summoning a rabbit of knowledge and tasking it with duplicating 2 more forms. Storing the 3 indices separately, Lumian's weariness was palpable. The prospect of cleansing himself seemed distant as he tumbled onto the bed and surrendered to sleep. At 6 a.m., Lumian brimmed with vigor, showing no haste to descend underground, arrange an altar, and beseech for a boon. Instead, he engaged in his usual regimen, jogging, practicing boxing, and cultivating his mental equilibrium. By nearly 8 a.m., he stood before the doorway to room 207 at Aubert's Du Coq door, ingredients at the ready. After a brief internal debate, Lumian ultimately seized the carbide lamp. Although he no longer required specialized illumination equipment, he was, in essence, a paragon of such abilities. His aspiration rested on his foe's initial assumption that he lacked night vision and was inept at generating light. An underground trier, within the quarry cavern that had once borne witness to inevitability-linked rituals on several occasions. Lumian briefly tidied the dank, lightless setting, positioning a blood-infused candle upon the altar stone. Just as he concluded the sanctification of the ritual silver dagger and ready to cast a spiritual barrier, faint footfalls reached his ears. The sounds reverberated within the subterranean passage, seemingly not distant from the present mine. Someone is passing by. Lumian's pulse quickened, his intent fixated on swiftly restoring the area to order and concealing himself. Yet, as he neared the altar before him, and before he could extinguish the carbide lamp, soft footsteps drew close, manifesting at the cave entrance. Aware that concealment was futile, Lumian promptly swiveled around, one hand nestled in his pocket, his gaze converging on the source of the sound. A slender man of brownish-black complexion stood there, clutching a carbide lamp. His black hair bore a slight curl, and his eyes held a profound allure. He sported a black seer's cloak reminiscent of those seen in a circus. Monet. Lumian recognized the figure. He was an islander swindler who had duped Charlie and been hoodwinked by the con artists in Salle Unique. Monet, too, saw Lumian. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips as he greeted with palpable cheer. What a coincidence! In tandem with his words, the swindler produced a crystalline monocle, inserting it into his right eye socket. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 315, Anxious Termaboros. What a coincidence! Lumian knew better than to consider it mere coincidence. Deep within the expansive underground of Trier, unexpected encounters were not uncommon, given the diverse cast of characters that frequented its depths: quarry police, smugglers, cave adventurers, mineral researchers, wandering university students, members of secret organizations, wanted criminals, mobsters, heretics, and anti-government militants were active here. However, the odds of stumbling upon familiar faces in such a dark domain were almost negligible. This wasn't like the time he had rescued Jenna. Lumian had doggedly followed the trail. Monet's presence, monocle affixed, roused Lumian's caution. He mustered a semblance of a smile and replied, "Indeed. What a coincidence." With one hand casually slipped into his pocket, Lumian played his role, pretending to secure the candles and materials on the stone surface. The intention was to convey that the ritual was complete, and he could depart whenever he pleased. There was nothing of value to plunder or destroy. Monet adjusted his monocle, and with a wave of his hand, offered a departing smile. "See you above ground." And just like that, he withdrew, his footsteps fading into the depths. Lumian was caught off guard. He's leaving just like that? Could it really have been a coincidence? Judging from Monet's familiarity with underground Trier, it is evident he has traversed these passages countless times. Yet, that level of familiarity should have taught him that barging into a well-lit spot amidst the darkness could easily trigger conflict. Common sense dictates that a stranger's presence in the quarry cave warrants cautious observation for any approach. The abrupt, nonchalant appearance seemed off. Does he truly possess that much confidence in his prowess? It can't be just to scare me. As Lumian's thoughts raced, he shifted his gaze from the cave entrance to the candles and materials neatly arranged on the rocks. The question arose whether to persist with the boon ritual. In that instant, the voice of Termaboros reverberated within him. "You'd best relocate." Ah. Lumian's senses tingled, catching a note of unease in Termaboros's tone. It was subtle, almost elusive, making Lumian doubt his judgment. This was the first time Lumian had perceived emotional fluctuations in this inevitability angel. In previous interactions, no matter how much Lumian goaded and prodded, Termaboros merely maintained silence. And yet, something about this encounter had stirred anxiety and apprehension within the angel. As his heart quickened, Lumian blurted out, "Is this person truly dangerous?" "He isn't inherently dangerous, but I sense a looming threat," Termaboros responded. This confirmed Lumian's guess. The angel had sensed a looming problem through the strings of fate, a predicament that could jeopardize his very essence. Why does a seemingly less formidable individual trigger such unease? What's his motive? Lumian pressed on. Termaboros reverted to his usual depth as he intoned, "I'm sealed. I can only perceive the outside world through you, so I lack ample information. To uncover the answers to these queries, the seal must first be weakened. Do I look like an idiot to you? I even suspect that your anxiety and worry might be fabricated to exert pressure and intimidate." But given Termaboros's previous conduct, even if progress hadn't been made, such overt intention should not have been revealed so swiftly. Monet's appearance was indeed oddly coincidental, his actions shrouded in inexplicable bizarreness. If possible, I must evade him. It's safer to assume he poses considerable danger rather than underestimate and expose myself. With a brisk pace, Lumian gathered his belongings, clutched the carbide lamp, and exited the quarry cave. Drawing upon the subterranean map meticulously memorized from Gardner Martin's records, Lumian navigated closer to Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, discreetly delving a few meters below ground level to stumble upon another somber, soundless quarry cave. He incorporated no fewer than 3 evasive maneuvers along the way to evade potential trackers. Phew. Exhaling a breath of relief, Lumian surveyed his surroundings and rested his carbide lamp upon the ground. On a moderately level rock, he arranged the candles and ritual components, ensuring their proper alignment. Abruptly, a flicker of motion in the shadows at the quarry's edge pricked his senses. Hiss. Lumian's heart skipped a beat. Clasping the carbide lamp cautiously, he directed its beam toward the source. A bluish-yellow radiance pierced the obscurity, unveiling a black rat partially concealed by gravel. The rat made no effort to evade the light. It stood still. After a few heartbeats, it pivoted languidly and vanished into a minuscule crevice at the rock wall's base. For some reason, Lumian sensed a disproportion between the rat's right and left eyes. Gripping the carbide lamp, tension once again coursed through Lumian. He hushed. Temaboros, is there a problem here too? Termaboros's voice resonated within Lumian's being, emanating a regal aura. It's best if you pray to the Fool immediately for angelic protection before moving elsewhere. Could the situation be that grave? Lumian's pupils dilated. Swiftly producing an additional candle, he hastily constructed the altar. Not a shred of concern lingered regarding Termaboros potentially manipulating him into a detrimental choice. After all, supplicating the Fool was Lumian's last resort, and it undeniably served his interests. From a different vantage, the very fact that circumstances compelled an inevitability angel to indirectly beseech the Fool's protection implied that something far amiss was afoot. Unleashed, the peril would prove unfathomable. Being both mentally and physically optimal, Lumian's adept hands fashioned the candles, a process lasting just over 10 seconds. He sanctified the dagger and forged a wall of spirituality that enshrouded solely him and the altar. Methodically, he ignited the 3 candles sequentially, from deity to humanity, from left to right, punctuating with drops of essential oil and extract. Amidst the haze and wisps of fog, Lumian exhaled, reciting gravely, "The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I implore you. I implore your protection." As the ritual unfolded, Lumian surrendered to the mist's embrace, the prickle of his skin, the lassitude of his mind. Once more, he glimpsed the 12-winged seraph, pure luminescence descending from infinite heights to envelop him. As the radiant wings receded and dissolved, Lumian's senses jolted back to him. Gauging his state, he hastened to pack up the altar items and hastily exited the mine's confines. Descending beneath the bustling market district, Lumian maintained his vigilant, practiced evasiveness, pushing forward with meticulous attention. Almost 20 minutes elapsed before Lumian stumbled upon another concealed quarry cave, secured by its discreet location, courtesy of his map. Stepping inside, he assessed the surroundings. His voice hushed, he inquired, "Temaboros, is there any issue here?" "Presently none," Temaboros responded. Lumian shut his eyes, a newfound calm settling over him. He mulled over his options. Should I surface and await the anomaly's dissipation before seeking out a secluded haven for the boon-praying ritual? Or should I seize the moment, briefly escape the abnormality, and hasten my progression to Contract T, capitalizing on the Fool's angelic protection? In keeping with Lumian's disposition, he leaned towards the risk. The scenario wouldn't change later. He couldn't ascertain if the anomaly had genuinely dissipated. He needed the counsel of someone higher in rank. In that case, he might as well seek that counsel now. The altar was reinstated. Yet, this time he bypassed protection or boons, summoning instead Madam Magician's messenger. The doll messenger, clad in a gown of light gold, coalesced above the flickering candle flame. Observing Lumian, it grumbled, "This isn't a good place." With that, it retrieved the hastily inscribed letter from Lumian's hand. The letter briefly recounted Monette's behavior and Termaboros's response, querying the possibility of initiating the boon prayer ritual at present. Lumian exercised some cunning here. He didn't outright solicit Madam Magician's protection, merely inquired about feasibility. Hiring a demigod came at a steep price. Lumian deemed it currently unaffordable. Instead, he aimed to draw her attention by inquiring. Of course, if push came to shove, he'd consider it. Debts could be repaid. Or if the person was deceased, repayment became moot. This isn't a good place. Does this pertain to the current quarry cave or the entirety of underground Trier? Lumian contemplated the messenger's words. Swiftly, the messenger returned, bearing Madam Magician's response. "That's a big problem." Madam Magician's opening remark twitched Lumian's eyelids. "Of course, the situation isn't dire. At least, I haven't discovered the gravest entity's return to this world yet. What we must ascertain is his true intent." Termaboros's reaction implies he's the target, but this individual excels at concealing motives. This may well be a calculated illusion meant to deceive us or another party. For the time being and the foreseeable future, anomalies should be absent. Stabilize yourself and proceed with the boon prayer. That's an angel. The entity whose hostility Monette exhibited is an angel? Lumian hissed involuntarily, engulfed by a renewed surge of trepidation. This brought to mind the uniqueness of Saldabal unique. He suspected that confronting them to reclaim a debt might entangle him with a host of angelic blessed. Seeing Madam Magician's assessment align with Termaboros's, Lumian composed himself and reconfigured the altar. Before long, he focused on a pair of gray-white candles symbolizing Inevitability's power and himself. Amidst the intricate fragrance of gray amber perfume, he retreated slightly and intoned deeply, "Power of Inevitability. You are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 316, Invitation Letter. In a repetition of events, the silver-black candle flame once again solidified into a beam of light, striking Lumian's left chest, already racked with agony and turmoil. Amidst the pervading gray fog and the unsettling black wind, a silvery black illusionary liquid began to trickle out. At some elusive point in time, Lumian's pain and vertigo faded into insignificance. He felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different entity. Standing in the wilderness, he gripped a wooden bow in his hand and released an arrow that gleamed with a blue radiance toward his aerial target. Lumian vaguely remembered who he was, but he felt that everything was extremely real, and he was experiencing it. The keen, spectral blue arrow cut through the sky, finding its mark in the belly of a dusky vulture. An acute agony surged into Lumian's consciousness. He observed himself beating his wings, descending with an arrow lodged perilously close to his abdomen. No, why have I become a vulture? Amidst the present experience, Lumian maintained a fragment of awareness about his own state and condition. Bang! He collided brutally with the ground, each bone fracturing with excruciating force. Agony pierced his core. Lumian teetered on the brink of unconsciousness as a hyena lunged, its sights set on him. Warm, repulsively scented flesh filled his mouth. He found himself ravaging the lifeless form of the grayish-black vulture. The bluish-tinged arrowhead had snapped within the avian creature. This taste is nauseating. I'm no Ludwig, the monstrous child. Lumian's internal complaint resounded. He didn't completely mistake himself for a hyena, but he continued to bite and devour his prey uncontrollably, not letting go of the poison parts. Abruptly, a searing pain stabbed into his back, and he was thrust onto the ground by razor-sharp claws. His attacker, an uncanny lion marred by decay, oozing blood-yellow pus from its wounds. Lumian tore the hyena's throat apart and retreated with it into the nearby underbrush. As he witnessed the scene through an observer's lens, he systematically dismantled the hyena. Amidst a mix of satisfaction and revulsion, Lumian's abdomen seethed. His beyonder powers, teetering on the edge of control, were fully ignited by the venom, resulting in a chaotic anomaly. His sanity waned, spiraling into insanity. All that remained was an insatiable urge to obliterate the beings before him, to unleash chaos. No, I mustn't succumb. The paramount objective remains incomplete. Lumian drew in the faint, sweet aroma of gray amber, resisting complete surrender to madness. In the midst of his cathartic sprint, his attention fixed on a hunter, and he lunged at the figure. With a wooden bow in his grasp, Lumian caught a whiff of a repugnant odor and sighted a decaying lion, two wart-like growths on its shoulders. Its mouth, adorned with remnants of vibrant red flesh and blood, stretched to its limit. A jolt of alarm coursed through Lumian as his full self-awareness returned. He discerned that the hunter's form had turned ethereal, akin to the vulture, hyena, and lion, morphing into intricate silver-black words and bizarre symbols. The words linked with the symbol, weaving a ring that abruptly contracted into his body. Lumian's eyes opened, and he confronted the flickering silver-black candle flame. A half-meter-tall stone, functioning as an altar, met his gaze. The encounter felt tangibly authentic. As if I had been the vulture, the hyena, the lion, and another human. Lumian massaged his throbbing head and gradually rose to his feet. Reflecting on his prior experiences, he assimilated the newfound knowledge within his mind. He couldn't remember when he rolled on the ground in pain. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Lumian affirmed that he had acquired a fresh boon and transformed into a contractee. He swiftly tidied up the altar, dismantled the wall of spirituality, and grabbed the carbide lamp, ready to leave the quarry cave at any moment. Simultaneously, Lumian assessed his transformation and the contractee's abilities. His spirituality had seen a marked increase. His dancer flexibility and the alms monk's endurance in harsh environments had shown modest improvement, though not substantial. His intuitive sense for luck had also seen a slight upgrade. However, upon recognizing that Termoboros could sway his fate and judgment, he refrained from frequently relying on this ability for protection. Summoning dance now exerted a broader sphere of influence, and his ability to forcefully possess the bizarre creatures had extended further. The contractee status bestowed upon him just a single fresh ability, the power to enter into a contract with a summoned creature, directly borrowing a distinctive characteristic skill. Contrary to Lumian's anticipations, this unique contract had merged with his body and soul during his advancement. Its transfer to others was impossible. In essence, he had become an indivisible part of the contract, the most pivotal aspect. In time, he would need to rely on this element to compose the remaining sections of the contract and offer them to the target creature for signing. After musing for a time, Lumian had a rudimentary understanding of the specifics of the contractability. The agreement could solely be formed with the consent of the target creature. Once the contract was sealed, he could handpick the traits he desired, guided by his volition. With each ratified contract, not only would he acquire a skill, but he'd also assimilate a measure of influence from the contracted being. The higher its rank, the greater the adverse impact. The count of contracts inked depended on his resilience. Perhaps he could endure just one high-level or exceedingly potent attribute. Several ordinary traits might be born, keeping pace with his standing. Particularly feeble ones could be pursued more liberally. Upon signing a contract, a cost was entailed. Part was a tribute to the contracted entity, and the remainder was a tribute to the witness. The cost could encompass life, limbs, kin, loved ones, offerings, one's spirituality maximum, a fraction of reason, and so on. The precise demand hinged on the desires of the contracted creature. Hence, much of the intelligence Lumian gleaned from this boon concerned the corresponding creature. This encompassed specific abilities and the compensation the counterpart sought. Nevertheless, most of these odd creatures were sinister and uncanny, and the price he'd need to pay was consistent. Lumian didn't wish to select from their ranks. Of course, this wasn't the prime rationale. Conceivably, these creatures harboring the mystical knowledge interwoven with the power of inevitability had ties to the entity known as Inevitability. Lumian dreaded that forging a contract with them might covertly manipulate him, propelling his destiny into the abyss. Consequently, Lumian had no intention of designating the entity as the object of prayer and witness while entering into a pact. A superior choice was at hand, Mr. Fool. According to the sermons in the Fool's Cathedral that Lumian had heard, this great entity reigned over the spirit world. The angel of the Holy Spirit by his throne presided over the spirit world on his behalf. Even if embellished, this testified to Mr. Fool's considerable sway in the spirit world. In such a situation, Lumian, marked by the Fool seal and enlisting the Fool as an intermediary and pact witness, could potentially yield substantial advantages and concealed benefits when attempting to forge a pact with a spirit world creature. It was just like other contractees signing contracts with strange creatures that came with knowledge. Lumian promptly sorted through the recently acquired knowledge and discerned that certain aspects remained quite ambiguous, as if they encompassed myriad possibilities. For instance, the stipulation of obtaining the target creature's consent before signing a contract did not specify the methodology of obtaining consent. Securing agreement through offerings as a bribe constituted consent, but so did beating them into unreserved submission. Similarly, the compensation demanded by the latter should be negotiable. Additionally, the deleterious impacts that the acquired knowledge from contracted creatures brought along with the limits of one's endurance, precluded the prospect of Lumian circumventing the system to forge a pact with a high-ranking creature and attaining godlike power at a reasonable price via Mr. Fool's seal, the sovereign of the spirit world. Nonetheless, the liberty to cherry-pick any amalgamation of skills within a defined spectrum imposed a considerable upper boundary on the potential of a contractee. Naturally, the floor was equally low. Opting for an ill-suited skill and exacting an erroneous price could render one subpar, even in comparison to an elite non-beyonder individual's aptitudes. Lumian steadied himself and murmured with a sense of contentment, "Timobros, do you have anything to add?" To be candid, Lumian's foremost apprehension upon descending into the underground was whether Termaboros would exploit the boon-seeking ritual to instigate harm. After all, the potency of the boon he was acquiring was escalating, posing a genuine threat to the angel of inevitability. Even if securely sealed, he would unearth a method to stir up discord. It was improbable for him to remain inert, permitting his strength to wane. Furthermore, during the boon ritual, the seal would inevitably crack slightly, permitting the essence of inevitability to trickle out. This would afford Termaboros a distinct opportunity. Initially, Lumian had intended to solicit safeguards before officially beseeching a boon. Unexpectedly, Monet's bizarre appearance and the angel backing him had expedited the need for a blessing. Termaboros had turned more tractable, abstaining from conspicuous interference. Termaboros' voice resounded with his response, "The mine entrance. The mine entrance. What does that imply?" Lumian clutched the carbide lamp and advanced toward the entrance of the quarry cave, mired in bewilderment. A bluish-yellow luminescence cast light over the debris-strewn expanse, revealing a meticulously trimmed piece of stiff paper. It wasn't present when I entered. Lumian tensed and cautiously drew closer. On the ebony paper, a monocle had been meticulously drawn, almost replicating reality. 4 lines of bold, vibrant red incision words graced the page. Salle de bain unique. Night of Lovers. 7 p.m. on the last night of every month. You're invited. Salle de bain unique. Monocle. Night of Lovers. Lumian's thoughts instantly summoned an image of Monet donning a monocle in his right eye socket. He had earnestly invoked the fool's angelic safeguard and expended considerable effort to elude detection, yet he had failed to shake off the enigmatic trickster. No, Mr. Fool's angelic blessing exudes a high-tier anti-divination and anti-prophecy influence. Unless Monet has been lurking in my vicinity without being thrown off, it's implausible for him to regain proximity. Lumian's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively surveyed the surroundings. Silence reigned within the obscurity bordering the quarry cave. Yet Lumian's skin prickled, as though an abundance of eyes remained concealed within the air. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 317, Summoning Target. In the courted days, Lumian might have snatched up that invitation and made his way to the Salle de Bal Unique by month's end, all to unleash a prank to return the shock. However, this time around, Lumian's grip on the mystical world was firmer, a result of his brush with countless otherworldly aberrations. He conjured a flicker with the snap of his fingers, sending forth a crimson spark that alighted on the ebony paper before him. Amidst the swiftly burgeoning flames, Lumian departed the quarry cavern, his carbide lamp casting its light, guiding him towards the nearest exit of the underground trier. Yet on this journey, an unshakable paranoia seized him. The moss on the rocky walls, the unseen insects within the shadows, even the intangible entities that traversed the air. It was as if Monet's eyes bore into him from all angles. It wasn't mere illusion, but rather a reality that wound Lumian's mind taut, each heartbeat a gallop of unease. Termoboros's unwavering quiet provided the lone solace, a lack of agitation hinting that the quandary hadn't escalated. A quarter-hour's passage led Lumian to ascend the steel stairs, emerging onto solid ground once more. As sunbeams pierced the sky, penetrating a sea of white clouds and bathing his visage in their glow, he felt as though he'd been reborn. Phew! No wonder Madame Magician said to live under the sun in Trier as much as possible. Exhaling a sigh, Lumian snuffed the carbide lamp, locked in his bearings, and charted his course back to Rue de Blouses Blanches. Upon re-entering the safe house, he immediately summoned Madame Magician's messenger, apprising the holder of the major arcana card of the developments that unfolded. Madame Magician's reply was simple. Exemplary work. Steer clear of Salle de Bal Unique. The Lord's Angel of Time shall keep vigilant watch over this affair. Why would Mr. Fool's Angel of Time direct his attention towards Salle de Bal Unique? Is there indeed an Angel of Time? The angelic entity, whom the charlatans of Salle de Bal Unique revere, bears a link to Mr. Fool's Angel of Time. Or perhaps an animosity? Lumian ruminated, momentarily adrift in the murk of comprehension. With a measure of relief prevailing, he reclined upon the bed, surrendering himself to sleep's embrace, an interlude wherein his mental fortitude and vitality underwent reinvigoration. At noon, Lumian ate 2 savory meat pies and drank a glass of apple whiskey sour. Seated at the table, he engaged in earnest perusal of the bestiary chronicling the spirit world creatures. As he raced through the pages, a sleek black fountain pen danced in his hand, crafting purposeful circles on the paper to accentuate potential candidates. After over an hour of intense scrutiny, Lumian distilled a preliminary list of 50 to 60 spirit world entities boasting suitable attributes and modest threat levels. Following the breadcrumbs of indicated page numbers, he retrieved the source manuscripts and embarked on meticulous research. Intermittent breaks punctuated his reading. As evening painted the sky in hues of twilight, Lumian at last concluded his meticulous perusal of the source materials, now in possession of their profound knowledge. A final selection had been forged. First in line was the abscessed hand. This enigmatic spirit, once shrouded in legend across the southern and central parts of the world, had been conjured by aficionados of mysticism, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in its wake. From crime scene accounts, the fallen were strewn across the forest expanse. With the exception of those initially claimed within a hunter's lodge, the remaining deaths occurred nearly simultaneously. This revelation hinted at the abscessed hand's swift transitions between victims, throttling one soul and in a heartbeat, lunging towards its next quarry. Dream divinations unveiled a bluish-black, gangrenous hand, swollen and oozing with putrescence. Its appearance was always abrupt, snapping a victim's neck within 2 to 3 seconds before vanishing to assail another, irrespective of the distance. Based on the hand's traits, Lumian inferred its considerable aptitude for traversing the spirit world. As for its danger level, Madam Magician's accounts deemed it commonplace, bound by the constraints of the summoning ritual. Nevertheless, a significant detail stood out from the major arcana card holder. It's suspected to be a fragment of something greater. Severed hand? Could its kindred comprise severed legs, heads, torsos, and innards? What would happen when these fragments converge? If reassembled, what would manifest? Lumian scoured the index in vain, failing to unearth analogous entities. His focus rested on abilities, traits, and threat levels, with little heed to nomenclature. An alternative theory remained afoot. The remaining abscessed hand counterparts might reside within the powerful and dangerous categories, evading the scrutiny of Franca, Jenna, and the rabbits of knowledge. Should the anticipated spirit world traversal prowess prove elusive, or if the cost demanded an untenable toll, Lumian had an arsenal of alternatives at his disposal. With regards to disguising abilities, he found a peculiar fondness for a spirit world creature known as the Headless Bride. This mythical tale was woven within the heart of the Hajini kingdom in the southern continent. It began with the story of a young girl who dared to elope with her beloved. In the shadowed chambers of their hidden nuptials, her kin unveiled the shrouded ceremony. Amidst the assembly of family and kin, her own brother exacted a swift, brutal end, severing her head in the name of matrimonial transgression and ancestral decree. Perhaps this girl was special to begin with, or perhaps she had come into contact with something related to the spirit world during her elopement. Thus, ignited by the agony, fury, and rancor that gripped her before her demise, she imbibed the essence of the spirit world, transmuting into a creature akin to an evil spirit. Dressed in scarlet bridal raiment adorned with gilded motifs, she hunted and hexed her lineage, subjecting them to an unending torrent of catastrophes spanning 3 decades, until the tapestry of their lineage was all but erased. In the present, the Headless Bride prowled the spirit world, shape-shifting with calculated artistry. Its transformations beguiled unwary beings and unsuspecting travelers, drawing them closer to their doom in its relentless embrace. For a pyromaniac, this was an easy target with the protection of a ritual. Headless Bride's alternative was human-faced Mantis. This is a unique creature from the spirit world. When he was alive, he was a playboy with elegance and good looks. As an educator in Shaun within the Intis Republic's Hornacis province, he was embraced by admiration and ardor from both distinguished dames and youthful maidens. He was gifted in literature, skilled in poetry, and had numerous lovers. This idyllic existence found an abrupt termination when a spurned spouse denounced him to the church as a warlock, accusing him of employing sorcery to control his wife. Agents dispatched by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church probed into the matter, gathering accounts from a multitude of local men. Astonishingly, their testimonies echoed the allegations in the complaint letter. Strangers to one another, these men's narratives converged in unsettling symmetry. In contrast, the dames and young maidens adamantly attested to their willing involvement, fervently defending the playboy's actions. Amid simmering resentment from the local men, the trial raced to a conclusion. The playboy met his end at the stake. Upon later investigation, officials confirmed his innocence, unveiling the accusations as a construct of collective envy and enmity. It suggested that an instigator was behind the scenes. In the spirit world, the playboy's essence metamorphosed into a mantis bearing a human visage. Festering within him was an all-consuming loathing, mingling with a mastery over metamorphosis and relentless predation. Lumian turned emotional as he read the 2 pieces of information. 6 years in the countryside had acquainted him with the ignorance that shadowed village life. From this, he deduced that not all spirit world denizens sprang from nature's womb. Rather, under exceptional circumstances, the souls of departed humans could transmute into enduring spirit creatures. A plausible explanation for hauntings. Pondering meticulously, Lumian relinquished his aspiration for invisibility and concealment. Instead, he earmarked his final contract slot for traits with direct influence over his spirit body. His choices boiled down to the Thousand-Eyed Evil and the Shadow of Shriek. These 2 entities were quintessential natives of the spirit world, venturing forth only in the realms of nightmares and tomes of authentic warlock craft. The Thousand-Eyed Evil comprised fleshy forms, exuding a pink ichor, each adorned with an eye bereft of lashes. Gazing into the ebony pupils of these multitudes, whether human, beast, or mere spirit bodies, led to swift slumber. Their connection to dreams was palpable. They occasionally manifested in the darkest recesses of the most harrowing nightmares. The Shadow of Shriek, on the other hand, manifested as a confluence of translucent shadows. With frequent outbursts of shrieks, They induced unconsciousness in those who dared to draw near. Beyond their shrieks, they bore the attributes of ordinary shadows. Lumian meticulously transcribed all the details concerning the alternative contenders onto fresh paper, folding it as he slipped the paper into his pocket. He lingered within the precincts of Salle de Brise for a period, eventually departing from Avenue du Marquet around 10 p.m., navigating the pathways along wrist docks. He ultimately gained entry into the two-story edifice he had once reduced to smoldering ruins. Though the inferno that had previously ravaged the building had long since been quelled, the structure now stood cloaked in inky darkness and utter desolation. Recognizing that his intended audience was none other than Mr. Fool, rather than the entity called Inevitability, Lumian had no intentions of executing the summoning ritual underground. This strategic choice was to avoid any potential encounters with the odd and dangerous swindlers of Salle de Bal Unique. His primary objective was to locate a secluded enclave, far removed from prying eyes. This calculated approach would ensure that even in the event of an unforeseen mishap during the conjuration, should the summoned entity lose control, collateral damage would be contained, thereby facilitating a swift resolution. Having meticulously arranged a relatively unscathed chamber ensconced within the obsidian heart of the decrepit building, Lumian proceeded to meticulously arrange the altar. Relying on the insights gleaned from his role as a contractee, Lumian diverged from the norm by invoking 2 additional candles, each symbolizing a deity. In this ritual, Mr. Fool was both the focal point of supplication and the solemn observer. With a wall of spirituality set in place and candles aglow, Lumian didn't rush to commence the incantation. Instead, he extracted an iron-gray flask from the inner pocket of his worn brown jacket. Within this flask, Lumian had ingeniously affixed a slender thread, its counterpart connected to the decency brooch that lay submerged within a pool of absinthe. This ingenious design facilitated Lumian's swift and precise retrieval of the sealed artifact. No clumsy maneuvering was required. A simple hook of his index finger and the Scotch broom brooch was within his grasp. As he tugged at the brooch, a burst of crimson sparks erupted, severing the knot binding the sealed artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumian adorned the resplendent decency brooch upon his chest. He harbored the belief that brokering a contract with a denizen of the spirit world carried an inherent cost, akin to a form of bribery. In this context, Lumian hoped the decency brooch would assume a role of significance. Securely fastening the brooch, Lumian's gaze shifted to the trio of candles, silently ablaze before him. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled himself for the upcoming ritual. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 318 Price. Lumian recited in ancient Hermes, following the precise summoning ritual as described in Aurora's grimoire and the mystical knowledge of contractees. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beseech your shelter. I pray for your attention. In the name of the fool, I summon a peculiar creature wandering above the world, the enigmatic severed hand, the bluish-black throat crusher. Lumian crafted this summoning incantation based on insights from the abscessed hand's data. As the ritual afforded some degree of protection to the subject of the invocation, and since the abscessed hand was not deemed perilous, he omitted the terms weak and friendly, infusing it instead with other phrases that would effectively pinpoint the target creature. The bluish-black candle flames surged, intertwining to shape an ethereal doorway adorned with cryptic symbols. A faint gray mist filled the surroundings, instilling an eerie atmosphere. Gradually, the door creaked open, and a decaying bluish-black severed hand emerged. It loomed twice the size of Lumian's palm, with potential to crush a human skull. The afflicted severed hand hovered before the enigmatic illusory entrance. Its fingers extended toward Lumian's throat, yet it abstained from aggression. Lumian retrieved a flask of military-grade alcohol, differing in hue, unscrewed the cap, and drizzled a few drops towards the altar where the abscessed hand stood. The liquid struck the ground midway, but with a glint from the Scotch broom-shaped brooch, the bribe was discreetly consummated. Only then did Lumian speak. His voice resonated within his throat and chest as he enunciated alien syllables. These were words he had never encountered, sourced from the mystical knowledge of contractees, empowering him to master their pronunciation and essence. They fell under the mystical language of fate, an integral part of this arcane tongue. Lumian's vocal resonance coalesced into silvery black glyphs, akin to symbols, materializing from thin air. They descended upon the faux goatskin resting on the altar, melding into a brief yet uncanny covenant. As the pact solidified, Lumian established an intricate connection with the abscessed hand, akin to utilizing the summoning dance to anchor it to his very being. Through this conduit, Lumian gleaned the rudimentary abilities and traits of the abscessed hand, sensing its yearnings in the process. These yearnings were the price Lumian had to pay. Locate my body, or godhood shall elude you forever. An advance payment, and a debt to be settled later. Could this be the unfolding of the bribe? No, that's not it. Upon sealing a contract, the price is promptly remitted, manifesting as my inexorable fate of ascending to demigodhood. Once I uncover the remaining segments of the abscessed hand, the reward shall naturally replace the price. Presently, it's akin to providing ample collateral. Lumian's musings raced as he gleaned the crux of pact. Concurrently, he found the coveted spirit world traversal ability from the abscessed hand's attributes and qualities, inclusive of its anti-divination, quasi-invincibility, and the skill to snap the necks of those without godhood. A trait intrinsic to the abscessed hand, not a mere ability. Its effects marginally deviated from Lumian's expectations, yet remained within tolerable thresholds. With decency's utilization window limited to 15 minutes, the cost was bearable, and its attributes neared sufficiency. Lumian squandered no time, summoning the other candidates and vowing in ancient Hermes, I shall aid you in finding your body. Until then, godhood shall elude me. These words fused with the surroundings, morphing into wisps of bluish-black mist that seeped into the faux goatskin parchment. The abscessed hand ascended, leaving a tincture of yellow-tinged, sanguineous pus within the contract's vacant space. Spontaneously, the covenant ignited, yielding myriad silvery black symbols and words. They interlinked, configuring an intricate and enigmatic pattern, abruptly condensing onto Lumian's shoulder. Though concealed beneath his attire, Lumian's psyche conjured an image of his right shoulder. A curious black seal-like emblem materialized there. Instinctively, Lumian apprehended that upon activating the contract sigil, he could harness the abscessed hand's attributes to traverse the spirit world. Dissolution of the contract was only conceivable upon the demise of either party, a destiny preordained. Without bothering to experiment with spirit world traversal, Lumian terminated the summoning and embarked on a fresh ritual. In the name of the fool, I summon the vengeful spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the headless bride in her eternal plight, and the wellspring of a bloodline's malevolence. Once again, the enigmatic illusory portal manifested, enshrouded in bluish-black flames interweaving. A frigid wind swept forth, transforming the summer night into a wintry chill. Lumian observed a form materialize from within the illusory entrance. Adorned in a vibrant red festive gown, meticulously threaded with gold, the figure stood before him. Without question, the figure lacked a head, exuding an aura of deep-seated malice and resentment. Lumian meticulously followed the prescribed procedure, utilizing the liquor as a bribe, reciting the contractual pledge. He discerned the price demanded by the headless bride. Sacrifice a kin or friend. Thank you for your presence, Lumian murmured with a sardonic smile, concluding the summoning. From this seemingly fruitless summoning, he gleaned valuable insights. He confirmed that bribe wielded a degree of influence. The original demand from the headless bride entailed a kin's sacrifice. However, bribe had managed to expand the scope to encompass friends. Lumian's sights next shifted to the human-faced mantis. He had formulated a summoning phrase, the vindictive spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a hunter adopting mantis guise, a shapeshifter adept at donning human semblance. Amidst a peculiar swooshing sound, an immense, translucent cyan mantis emerged from beyond the illusory door. Its head bore the visage of youth, handsome and radiant, inadvertently lowering one's guard. Sensing the summoner's presence and gender, the mantis swiftly transformed into a resplendent woman attired in a black evening gown. Internally scoffing, Lumian meticulously fulfilled the entire sequence: bribe, recitation, and perception. The human-faced mantis delineated 3 categories of offerings, requiring solely one to be met: contractor's reproductive organs, contractor's capacity for lying, contractor's immolation at the stake. Post-bribe, the stipulations underwent some relaxation, affording an additional choice or two. This entity seeks but a single thing: human anguish. The first aligns with his malevolence towards men. If I were of the female gender, this option likely wouldn't surface. The second corresponds to slanderers and false accusers, while the third aligns with the stake he himself endured. Lumian swiftly concluded. As a pyromaniac, the third demand posed no grave challenge. On the one hand, he exhibited formidable resistance to flames, and on the other, enduring agony was his forte. Were this choice absent, Lumian intended to forfeit and subsequently summoned several comparable spirit world beings later. Depriving him of the power to lie would markedly undermine his capabilities, rendering survival in a place like Trier implausible. He also wasn't certain if his reproductive organs would return at 6 a.m. after sacrificing them. He didn't want to take the risk. Without delay, he found the Knees face he sought from the arsenal of the human-faced mantis's abilities. Knees had been the name of the human-faced mantis during its living days. The essence of this ability leaned more toward illusion than corporeal transformation. Nevertheless, absent the means to nullify it or godhood, piercing through the illusion remained beyond reach. This occasion saw the black insignia affixed to Lumian's left shoulder, accompanied by surges of crimson flames welling from his feet. Unperturbed by Lumian's actions, they ignited his attire and charred his flesh. Sensations reminiscent yet distinct from his encounter with Susanna Mattis enveloped him. An amalgamation of familiar and unfamiliar torment coursed through his consciousness, assailing his senses. Swiftly forsaking his cherished belongings, Lumian clutched the decency brooch in his palm. The conflagration endured for a full 3 minutes. Lumian's skin charred, his clothes imprinting scorched marks onto his body. For a pyromaniac, such wounds posed no mortal peril. They scarcely even qualified as severe. He maintained the vitality to prepare for the ensuing summoning. The enigmatic creature wandering above the world, a mass of flesh bedecked with myriad eyes, a participant in the abyssal realms of nightmares. As the chant resonated, a creature of flesh and sinew rolled forth through the illusory door. Each flesh fragment sported a white eye, its pupil veiled in obsidian. Clasping the aluminum white military flask, Lumian's grip faltered, and he abruptly descended into a profound slumber, ensnared by the myriad gazes. After an indeterminate stretch, he snapped back to consciousness, realization dawning that the ritual had concluded on its own accord. The thousand-eyed evil had retreated to the spirit world, forgoing a genuine assault. I was lulled to sleep by mere sight. Communication is impossible. Also, this level of influence lies beyond the ritual's inherent protection. Lumian exhaled, seizing the Sal de Bal Breeze pocket watch to ascertain the time. Thankfully, I only slept for a few minutes. There's still about 3 minutes left. Lumian focused, initiating afresh, summoning forth the shadow of Shriek. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a confluence of myriad silhouettes, the progenitor of incapacitating shrieks. Once more, the mysterious illusory entrance swung ajar. Yet what met Lumian's gaze wasn't an anomalous shadow coiled into a blob, but a nebulous silhouette draped in a pitch-black armor resembling fish scales. Distinct from all armors documented in newspapers and magazines, this suit bore scales each akin to miniature, writhing shadows. Could the summoning incantation have been imprecise, yielding a kindred spirit world creature? It seemingly boasts an incapacitating shriek. Let's first gauge the prospects of cementing a pact. Lumian fathomed the situation and embarked upon another cycle of bribe, utterance, and apprehension. The armored shadow stipulated an offering, a blood tribute of 10 or more lives or gold amounting to 100,000 Vrildor. Courtesy of bribe, the prerequisites exhibited leniency, demanding the sacrifices be rendered within 3 months. Failing to comply would precipitate contract retribution, a potentiality encompassing control loss, or worse yet, fatality. A sum of 100,000 Vrildor. Lumian discerned this to be modestly manageable, thereby delving into the ability roster and traits of the armored shadow to locate the coveted incapacitating shriek. While scouring, he happened upon an ability bearing an intriguing nomenclature, Spell of Harumph. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 319, Travel. The Spell of Harumph derived its name from a combination of a snort from the nose and a harumph from the mouth, giving it a distinct quality that Lumian found intriguing. Moreover, the enigmatic armored shadow, while alive, was believed to be either human or a humanoid intelligent creature. Many of its distinct attributes and abilities have been given their own names. These attributes weren't like the dense individuals who relied on Lumian to simplify and assign labels for their ease of remembrance. Information channeled through the unique connection revealed to Lumian that the Spell of Harumph was a spell-like ability capable of affecting a spirit body. Through the dual sounds, it stirred one's consciousness to induce a mystical transformation, generating a unique fluctuation that surged towards its designated target. Any creature touched by such a fluctuation would experience severe dizziness at a minimum, or even a psychic piercing assault at its worst, potentially rendering the target unconscious. This ability would grow in potency as the user advanced in levels. In essence, it possessed the potential to influence divine entities, provided Lumian also ascended to sequence 4 or temporarily elevated his level in some fashion. Impressive. It's on par with the incapacitating shriek. Moreover, Harumphing seems more dignified than indiscriminate shouting. Realizing time was of the essence, Lumian made a commitment and formalized the agreement. He harbored a genuine curiosity about the additional attributes and capabilities of the armored shadow. Their names held a certain uncanny quality, such as the night parade of 10,000 demons and the soul-devouring scream. This instance, the seal-like object descended onto Lumian's right chest, marking the conclusion of the ritual. Swiftly, he secured a thread around the decency brooch and returned it to the iron-gray military flask. Dismissing the spiritual barrier, he cleared the altar and retrieved the objects he had laid out. Subsequently, a ghostly light emanated from Lumian's right shoulder, and he abruptly vanished, traversing into a mystical realm drenched in layers of hues and peculiar creatures. In the subsequent moment, he exited the spirit world, dazed, reappearing in his bedroom on the second story of Salle de Balbrise. As Lumian massaged his throbbing head, he surveyed his surroundings and nodded approvingly. It's indeed true spirit world traversal. This ability is very useful. The only problem rested in its exorbitant spirituality cost. With Lumian's contractee and pyromaniac enhancements, he could only execute it 3 to 4 times. Considering the consumption of flames and the contingency allocation for safety measures, he could employ it once or twice in a relatively intense confrontation. For a pure contractee, they could merely teleport twice as standard procedure, excluding any other expenditure. Furthermore, this was contingent on selecting a proximate coordinate. Of course, proximity didn't exclusively signify the immediate vicinity. The spirit world encompassed a realm of mystique and peculiarity. Up, down, left, right, front, back, even time, intermingled there. It intersected with the real world, governed by its distinct chaos. Beyond concepts linked in nature, everything else seemed scattered without deliberate arrangement. In essence, Trier as a holistic notion held sway. It boasted a corresponding domain in the spirit world, unsullied by fragmentation or dispersal. Nonetheless, its surroundings extended beyond neighboring towns and villages. It might correlate to a river's conceptual presence in the southern continent, or manifest as a settlement projection for undersea beings. Minus precise coordinates, Lumian could solely teleport within Trier's immediate ambit. Otherwise, he risked straying into the spirit world's treacherous realm, a hazardous endeavor indeed. When he had endeavored to traverse the spirit world previously, all of Trier's locations had materialized within his consciousness as unfamiliar coordinates. This granted him the capacity to teleport back to Salle de Balbrise, instead of venturing to remote corners of Metropolis. Concurrently, Lumian faintly perceived the Highlands Kingdom city of White, Rapus, his former destination. It wasn't overtly distant in the spirit world from Trier, but neither was it nearby. Directly teleporting there remained infeasible for Lumian. He needed to ascertain 1 or 2 intermediate coordinates between the 2 locations. Remarkable. Lumian acknowledged with satisfaction. Inclusive of limited uses and range, his spirit world traversal from Abscessed Hand perfectly met his expectations. Lumian proceeded to the full-length mirror. Activating the black mark on his left shoulder, he observed his charred form transition into that of a middle-aged man, featuring a few strands of silver at his temples. His cheeks were rounded, eyes amber red, and facial contours dignified. The features were sharp, radiating an approachable aura. Garner Martin. It can replicate one's appearance, physique, and demeanor. Yet actions and mannerisms must stem solely from myself. Lumian evaluated Neesface's potential. The transformation had expended a notable degree of spirituality, but its maintenance necessitated but a fraction. He could adopt Gardner Martin's likeness for more than 10 hours. Dispelling Neesface, Lumian retreated a few paces. Gazing upon the mirror, he opened his mouth. "Huh." In response, his spirit surged into the black mark on his right chest. His spirit body quivered, releasing an almost imperceptible yellow light from his mouth. The radiance penetrated the mirror, traversing the wall, vanishing after a span of nearly 10 meters. Effective solely at close quarters. Consuming less spirituality than spirit world traversal, yet surpassing Neesface in expenditure. Applicable 4 or 5 times within combat. Lumian, his body marred by burns, exhaled leisurely. He donned his attire, settled onto the bed, and surrendered to sleep. Temporarily shelving thoughts of the gold he owed the armored shadow and the commitment to locate Abscessed Hand's body, Lumian had ample time for these matters. Current requisites centered on recuperation and rest, alongside allowing the repugnant aura accompanying the decency brooch to dissipate. The next morning, Lumian, clad in a black felt hat, shirt, sweater, and sturdy jacket, pressed the doorbell of apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blasses Blanches. Franca greeted him with a downcast countenance, seemingly taken aback by Lumian's outfit. "Is your sense of temperature playing tricks on you?" Lumian inquired. "Have you gotten your hands on genuine mummy ashes? Didn't you ask that very question just yesterday?" Franca snapped. The answer was no. A smile tugged at Lumian's lips. "I'll take you to find a real mummy." "Where?" Franca was puzzled and curious. Lumian stepped into the room and replied nonchalantly, "The Southern Continent Star Highlands." "How will we get there?" Franca glanced toward the washroom before lowering her voice. "Are you suggesting we bother your major arcana card holder?" "I've merely penned a letter to inquire about a transit junction," Lumian responded with a smile. Transit junction? Franca combined her understanding of the mystical arts and swiftly formulated a hypothesis. "Have you obtained a mystical artifact capable of teleportation?" Lumian shook his head and elaborated succinctly, "Through my contracted creature." "What sort of contract yields such extraordinary results?" Franca exclaimed, genuine surprise tinging her words. She had been wondering over Lumian's haste in filtering contracted creatures. Typically, those amenable to a Sequence 7 contract were fairly commonplace. Moreover, their summoning typically necessitated a ritual, rendering them rather impractical for most confrontations. Lumian let out a chuckle. "A unique kind of contract." Franca studied Lumian carefully, circling around him. The pants-wearing shirt-clad which cleared her throat and remarked, "Are we considered brothers?" "Not quite," Lumian answered promptly. "We hold different beliefs." Franca lowered her voice again. "Isn't it just superficially steamed, but actually it's Mr. Fool?" Lumian replied piously, "I still maintain some faith in the eternal blazing Sunday." After all, he had upheld this faith for nearly 6 years. Franca found herself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she inquired, "Could we be considered friends?" "Yes." Lumian now spoke in accordance with his true feelings. Franca's brows eased. "Could you teach me that unique contract?" "Name the price." She made her request straightforwardly. Lumian shook his head again. "I can only employ that contract due to unique circumstances." "All right." Franca refrained from pressing further, though a tinge of disappointment lingered. At that moment, Jenna emerged from the washroom. Lumian asked half-teasingly, "Are you interested in journeying to the Southern Continent?" "Travel? Why would I want to travel?" Jenna appeared perplexed. Franca swiftly recounted her need for genuine mummy ashes and Lumian's method of teleporting to Star Highlands. Ultimately, she queried, "Do you wish to come along and observe?" Jenna deliberated briefly and responded, "Okay." She recognized her need for greater experience in a realm of beyond her powers, a necessity for observation, learning, and training. Furthermore, her maximum geographical range had been confined to Trier's Quartier de la Maison d'Opera. For a while, she had been captivated by tales of the Southern Continent circulating in the taverns and dance halls. Lumian assessed his two companions and offered a gentle reminder with a smile, "I'd advise you to don thicker garments. The altitude is considerable, and it's currently winter there." "Oh." Franca looked at Lumian and understood why he had bundled up for winter. Before long, Franca changed into a black coat resembling leather armor and donned dark knee-length pants with plush interiors, adopting the guise of a female mercenary or bounty hunter. Jenna hadn't yet transported her thick clothes, thus she borrowed Franca's clothing. Though their appearances matched, Jenna was shorter, necessitating a tightened belt, secured sleeves, and rolled-up pant legs to prevent impeded mobility. Lumian reached out and grabbed their shoulders, activating the contract mark on his right shoulder. A spectral light danced along the seams of his clothing, enveloping Jenna and Franca in a surreal realm, awash with vibrant overlapping hues and enigmatic creatures retreating in every direction. In an instant, they departed the spirit world, materializing on a desolate island. Before Jenna and Franca could fully adjust, Lumian initiated spirit world traversal once more. Upon their return to reality, the assassins found themselves facing a distant snow-clad mountain peak and an adjacent foreign city dominated by white edifice. Jenna soon regained her composure and involuntarily exclaimed, "How magical!" If she were compelled to encapsulate the magic and articulate her sentiments, a choice of expletives might have been used. Although not certain if this location was indeed the Southern Continent Star Highlands, the fact that she could translocate swiftly from Rue de Blasses Blanches to this wilderness underscored the mystical potential of teleportation. Lumian endured the pulsing headache and the substantial drain on his spiritual energy as he pointed toward the City of White, seemingly unperturbed. "Proceed inside." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 320 Mummy. Franca and Jenna couldn't tear their eyes away from the grazing herd of cows, sheep, and horses. The swarthy men donned felt hats and thick blue or red robes, while the local women flaunted their colorful multi-layered gowns. Numerous white buildings and shops peddling leather products dotted the scene. It was a captivating and unfamiliar sight. Franca stepped aside as a wooden carriage, drawn by a long-haired bull, trundled by in the biting wind. She glanced at Lumian and Jenna before speaking up. Why the silence? Let's engage with the locals. After all, what was the point of wandering without interacting? Lumian fell momentarily quiet before responding. I lack sufficient information. Jenna felt a pang of embarrassment. I don't know enough either. All she was acquainted with were tales of romantic exploits featuring pharaoh queens and adventurers unearthing treasures within rainforests. Franca gestured dismissively with her right hand. I'm not much better. How much is not much? Lumian didn't pry further. He ushered his companions into a shop named Highland Mystic Potion. The proprietor, Salad Empire, an Intision dressed in a blue coat adorned with gold accents, recognized Lumian right away. After all, his distinctive hair color and appearance set him apart. Moreover, only a few days had passed since their last encounter. Salad assessed Franca and Jenna, extending a warm smile to Lumian. What brings you here this time? Lumian, struggling with a headache from expending too much spirituality, got straight to the point. Real mummy's ashes. I want to see the mummy. Salad's eyes flickered briefly, but he refrained from probing. Very well, I'll show you. Being a seasoned purveyor of mummy ashes, he knew these products didn't bestow virility. They were combined with genuinely efficacious medicine before hitting the shelves. However, since the clients didn't inquire about the practicality of real mummy ashes, he saw no need to divulge that information. Furthermore, he suspected Lumian and the two women intended to purchase a mummy for resale and profit. This was a substantial transaction. Salad temporarily closed his shop and guided Lumian, Franca, and Jenna to the rear warehouse, where ordinary herbs were stored. They descended a narrow staircase, reaching the basement door. Turning to face Lumian and the others, he sought confirmation. Do you really want to see it? It wasn't so much a guilty conscience as a cautionary note. Absolutely, Lumian responded without a moment's hesitation. In the midst of his words, his gaze fixated on the basement's pitch-black wooden door. It bore a mystical symbol, its form a distortion of dark green and pale white hues. Within, a mix of rudimentary skulls, intertwined arms and vines, and inverted triangles melded to create an enigmatic pattern. Threads of the same hues radiated outward from these symbols, infiltrating walls, floor, and ceiling alike. Salad brought forth a golden key, advancing toward the door. Franca's voice dipped to a hush as she addressed Lumian and Jenna. Those arcane symbols appear rooted in the domain of death. Jenna furrowed her brow. What significance do they hold? Franca's head shook gently as she replied, I'm uncertain. Generally, these would play a pivotal role in ritualistic magic. Yet, without a wellspring of power, such magic can falter. As I understand, the cathedrals of Orthodox churches feature arcane arrangements. The devout believers who pray daily lend their spirits and spirituality to sustain the ritualistic magic. While individual contributions may seem modest, their accumulation wields ample strength. Perhaps this location holds the power necessary for sustaining ritualistic magic. Lumian grinned at Franca. You might have a reason to rejoice. This perspective heightens the likelihood of finding a genuine mummy. A relieved sigh escaped Franca's lips. Hopefully, counterfeits aren't as rampant here as in Trier. Perplexed, she inquired, but why the need to bring us here to see a real mummy? My divination could discern the authenticity of the ashes. To broaden your horizons, Lumian replied confidently. Before Franca could curse, he added, directly requesting mummy's ashes might tempt him to provide counterfeits. When your divination results manifest on the spot, should I then smash his cabinet or engage in a scuffle? Such violence is hardly ideal. Lumian drew on an adage often uttered by Aurora. Of course, he left out the adverse effects of the 3 contracts. The abscessed hand stoked a yearning to snap a target's neck. The human-faced mantis fueled a heightened disdain for those who unjustly maligned the innocent. The armored shadow goaded him to break free from the shackles of life's confines. Perhaps Mr. Fool's witness, or the boon of bribe, rendered these effects relatively manageable. They were detriments he could subdue with focus, yet their collective might occasionally spark such impulses. Simultaneously, Franca and Jenna scoffed, unified in their disdain. Only hunters harbored an affection for violence. At that juncture, after a brief struggle with the lock, Salent triumphantly swung open a pitch-black wooden door, its surface adorned with a cryptic symbol. Within the basement passageway, Lumian's eyes landed on wall-embedded oil lamps, forever alight. Drenched in the dancing hues of dark green firelight, Franca and her companions trailed behind Salent, the shopkeeper of mystical concoctions, as they ventured into the corridor that lay beyond the portal. Light permeated the space, yet an illusion of advancing into darkness seized them step by step. The already cold atmosphere seemed to plummet several degrees Celsius lower. Salent proceeded 7 to 8 meters ahead, navigating past firmly shut grayish-white stone doors. He halted before a chamber positioned at the corridor's midpoint. These stone doors and the encompassing walls bore symbols akin to those at the basement entrance. Salent nudged open the stone door confronting him, unveiling a diminutive sepulchre to Lumian and his comrades. In the chamber's heart rested an exotic humanoid sarcophagus adorned with a golden base and a kaleidoscope of colors. "This mummy hails from 5 centuries ago," Salent introduced, drawing near the stone casket and pressing down its lid. "He seems rather unconcerned about us making off with the mummy." Lumian mused under his breath. Franca emitted a soft chuckle, her voice hushed. "Perhaps he simply thinks nothing of us." Jenna remained silent during their exchange, her curiosity and trepidation fixated on the innards of the golden sarcophagus. Within, a corpse swathed in yellowish-brown fabric lay. Its lips were slightly parted, while faint voids marked the spots where eyes once resided. Hints of seeped oil stained its form. Unrestrained by the foreign surroundings, Franca extracted a mirror and initiated a divination before Salent's presence. His eyes flickered momentarily, swiftly reverting to their prior state, as if he encountered such phenomena too frequently. Before long, an aged voice resonated from Franca's mirror, its cadence accompanied by the gentle rush of water. A bona fide mummy, albeit not ancient in origin. Franca's gaze snapped up at Salent, the proprietor of the Mystic Potion Store. Salent offered an awkward smile in return. "I fibbed earlier. This mummy isn't a relic from 5 centuries past. Truth be told, it was crafted just a fortnight ago and dispatched here. However, regardless of origin, it underwent a comprehensive and protracted mummification process. The sole disparity from ancient mummies is the brevity of its interment. An ancient mummy born a mere fortnight prior?" Lumian corked an eyebrow at Salent, his tone casual. "Do you hunt down the living to fashion mummies?" Salent gently shook his head. "No need for such methods. The southern continent witnesses countless daily deaths. Procuring fresh cadavers requires only a nominal fee. Hiring hunters to track and capture would entail far greater expenses. Undertaking the task personally would exact an exorbitant temporal toll." He involuntarily assessed the advantages and drawbacks of multiple strategies. Post this explanation, Jenna regarded the mummy with a newfound perspective. It was the body of someone who hadn't long been dead. His motionless form stood exhibited as a tradable commodity. Though the 2-week-old mummy served its purpose and met the requisites, Franca yearned for superior specimens. With a sigh, she averted her gaze from the recently minted mummy, prompting Salent with a question. "Are there older mummies available?" Salent hesitated momentarily before treading cautiously. "How about those from last year?" This constituted the most ancient mummy within the basement. Franco emitted a rueful sigh. "That works too." Less enthused, Salent led the trio to another sepulchre. Initially presuming Lumian and his companions intended to purchase an entire mummy, Salent had showcased the most well-preserved specimen. Now, it seemed Lumian merely sought a segment. The yellowish-brown mummy, dating back to the prior year, already displayed signs of fragmentation. Not only were lower extremities absent, but its chest and abdomen also sported gaping voids. With Franca's divination validating its authenticity, Salent posed his inquiry with diminished enthusiasm. "How much do you require?" 50 grams, Franca responded, intending to amass a larger reserve. Salent mulled over the request before pronouncing 500 Verldor. Promptly, Franca remitted the payment. Her eyes fixed as Salent procured a hammer and dirk, employing them to sever a portion of the mummy's arm, akin to extracting ore. Jenna stood dumbfounded. To her, it seemed somewhat gruesome and brutal. Though she'd witnessed mob fights and personally taken a life, she'd never encountered someone treating human remains as inexpensive commodities. Internally, Franca sighed and suppressed her emotions. This was the stark reality of the Beyonder world and its potion system, yet compared to the boons, it was strangely appealing. With the fraction of a mummy's arm now in her possession, Franco wordlessly led Jenna out of the tomb, trailed by Lumian and Sowlet. They had traversed scarcely 3 meters when the kerosene lamps lining the corridor receded, casting an eerie dimness. Sowlet swiveled his head, his demeanor a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 321, Compensation. In the dim corridor, despite the unchanging temperature, an icy gust swept through, sending shivers down the spine. Lumian, who had cleared his mind to restore his spirituality, snapped back into attention. He examined the tombs on both sides, his demeanor unaffected by the sudden disturbance. His initial urge was to reach into his pocket and grasp Mr. K's finger. Yet he held back, mindful of the unfamiliar territory that was the southern continent. Mr. K might not sense the use of his finger, so Lumian suppressed his instinct. Franca reacted swiftly too. A small mirror materialized in her palm. Jenna, less experienced, didn't grasp the scene's significance, but her instincts told her it wasn't a positive development. It was akin to the spooky tales told in bar dance halls to frighten young girls. Sowlet, avoiding the dim oil lamp's gaze, briskly moved past Jenna and Franca, making a beeline for the pitch-black wooden door to the basement. He paid Lumian no attention. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of impact echoed from the tombs on either side. It wasn't clear if sarcophagus lids had been struck or heavy stone doors pounded. Sowlet's expression shifted, and he bolted out. In the silent basement, the echoes of the pounding lingered. Lumian and the others hurried after the mystic potion store owner, easily overtaking him. At that very moment, the pitch-black wooden door creaked shut abruptly. Seeing this, Franca sprinted forward and flung the mirror out the door. A resonant crack marked the mirror's collision with the wooden door, fragments scattering across the floor. Lumian and Franca came to a halt simultaneously, their attention on Sowlet. Jenna, still in motion, comprehended and made the same choice. In the eerily dim corridor, Sowlet, decked in a blue coat with gold accents, stood frozen, his pale face tinged with a sickly green hue. The pounding from the tombs persisted, its reverberation shaking everyone present to the core. Sowlet trembled visibly, muttering to himself, "We're done for. We're all finished." Franca inquired swiftly yet composedly, "What's going on?" Only by grasping the core issue could she devise a swift and effective strategy. Seemingly detached from his own senses, Sowlet didn't answer. He half mumbled, "We're done for. We're all finished." Before he could complete his thought, the entire basement quivered. The dark green flames that had shrunk to the size of rice grains flickered noticeably in the same direction. Fear warped Sowlet's features, his voice unconsciously amplified. "It's awake. It's awake. Who is it?" Jenna found it more spine-chilling than any ghost story she'd encountered, but she pushed herself to ask. Sowlet remained unresponsive, repeating his panicked cry, "It's awake. It's awake." Seeing that the mystic potion store owner was clearly in a state of extreme horror and not in his right mind, Franca decisively abandoned her attempts to ask him for information and took out a mirror. Her plan was to use magic mirror divination to swiftly assess the current situation. Even if the divination's response wasn't crystal clear and required interpretation, it was still better than being completely clueless. In a matter of moments, Franca completed the incantation and witnessed an aqueous light emanating from the mirror. Just as she was preparing to gather her thoughts and formulate appropriate questions to obtain corresponding answers, Lumian, who had been standing silently beside her, suddenly spoke up. "Did it work?" "It did. I can perform the divination," Franca cooperatively responded, although she was puzzled by Lumian's actions. Lumian immediately broke into a grin. No need for questions. Franca was caught off guard before she grasped Lumian's intention. Just then, the basement shook once more. Sowlet, the mystic potion store owner, was so overcome with fear that his voice turned high-pitched. "It's here. It's here. We're going to die." In the next heartbeat, Lumian seized his shoulder. Simultaneously, Lumian firmly held Jenna's arm with his other hand, while Franca hooked her arm around his shoulder like a bro. An eerie light shimmered through the crevices of their clothing, and the four of them materialized outside the basement, standing before the pitch-black wooden door adorned with intricate and enigmatic symbols. "It's here. It's here. We're going to die." Sowlet's cries of despair still echoed in the air. Lumian cast an appraising glance at the mystic potion store owner, pondering whether to utilize the knee's face to transform into a mummy and give him a scare. Therapeutic provocation had its merits too. However, considering his waning spirituality and the prudence of revealing too many abilities to a stranger, Lumian ultimately shelved the prank idea. Smack! Jenna swung her right palm, delivering a resounding slap to Silent's face, leaving him bewildered. He gazed at the woman before him, utterly perplexed. Franca and Lumian exchanged speechless glances, unsure how to react to this unexpected turn of events. As the pitch-black door and the basement walls swayed gently, the cacophony outside abruptly subsided. Jenna felt the weight of their gazes and mumbled, "Isn't this how they wake them up? That's how they would bring back my neighbor when she lost control of her emotions." It wasn't madness. In the factory district, people had their own practical remedies. More often than not, they did the trick, though occasionally they proved ineffective. Of course, if he were part of her family, she wouldn't dare try it. She'd seek professional assistance instead. Franca snapped out of her reverie and commended sincerely, "Well done." Several moments elapsed, and Silent's gaze cleared. Instinctively, he scanned their surroundings and exclaimed in surprise, "We're outside? When did we get out?" "When you were screaming, 'We're going to die, we're going to die,'" Lumian retorted with an annoying tone. He then raised an eyebrow and inquired with a deep intonation, "Who were you saying was about to wake up?" Silent's expression shifted multiple times before he stammered, "A genuine ancient mummy. It slumbers deep within the tomb and occasionally stirs. It only woke up a few days ago." Why did it wake up so quickly? Normally, there was a rough time frame for how long the mummy remained awake. According to Silent's experience, it would be at least another month before it awoke again. That was why he dared to bring Lumian and the others into the basement. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. What caused the ancient mummy to awaken prematurely? Lumian directed a thoughtful gaze at Franca, as if silently asking her if she wished to consider obtaining the genuine ancient mummy. Franca comprehended his inquiry and shook her head, indicating that it wasn't necessary. The mummy's ashes were merely supplementary ingredients. The ones formed a year before were still usable. There was no need to risk dealing with what seemed to be a perilous entity. Lumian withdrew his gaze and pushed through the headache gnawing at his temples. He turned to Silent and grinned. "I don't care if it's last year's mummy or an ancient one awakening. There are two things I know for sure. First, I saved your life. Second, we were scared out of our wits and nearly met our end down there. So you owe me a thank you present in compensation for the mental strain. How much do you think is fair? Keep in mind, I only want gold." With the memory of owing the Armored Shadow and Mr. Fool a total of 100,000 Vril d'Or in gold, Lumian was keen on seizing every opportunity to amass funds. As the tumult behind the pitch-black wooden door gradually settled, Silent heaved a sigh of relief and responded, "How about 1,000 Vril d'Or? That's all the gold I have on hand." His heart ached at the thought of parting with the money, but he acknowledged Lumian's point. Without their intervention, he'd have met his end in that basement, becoming fodder for the mummy. Moreover, the group had demonstrated significant prowess. Rejecting their request outright seemed like a risky proposition. Agreed. Lumian didn't push for more or attempt to haggle. As the quartet made their way toward the stairs leading to the warehouse, Franca lowered her left hand and surreptitiously let something slip into the shadowy corner. After obtaining 1,000 Vril d'Or in gold coins, gold nuggets, and jewelry, Lumian, Franca, and Jenna exited the Highland Mystic Potion Shop. Franca glanced back at the shop and let out a wry chuckle. "Tisk, all this trouble, and we ended up with a mummy's hand and an additional 500 Vril d'Or." Without waiting for Lumian's response, she queried with a grin, "Are you running short on funds again? You used to save people without expecting payment. They could give it or not. Had you switched to the spectator's pathway?" Lumian teased, nodding in agreement. "The special contract I mentioned involves sacrificing 100,000 Vril d'Or worth of gold within a set time frame after the pact is made. 100,000 Vril d'Or." Jenna's understanding of monetary matters had undergone quite a transformation since entering the world of mysticism. Based on what she knew, even someone like Seal didn't possess as much liquid wealth as her. Yet, he dared to accumulate a debt of 100,000 Vril d'Or just for a contract granting access to those special abilities. Franca clicked her tongue and inquired, "Why didn't you teleport us right to the door from the start? The basement door wasn't closed then, so no mishaps would have occurred. Don't you think it's more dramatic to do it at the last moment?" Lumian retorted with a question. Naturally, the actual reason was that he had recently gained the ability to traverse the spirit world and hadn't ingrained a reflex to use it. When the pitch-black wooden door in the basement shut, he had been hesitant to attempt teleporting for fear of it failing. Later, Franca successfully completed her magic mirror divination. Through it, Lumian confirmed his ability to remain connected to the outside world within the seal, which allowed him to make the definitive teleportation. Amid Franca and Jenna's baffled expressions, Lumian massaged his aching head and announced, "Let's find an inn. I need to rest and restore my spirituality." Okay. Franca wasn't in a hurry to secure an inn. Instead, she turned into an empty alley and produced an ornate makeup mirror. "Why are you using divination?" Jenna queried inquisitively. Franca's lips curled into a smile. "I'm using it to divine the reflection in my other mirror." Seeing Jenna's perplexity, she elucidated, "I left a small mirror that looks like a shard outside that basement." With that, Franca caressed the mirror and chanted an incantation. Before long, the mirror projected an image. Salent, the mystic potion store proprietor, stood before the pitch-black wooden door, his posture hunched as he cried out, "Only death endures forever." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 322, Pleasure. Only death endures forever? Lumian and Jenna struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Their attention turned towards Franca. Franca observed as Salent bowed and offered his prayers before departing from the dimly lit basement. The mirror's enigmatic display dissolved into darkness, marking the end of the divination. She spoke contemplatively. "He seems to be from the Numinous Episcopate." Numinous Episcopate? Lumian, who had encountered references to this secret organization within Aurora's grimoires, knew that it originated from the royal lineage of the Balam Empire on the southern continent and ancient death believers. The organization's mission seemed to involve awakening or reviving death while expelling colonists to restore the Balam Empire to its former glory. Aurora's knowledge of the Numinous Episcopate was extremely superficial, lacking details about prominent figures, rituals, or specific practices. The Numinous Episcopate? Jenna's lack of familiarity was apparent in her voice. Franca proceeded to provide a succinct overview of the Numinous Episcopate's background, aligning with Lumian's understanding. She concluded, "In the southern continent, the Numinous Episcopate holds a comparable status to the Rose School of Thought. Although they don't resort to blood sacrifices or terrorism like some secret faith-based organizations, rituals are inherent to their nature. The Numinous Episcopate's pursuit of death's revival necessitates sacrificial rites." Right, the Numinous Episcopate's leader is a demigod nicknamed Pale Empress. Pale Empress. Given the Numinous Episcopate's similarity in strength to the Rose School of Thought, it's plausible that Pale Empress is an angel. Lumian rubbed his head, lacking the energy to analyze further. Jenna's gaze shifted toward the Highland Mystic Potion Shop, her confusion evident. Why would the shop owner, an Intijan, join the Numinous Episcopate? The Numinous Episcopate's goal was to eradicate colonists and rebuild the Balam Empire. Intis was one of the colonial powers established in West Balam. Salent, though having lived in the southern continent for over a decade and reaping the rewards of being an Intijan, found himself in a puzzling predicament. His allegiance to the Numinous Episcopate, despite these benefits, raised questions. Salent wasn't one of the common denizens of Trier, like Jenna, who didn't have a clear concept of colonial interests. Franca muttered, "Who knows? Numerous possibilities exist. Enforced conversion after being captured, manipulation by mysterious forces, gradual enticement with escalating benefits leading to devout belief, or transformative experience thanks to being rescued by a kind death believer." In any case, the Numinous Episcopate displays cunning by employing a genuine northern continent native to operate a mystical potion shop, peddle mummies, and act as an inconspicuous spy. Their strategy appears well orchestrated, defying easy suspicion. Observing Lumian's weariness, Franca decided to not delve further. She located a nearby inn and secured lodgings for them. Upon Lumian's awakening, sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow on Franca and Jenna, who were seated at the table. The sky was serene, adorned with fluffy clouds resembling wisps of cotton. Franca and Jenna savored a burrito seasoned with spices, enveloping succulent beef and mutton, while Lumian indulged in a plate of roasted onions, potatoes, corn, and assorted meats. A sweet corn-based beverage graced their table, emanating a delightful aroma. As Lumian sat up, a chuckle escaped his lips. "Looks like you two had quite the time." Munching on her food, Franca mumbled, "I don't often venture to the Star Highlands, and I accomplished what I set out to do. Naturally, it's time to unwind." "What's this called?" "It's called." "Damn it, forget it." "You get the idea." Despite a prolonged attempt, Franca struggled to articulate her thoughts in the appropriate language. Eventually, she abandoned the effort, prioritizing her meal. Jenna gestured to her right. "We brought you some lunch." A strip of fried beef, coated with a crimson sauce exuding a subtle alcoholic aroma, lay before Lumian. "I figured you might be hesitant to venture out due to the language barrier," Lumian admitted, promptly satisfying his hunger. He had previously realized that only a minority of the locals understood Intijan, and even then only on a basic level for rudimentary communication. Franca, swallowing a bite of burrito, sipped on a cup of steaming corn juice. Body language is universal, Jenna added with a grin. Franca's gestures are truly something to behold. She even mimics pig squeals, cow moos, and sheep bleats to communicate her meat preferences to vendors unfamiliar with Intijan. Yet, the nobles here are a departure from my expectations. They appear more akin to northern continent counterparts than their southern continent peers. In this relaxed ambience, the trio enjoyed a leisurely lunch, recounting their escapades as if they were on an authentic holiday. Under the cover of night, within the Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman district, nestled at Ristocks, an abandoned building stood, a site Lumian had previously set ablaze. Cognizant of the potential disturbances that advancements within an apartment might trigger among nearby residents, Franca heeded Lumian's advice and selected this vacant location. Promptly erecting a wall of spirituality, Franca collected the ashes of the incinerated mummy, thanks to Lumian, along with the other requisite ingredients. Meanwhile, Lumian and Jenna maintained a careful distance, intently observing as Franca adroitly mixed the ingredients and consumed the potion. A brief hush enveloped the scene, then Franca's visage twisted in anguish. Almost instantly, her flaxen hair, formerly bound in a ponytail, broke free of its constraints. Propelled by an invisible force, the hair drifted and extended, resembling a radiant web expanding in all directions. More ethereal strands emerged, dense and elongated. Swiftly, they populated the space embraced by the wall of spirituality, fashioning a spectral woodland of filaments. Once again, Jenna bore witness to the mystifying and surreal attributes of the potion. While obscured by the burgeoning hair, alongside Lumian, she patiently awaited the anomaly to subside. Whether this passage of time spanned dozens of seconds or stretched beyond 2 minutes, the ethereal flaxen hair finally withdrew, returning to Franca's form. With a jubilant countenance, Franca pivoted to face her companions, her limpid eyes radiating contentment. Everything went quite seamlessly. I'm anticipating future advancements to be quite cumbersome and challenging. Curiously, Jenna found Franca's flowery blouse and off-white breeches harmonizing impeccably with her demeanor for the first time. The attire seemed to accentuate an ineffable allure, evoking a blush and a warmth in Jenna's ears, despite her own femininity. On the other hand, Lumian experienced an unfamiliar and unwanted warmth and reaction. As Franca acclimated to the powers of the demoness of pleasure, Lumian and Jenna's racing hearts eventually steadied, restoring a semblance of normality. Concluding their task and dismantling the spiritual barrier, Franca rejoined them, sporting a radiant smile. Her eyes shimmered akin to a lake glinting with reflected light. How much of an improvement are we talking about? Lumian posed a direct question. A rough comprehension of the situation would facilitate better teamwork. Franca's eyes danced playfully as she responded, a grin adorning her face. Take a guess. I'm not a demoness. How can I guess? Lumian's retort barely left his lips before he frowned. An intangible force had coiled around his legs and body. Then, with a sudden rush, Lumian's form was engulfed in crimson flames that erupted from within him, engulfing the enigmatic threads. Only now did Lumian and Jenna perceive the intangible tendrils, tinted in fiery hues resembling translucent spider silk. Amidst her amusement, Franca inquired of Lumian and Jenna with a mischievous glint. Do you understand now? Perhaps you'd like to explore another. No. No need. In unison, Jenna and Lumian retorted, their voices echoing their apprehension. Franca maintained her smile, suggesting, Are you truly certain you don't wish to give it a try? I assure you, a mere touch can envelop you in true pleasure. Damn it. Jenna instinctively retreated a step, her expletive punctuating her reaction. Lumian regarded Franca, grappling with whether she was indeed teasing him or harboring some genuine intent. Yes, the target should be Jenna. I can't rule out the possibility of using simple contact to embarrass me. As Lumian's thoughts raced, Franca composed herself and said seriously, In addition to the two I mentioned earlier, my proficiency in black fire, frost, curse, and mirror magic has all been elevated. Their integration has expanded as well. For instance, I can utilize a mirror to focus on a target and employ black fire to enact a curse. Another scenario involves my utilization of mirror substitution and staff substitution to counteract fatal harm while gaining some measure of recuperation. My capabilities as an assassin and instigator have also been enhanced. She succinctly summarized her advancements without delving into particulars. Lumian nodded, mulling over Franca's capabilities. He inquired thoughtfully, "Do you possess a charm-like ability too?" Franca's smile hinted at an answer, but she chose to remain silent. Jenna observed Franca for a moment and then noted something else, pointing at her and remarking, "You've become even more beautiful." Franca's individual features and overall appearance had transcended any imperfections. Her demeanor radiated an undeniable brilliance, a striking, flamboyant beauty that demanded no disguise. "Is that so?" Franca responded, her surprise evident. Lumian couldn't resist stroking his chin, pondering whether Madame Hidden Blade would genuinely switch to Iron-Blooded Knight when going from Sequence 5 to Sequence 4. As Lumian bade Franca and Jenna farewell and embarked on his return to Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or, a sudden realization swept over him. He lowered his voice and inquired, "Temaboros, what's the next boon after Contract T?" Yet, Termaboros remained silent, offering no reply. Lumian let out a scoff. "It's fine. Once I locate the Padre, he'll divulge the information." Although his confidence might waver internally, maintaining an outward appearance of assurance was essential in times like these. The day of the prophesied event arrived swiftly. In Quartier de la Princesse Rouge, at the crossroads of Rue de la Muraille and Rue du Cheval Blanc, Lumian disembarked from a public carriage with a casual grace. Clad in a white shirt, a black vest, brown trousers, and sleek leather shoes, he cast his gaze upon the slumbering neighborhood that lay ahead. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 323, Psychological Profile. Lumian stood at an intersection, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he strolled leisurely toward Rue de la Muraille. This street held more significance to the people of Trier than even the renowned Avenue du Boulevard. It was their aspiration. In the days before Emperor Roselle ignited the Industrial Revolution, Trier's cityscape hadn't sprawled to the extent it had now. It nestled in the easternmost corner, fortified by stout city walls and vigilantly guarded by soldiers. Their military encampment wasn't distant, which prompted the emergence of numerous brothels and prostitutes nearby. As the sands of time sifted through, Rue de la Muraille garnered its reputation, and Trier's population burgeoned. A modest market burgeoned into a realm of prestige and extravagance that stretched across the northern and southern continents. Lumian passed beneath the sheltering canopy of Intis parasol trees, his gaze taking in opulent palace-like structures alongside unassuming apartments. They all shared a common trait, windows adorned with frosted glass and the occasional green shutter. Rue de la Muraille appeared to be rousing from its midday slumber. The road hosted few pedestrians, but each one bore a distinct air. Some dashed by in somber gray-blue work attire, driven by haste, while others donned antiquated finery. They glanced around before slipping into apartment complexes. Cameras slung around necks captured candid moments before these wanderers vanished into ornate edifices. Attempts at projecting an Intisian facade couldn't mask true identities, betrayed by hairlines and exaggerated heights. Moreover, Lumian's keen eye caught sight of an iron-gray robot, towering at 2 meters. A steam-spewing outlet adorned its back, accompanied by gears, torsion springs, screws, and bent pipes, a symphony of decorative mechanics. Perched on the robot's left shoulder, a lavishly dressed man flaunted intricate makeup. His leisurely observations spanned pedestrians, dignitaries shrouded in gold or silver masks, and groggy men stumbling into wakefulness. Here, the ordinary and elite intertwined in a peculiar harmony. As Lumian advanced, he methodically surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unrelenting in its pursuit of his target. In a flash, he spotted Albus approaching from a side alley. The Iron and Blood Cross Order member, sporting dark red locks, acknowledged Lumian with a sly grin. He lifted his right hand, pointed at his own head, provocation in motion. Under Gardner Martin's directive, Albus was tasked with tracking down Padre Guillaume Benet. It seemed Albus was insinuating a competition of sorts, pitting Lumian against himself to see who'd uncover the prey first. Beyond Albus, the Iron and Blood Cross Order likely deployed several official or peripheral affiliates. In this, Gardner Martin had kept his promises. Undeterred by Albus's gesture, Lumian pressed on, deeper into Rue de la Muraille. Guided by the revelations of Demonis of Pleasure Franca's magic mirror divination, prophecy's domain narrowed. Guillaume Benet's presence was expected on 5 streets, including Rue de la Muraille and Rue du Cheval Blanc, within the week. However, Rue de la Muraille's length, its expanse, and the thronging populace created a nebulous landscape for Lumian's quest. Carpet searches and widespread netcasting was virtually impossible. Success hinged on the possibility of enlisting aid from the authorities and mustering an army to seal off this domain, vigilantly guarding every entrance to underground Trier. Previously, Lumian could only hope that the Iron and Blood Cross Order, a secret organization teeming with formidable hunters, boasted superior tracking and manhunt techniques. Or perhaps Termoboros, an inevitability angel, might drive them to converge. As long as the distance between Lumian and Guillaume Binet was moderate, they would reunite as though preordained. However, a new trail had emerged. This advancement was predominantly the fruit of the mystical knowledge he had acquired as a contractee. Within this trove of knowledge lay a menagerie of uncanny creatures, summonable or recruitable, complete with the requisite costs for forging contracts. The compendium detailed the abilities obtainable and the subsequent penalties incurred post-contract. Merging the exhibition of Guillaume Binet's contractual capabilities from his memory and dream, Lumian pieced together a fragment of insight. Summoning abyss demon flowers necessitates a sacrifice of fresh human blood. The downside, an increased desire for coitus. Invisibility mandates 13 portions of prepared meat. The downside, an intensified susceptibility to hunger. Slow flight sacrifices one's romantic infatuation perpetually. The downside, an urge to show off. Bone curse predicates the sacrifice of a living person. The downside, drowsiness. The soul assimilation mystic spell exacts no fewer than 3 human souls. The downside, random bouts of dizziness, numbering 4 to 5 daily. Internal explosion demands the sacrifice of any beyonder characteristic. The downside, unrelenting spirituality drain, tantamount to permanent reduction of spirituality capacity. From the detailed description of the soul assimilation mystic spell, Lumian conjectured that the Padre had inadvertently met an additional covert cost. That was his name. The soul assimilation mystic spell affected the target's spirit body by invocating their true name, causing them to experience dizziness and other reactions, amplified by deeper comprehension of the target and employment of verbiage echoing the spirit world. In contracting with a spirit world entity armed with the soul assimilation mystic spell, Guillaume Binet inadvertently disclosed his true name. Entities endowed with such powers could wield a person's true name for manifold feats, a potentially profound latent hazard. This clandestine peril was merely one amid numerous akin enigmas housed within a contractee's mystic wisdom. Therefore, Lumian opted for an extensive screen of spirit world creatures, personal interaction followed by experimental engagement. Based upon the known downsides accompanying the contracted abilities, Lumian hatched an educated hypothesis. After Guillaume Binet, a man driven by insatiable desires, found his appetite for sex surging, he had definitely sought out women. The prophecy's alignment with Quartier de la Princesse Rouge harmonized with the results unearthed from the magic mirror divination about the 5 nearby streets. Furthermore, he found his hunger more voracious than ever, and the act of intimacy left him drained of vigor. Thus, the likelihood was high that he would gravitate towards a brothel that catered to both carnal and culinary needs or invite a woman back home. Guillaume Binet was not only a man of fervent desires, but also an ambitious soul, thirsting for power. Being confined in the village and before the contractual abilities imbued his life with adverse effects, his lust mirrored an expression of power. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how his desires sprawled across every woman, an inclination spanning the spectrum between esteemed paramours and those of lesser stature. To him, appropriating the companions of other men became a testament to his standing, might, and allure. Stepping onto Trier's soil, a place where his provincial accent drew disdain from the citizens, he undoubtedly sought vindication, manifesting his claims in his own unique manner. Fused with his relentless pursuit of strength and his past style, Guillaume Binet very likely went after sought-after courtesans, stoking the fires of envy amongst the local denizens. He might even spirit 1 or 2 of these coveted women away to grace his home. This comprehensive analysis of the Padre's character and psyche wasn't Lumian's solitary undertaking. Rather, it emerged from the expertise of Anthony Reed, a psychiatrist. Armed with Lumian's intricate portrayal of Guillaume Binet, Reed painted a psychological canvas, a vivid portrait of this heretic's inner workings. Thus, 2 distinct paths unfurled to ensnare his prey. The first entailed staking out upscale brothels, where both meals and famous courtesans awaited. The other trail veered towards investigations surrounding courtesans who had entered matrimony, taken on mistress roles, or even vanished within the past 2 months. For the former pursuit, the mantle rested upon the shoulders of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Lumian's current task revolved around unearthing a conduit to intelligence about Rue de la Muralle's clandestine tales. Anthony Reed, an adept intelligence broker, held a key. He was well acquainted with Bueller, a ghost-faced columnist renowned for exposing scandals and whispers that wove through the fabric of Rue de la Murale. Bueller, a connoisseur of drinking and writing, would frequent a corner of Hope Cafe where he could survey the entrance before venturing into the brothels. With his objective clear, Lumian embarked on a steady stride toward the cafe nestled amidst Rue de la Murelle. En route, he revisited the entirety of the task at hand, stirred by an indescribable emotion. His divination capabilities paled in comparison to Francus. A lone prophecy spell rested in his arsenal, a tool he dared not wield recklessly. The finesse of Anthony Reed's psychological profiling and information-gathering expertise dwarfed Lumian's own. However, mobilizing these allies allowed him to harness these strengths, akin to gaining possession of these abilities. Lumian couldn't foretell the ramifications of ascending to godhood. Yet, one thing was certain. Beneath Sequence 4, one's prowess met constraints. Cooperative squads harnessed the potential for synergy, enabling them to confront even higher sequences sans those with godhood. Soon, Lumian caught sight of Hope Cafe, its entrance adorned in a milky white veneer. After pushing open the heavy door, he cast his gaze upon the corner, granting anyone a vantage point. A slender-faced man in his 30s, his ebony hair framing azure eyes, his beard trimmed meticulously and waxed to precision, met Lumian's gaze, his attention fixated on the entrance. Sensing Lumian's scrutiny, the man's visage transformed. He reached for the soft-covered notebook and crimson fountain pen upon the table, on the verge of vanishing through the back door. In response, Lumian drew his revolver and dispatched a shot toward the cafe's rear exit. With a resounding bang, the bullet embedded itself into the wood. The cafe's patrons were jolted into alarm, their reactions oscillating between concealment and inquiry, engendering chaos. The bearded man stood immobilized, neither sure if he should run or stay. Under the collective gaze of bartender, patrons, and staff, Lumian advanced toward his target, revolver in hand, amusement playing across his features. "Are you Monsieur Bueller?" "Yes, that's me." Bueller forced a smile. Lumian gestured toward Bueller's original seat and spoke nonchalantly. "Take a seat. I've come to purchase information." A sigh of relief escaped Bueller as he hunched, retracing his steps to settle into the chair. Lumian occupied the opposite seat, putting down his revolver. With a trace of playfulness, he queried, "Why the preference for such a dim corner?" Bueller sighed and said, "In my line of work, reprisals are a constant concern. You're well aware that some individuals detest seeing their names or likenesses entangled in the web of scandals across newspapers and periodicals. This corner grants me an unobstructed view of the entrance, affording early detection of any potential troublemakers. And should the need arise, I can effect a swift escape through the back." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 324, Which is True and Which is False. After a brief mention of the reason for selecting his seat, Bueller glanced up at Lumian, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. "I didn't expect you to open fire so quickly." Lumian's hand rested casually on the revolver by his side as he offered a faint smile in return. "It seems the folks you've encountered before are law-abiding citizens." Bueller's instincts, honed from past experiences of being beaten, urged him to retort. But as he compared Lumian's demeanor with those of his previous encounters, he found a strange logic in the man's words. Thanks to the shelter of the law, he, a columnist for Ghostface, had managed to survive up to this point. "Are you not afraid of attracting the police?" Bueller turned to look at the waiter, who dared not approach with a menu and drink list. Firing a gun in a place like this isn't a minor incident. Someone should have already alerted the authorities. Lumian chuckled. "That's why we have to hurry." His words punctuated by deliberate actions, Lumian picked up his revolver, rotated the cylinder, and slotted a yellow cartridge into the empty chamber right before Bueller's eyes. "I want to know which courtesans have left Rue de la Murelle, this haven of extravagance, in the last 2 months," Lumian inquired with a calm resolve. Instinctively, Bueller shook his head. "They aren't true courtesans. Those women possess their lavish residences and permanent paramours. They frequent high society, wielding influence over industries and policies with their words alone. This place merely acts as a reserve for courtesans. I'm only interested in those who fit my description." Lumian dismissed the specifics of courtesanship. Bueller's gaze flickered between the revolver in Lumian's grip and said, recollecting, 4 of them. Liljort wed a lone merchant and relocated to Backlund. White-Vase Sophie became the lover of Member of Parliament Battis, attending high society banquets and salons. She had a chance of becoming a true courtesan. Durose Mary fell victim to mental illness and mutilated her face with scissors one morning. She's confined to an asylum. Condiment beauty Polina vanished from Rue de la Murelle without a trace, as though whisked away by someone of status. As Bueller recounted, he noticed the dashing figure before him, ready to fire at the slightest provocation, producing a post-it note and a fountain pen, meticulously jotting down notes. Swallowing unease, he continued, I encountered Paulina on Rue Vincent not long ago. She seemed well off, with a four-wheeled carriage, a maid, a valet, and even a butler. Sadly, I had pressing matters then and failed to determine her place of residence. Rue Vincent. Lumian's memory jogged. It was one of the 5 streets Franca had divined. Farthest from Rue de la Murale, it exuded a quieter, upscale aura. Based on Buller's account, he suspected Paulina had become Guillaume Binet's paramour. For a fugitive, a prospective courtesan proved a safer choice than frequenting Rue de la Murale. Guillaume Binet was intelligent and capable. His present yearnings for intimacy and his voracious hunger hadn't rendered him a mindless imbecile. He would surely opt for a less risky strategy. Just then, hurried footsteps resonated outside the cafe as 3 police officers neared the entrance. Coolly, Lumian donned his dark blue cap, stashed his note and pen, and slid 50 Vrildor notes onto the table before Buller. With these tasks accomplished, he reclaimed his revolver, stood up, and proceeded to the cafe's rear door. Swiftly, he opened it and departed. Bang! The police officers burst into Hope Cafe through its main entrance. On the elegant street of Rue Vincent, stately villa-like houses adorned both sides of the road. The road was wide and well-kept, with only occasional pedestrians and carriages passing through. After Lumian turned into the street, he found himself at a loss. He couldn't infiltrate every house and search every room, could he? Besides, he wasn't the most suitable candidate for this kind of investigation. Franca would be better suited for it, but involving her was risky. After a brief contemplation, Lumian allowed a smile to grace his features. He strolled toward one of the houses and pressed the doorbell. A young valet opened the dark brown door. His appearance suggested no trace of southern continent lineage, and he gazed at Lumian in bewilderment. In a clear Trierian accent, he inquired, Monsieur, how may I assist you? With an amiable grin, Lumian replied, I'm here to inquire about the most splendid madam residing on this street. The valet was momentarily speechless. This was the first instance he'd encountered someone seeking such peculiar information. Or perhaps not. While such matters were whispered about behind closed doors and boasted about in taverns, there were occasionally individuals who exhibited curiosity about such affairs. However, who would approach a stranger's door in the sweltering sun to inquire? What was this person up to? Before the valet could react, Lumian produced a 10 Vrildor note and offered it with a genial demeanor. The valet's eyelids twitched. He hesitated for a moment before accepting the payment. He suspected this young man to be a counterfeit dandyist, specialized in duping affluent ladies of their bodies and riches. The appearance and conduct matched the descriptions found in newspapers. However, if the lady wasn't the valet's mistress or lady, why refuse the reward? When the stranger acquired what he sought, a certain madam would also receive some gratification. The valet cast a furtive glance around before lowering his voice. The lady in Unit 50 is exquisitely beautiful. A genuine Trierian, she married a foreigner from the southern lands. That accent. As the valet spoke, he shook his head with a mixture of indignation and scorn, as if he had harbored this sentiment for some time. Lumian's smile broadened. Indeed, under the sway of his burgeoning impulses, the padre couldn't resist sharing his prize with the neighbors, a stunning Trierian courtesan. He might not host grand banquets or waltz to proclaim his conquest, nor would he escort his lover for a public appearance. Nonetheless, he would inevitably find subtle ways to make his neighbors aware that even foreigners could possess resplendent courtesans as mistresses. At times like this, Guillaume Binet had to exercise prudence in disguising himself. However, his mistress's beauty wasn't something easily concealed. She might even meticulously dress herself to exhibit her remarkable presence. Of course, Lumian couldn't be certain if the lady was Paulina, the presumed mistress. Yet, the gradual collection of anticipated information through bold assumptions and careful confirmation made him feel he was steadily closing in on Guillaume Binet. Beyond the gates of 50 Rue Vincent, Lumian glanced at the facade as an ordinary passerby might. The 3-story beige structure stood before him, surrounded by a lush green lawn and a garden vibrant with colors. A gardener tended to the greenery, offering a partial view. Lumian promptly averted his gaze from the building's pillar, wary that prolonged observation could arouse suspicion. As for any possibility of being recognized by the padre, Lumian held no concern. Prior to setting out, he had employed Nee's face to alter his appearance, and communicated to his companions that it was due to cosmetics. Lumian's striking appearance, a fusion of golden and black hair, could be anyone's. As long as Guillaume Binet lacked the ability to penetrate the illusion or actively employ it, it was unlikely he'd realize his pursuer had infiltrated the vicinity. Lumian's current plan was to leave Rue Vincent and switch places with Jenna or Franca. He would then ensconce himself in the shadows across from Unit 50, patiently observing until all suspicion around the target was dissipated. He refrained from adopting the guise of a tramp this time, given the scarcity of such individuals on this refined street. While a rare appearance might occur, these transients were promptly shooed away by the household staff. Just as he prepared to depart from the beige edifice, Lumian turned his head in a casual manner. His gaze alighted on a figure visible through the living room window. The figure stood at a modest height, barely reaching 1.7 meters. Clad in a dark shirt and black trousers, the person possessed a slightly stocky build. Their nose bore a gentle curve, and their black hair fell in a mid-length cascade. Lumian's pupils dilated for a fleeting moment before swiftly returning to their normal state. A wisp of a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and an invisible fire seemed to ignite in his eyes. Despite the adept disguise, Lumian would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. It was Guillaume Binet, the padre of Cordoue. Lumian wrestled to contain his surprise, his gaze steering onward. Simultaneously, his mind raced as he evaluated the next course of action to undertake. Before long, he reached the end of Rue Vincent. At that very juncture, a parrot adorned with green and white feathers took flight from Rue de la Murelle and perched itself on Lumian's shoulder. It chirped excitedly, "We've located the target." Located the target? Then who did I just see? Another padre. Lumian was momentarily flabbergasted and perplexed. Which one was the genuine Guillaume Binet? Had he erred in judgment, or had the Iron and Blood Cross Order and Rat Christo been deceived? 15 minutes earlier, at the Dill brothel on Rue de la Murelle. Within the annex bar on the first floor, Albus savored his Lanty-proof while discreetly observing the attendants, laborers, and the overseer who managed the establishment. His assessment encompassed the clientele as well, but it yielded nothing of note. Many concealed their identities by donning assorted masks, making it nearly impossible to unveil their true selves. Having gained a preliminary insight into the inner workings of the Dill brothel, Albus seized the chance to make his way toward the washroom. He veered onto the path leading to the kitchen when an attendant approached, carrying a collection of post-it notes. This attendant's responsibility encompassed recording the requirements of each room and relaying orders to the kitchen. Albus, marked by his dark red hair, advanced and retrieved a handful of glistening coins along with a substantial bundle of banknotes from his pocket. The attendant's features twisted into a blend of perplexity and intrigue. Albus smiled and said, "I'm on the hunt for a scoundrel. Uncertain about his guise, I'm merely aware he shares your build and possesses a penchant for consorting with the most celebrated ladies. Post-exertion, he seeks sustenance to satiate his hunger immediately. If you're able to furnish me with the relevant particulars, all this is yours." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 325 Visit. The attendant's gaze locked onto the handful of gold coins and the banknotes, their unique ink fragrance captivating his senses. He couldn't help but hold his breath, caught in the allure of the treasure before him. After a few heart-pounding moments, he swiftly surveyed the area, ensuring no prying eyes were nearby. Gradually, a sense of relief washed over him. All of it. The attendant's voice quivered as he swallowed with difficulty. With a precise flick of his wrist, Albus tossed a gold coin worth 5 Vril d'Or into the attendant's waiting palm. A confident smile tugged at his lips as he spoke. "That depends on the value of the information you provide. Rest assured, you'll receive another 20 Vril d'Or, no matter what." The attendant gingerly bit the gold coin, stealing a glance back at the path they had traversed. His voice dropped to a hushed tone as he shared, "Just as you surmised, the man from the south, in room 2 on the 6th floor, frequents the company of the most renowned courtesans. He possesses a penchant for pre-ordering his meals, which we dutifully deliver to his quarters every half hour. A southerner with a penchant for famous courtesans and a habit of pre-ordered meals. Room 602. Albus wasn't one to skimp on appreciation. He tossed 2 10 Vril d'Or coins, etched with the likeness of a warship, to the attendant. Seizing the calmness on Rue de la Murelle, Albus covertly ascended to the 6th floor, concealing himself on the balcony at the corridor's far end. Within mere minutes, the attendant tasked with meal deliveries arrived at room 602, carried by a steam-powered mechanical elevator. A silver-white metal serving card accompanied him. Carefully, he pressed the doorbell. Albus straightened up, aligning his view with room 602's entrance. His gaze intensified. The door swung open, revealing a man of slight stature, not exceeding 1.7 meters. His attire comprised a pitch-black half-mask, a crisp white shirt, and pale-hued boxer shorts. Removing his trousers but leaving his upper attire on. Concealing tattoos, perhaps? The more Albus observed, the stronger his conviction that the occupant of room 602 matched the likeness of Guillaume Binet from the wanted posters. Abstaining from disturbing his quarry, Albus settled back into a white-paneled armchair on the balcony. From his pocket emerged a gray-furred rat, one of beast tamer Christo's pets. Lumian had engaged the services of the rat, his abilities allowing easy communication and efficient coordination among team members. Naturally, Christo served as the intermediary and the translator. Albus tenderly patted the rat's head, signaling it with a gesture, a thumb and index finger forming a ring, with the remaining fingers raised. This signified the discovery of the prime suspect. With a high-pitched squeak, the rat darted from Albus's grasp, off to find its owner at a nearby tavern. Upon learning from Christo's pet parrot that members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order had located the Padre, Lumian found himself plunged into a momentary maelstrom of shock and confusion. Had they truly found Guillaume Binet? Then, who did I see? If the occupant of 50 Rue Vincent is Guillaume Binet, where did the counterfeit they see come from? In the whirlwind of his thoughts, a realization struck Lumian with the force of lightning. Substitution spell. Guillaume Binet must have enacted the substitution spell ritual. It was one of the 5 specialized ritualistic magics Lumian had acquired as an alms monk. The Padre, now a Sequence 5 Fate Appropriator, was evidently familiar with it. This ritual enabled the user to choose another person to inhabit their identity for a period upon sensing impending danger. By gaining the genuine or fake approval of those around them and establishing a strong mystical connection, a ritual could then finalize the switch. If the substitution spell succeeded, the stand-in would be indistinguishable from the original in the eyes of others, although their self-awareness and performance might be compromised to a degree. Nevertheless, their core identity would remain. When the substitute faced imminent disaster, the one who cast the substitution spell could alter their own fate, thus avoiding the impending calamity. Of course, this hinged on the substitute being kept unaware of the impending danger. While this ruse could prove effective on other Beyonders, Lumian was well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the substitution spell. Thus, he couldn't be easily deceived. For Lumian, the paramount issue at hand was this: which individual was the true Guillaume Binet, and which was the substitute? To deal a decisive blow to the Padre and apprehend him with minimal casualties, Lumian needed to consolidate his forces and make a choice. He couldn't attack both entities simultaneously. Gardner Martin had merely agreed to assist in locating the prey, without extending further support. Consequently, the majority of individuals dispatched by the Iron and Blood Cross Order were low-sequence Beyonders, or even regular people. If Lumian opted to solicit Gardner Martin's aid, it might take hours for the Iron and Blood Cross Order to assemble sufficient reinforcements. Guillaume Binet didn't possess limitless endurance, and the courtesan wasn't a demoness of pleasure who could allow an extended encounter. He would definitely be gone by then. The question remains, what decision would Guillaume Binet make? Would he have the substitute remain at the residence to divert danger while he ventured out for personal pursuits? Alternatively, would he dispatch the substitute to showcase his characteristic behavior, drawing danger away from himself? Lumian found both scenarios challenging to dismiss. After deliberation, his gaze shifted to the green and white parrot. He addressed it, "Locate Red Boots Franca and ask her to divine the authenticity of the Guillaume Binet at 50 Rue Vincent and the one present here." The parrot stared at Lumian as if questioning his sanity. "I'm just a parrot. What I said is too complicated. I can't understand or memorize everything." Lumian swiftly arrived at a decision. "Guide me to Red Boots Franca. Actually, first lead me to Christo." Time remained on their side. The individual at 50 Rue Vincent couldn't elude them. The team responsible for the mission could convene briefly, exchanging essential information. In the shadows they lingered, while their foes roamed in plain sight. As long as they didn't startle the targets, they could afford to wait. Of course, they had to conclude before Guillaume Binet's deed with the courtesan reached its conclusion. After all, tailing an individual posed inherent risks, especially when dealing with a Padre and his array of bizarre and unfamiliar abilities. In a narrow alley near Rue de la Murelle, the afternoon sun cast its radiant touch upon a mostly dismantled barricade, while even the breeze seemed to take a momentary pause. Franca, now garbed in an assassin's attire, and Jenna, disguised as a female mercenary, rendezvoused with Anthony Reed, still clad in his military green attire, and Lumian, sporting a cap, a black vest, and a white shirt. Lumian delivered a succinct briefing, omitting details about the substitution spell due to time constraints, referring to it merely as a form of witchcraft capable of generating lifelike substitutes. Before Lumian could inquire further, Franca retrieved a mirror from her possession. As her fingers grazed the surface, she intoned an incantation. Soon, an aqueous luminescence radiated from the mirror, accompanied by an aged voice. "They are both real. Both real." Franca turned to Lumian in surprise. The witchcraft responsible for creating the substitute proves potent, resembling the original down to appearance and fate. Conventional divination methods stand powerless against such deception. Both real. Lumian had anticipated this response and had already devised an alternative course of action. Sensing his silence, Franca drew a deep breath, hesitatingly suggesting, "Did you need me to consult another source?" She aimed to seek confirmation from the entity renowned for unerring divination. Yet, this approach risked unveiling a question that could render her socially deceased before Jenna, Lumian, and Anthony Reed. She envisioned the other party asking, "Do you often entertain the idea of doing the deed with Jenna?" How would she navigate her future interactions with Jenna? Lumian shook his head, asserting, "No need. I have a plan." Turning his attention to Jenna, he directed, "Conceal yourself in the shadows diagonally across from room 602 in Dill. Keep a vigilant watch on that Guillaume Benet's activities. If he concludes his affairs and prepares to depart, but we haven't arrived yet, refrain from impulsive pursuit. Instead, discreetly monitor his movements from a distance and deduce his chosen path." "Understood." Jenna nodded, mentally rehearsing her upcoming task. Lumian shifted his focus to Franca and Anthony Reed. "Let's proceed to 50 Rue Vincent together. I'll directly confront Guillaume Benet. Franca, maintain invisibility and follow me closely. We mustn't launch an attack until we're certain of his authenticity. Anthony, secure the perimeter outside. If the Guillaume Benet on Rue Vincent proves to be counterfeit and we hasten to Dill, covertly monitor the madam there, tracking her movements. In case Guillaume Benet manages an escape, she could serve as a pivotal lead for subsequent pursuit. If the 50 Rue Vincent counterpart is genuine and a skirmish erupts, approach discreetly and provide reinforcement." Franca harbored no objections to this arrangement. Aware of Lumian's teleportation abilities, she grasped that once he confirmed the Rue Vincent Guillaume as fake, he could facilitate swift transition for primary combatants to the opposite location, preventing the two Guillaumes from exchanging information. Assessing the calculated risks, Anthony endorsed the plan, confirming his willingness to execute his designated role. 50 Rue Vincent, near the beige three-story building. Observing Franca's seamless invisibility, Lumian raised his right hand and swept it across his face. In an instant, he transformed into a man in his 30s, attired in a black uniform with an inspector's epaulet. Knee's face. Satisfied with his condition, Lumian proceeded to the designated building and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing a man garbed as a butler. His gaze landed on Lumian as he inquired with a touch of confusion, "Officer, how may I assist you?" "I'm here regarding a missing vagrant case linked to this street. I'd appreciate a conversation with your master," Lumian nonchalantly fabricated. A subtle shift occurred in the butler's expression. "Please wait a moment, officer. I shall inquire with our master." After a brief pause, the butler returned to the doorway, addressing Lumian. "Officer, our master invites you to the small parlor on the ground floor." Lumian offered a slight nod and trailed the butler into the abode at 50 Rue Vincent. The living area exuded spaciousness, hosting a bluish-gray cat huddled in one corner, its presence accompanied by the ceaseless chirping of caged birds. Positioned in the aisle, a black dog, reminiscent of a hound, remained seated, its gaze unwaveringly fixated on the unfamiliar entrant. Circumventing an elegant sofa, the butler led Lumian into a parlor towards the rear. There, a man with midnight hair, azure eyes, and a slightly hooked nose reclined in an armchair. He sported a dark-hued shirt and black trousers, his demeanor one of relaxed arrogance as he gently caressed the head of a sizable brown-furred dog. "Officer, in what way may I be of assistance?" the man inquired, rising with deliberate languor. "It's him, Guillaume Benet. Padre Guillaume Benet." Lumian's pupils contracted, closing the distance to a mere 5 meters. Then he parted his lips and voice. "Ha!" Action was the sole path to distinguishing the genuine from the impostor. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 326, Substitute. "Ha!" Lumian's right chest glowed faintly. His spirit body quivered as a yellowish beam shot forth from his mouth. It instantly struck Guillaume Binet, dressed in a dark shirt and black pants, causing him to collapse in confusion and shock. Spell of Harumph. He's fake. Lumian's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. He wasn't too surprised by the outcome. It was evident that this wasn't the real Guillaume Binet, a Sequence 5 Fate appropriator. The way the man reacted to the attack, coupled with his lack of familiarity with beyonder powers and mysticism, made Lumian believe that the substitute was an ordinary person thrust into an unfamiliar world. Disregarding the bewildered butler, Lumian swiftly turned on his heels and sprinted out of the compact living room. As he ran, he whispered to Dill. Franca, draped in her hooded, leather-armored black robe, materialized in front of Lumian. Lumian grabbed her shoulder, allowing the black mark on his right shoulder to flicker with a dark light. Amidst the swirling maelstrom of vibrant hues, the duo found themselves on the balcony of Dill's 6th floor. Having sent Jenna to inform Albus previously, Lumian had already memorized the coordinates. Upon seeing her companion arrive, Jenna, dressed as a female mercenary, emerged from the shadows. She pointed at room 602 and lowered her voice. It's not over yet. Damn it, he's dragging this out. The second round, perhaps? Lumian chuckled. According to Albus, the occupant of room 602 had already blown his load once before having afternoon tea. Now it had begun again. The soundproofing here is impressive, Franca remarked, her head tilting as she listened for any signs of activity from within room 602. Jenna observed as Lumian wiped his face, disguising himself as a typical Dill brothel attendant. She clicked her tongue and voiced her thoughts. That woman in there screams occasionally. Damn it, is that perverted padre into some abusive stuff? Jenna, an underground singer frequenting bars and dance halls, had cultivated an open and passionate image. Her close rapport with Franca, who managed the dancers, exposed her to a world beyond the ordinary. She had zero experience, but her insights were substantial. Franca caught on swiftly. She modulated her voice and clicked her tongue. Lumian, his knees face transforming him, glanced at Franca, silently requesting her to sprinkle fluorescent powder in the corridor outside room 602. A countermeasure against Guillaume Binet's invisibility. Lumian knew that the invisibility didn't erase traces or scents. Should Guillaume Binet escape into the corridor during combat, the fluorescent powder would create a luminous trail, guiding Lumian's pursuit. However, Lumian reconsidered and decided that the use of fluorescent powder might be too conspicuous. Guillaume Binet could easily detect the abnormality and escape using his bizarre abilities before Lumian could launch a surprise attack. After a moment's reflection, Lumian leaned in to whisper to Franca, deploy invisibility to conceal yourself in the corridor. Use invisible spider silk to create a web that covers the target's door from the ground to the ceiling. This approach would neutralize the effectiveness of invisibility, while also entangling Guillaume Binet if he attempted to employ slow flight. No problem. Franca adjusted her black hood and entered the corridor. In a blink, her form dissolved, as if a snowman had melted in the sun. 7 to 8 seconds later, a gentle breeze brushed against Lumian's legs. He was taken aback for a moment before comprehending. Franca is using the invisible spider silk to signal readiness. Since this dude advanced to a demoness of pleasure, everything she does carries a sense of teasing. Yeah, she just advanced and might not have full control over the potion's power. She could be unwittingly affected. Muttering inwardly, Lumian shifted his attention to Jenna and instructed, conceal yourself in the shadows here. If Guillaume Binet flees this way, you can shoot or execute an assassination. If that fails, withdraw immediately. If he heads in another direction, don't pursue. Got it. Jenna, well-versed in these situations, didn't push for more involvement. She understood that her capabilities could be effectively deployed only under specific circumstances. With his team arranged, Lumian pivoted and directed his gaze at the wooden door of room 602. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to steady his nerves. With that, he fetched an armchair from the balcony and positioned it in the corridor. The invisible spider silk avoided him as he moved some distance away from room 602 and set down the chair. In the following moment, he lightly tapped the chair's back. Crimson flames flowed from his palm, slithering over the chair like serpents. As the armchair caught fire, Lumian jogged toward room 602, without attempting to conceal his movements. He rapped his knuckles against the wooden door. What is it? A voice tinged with contained anger reverberated from within room 602, indicating a pivotal juncture. Fire. There's a fire. Lumian shouted in feigned panic. Son of a sow. The male voice inside cursed in a Riston province accent. Simultaneously, Hunter Lumian detected a distinctive motion, someone getting off the bed. 2 to 3 seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a naked man wearing an iron-colored half-mask and a white shirt, his lower half exposed. A brunette clad in a fishnet nightgown was still draped over him. Holy heck, can't you even let go of her? Franca's amused commentary echoed in Lumian's mind from her invisible position diagonally across. However, Lumian's focus was unshaken. When the suspected Guillaume Binet appeared, his gaze flickering towards the smoky, flaming chair, Lumian acted swiftly. Another yellowish beam shot forth, piercing through both the man in the iron-colored half-mask and the woman in the fishnet nightgown, enveloping them. A glimpse of shock and panic flashed across the eyes of the supposed Guillaume Binet, revealing his grasp of beyond her powers. Then his eyes dulled, and he collapsed a fraction after the woman. As the sound of something heavy thudding to the floor echoed, Lumian seemed to enter a surreal trance. Impossible. A fate appropriator like Guillaume Binet couldn't be knocked out by a contractee's spell of harumph. Is he a decoy? The one at 50 Rue Vincent was an imposter too. Where is the real Guillaume Binet? Shaking off his momentary daze, Lumian knelt, peeling off the iron-colored mask from the unconscious man. The face beneath was unervingly familiar. It was the hook-nosed countenance of Guillaume Binet. Darkening with concern, Lumian pushed the half-dressed woman away from his target and tore open the white shirt. In the next heartbeat, his eyes fell upon 3 black marks resembling signatures on the unconscious man's upper body, one on the left chest, one on the right chest, and another on the abdomen. This wasn't Guillaume Binet. Guillaume Binet held more than 3 contracts, probably a dozen or more. All fake? All substitutes? Lumian clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with an invisible blaze. He rose, dragging the man, an identical look-alike of Guillaume Binet, back into room 602. Then he found a blanket, swathed the unconscious woman, and deposited her in the corridor. In the interim, Franca discerned the falsity of the prey once again, vanishing her invisibility. She summoned frost and doused the flames consuming the armchair. As she transferred the woman from the corridor to a vacant room, Lumian extended his right hand, fingers closing around the throat of the inevitability bestowed. With a decisive snap, he broke the man's neck, rendering him unconscious and lifeless. Following that, he shut the wooden door, drew the ritual silver dagger, and sanctified it. A wall of spirituality enshrouded room 602. Subsequently, Lumian initiated the summoning dance, opting to engage in a preliminary, purpose-driven spirit channeling through this method. He had chosen not to enlist Franca's aid for a reason. He was uncertain about the peculiar creatures the deceased had contracted. It was possible they would induce corresponding corruption. Only Lumian, having long been an inevitability bestowed, remained unaffected by the spirit channeling process. The sedatives and the last remnants of truth serum from the Bliss Society were reserved for use on the real Padre. Diagonally opposite 50 Rue Vincent, perched on the second floor of the building and ensconced in cover, Anthony Reed, steadfastly observing the target, espied a graceful lady in a pale green gown hurrying out, accompanied by her valet, maid, and butler. The group entered a carriage, deftly relocated from the rear to the front entrance, before embarking toward the far end of Rue Vincent. Without precipitously giving chase, Anthony meticulously memorized specific details concerning the carriage and the horses. Amidst the fervent and contorted dance, the departed spirit detached from its corporeal vessel, hovering midair. It cast a glare laden with animosity and perplexity upon Lumian. Drawing his own blood, Lumian enacted a command, compelling the spirit to bind to him. Although desire and veracity ignited within him, Lumian remained resolute, detecting an additional presence. Summoning the Abyss Demon Flower. Invisibility. Transfiguration. Damn it. An involuntary curse escaped Lumian's lips. He began to grasp the unfolding situation. The individual at 50 Rue Vincent was possibly a product of the substitution spell. The one at the Dill brothel, on the other hand, had been fashioned as a substitute by Guillaume Binet, utilizing transfiguration, exploiting its negative effects. He was vigilant against anyone exploiting his negative effects to track him down. Transfiguration was a contractual ability capable of altering a person's appearance, physique, and disposition. It also possessed a measure of resistance against divination. The price exacted was one's own visage, with a detrimental side effect manifesting as a desire for the exploitation of others. Lumian steadied himself, summoning to mind the genuine Guillaume Binet, his visage, his deeds. This resonance united with the memories that had left the most indelible mark on the spirit of the deceased, enabling Lumian to hunt for clues. In due course, a cluster of 7 or 8 memories quivered slightly. Lumian selected one, striving to magnify it for deeper understanding. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 327, The Real Guillaume Binet. The memories of the false Guillaume Binet surged, and Lumian found himself immersed in the familiar confines of 50 Rue Vincent's cozy parlor. Draped in an air of regal poise, the counterfeit Guillaume Binet stood before the armchair, addressing the recipient of these memories with calculated words. Take this money and venture to Rue de la Murelle. There, seek out the renowned courtesan of utmost repute. But you must assume my looks, veiled by a mask. With humility and deference, the memory's owner bowed. Understood, Archbishop. And thus, this memory concluded. Lumian held a steadfast conviction that the inevitability bestowed before him was a meticulously crafted proxy, a construct devised by none other than Guillaume Binet himself. It appeared that he had likely garnered a cohort of adherents to inevitability. From among them, he had singled out a candidate from southern Intis, one who swiftly reaped 3 successive boons. This candidate was meticulously endowed with the same abilities as him, the summoning of the Abyss Demon Flower and the Shroud of Invisibility. This granted him an impeccable guise, perfectly mirroring the true him thanks to the contract's negative effects. Of course, transfiguration remained an integral, indispensable ability. From this vantage, it became evident that Guillaume Binet hadn't neglected the adverse ramifications of the specialized covenant. He might have contemplated this from inception, or perhaps gained insight subsequent to a dire prophecy, reviewing his recent undertakings. Regardless, this counterfeit Guillaume Binet, proficient in transfiguration, appeared to be a deliberate ruse. Lumian suspected the presence of other inevitability devotees who clandestinely monitored the Dill brothel. They clandestinely shadowed the sham Guillaume Binet, primed to relay swift notification to the authentic padre should danger befall his double. In such a scenario, Guillaume Binet enjoyed a distinct advantage, whether he elected to abscond, leaving the product of this substitution spell to grapple with looming peril, or opted to ensnare his antagonist using the doppelganger as bait. Synthesized with the fragments of the fake Guillaume Binet's recollections, Lumian surmised that the genuine Guillaume Binet primarily resided at 50 Rue Vincent. Yet, he permitted the substitute to operate overtly, effectively obfuscating his true whereabouts. Upon this realization, Lumian harbored a pang of vexation. Had Albus not unearthed the sham Guillaume Binet within the confines of the Dill brothel, Lumian wouldn't have been lured away from the decoy. He would have been affixed on the Guillaume at 50 Rue Vincent. This would have spared him the frenzied teleportation prompted after the incapacitation of the substitution spell's byproduct. Lumian would have gravitated towards scouring the building, conceivably unearthing the genuine Guillaume Binet. Granted, absent the synchronous appearance of Guillaume Binet, Lumian wouldn't have entertained notions of a substitution spell. He'd have likely fallen prey to deception, swerving far from the path leading to the authentic padre. With this epiphany at the forefront, Lumian cast aside his intention to scout for lurking inevitability adherents. Recognizing that the bona fide Guillaume Binet had been alerted, Lumian terminated his summoning dance and dissolved the wall of spirituality. Turning to Franca and Jenna shrouded in separate shadows, he intoned, "Let's head to 50 Rue Vincent now." Presently, Lumian clung to the hope that vestiges of clues lingered or that Anthony Reed, entrusted with overseeing the locale, had gleaned pertinent insights. Franca and Jenna emerged from the shadows one after another, wasting no time to inquire about the current situation. Lumian grabbed their shoulders and activated Spirit World Traversal once more. In the blink of an eye, their forms solidified within the modest confines of 50 Rue Vincent's parlor. Absent were the butler, valets, and maids, leaving an unattended figure unconscious, the result of the substitution spell, laid out on the carpet. A meticulous scan of the surroundings concluded with Lumian's approach. He knelt beside the proxy, employing a variety of techniques to rouse him from his stupor. As the counterfeit Guillaume Binet's eyes fluttered open, they met an unfamiliar visage. Startled, he jolted upright, fear tinting his tone. "Who are you? Why did you barge into my house? Get out. I'll call the police. I'll call the police." He recollected the recent attack, a curse-like assault. Lumian drew his revolver and pressed it against the fake Guillaume Binet's forehead. The substitute fell silent. "Where is the true master of this residence?" Lumian's voice resounded, deep and steady. As if pierced by a sudden realization, the impostor Guillaume Binet spat out, "I am the true master. I'm the master here." Lumian's lips curled into a smile. "In that case, I offer my sympathies. Your wife, it seems, ran off with the butler with your valuables. The valets and maids, meanwhile, seem to have embraced an opportunistic approach, essentially relieving you of anything tangible except this house. In a while, the police will arrest you, citing your involvement in the slaying of a vagrant and perpetrating cultic rituals and extensive deceit. A mosaic of fact and conjecture, Lumian's words emerged with an intent to intimidate the substitute, dismantling any fantastical illusions. Considering the retreat of the madam, butler, valets, maids, coachman, and gardener from 50 Rue Vincent, Lumian inferred their conversion into believers of inevitability, orchestrated by the genuine padre. This intricate maneuver camouflaged a multitude of cultic practices and eccentric observances, all harmonized through the substitution spell. The false Guillaume Binet Adil, having reached sequence 7 contractee status, was indicative of multiple instances of boon request rituals and trier. Innocents would undoubtedly become sacrifices, and the best candidates were undoubtedly tramps. At Lumian's declaration, the imitation Guillaume Binet gazed about, bewildered and panic-stricken, his voice piercingly beseeching, Paulina, Paulina, Paulina. It's indeed the condiment beauty. Unfortunately, she's now a heretic. Lumian watched as the fake Guillaume Binet fell silent, his eyes filled with despair. Any final words? Lumian inquired once more. The fake Guillaume Binet shuddered and said, I'm real. I'm really the master of this place. However, that woman is a succubus. She surreptitiously lured someone and ensconced him within the cellar. She's having an affair with a devil. Affair with a devil? In the basement. Was she secretly meeting the real padre in private? Yes, the negative effects of Guillaume Binet's desire for coitus will always exist. They won't disappear just because he has 2 substitutes. Lumian scrutinized the mock Guillaume Binet, who tenaciously clung to his facade as the genuine master of 50 Rue Vincent. Left hand poised, he controlled his might, and with precision, delivered a calculated blow behind the impostor's ear. The fake Guillaume Binet fainted again. Lumian's strategy entailed swift exploration of the residence, as allowing the impostor to run amok could inadvertently trigger calamity. He rose to his feet, massaging his throbbing temples, and turned to Franca and Jenna for an update. Any word from Anthony Reed? No. Franca shook her head gently. It seems he followed your directive to trail Madame Paulina. Lumian tersely acknowledged. Then let's search this place and await his feedback. Franca adjusted her black hood and emphasized, 1 team of 3. Don't split up. This was the territory of the heretics. Even if they had already escaped, residual vestiges might still remain. Should they split their efforts and encounter mishaps, timely rescue would be jeopardized. When the authorities carried out such operations, they had to be at least in groups of 3 or within sight of each other if they wanted to split up. Lumian issued a pointed gesture toward the staircase adjacent to the parlor. Let's proceed to the basement. The trio descended, and as they did, Franca leaned to Jenna, her tone hushed. Seal's exchange with the counterfeit was textbook instigation. When you return, dissect the intent behind each phrase. Okay. Jenna absorbed the counsel like a parched sponge. In due course, they reached the basement door. Lumian turned toward his companions. Preparations before we venture inside. To thwart lingering echoes of Inevitability's powers or unconventional creatures, precaution was paramount. Promptly, Lumian, now adorned with altered visage and partially lengthened hair, pushed the door open, revealing the basement's dim recesses. Within, an unremarkable array of miscellaneous items cluttered the space. No conspicuous anomalies were apparent. Just as Franca readied for magic mirror divination, Lumian, with his hunter's acumen, discerned subtle traces. With metallic clinks, he unveiled a concealed door. Beyond lay a stairwell, descending further into the subterranean depths. The trio descended cautiously, arriving after moments at a vast yet rudimentary chamber, bathed in gas lamp radiance. It was unknown if Guillaume Binet had created it himself, or if he had sealed off a portion of underground trier and modified it into a private territory. In the center of the stone-floored hall stood an altar, surrounded by ghastly white human bones, complete sheepskin, cowhide, and giant canine skin. Upon seeing this, Lumian was taken aback as he recalled one of the 5 special ritualistic magics that Om's monk had. Animal creation spell. Simultaneously, remembrances of the felines, avians, and canines inhabiting the floor above, and the brown-furred dog nestled beside the mock Guillaume Binet, surged forth. Dog. Animal creation spell. With an epiphanic rush, Lumian pieced together the genuine Guillaume Binet's concealment. He had invoked the animal creation spell to transmute himself into the hulking, brown-furred canine. In this form, he paraded brazenly before his counterfeit and the surrounding onlookers. With a recitation of the preordained incantation, the true Guillaume Binet could rapidly mold his canine facade, resuming his human guise. In the confines of the parlor, the counterfeit Guillaume Binet remained enshrouded in an unconscious reverie, utterly oblivious to the stark duality between reality and illusion. Cautiously, he inched the guest room door ajar, greeted by a jarring tableau. Before him sprawled his beautiful wife Paulina, ensconced upon a sumptuous bed, unclothed, whilst a hulking brown-furred canine loomed beside her. At the bedside, a plate bearing a medium-cooked steak was positioned. Amidst clenched teeth, Lumian communicated the enigma of the animal creation spell and his speculative hypothesis to Franca and Jenna, his words resounding, "I hope we find that damned dog." No, he should have shed his dog's skin by now. Animal creation spell. Humans turning into dogs. Jenna was alarmed. The world of mysticism is so bizarre and terrifying. The three of them worked together and swiftly searched for traces. Before long, Jenna picked up something from a crevice in the stone slab and exclaimed in surprise, "I found something." Franca ran over and realized it was brown dog fur. Both approached Lumian, who continued his investigative fervor, presenting their find. Lumian's elation was palpable. He postulated Guillaume Binet's evasion via an underground covert route, disentangling him from Paulina and the rest. Then they discovered a few strands of brown dog fur. Following the fur, they found another hidden door. After opening the hidden door in the rock wall, Franca performed a simple magic mirror divination and received a revelation that nothing was amiss. Then she followed Lumian and Jenna in. At that moment, Jenna, who was in the middle of the group, lost sight of Lumian. Franca was still following behind her. Without waiting for Jenna to speak, Franca surveyed the room and frowned. We've circled back to the sacrificial hall. Emerging through the secret door, Lumian entered an expanse echoing a quarry's cavern. With gas lamps conspicuously absent, Lumian summoned forth a crimson blaze to pierce the shadows. Almost simultaneously, he sensed that Jenna and Franca hadn't followed him. We got separated just like that. Puzzlement swirled within Lumian's mind, overridden by a low voice that echoed from the abandoned mine's depths. Lumian Lee, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 328, Bottle of Fiction. Lumian Lee. Lumian found himself frozen in place, his gaze distant as he reacted to the ominous growl. In a shadowy corner of the abandoned mine, a figure outlined itself. Clad in a complete coat of brown dog skin, the figure's torso and abdomen burst open, revealing a human form adorned in a white robe, embellished with intricate silver and black threads. Without a sound, the canine skin dropped to the ground, unveiling a man of slight stature, barely reaching 1.7 meters. His thin black hair framed a face with sharply intense blue eyes, and a slightly upturned nose added to his air of authority. This was none other than Guillaume Binet, the padre of Cordoue village. At that very moment, a smile graced Guillaume Binet's lips. He held a white human bone in his grasp, his eyes aflame with a fanatical zeal that suggested he was on the cusp of receiving a newfound boon from the forces of inevitability, a boon that could reshape his destiny. Guillaume Binet's initial instinct was to flee from 50 Rue Vincent the moment he saw his decoy incapacitated by the strange spell, and his adversary vanishing through the aid of spirit world traversal. In doing so, the decoy could fulfill its full potential of averting disaster. He would escape the looming catastrophe, embarking on a fresh start in a new location, unburdened by the present circumstances. Yet, within an instant, his abilities as a fate appropriator alerted him to the anomaly in the assailant's destiny and the lingering traces of a formidable entity aligned with the inevitability pathway. From this revelation, he deduced that the individual responsible was Lumian Lee, the very person harboring the angel he had once tirelessly invoked. Rapid thoughts raced through Guillaume Binet's mind. As a devoted adherent to the might of inevitability, he was instantly consumed by zealous fervor. He sought to capture or eliminate Lumian Lee. He aspired to break the seal, allowing inevitability's angel to truly descend upon the land. He yearned to obtain a godhood boon, breaking free from the constraints of mortality. He longed to stand as inevitability's chosen representative, guiding the troves of foolish humanity. Having swiftly assessed the situation on both fronts, Guillaume Binet ordered Paulina and the others to flee, luring any potential allies of Lumian Lee away from the scene. Meanwhile, he left behind a substitute, creating a trail of clues for Lumian Lee to follow, leading him into the basement to unveil a hidden door. With his preparations in place, Guillaume Binet entered the sacrificial chamber, deliberately preserving the sheepskin, cowhide, and dog skin. This would enable Lumian Lee, already versed in the animal creation spell, to swiftly uncover the truth. Simultaneously, he shook off a tuft of dog fur, inadvertently revealing his escape route. He chanted the incantation he had prearranged, dispelling the animal creation spell. Drawing upon his concealed power, Guillaume Binet unlocked the door leading to underground Trier, a contractual power known as the Bottle of Fiction. This ability, a source of personal avarice, enabled Guillaume Binet to convert designated, modest-sized spaces, those harboring symbolic elements like doors and windows, into realms encapsulated within the Bottle of Fiction. He could impose simple entry conditions, permitting only those who met the prerequisites to enter, while others would be promptly returned to their original positions. Guillaume Binet's stipulation for entry was one bearing the power of inevitability. This criterion was one he shared with Lumian Lee. Regardless of whether Lumian had embraced inevitability's boon, as a carrier of the inevitability angel, enmeshed in the threads of fate, he undeniably possessed inevitability's power. This design ensured that Lumian's allies couldn't breach the Bottle of Fiction's barrier without a boon of inevitability. It left only Lumian Lee and himself secluded within. And if they had indeed embraced inevitability, they would both remain influenced by the great existence, transforming them into equivalent companions during pivotal moments. Guillaume Binet sidestepped the utilization of individuals hailing from Cordoue as entry criteria into the Bottle of Fiction, as opposed to a vexing challenge to confirm such origins. Such a determination demanded consultation with the spirit world, unlike the more direct assessment of one possessing a distinct power. Furthermore, should Paulina and the others manage to elude their pursuers and return to this very spot, they could provide essential aid through the opening of the bottle. Having meticulously orchestrated his plan, Guillaume Binet concealed himself, poised for Lumian Lee's entry into the Bottle of Fiction. As anticipated, upon seeing Lumian Lee, now under an altered guise yet devoid of any traces of the inevitability angel's influence, Guillaume Binet took swift action, invoking the soul assimilation mystic spell. Understanding that Lumian Lee wasn't the individual's original name but had been assumed for nearly 6 years, recognized by all those around him, Guillaume Binet was certain this identity held a mystic connection that could serve as the true name. Endowed with the knowledge of Cordoue as its padre, he possessed a certain insight into Lumian Lee's circumstances. With conviction in the efficacy of the soul assimilation mystic spell, he anticipated it would gravely disorient Lumian Lee. Observing Lumian Lee's form, frozen at the threshold of the Bottle of Fiction, head bowed and body swaying with instability, Guillaume Binet's grin expanded. Acting without hesitation or speech, he hurled the white human bone he clutched, intending to employ a curse spell capable of rendering the target comatose indefinitely. With this achieved and Lumian Lee under his sway, his intention was to retrieve the pre-prepared ritual sheepskin, enshroud the captive, and intone the incantation, transforming him into a voiceless, nearly powerless sheep. At that juncture, Guillaume Binet could lead the sheep elsewhere, endeavoring to shatter the seal and unleash the imprisoned angel. Once successful, he would ascend to sainthood, becoming a potent human figure bestowed with godhood powers. Smack! As the bone landed, Guillaume Binet surged forward, rapidly enunciating a Hermes incantation. Blind D. Midway through the chant, the padre, having made all of Cordoue village a sacrificial offering, suddenly experienced a tightening within his chest, an uncommon premonition heralded by fate. For him, such premonitions occurred rarely. Including this instance, it was the second occurrence. The prior occasion had led him to reassess his actions upon arriving in Trier, spurring him to execute the substitution spell and transfiguration, generating a substitute. With absolute faith in inevitability, Guillaume Binet ceased his chant and lunged to the side. In the next second, he heard Lumian's voice. Humph! A nearly imperceivable white beam shot forth from Lumian's nostrils, impacting the precise spot where Guillaume Binet had stood. The beam streaked through the air, vanishing upon contact with the uneven gray-black terrain. Lumian's gaze lifted, his eyes extraordinarily clear, seemingly untouched by the soul assimilation mystic spell. Concealed beneath his elongated hair, his ears were snugly filled with soft paper balls. In anticipation of residual effects upon entering the basement, he had taken precautionary measures, blocking his ears and altering his appearance to fend off the soul assimilation mystic spell's influence. How can I be affected if I can't even hear you call my name? Admittedly, the paper balls couldn't wholly stifle sound. A faint shout did reach Lumian, though he failed to discern it as his name. The impact was but a mild vertigo, quickly dissipating. Capitalizing on this opportunity, he deduced the affliction he had confronted to be the soul assimilation mystic spell. With feigned gravity, he baited his lurking adversary into revealing himself, launching a surprise counter with the spell of Harumph. Yet, Lumian hadn't envisaged Guillaume Binet as his assailant. Unwilling to flee just yet, he clung to his resolve to confront the foe and liberate the imprisoned angel. Such a determination heightened Lumian's intensity, a fusion of anxiety and exultation, an undercurrent of madness underscoring his elation. Instantaneously, Guillaume Binet vanished upon landing beside him. Ebony tendrils, contorted like serpentine forms, descended from the mind's apex, shrouding the bottle of fiction in an enveloping embrace, blossoming into colossal flowers as crimson as blood. Circling the entryway, Lumian retrieved the iron-gray military alcohol flask, uncapped it, and withdrew the decency brooch. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Emerald-green arrows exuding a pale pallor streaked forth from the rear of the black vine, piercing the space Lumian had just vacated. Where these arrows connected, the rocks and earth seemed to undergo the assault of concentrated acid, manifesting glaring and exaggerated signs of corrosion. After donning the decency brooch, Lumian's form agilely evaded the ghastly green arrows, targeting his cranium. Simultaneously, he genuflected and inclined forward, palms pressed to the gravel and dirt. Abruptly, vermilion flames surged forth, forging a crescent-like barrier. This fiery barricade extended in all directions, kindling the obsidian vines in its path and inciting the vivid flowers, their fierce maws agape. An inconspicuous, saccharine aroma permeated the air, inducing a drowsy haze, an inclination toward slumber. Guillaume Binet, unveiling himself after launching the ghastly green arrows, nimbly shifted his position. Inhaling the anesthetic gas engendered by the blazing abyss demon flowers, he beheld the crimson wall poised to transmute the entire abandoned mine into an inferno. Why would Lumian Lee ignite the abyss demon flowers, knowing they induce sleep? A momentary bewilderment flashed across Guillaume Binet. In a flash, his insight converged with Lumian's stratagem. Lumian aimed to cultivate an environment saturated with anesthetic gas, an environment impartial to ally or adversary alike. In essence, this would induce slumber in Lumian Lee, as well as Guillaume Binet. Lumian's companions stood sentry outside the bottle of fiction. It was conceivable they would soon decipher a means to shatter the contract spell's hold. Comprehending this, Guillaume Binet emitted a disdainful snort, his visage adorned with a metallic sheen. Steel, body. This was also a contract ability he had never exhibited in front of Lumian Lee. Temporarily morphing him into a metallic entity, it rendered Guillaume Binet impervious to the anesthetic gas's effects. Naturally, metamorphosing into a metallic entity would curtail his capacity to wield most of his abilities. Outside the bottle of fiction. Upon grasping that she and Jenna had returned to the sacrificial chamber while Lumian had mysteriously disappeared, Franca swiftly procured a mirror. Stains of blood and black splotches marred the mirror's surface. Puzzled, Jenna inquired, "Why are you employing mirror substitution? Wouldn't it be more sensible to make another attempt at traversing the hidden door?" With an air of solemnity, Franca explained, "This mirror carries the mirror substitution spell I prepared for Seal prior to our mission. It allows me to cast a reversed curse on Seal. Presently, I'll employ a milder curse to assess if I can establish a connection with him. Should she succeed in placing a curse upon Lumian, it would imply the connection remained intact. If the bond hadn't been severed, an alternative resolution had to be pursued." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 329, Metallic Creature. Simultaneously with Franca's explanation, inky flames emanated from her right hand, melding with the mirror that belonged to Lumian's substitute. Jenna observed with a mixture of apprehension, her breath held involuntarily. Within the bottle of fiction. Just as the wall of flames surged forth, kindling the abyss demon flowers, a pang of agony gnawed at Lumian's heart, birthing a faint shroud of black flames upon his chest. In response, his spirit body descended gradually, drawn into an abyssal darkness, a void obliterating light. Curse? Lumian, ensconced within the cradle of crimson flames, was caught off guard. The reasons behind this unexpected curse eluded him. On the one hand, he had preemptively plugged his ears, blunting the impact of the soul assimilation mystic spell. On the other, Guillaume Binet lay concealed among the dormant abyss demon flowers, offering no overt indications of invoking contract abilities. Furthermore, he remained unscathed, leaving behind neither flesh nor blood. Every strand of his discarded hair had been consumed by the encroaching flames. As the black flames emerged, the curse lingered at a subdued level, manifesting as a faint affliction that refrained from impeding his movements. Instantaneously, Lumian formulated a hypothesis. This curse came from Franca. Employing mirror substitution, she sought to reach out to him. With renewed determination, Lumian thrust his hands in the direction of the Padre's covert location. Resounding with crackling, another barrier of crimson flames materialized, fire enveloping the descending abyss demon flowers. Leveraging this veil to obscure Guillaume Benet's line of sight, Lumian pivoted and sprinted toward the entryway of the bottle of fiction. His actions and his overt choice resonated with unmistakable clarity, conveying to Guillaume Benet, "Why should I fight you within your chosen battleground? If my comrades are barred from entry, I'll venture outside and unite with them." Emerging from his concealment behind a cluster of abyss demon flowers, Guillaume Benet radiated a metallic gleam across his exposed skin. Blazing tongues of fire surged toward him, yet they could only strip away a fraction of fabric, unable to sear his flesh. Through the fiery veil, the courted Padre bestowed a smile upon Lumian's indistinct figure. Given the capability to freely traverse the bottle of fiction with requisite conditions fulfilled, he had ingeniously laid a trap at the entryway, awaiting Lumian's unwitting ensnarement. Having assumed a metallic form, his utility was confined to boons involving his body, fate, and 3 distinct contract abilities untouched by his transformation. Among the latter was Shadow Burial. A black mark on Guillaume Benet's torso wavered, summoning pallid white and abyssal black arms that extended from the encroaching shadows, ensnaring Lumian mid-sprint toward the entryway. Lumian, with a forceful stomp, catapulted into the air, seemingly aiming to vault over the eerie appendages emerging from the shadows, seeking sanctuary at the hushed, inky exit. Behind him, a crimson fireball materialized, poised to detonate at a moment's notice, transmuting into a vessel of obliteration. Simultaneously, fierce fireballs ignited to his left and right, as if poised to counteract the grasp of the arms. Guillaume Benet's metallic visage bore a smile more discernible than before, though it remained deprived of vitality, stern and emotionless. He anticipated Lumian's imminent leap into the bottle of fiction's exit. The strange arms accompanying the shadow burial served as a diversionary tactic, forestalling any suspicions from arising. It's a pity that I can't use Bone Curse in my metallic state. Otherwise, this would be a good opportunity. Guillaume Benet hesitated to dispel his steel body and deal Lumian another blow. That way, he wouldn't be able to transform into a metallic creature again anytime soon. The abandoned mine, now permeated with anesthetic gas, would shortly transform into an inferno. 4 weak humans lacking godhood. This hostile terrain was untenable. Even Om's monks could sustain themselves only a brief interval longer. In the throes of hesitation, Guillaume Benet ultimately opted to persist with Shadow Burial, permitting the nightmarish arms to continue their relentless encroachment upon Lumian. With a vigorous leap, Lumian neared the exit of the bottle of fiction, almost within grasp. At that moment, the pitch-black exit, a shadowed orifice devoid of flame, suddenly writhed faintly, akin to a shadowy maw yearning for sustenance. Undetected, a suffused aura of shadow had enshrouded the secret door's surface, a profundity seemingly imbued with life. This was a trap Guillaume Benet had meticulously laid. The mechanism lay dormant during Lumian's initial entrance, solely activating when Lumian attempted exit. This safeguard was devised to preempt Lumian from having any danger premonitions when initially entering the bottle of fiction, deterring him from braving its confines. Lumian perceived the sensation of plummeting into an abyss, the final lifeline eluding his grip. The deceptively thin veil of darkness coiled, an amalgam of endless shadows that converged into an abyssal maw, an aperture on the verge of engulfing him. Mid-flight, Lumian extended his right palm, yet just before it made contact with the shadowy maw shrouding the hidden door, he abruptly withdrew it, mimicking a gesture of prying open a door. In tandem, the decency brooch nestled upon his right chest emitted a subdued golden glow. Distortion. Lumian distorted the action of opening the door with the concept of unsealing this confined space. From the outset, his intent to depart the bottle of fiction was absent. Instead, he sought to find a way for his companions to infiltrate, thus furnishing reinforcement. This enclave laden with combustible resources stood as a haven for a pyromaniac. Boom. With a resounding detonation, the crimson fireball positioned to Lumian's left erupted, issuing a horizontal thrust that exacted a substantial toll. His attire lay rent, and his flesh bore charred imprints, inflicted by the fiery onslaught. Gradually nearing the shadowy vortex, the forceful explosion propelled him away from the exit of the bottle of fiction and beyond the enshrouded region brimming with appendages swathed in pallid white and abyssal black. Resounding with a thud, Lumian tumbled, ensconcing himself behind a rampart of surging flames. This maneuver forestalled the further encroachment of the shadowy expanse, obliging the strange arms to contend with the blistering blaze. Outside the bottle of fiction, A frigid zephyr brushed against Franca and Jenna, wafting from the hidden door's interior. Swiftly, the chill metamorphosed into a searing fervor. Behind the hidden door lay a derelict mine engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, the blazing inferno punctuated by the descent of undistorted fire dragons, their incandescence unbridled. The remaining black vines, the crimson flowers, and the strange arms all succumbed to the fiery onslaught, pursued relentlessly by the raging conflagration. Signaling to Jenna, Franca receded into the shadows as she drew closer to the hidden door. Jenna understood Franca's intentions and rationally retreated into the shadows outside the hidden door, concealing herself. She knew that it would be difficult for her to participate in the battle with her strength. Thus, she chose to bide her time, awaiting the enemy's emergence through the threshold, poised to exploit a fleeting opportunity to deliver a decisive, lethal strike. Within the ajar bottle of fiction, Lumian, having concluded his somersault, propped himself up with a single hand, locking his gaze onto the distant Guillaume Binet. His form akin to that of a metallic marionette, Lumian's lips curled wordlessly, yielding an eruption of crimson flames that engulfed his flesh and attire. A familiar pang of torment reverberated across Lumian's psyche, jolting him awake from a lethargic stupor. It's been some time. Lumian's grin was tinged with distortion as he hurtled toward the metal-encased Guillaume Binet. His forward momentum stirred the encompassing crimson flames, elongating behind him like a shimmering, unfurled cape. Wary of Lumian's earlier utilization of the Harumph spell, Guillaume Binet, resembling a puppet forged from steel, evaded direct confrontation, executing artful shifts in position. Discerning Lumian's strategy of harnessing the flames to stave off the abyss demon flowers-induced anesthetic gas, Guillaume Binet discerned this endeavor to be fleeting. At best, Lumian's fiery gambit would delay his descent into unconsciousness. Certain matters couldn't be resolved by self-harm. Having adopted the form of a metallic entity via steel body, Guillaume Binet remained impervious to the anesthetic gas's effects, even forgoing the need to draw breath. This form also minimized the conflagration's impact on him. Guillaume Binet was convinced that steel body's efficacy would persist until Lumian Lee succumbed to unconsciousness. Furthermore, his assessment revealed Lumian's substantial spirituality expenditure, coupled with Lumian's evident abstention from spirit world traversal. This deduction led Guillaume Binet to surmise that the Harumph spell likely bore limitations on its frequency of use. Of course, sustained evasion was untenable. Lumian Lee's actions hinted at him using some unconventional means to open the bottle of fiction, suggesting his companions had likely infiltrated covertly through invisibility. Guillaume Binet couldn't allow this duo to demonstrate the potency of their teamwork. Nimbly maneuvering around the plummeting tendrils of flaming vines, Guillaume Binet executed a sudden pivot, facing Lumian with unwavering intent. His metallic countenance mirrored the flaming luminance, refracting a kaleidoscopic iridescence. Myriads of diminutive rainbows coalesced, cleaving Guillaume Binet as though he gazed upon his mirror image. Light incarnation, one of the 3 contractual abilities accessible in his steel body state. Its premise lay in leveraging light to forge a fleeting incarnation, capable of channeling an individual's capabilities. 2 metallic Guillaume Benets surged toward Lumian simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Each stride they undertook fostered corporeal expansion, culminating in the metamorphosis into metallic titans, which tore asunder their white robes adorned with silver-black threads. Elevating his right hand, Lumian summoned into being a host of crimson fire ravens that swirled about him. The fire ravens promptly surged toward the 2 Guillaume Benets, demonstrating no clemency. Given the inherent challenge of distinguishing authenticity from imitation within a short span of time, Lumian adopted a stratagem of unleashing an onslaught indiscriminately, comprising both genuine and illusory manifestations. For truth could not be falsified, nor could falsity be genuine. In an abrupt detonation, the Guillaume Binet before him disintegrated. Rumble, accompanied by the explosion, amid which a multitude of fire ravens were prematurely engulfed in combustion. A water cannon sculpted from dark green liquid surged forth from the fake Guillaume Binet's fragmented remnants. The water cannon, of astonishing alacrity and proximity, penetrated Lumian's fiery shroud, impinging upon his form. As a consequence, Lumian's physique began exhibiting telltale signs of liquefaction. Draenir gland poison, one of 3 contractual abilities he could use as a metallic entity. With a brittle crack, Lumian's corporeal structure fractured, metamorphosing into mirrors. A mere 10 meters from Guillaume Binet, Franca, owing to the activation of mirror substitution, involuntarily escaped her state of invisibility. Observing her emergence, Guillaume Binet's blue irises assumed a pallor bordering on translucence. A deft push of his right palm propagated the emergence of an expansive river of mercurial sigils encircling Franca. Pitting himself directly against Lumian Lee proved to be a disconcerting engagement for Guillaume Binet. His paramount and most formidable Fate Appropriator ability remained inaccessible, for its utilization would catalyze a consequential backlash from Inevitability. Since it couldn't be used on Lumian Lee, it could be used on his companion. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 330, Forewarned is Forearmed. A Fate Appropriator harbored two primary abilities. Firstly, the capacity to magnify a corresponding fate tributary, thereby setting in stone an imminent destiny for the target. This process could be expeditious, yet its future influence spanned a mere 10 seconds. The resulting efficacy was contingent upon environmental compatibility. A more congruent backdrop augmented the probability of the event materializing in the forthcoming future. Secondly, the ability to swap an accumulated fate for a fragment of the target's own destiny. Absent a premeditated arrangement, one had to either kill the adversary to access their fate or employ their personal fate as a substitute. Relatively more protracted in execution than magnifying an impending fate tributary, this method prohibited one from assailing the target or inducing harm mid-process. At this moment, Guillaume Binet, who wasn't fighting one-on-one, clearly didn't want to engage in a fate exchange. His plan was to utilize the current environment and magnify Lumian Lee's female companion's fate tributary of being affected by the Abyss Demon Flower's anesthetic gas to make it a reality. Of course, as the woman in the black hood hadn't fallen asleep and wouldn't be paralyzed or knocked unconscious for 10 seconds, the sole recourse was to expedite the process while steering it toward the most dire outcome. In a similar vein, this elucidated one of the rationales behind Guillaume Binet's abstention from interfering with Lumian Lee's fate tributary. What he refrained from attempting was the exchange of the adversary's fate or the inversion of key tributaries into the principal course, lest he suffered the backlash invoked by Inevitability. He wouldn't have a problem if he only made Lumian Lee slip and fall, achieving futures that wouldn't have significant impact. The mercurial river encircling Franca was reflected in Guillaume Binet's lightened eyes. After some discernment, he grabbed at one of the tributaries formed by the mercury symbol that wrapped around itself. Concurrently, Franca arched her neck, thereby unveiling her supple neck and moist vermilion lips under the hood's shadows. Peculiarly, a palpable flutter stirred in Guillaume Binet's chest, reverberating to his nether regions as he recollected scenes of his liaisons with courtesans along Rue de la Murelle. Yet these recollections paled in allure compared to the figure opposite him, despite her visage remaining partially veiled. Despite his momentary lapse, Guillaume Binet promptly reinstated his focus. Capitalizing upon this fleeting respite, Franca, enlightened to the general scope of a Fate Appropriator's abilities courtesy of Lumian, sparked latent black flames, engendering frost that enshrouded her form. Opaque filaments converged, manifesting palpable encasement amid the frigid shroud, akin to a cocoon. Unperturbed, Guillaume Binet's lips curled into a smirk, unfazed by the unfolding situation. If a Fate Appropriator's abilities were so easily rendered ineffectual, they wouldn't be called Fate Appropriators. Furthermore, as long as the target's fate tributary was magnified or underwent a fate exchange, they wouldn't be able to break free even if they used a substitute. With measured deliberation, Guillaume Binet extended his right palm and executed a slight wrist rotation, magnifying a particular fate he had chosen. Nonetheless, in this precise instant, he perceived the hooded lady's fate river adopting an uncanny semblance of illusory ambiguity, an etherealness so pronounced as to border on feigned fabrication. Decoy. Guillaume Binet's endeavor to augment the fate tributary was abruptly thwarted. The cocoon disintegrated, frost fragmenting and black flames metamorphosing into coruscating beams of light. Yet the focus of the protection wasn't Franca herself, but rather a mirror. Capitalizing on Guillaume Binet's momentary bewilderment, a casualty of the demoness of pleasure's allure and his self-imposed adverse effects, Franca seized the initiative. Employing mirror substitution, she ensconced herself in layers of black flames, frost, and spider silk, confounding the adversary while concealing the real lethal peril. Thus, she extricated herself from the figurative crosshairs, evading the adversary's targeting. Simultaneously with the failure of Guillaume Binet's attempt to amplify the fate tributary, a figure garbed in an assassin's attire manifested behind him, its visage partially obscured by a classic brass revolver, aimed steadfastly at the enemy's cranium before pulling the trigger. Bang! The iron-black round collided with the dodging Guillaume Binet's head, emitting a distinct metallic clang. Guillaume Binet's head, bedecked in a metallic sheen, yielded to the impact, though its structural integrity endured, deflecting a potentially lethal strike. Nearly in tandem, Lumian, having used mirror substitution to evade the effects of Draenir gland poison, and draped in flaming clothes, emerged nearby. Dropping to a genuflecting posture, he pressed his palms to the ground. In response, twin crimson fire serpents surged into being, consuming the incendiary vines while spreading the flames along their trajectory, ultimately converging to form a colossal pair of fire dragons. Both entities surged toward Guillaume Binet. However, their purpose wasn't to ingest their quarry, but to intertwine and coalesce, giving rise to an ostentatious and brilliant conflagration blooming flower. As the fiery flower unfurled before him, Guillaume Binet grappled with comprehending Lumian Lee's intentions. With his steel body, his resistance to flames was steadfast for the time being, but the other party wouldn't go as far as wasting an opportunity and do nothing but perform fire magic, right? This was bribe. Lumian had gifted Guillaume Binet with a blazing flower, an emblem signifying incineration and obliteration. Capitalizing on the decency brooch, he had completed a bribe, thereby attenuating the adversary's defenses. Although Lumian Lee's true motives remained opaque, Guillaume Binet's intuition kindled with a conviction that this augured unfavorably. In rapid succession, Guillaume Binet invoked Light Incarnation anew, fragmenting into 3 iterations as he advanced toward Lumian. As Franca's assault faltered, she vanished anew. Witnessing the 3 iterations of the metallized Guillaume Binet rapidly engorge, Lumian conjured a new cohort of fire ravens and distributed them evenly amongst the trio of adversaries. Then, turning his form and slowing his pace, he primed himself for a prospective evasion of the ensuing water cannon conjured from Draenir gland poison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The crimson fire ravens landed precisely on the 3 metallized Guillaume Binets. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They exploded simultaneously. A torrent of dark green liquid surged forth from one of Guillaume Binet's forms, water cannon. Lumian, braced for the assault, deftly evaded, his gaze fixed upon the collision of aqueous impact against the rocky wall, a tremor rippling through the bottle of fiction. Yet, as Lumian's evasion completed, he detected a colossal shadow enshrouding his feet. Thereupon, a medley of pallid white and obsidian black arms extended forth from this obscurity. In contrast, Lumian's other choice of direction was shrouded in a dark shadow. At sequence 5, Light Incarnation permitted Guillaume Binet the creation of up to 3 incarnations, each incarnation fake. One harbored Draenir gland poison, while the other pair wielded Shadow Burial, intent on ensnaring Lumian within their shade-infused grasp. Curved, grotesque limbs ensnared Lumian's ankles, striving to haul him into the nebulous depths. Amid this peril, a figure emerged from the inky depths, a half-naked, metallic-finished Guillaume Binet. Shadow Burial was a form of shadow concealment for him. By capitalizing on 3 light incarnations, which consumed a large amount of spirituality to veil his position, thereby detaining Lumian temporarily, Guillaume Binet engineered his stealthy approach via the shadows, orchestrating a decisive assault. His body suddenly expanded as he punched Lumian behind the ear. A thunderous crack resonated as Lumian's form fragmented akin to a glass pane, fracturing into myriad minuscule fragments subsequently claimed by the pallid white and obsidian black arms. Mirror substitution. It was precisely due to the implementation of mirror substitution that Franca refrained from intervening on Lumian's behalf when she saw him restrained by the strange arms extending from the shadow. Rather, she bided her time, anticipating Guillaume Binet's advent to administer a terminal blow. Amidst the cracking sounds, Franca's hooded, black-robed figure involuntarily appeared once more, quickly spotted by the Padre. Guillaume Binet had been waiting for this opportunity to stop himself from being affected by the charm and turn his blue eyes light-colored again. He saw the mercurial river of fate and began to choose the fate of being paralyzed by the burning gases of the abyss demon flowers. Yet an abrupt surge of peril seized Guillaume Binet's consciousness, compelling a stark realization. Interference with the adversary's fate would undoubtedly yield cataclysmic repercussions. Impossible. Moments earlier, such consequences hadn't arisen. Yet, as he scrutinized the figure before him, Guillaume Binet, who had been able to interfere with his target's fate normally previously to near success, saw a hooded woman hiding behind the hooded woman. The woman behind her held a palm-sized mirror that illuminated his figure. In an instant, Guillaume Binet understood what was going on. The hooded woman standing in front of him, revealing the river of fate, was Lumian Lee. After activating mirror substitution, he took the initiative to appear in front of his companion. Seizing the opportunity, he used a transfiguration-like ability to change his appearance and disguise himself as his companion. You do realize, using the same trick won't work twice? Franca, who was hiding behind Lumian, chuckled when she saw this. Seeing Lumian under attack, she took out her teammate's mirror substitution and threw it in front of her. Taking advantage of the cover and the enemy's drawn attention, She aimed another mirror at Guillaume Binet. Without hesitation, Franca's palm was enveloped in black flames as she swiped the mirror's surface. Curse. Demoness curse. In a simultaneous eruption, a quietly smoldering black flame ignited from within Guillaume Binet's metallic form. Elated that his steel body rendered him impervious to conflagration, inflicting only minor wounds, he soon perceived an anomalous drain on his spirit, coupled with indications of severe ethereal scorching. In the span of an eye's flutter, the Cordoue village padre emitted a tormented cry. Instantaneously, his metallic semblance plummeted to the earth with a cacophonous clatter, reconstituting into a form unadorned by metal, starkly naked and manifestly fleshy. At the same time, Franca, too, experienced a visceral tremor, her countenance assuming a pallid hue. Rebirth. The contractibility in question facilitated Guillaume Binet's revival within the Slayer's body. Guillaume Binet's spirit smiled and hastened to replace the woman holding the mirror and take control of her body. Yet he confronted a disconcerting reality. Before him stood an enshrouded woman brandishing a mirror, bearing her lower visage in a manner reminiscent of malevolent allure. She's in front. Then whose body did I rebirth into? A disorienting befuddlement inundated Guillaume Binet. Meanwhile, Lumian, ensconced within Franca's semblance, donned a knowing grin, gradually retracting his right palm from the padre's lifeless cadaver, the decency brooch aglow with a dusky golden luminescence. Distortion. How could he not guard against Guillaume Binet's rebirth ability when he already knew that Guillaume Binet's mistress had chosen such an ability? Lumian couldn't overtly commandeer Guillaume Binet's rebirth with his seal and corruption alone. Nevertheless, Lumian, resembling Franca with uncanny precision, had already instructed Franca to bring the earth blood or, innately repellent to even the Montsurus ghost, the earth blood or imposed an unseen force field compelling Guillaume Binet's spirit body's circumvention. Leveraging the distortion afforded by the decency brooch, coupled with the earth blood or's obstructive efficacy and the knee's face's transformation, Lumian orchestrated Guillaume Binet's rebirth within his very body. Although Lumian's visage paled and his frame quivered slightly, a smile graced his lips as he extended his hand towards his left chest, gently declaring, "Padre, everyone is waiting for you." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 331, Spirit Channeling. As Lumian's words reverberated, an inexplicable chill settled over Guillaume Binet, even in his spirit body form. Simultaneously, a peculiar tug gripped him, causing him to involuntarily convolute and plunge toward a specific direction. There, a colossal, semi-transparent vortex unfurled, ensconced in a wispy gray fog at its nadir. Within this haze materialized a dimly lit village, populated by spectral forms. One of these apparitions gazed skyward, noticing Guillaume Binet's struggle against the vortex's inexorable pull. His pale white face instantly lit up with excitement and fanaticism as he shouted, "Oh, my deity, my lord, you're here too. Quickly, join us. Hasten your approach." The figure belonged to Guillaume Binet's brother, Pons Binet. Sensing Pons Binet's abnormality, the figures lingering in the dim village looked up at Guillaume Binet. Among them, Madonna Binet, Philippa Guillaume, and the others, who had once been Guillaume Binet's mistresses, extended their pale white arms to the sky and smiled blankly. "Quickly, join us. Hasten your approach." Immediately after, Shepherd Pierre Barry, Lumian's comrade Guillaume Barry, Azema Lizier, and more added their supplicating gestures. In an instant, a peculiar pallid forest seemingly sprouted from within the village's dim enclave, its spectral denizens directing their palms towards the padre. Guillaume Binet's descent escalated, his spirit body verging on fragmentation. Struggling to counteract the vortex's pull, he sought to resist its sway, aiming to evade its dominion and flee Lumian's profoundly perilous vessel. He couldn't care less about the rebirth in the other party's body and the corresponding fate. That was something he couldn't bear. Lumian's grin expanded, seemingly attuned to the cacophony of terror and anguish echoing within his own body. Indeed, possessing him via rebirth and forcing a possession by luring others over via the summoning dance were completely different treatments. The former would form a connection with his fate and, in an attempt to replace it, it would inevitably trigger the seal. Guillaume Binet's profound corruption by inevitability meant that the resonance of the seal's potency was inevitable. Though Lumian remained ignorant of the precise ramifications, he intuited they would bode ill. Perceiving Guillaume Binet's vehement longing to extricate himself, Lumian opted to refrain from thwarting his escape, willingly relinquishing any interference. Post-rebirth, save for scenarios involving specific domains such as sun, Lumian lacked the capability to forcibly expel an uncooperative Guillaume Binet from his body. Mirror substitution, too, proved ineffectual in such a case. However, should Guillaume Binet yearn to depart, the course of action was rendered straightforward. Ultimately, Guillaume Binet, having expended a considerable amount of his spirituality, struggled to escape from Lumian's body. Precisely then, Lumian deftly rotated his wrist, enlisting distortion anew. A dark golden glimmer traversed his chest, heralding Guillaume Binet's emergence within the palm-sized mirror clasped in Franca's grasp. Franca's palm coalesced in unblemished frost, which she spread over the mirror's surface. Instantaneously, Guillaume Binet's form became ensconced within a veneer of ice, ensnared within the mirror's confines. Concurrently, Franca summoned black flames, which enshrouded the icy enclosure. Though the ice in itself was inadequate to bar a spirit body's escape from the mirror, the shrouding black flames bore that capability. Should Guillaume Binet dare venture beyond the ice's protection, the flames awaited to engulf him. With Guillaume Binet's spirit body securely sealed, Franca glanced up at Lumian, who had removed the paper balls, and directed, "Channel his spirit after we're out. Your flames and anesthetic gas are everywhere." With her physique and expenditure, holding on for another 2 or 3 minutes sans mirror substitution posed no undue challenge. Nonetheless, she sensed Lumian reaching his threshold. Affirming Franca's directive with a nod, Lumian briskly pivoted and surged towards the bottle of fiction's exit. Consequent to Guillaume Binet's demise, the concealed trap had naturally been lifted. Having returned to the sacrificial hall, Lumian promptly dissipated the knee's face, reverting his appearance from that of Franca's hooded visage and black robe. His upper body bore the telltale markings of being charred, yet owing to his skillful management following the initial digestion of the pyromaniac potion, his trousers remained unscathed. This approach, evoking pain, stimulating cerebral activity, and rousing his senses, didn't necessitate subjecting his entire form to incineration. Localized scorching proved sufficient. Observing his somewhat unconventional appearance, Franca, torn between concern and amusement, chimed in with an air of teasing. "Do you have a penchant for masochism? You go through this ordeal every time you engage in combat." Lumian directed his attention toward the mirror ablaze in Franca's grip and casually responded, "That's how hunters are. I'd be deluding myself if I bought into your fabrications. I'm an instigator, after all." Franca had borne witness to prior pyromaniac skirmishes. Witnessing their conversational exchange, Jenna deduced that their adversary had been ensnared and the situation had reached its resolution. Thus, she emerged from the concealment of the shadows. Franca graced her with a smile before turning her attention back to Lumian, relaying, "Hold on for a moment. Don't fret. Guillaume Binet isn't entirely dead yet. Once the rebirth effect wanes, he'll morph into a recently expired spirit, his faculties adrift. At that juncture, channeling his spirit will prove less hazardous, and we can be sure he doesn't lie." Lumian calculated the remaining duration of the decency brooch's efficacy and remarked, "Let's wait here." Leveraging the mystical knowledge gleaned from the boon, he discerned that the rebirth effect endured merely 2 minutes. Its termination was imminent. Abandoning their current location to embark on a quest for a more secure locale for spirit channeling would necessitate identifying another concealed setting, subjecting Lumian to an additional hour of repulsion before spirit channeling could ensue. The optimal time frame for spirit channeling would subsequently elapse. Moreover, Lumian harbored a reluctance to further procrastinate. Franca nodded in understanding. Stepping toward the altar, she set the mirror upon the pitch-black ring symbol crafted from thorns, thereby maintaining the enshrouding black flames. This facilitated Lumian's observation. Fixated on Guillaume Binet's pale and ashen visage, ensnared beneath the duality of black flames and ice, Lumian smirked with brilliant satisfaction gradually etched upon his lips. He uttered, "You're truly foolish. If I were you, I'd evade and refrain from launching an assault post-steel body activation, awaiting the adversary's inevitable fatigue. I neglected to apprise you. My spirituality has plummeted below the safety threshold, thereby making spirit world traversal or even utilization of the spell of Harumph impossible. I'm barely able to kindle fire, changing my face and using the brooch. Should you have bided your time, I would have neared my limit and fainted on the spot. I acted rashly and reacted relatively slowly towards the end. On the one hand, I didn't want to expend more spirituality and wanted to save them for critical moments. On the other hand, mirror substitution consumed Franca's spirituality. On the other hand, it was a trap for you. Do you remember the flaming flower? Without this gift to complete bribe, Franca's curse wouldn't have been able to kill you, a sequence 5. Upon hearing the term spell of Harumph and recalling Lumian's actions of knocking out 2 fake Guillaume Bennett's in a row, Franca's eyelids twitched in shock and confusion. Jenna looked at Lumian, who kept mocking the spirit body in the mirror, and tugged at Franca with a measure of concern. She whispered, "Perhaps we should attempt to assuage him?" "No need." Franca shook her head and took the initiative to distance herself from Lumian, giving him a private space to vent. Jenna tersely acknowledged and followed Franca to the edge of the sacrificial hall, casting a lingering glance at the visage of pallid, pale white and ashen hues reflected within mirror. Guillaume Binet emanated a mixture of hostility, terror, and ultimately, despair. Dill Brothel, 6th floor. On a distant balcony, Albus positioned himself in a discreet corner, his concealed gaze unwaveringly fixed upon room 602. Once Lumian and his companions had seemingly teleported away, Albus stepped out from his concealment, a wry smile tugging at his lips. To think a mere sequence 7 individual wields an artifact that enables traversal of the spirit world? His connection with Red Boots isn't simple. Whether Gardner Martin is privy to this or remains in the dark, I wonder. As he muttered, Albus's smile carried a hint of ambiguity and playful intrigue. 50 Rue Vincent, underground sacrificial hall. Lumian's continuous taunting endured until the rebirth effect gradually subsided, a shadow darkening Guillaume Binet's eyes. Meanwhile, Franca, intently calculating the elapsed time, positioned herself near the altar and erected a wall of spirituality, priming herself for the forthcoming endeavor. With a moment at hand, she softly intoned the incantation, engaging her self-devised magic mirror spirit channeling spell. Yet, just as success appeared imminent, Lumian summoned the decency brooch's distortion once again, rerouting the inquiry of the magic mirror spirit channeling spell toward himself. In a final bid for success within a singular attempt, he even invoked the knee's face, transfiguring into Franca once more. Almost instantaneously, the mirror's surface dimmed, casting Guillaume Binet's pale visage into a slightly blurred disposition. With his capacity to sustain the knee's face dissipated, Lumian reverted to his original form and shifted his focus back to Guillaume Binet. "Who led you to place faith in inevitability?" Although Franca harbored a degree of curiosity, she was mindful of the repercussions of Lumian broaching forbidden topics, thus jeopardizing her corruption. Subsequently, she parted the wall of spirituality, positioning herself at a distance from the altar. Guillaume Binet, in a somewhat dazed state, responded, "It was Aurora Lee." Upon discovering that the faith of an accursed deity was disseminating, she covertly approached me, affirming that I could harness superpowers without supplicating the bishops. Moreover, I was assured of the prospect of obtaining godhood in the future, potentially ascending to the rank of saint, and thereby securing eternal life. At the time, I remained skeptical. Nevertheless, my curiosity compelled me to withhold judgment. Over time, however, I witnessed her burgeoning might, my reservations gradually subsiding. After a brief lull, Lumian inquired, his blue gaze intense, "Who influenced Aurora Lee to embrace inevitability?" "I don't know." Guillaume Binet's bewilderment was palpable as he shook his head. Following a moment of contemplation, Lumian continued his line of questioning. "What profound impression did Aurora Lee leave upon you?" Guillaume Binet's countenance shifted, a semblance of recollection mingling with apprehension. "As she said that she wasn't Aurora Lee." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 332, Sinners. "She said she wasn't Aurora Lee?" Lumian felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, his thoughts freezing in their tracks. In fact, he could deduce that Aurora Lee wasn't his sister's real name. Someone deliberately settling in a border village wouldn't likely use their true identity. Yet, after almost 6 years together, he could sense that his sister embraced the name Aurora Lee. She never spoke of her original identity or her past life in his presence. Moreover, the forged identity documents she possessed seemed increasingly genuine. When she rose to fame as a best-selling author, their authenticity was unquestionable. Why would she suddenly say that? And how did it tie into her inexplicable faith in the enigmatic existence known as inevitability? A sharp ache throbbed in Lumian's head, jolting him back to reality. Anxiously, he inquired, "Did she mention who she was?" On the mirror-like surface, no longer shrouded in black flames and frost, Guillaume Binet, pallid and tinged with a bluish hue, responded with a dazed expression. "She claimed to be Roche-Louise Sanson." "I've never heard of such a name." Lumian furrowed his brow and probed further. "Did she mention anything else about this identity?" Guillaume Binet shook his head. "Nothing more." Lumian pressed his left hand against his temple. After a brief silence, he pressed on. "Was Roche-Louise Sanson involved in the plot to sacrifice Cordoue in exchange for the arrival of the Inevitability Angel?" Guillaume Binet appeared to wrestle with himself, but ultimately yielded to the sway of the spirit channeling. His response came forth, candid and unfiltered. "No, that was my doing. I was driven by the desire to attain godhood swiftly, to ascend as a saint. Aurora Lee initially approved, only to oppose my plan mere hours later. She was indecisive. Eventually, I chose to conceal my intentions from her and made covert preparations. Later on, she seemed to tacitly endorse our efforts, offering aid during critical junctures. Occasionally, though, she resisted and engaged in acts of destruction, yet she'd quickly relent. The Aurora you depict almost seems schizophrenic. Lumian found himself clinging to the image of Aurora, yet he couldn't escape the memory of the lizard-like, diaphanous elf emerging from his sister's mouth. He recalled her sporadic awakenings, her discussions on escaping their predicament. But even in those moments of clarity, Aurora's behavior hardly resembled normalcy. She even overlooked the option of summoning Hellas' messenger for swift assistance, the most direct solution out of their ordeal. Lumian shifted the conversation, asking, when did Aurora begin propagating the faith of inevitability in Cordu? Guillaume Binet appeared even more muddled than before. My initial investigation pointed to around May or June of last year. After that, she paid me a secret visit. Seems to be consistent with my suspicions. Something must have transpired back then to corrupt Aurora. If she was an original believer in inevitability, she wouldn't wait 5 or 6 years before proselytizing. Lumian's expression flickered with pain, which he quickly suppressed. Have you ever come across diaphanous, lizard-like creatures in Cordu? No, Guillaume Binet answered truthfully. Do you have any knowledge of a figure known as the Sufferer in Cordu? Lumian inquired further. Guillaume Binet appeared taken aback. I don't know. No. Lumian's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Had you observed an owl around Aurora? No, Guillaume Binet negated again. Lumian continued to pose inquiries regarding the Cordu catastrophe, yet the answers offered were far from satisfactory. Finally, he probed, is there a secret organization or a heretical church associated with Roche-Louise Sanson? Guillaume Binet, his pallid countenance increasingly diffused, finally nodded. Yes, it's called Sinners. I now hold the position of one of the Sinners archbishops. Sinners, the heretical church which believes in inevitability? Lumian's intrigue grew as he delved further. Who leads the Sinners, and who acts as the intermediary for you? I'm uncertain of the leader's identity, but he's the sole individual among all the sinners who possesses godhood. Guillaume Binet's hollow voice responded with an eerie timbre. The individual responsible for my contact is Bouvard Pontpiro, sole individual possessing godhood. Could it be the sufferer lurking in my midst? Lumian's mind raced as he continued his probing. How can I establish contact with Bouvard Pontpiro? It's futile, Guillaume Binet's ethereal voice replied, a hollowness to its tone. Upon my demise, he will sense the shift in fate and preemptively erase all traces. Transfiguration is one of the abilities granted through a pact. He can become anything, but he is no longer himself. Can take on any form, but at the cost of his own identity. Prolonged use of transfiguration might have driven him to complete madness. Perhaps I can visit the asylum and seek out any patients with similar cognitive impairments. I must be careful with acquiring further contract abilities. If there are only 3 or 4 negative effects, that's manageable. However, if the list becomes extensive, it not only invites trouble, but also provides enemies with exploitable openings. If the Padre had encountered a member of the Bliss Society or bestowed from the Mother Tree of Desire, he would undoubtedly fall victim easily. Lumian gazed at the altar mirror and posed another question. Why did the Sinners organization send you to Quartier de la Princesse Rouge? Guillaume Binet's indistinct visage lit up with zealous fervor. It satisfies my desires and simultaneously serves as a recruitment ground for believers, all in preparation for the upcoming grand ritual. Only by allowing our Lord to tread upon this realm can sinners like us seek redemption and baptism, thus escaping our predetermined fates. Did the Sinners organization provide you financial support, or did you amass funds independently? Lumian aimed to trace the origins of the money for potential leads. Guillaume Binet shook his head. It's an anonymous deposit from Aurora Lee No, Roche-Louise Sanson. The sum totals 100,000 Vrildor. Damn it, you swine. Lumian cursed. While he had foreseen this, the realization that the Padre had been using Aurora's earnings to support a courtesan and sustain a lavish lifestyle for recruiting heretics ignited a seething anger within Lumian. Suppressing his emotions, Lumian let out a scornful chuckle and stated, did the Sinners organization not provide you beyond her characteristics? Have you never consumed a potion? Otherwise, the Padre would have been even more formidable and difficult to deal with. Beyond her characteristics of the seer, monster, apprentice, and marauder pathways that inevitabilities bestowed are compatible with aren't easily acquired. I've been searching for them. Given the adverse effects those contracted creatures have on me, drinking potions from other pathways would undoubtedly lead to a loss of control on the spot. Fortunately, my current negative effects remain minimal and feeble. If they were more potent, it could jeopardize my ability to ingest hunter pathway potions in the future. Lumian's spirituality was dwindling, so he capitalized on the moment to pose one final inquiry. What are sequences 6 to 0 of the inevitability pathway? Guillaume Benet's voice hollowed further. Sequence 6 is ascetic, Sequence 5 is fate appropriator, Sequence 4 is circle inhabitant, and Sequence 3 is sufferer. Beyond that, I'm unaware. Ascetic. It seems akin to the advancement of an alms monk. Why didn't Termaboros inform me? Right, as a victim, he will likely have the ascetic boon extracted from him in the future. It's only natural for him to evade answering related queries. If he remained utterly impassive and too willing to provide an answer, I would have grown wary and suspected a trap. Lumian's gaze lifted slightly, his countenance involuntarily contorting. What abilities does an ascetic possess? Guillaume Benet's voice drifted as he responded. An ascetic is defined by endurance, accumulation, and eruption. After accruing one's usual strength within the body, it can be momentarily unleashed during combat, rendering the ascetic akin to a giant. Accumulating ritualistic processes permits the simplification of certain special rituals, making them applicable in combat. Akin to a giant. A momentary outburst. Lumian recollected the confrontation between Shepherd Pierre Barry and the investigator, Ryan, along with the metallic giant the Padre had morphed into. Had the metallized Guillaume Benet not been overly cautious of the spell of Harumph and abstained from close-quarter combat, constantly maintaining a safe distance and shifting positions swiftly, thereby thwarting Franca's psychic piercing, by amalgamating steel body with ascetic, the Padre could have likely outmatched Lumian, who needed to use his spirituality judiciously. This corroborated Lumian's rationale for disregarding the strange creatures that came with the boon's knowledge, and opting to identify a contract target from the spirit world bestiary. If he hadn't, the Padre would have been able to determine if the spell of Harumph was still at Lumian's disposal, engaging his remaining combat strength. In that scenario, his adversary's battlefield decisions would probably have starkly diverged from the ultimate outcome. Guillaume Benet had earlier shared details of the simplified ritual. By enveloping an individual in sheepskin through ritualistic accumulation and intoning the incantation, they could be transmuted into a sheep. A cumbersome and intricate ceremony was unnecessary. Just as Lumian was on the cusp of inquiring about the abilities of a sufferer, an acute pang surged through his head, thwarting his continuation. A pang of disappointment ensued, albeit one he could accept. Had Franca not devised the magic mirror spirit channeling spell, Lumian wouldn't have been able to amass such a wealth of answers through his line of questioning. Lumian engaged his spirit vision and concluded the spirit channeling. He took deep breaths as Guillaume Benet's spirit drifted out of the mirror. Having calmed down, Lumian suddenly extended his right palm, capturing the Padre's spirit body. Though his grasp couldn't control the intangible entity, crimson flames surged forth from Lumian's palm, immolating the already fragile spirit of Guillaume Benet. Amid the flames, which burned fiercer than the noonday sun, Lumian watched the apparition writhe instinctively, a pained visage etched upon it. A faint smile curved Lumian's lips as he proclaimed, "Praise the sun." Momentarily bewildered, Guillaume Benet's form swiftly disintegrated within the flames. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 333. Gaines Lumian's smile gradually softened as he watched the spirit body writhing and wailing within the flames. This was one of the ways the Padre died as he had predicted. Certainly, when he initially ignited the Abyss Demon Flowers, transforming the derelict mine within the bottle of fiction into a fiery inferno, he hadn't anticipated Guillaume Benet's direct incineration. During that moment, he had relied on his combat instincts and seasoned experience to create an environment that favored his strengths and mitigated his most vulnerable points. The summoning of the Abyss Demon Flowers by the Padre had presented an opportunity. The anesthetic gas produced by the incineration of the Abyss Demon Flowers wasn't his intention. His aim was to battle within an infernal hell. During that period, his remaining spirituality had been scarce. Nonetheless, a pyromaniac's resistance to flames significantly outclassed the fate appropriators. Moreover, this resistance was a physical attribute that didn't deplete his spirituality. As the bottle of fiction had transformed into a blazing inferno, even the very air could scorch the trachea and lungs. Lumian believed he would ultimately prevail. He could outlast Guillaume Benet, enduring until the flames extinguished themselves due to lack of fuel. With his grasp of the inevitability pathway, and in the absence of unforeseen deviations for Sequence 6 Beyonders, Guillaume Binet's constitution was merely more robust than that of an ordinary person. His strength lay in his flexibility and tolerance, rather than fire resistance. Lumian's observations during the Cordoue confrontations validated this point. Both Guillaume Binet and Pierre Barry, individuals who had clearly progressed beyond Sequence 7, exhibited remarkable combat capabilities, albeit lacking commensurate defensive attributes. Lumian hadn't anticipated the Padre contracting the steel body ability. This ability possessed pros and cons. On the one hand, it thwarted Lumian's initial plan for an infernal hell. On the other hand, it curtailed the Padre's own capabilities, granting Lumian an opportunity to contend more effectively and unseal the entrance to the bottle of fiction. This would permit his accomplice to join the fray and offer assistance. Lumian subsequently exploited Guillaume Binet's determination to eliminate unnecessary obstructions by dealing with Franca first. He then improvised, crafting a lethal snare. Amidst the sizzle of burning air, Guillaume Binet's wailing spirit body disintegrated swiftly, gradually dissipating. With the task accomplished, Lumian pivoted, acknowledging Franca and Jenna with a nod, signifying his completion. In the ensuing instant, he staggered toward the altar, retrieving the skins of cow, sheep, and dog. These items were whole, exuding a sinister aura upon closer inspection. These constituted specialized hides, amassed through the initial half of the animal creation spell ritual, harnessed by leveraging ascetic powers for accumulation. Upon grasping the corresponding incantation and enveloping individuals and oneself with these skins, the animal creation spell could be executed outright. Although Lumian hadn't yet deciphered the predetermined incantation for animal creation or its nullification, these obstacles could be surmounted in due course. He could, for instance, detain Paulina, the Padre's butler, and others to determine if they possess such knowledge. Alternatively, he could engage a cryptologist to the Marauder pathway to decode the incantation. He could even resort to trial and error, applying his knowledge of the inevitability domain and his comprehension of Guillaume Binet's persona. Last of all, he could use divination to get any clarity on success. Thus, these 2 sheepskins, a single cowhide, and 2 dogskins held considerable value. Employed judiciously, they could unleash unparalleled effects. Guillaume Binet had nearly beguiled Lumian previously by adopting the guise of a massive, brown-furred dog, attempting to flee Rue Vincent and sever their destined encounter. However, his fanaticism in Inevitability's boon and his greed due to his contract had overridden reason. This led him to transition from prey to hunter, setting a trap in reverse. When Lumian's body began to sway as if he had lost his footing, Franca and Jenna lent their support, each helping him bear a share of the cow, sheep, and dog skins. In that instant, the bottle of fiction quaked. Stripped of Guillaume Binet's reinforcement and subjected to the infernal hellfire for a duration, it eventually fractured akin to ice, its fragments plunging into the void. The derelict cavern, encompassed by its confinement, unveiled itself to Lumian and his companions through the secret door. All the abyss demon flowers had been reduced to ashes and strewn across the ground. The flames had exhausted their combustibles, and bereft of Lumian's spirituality, most had dwindled to cinders. Only select regions persisted with a crimson luminescence, which was waning steadily. Lumian glanced at Franca and said, "I'll head back to Rue de Blouses Blanches through underground Trier. Carry the earth blood, or as you make your way to the surface." Once the decency brooch was removed, Lumian would inevitably be scorned by those around him. Should he retrace his steps, numerous mishaps could befall him. Alternatively, if he didn't remove it, an alert would be triggered within 2 to 3 minutes, attracting the attention of nearby official beyonders or concealed factions. Given the potential complications involved in carrying the earth blood or into the underground, coupled with the possible difficulties Jenna might encounter upon receiving it, Franca nodded, pursing her lips, and turned toward Jenna. "Follow Seal. He's at his limit. He might not even stand a chance against a dog. If it's the same dog as before, I wouldn't be able to defeat it," Lumian muttered. As the exit on the opposite side of the abandoned mine remained unobstructed, a frigid gust swept into the sacrificial hall, dispersing the anesthetic gas with a fragmentation of the bottle of fiction. Lumian staggered onward, arriving at the charred remains of Guillaume Binet. He kicked the body and turned it over, ensuring nothing was concealed within. Lumian picked up the iron-gray military alcohol flask and advanced toward the abandoned mine's exit. There, he noticed a brown-furred dog's skin that no longer bore a sinister aura. This particular area had avoided incineration, leaving the dog's skin intact. Nevertheless, the process of reconstituting the animal creation spell ritual was mandatory. Only through the application of an ascetic's ability could it regain its status as a beyonder item. Beyond the abandoned mine's exit, Two objects were propped against the rocky wall. One comprised a kerosene-lit lantern, while the other was a dark green canvas backpack favored by adventurers and mercenaries. Lumian hoisted the backpack, finding it surprisingly weighty. It was almost too heavy to lift. Curious, Franca crouched down and unfastened the backpack. Within it lay gratifying gold bars, stacks of banknotes, and golden coins. Wow! Franca exclaimed. So much money? Lumian's initial thought was, thank goodness, the Padre didn't expend all of Aurora's accrued royalties. This was followed by a rather visceral reaction. If King damn it, this man is so sinister. Evidently, Guillaume Binet had anticipated the possibility that Paulina and the others might not escape. In such an eventuality, Lumian and his companions could deduce that the Padre had chosen an alternate escape route based on the scarce funds carried by these inevitability believers. Consequently, they would converge on the basement, inadvertently walking into a trap. Not too shabby, not at all, Franca remarked, grinning. While these heretics might not drop characteristics, they do drop other spoils. Indicating upward with her hand, she continued, I'm heading back up. Pass me this dog's skin. She relinquished the 3 ritualistic hides to Jenna and returned to 50 Rue Vincent, clutching Guillaume Binet's dog skin. Jenna slung the dark green canvas bag over her shoulder, gripping the 5 sinister hides. She observed as Lumian picked up the lantern and kindled it. After a few strides through the dim tunnel outside the abandoned mine, Lumian promptly removed the decency brooch and placed it in another military alcohol flask hanging from his waist, sinking it to the bottom of the liquor. Lumian took a few more steps before suddenly shuddering. He turned around, glancing at Jenna, who was trailing behind. Jenna, clasping the cow, sheep, and dog skins while toting the canvas bag, bore a somber expression marked by repugnance. She struggled to speak, her voice faltering. I can control myself. Damn it, I won't beat you up. Though Lumian was skeptical, he had no choice but to continue his journey. After 7 to 8 minutes, he encountered an abandoned tunnel and settled into a corner, awaiting the dissipation of the decency brooch's adverse effects. He seized the opportunity to rest and recuperate some of his spirituality. The events that transpired at 50 Rue Vincent remained unknown to anyone as Franca methodically erased all evidence and conducted an anti-divination process in a manner befitting a demoness. Throughout this endeavor, she combed through every room. Vigilant against potential corruption, she refrained from delving too deeply, though her explorations yielded neither valuable clues nor significant items of interest. Ultimately, she returned to the parlor on the ground floor, rousing the unconscious imposter Guillaume Binet. The imposter Guillaume Binet gazed at the cloaked figure adorned in a black robe, a brown dog's skin clutched within her grasp. For a fleeting moment, he experienced a sensation akin to being trapped within a dream, unable to awaken. Franca emitted a soft chuckle. As you can see, we've killed that devil. In her eyes, the imposter Guillaume Binet was no longer identical to the Padre. He had become very unfamiliar. Perhaps this was his true appearance. Aye. The imposter Guillaume Binet stammered in surprise and elation. Are you here to aid me? We're demon hunters, Franca fabricated. What else can you tell us about this devil? Though her magic mirror spirit channeling spell enabled Lumian to glean extensive information from Guillaume Binet, its reach had limitations. It could not cover every facet. Further inquiry into relevant individuals was imperative to avert the risk of overlooking crucial leads. The imposter Guillaume Binet found the shrouded woman before him remarkably affable. He contemplated briefly before responding, other than engaging in an affair with my wife and indulging in steak and mutton chops. There's nothing particularly remarkable about that devil. Yes, it vanishes for 1 day each week before resurfacing without fanfare. Disappearing once a week. Franca acknowledged this detail and pursued further inquiries. Having exhausted the potential for extracting additional information, she smiled and subtly instigated the imposter Guillaume Binet. If I were in your position, I'd hastily depart this location. Your wife is akin to a devil. I would relocate any valuable possessions to regions where my identity remains unknown. I'd purchase a new residence, enter a fresh marriage, and embark on a new chapter. Guillaume Binet's heartbeat hastened, and his resolve to stand his ground waned. In the ensuing moment, he observed the woman before him liquefy akin to melting ice. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 334, Clues. In the abandoned tunnel, Lumian's eyes snapped open. Unintended slumber had overtaken him, but it also served to rejuvenate his spirituality. At the very least, the pounding in his head had ebbed away, and the searing fire coursing through his veins, organs, and flesh had altogether abated. Lumian's sight plunged into unadulterated darkness. His hands groped for the lantern that had been snuffed out, and after lighting it, he noticed Jenna. Clad in the guise of a female mercenary, she sat diagonally across from him. She reclined against the tunnel's wall, her gaze affixed to the dark green canvas backpack and the 5 ritualistic hides splayed before her. Sensing the corresponding motion, Jenna looked up at Lumian. After scrutinizing him for a few seconds, she playfully jested, "Finally, you're no longer as annoying. Have the negative effects of the decency brooch been lifted?" Lumian instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Jenna's lips curled into a grin as she rose, hoisting the dark green canvas backpack onto her shoulder. She told Lumian, "Earlier, I entertained notions of beating you up and painting your face with dog poop while you slept. But I managed to restrain myself." "Much appreciated," Lumian said, his gratitude tinged with sarcasm. With the backpack slung casually over one shoulder, Jenna stooped to gather the 5 ritualistic hides. Her smile bore an air of leisure as she uttered, "You're welcome." And with that, she strode toward the tunnel's exit, a smile dancing on her lips. "Chalk it up to me treating you as a friend? You're mocking me again." Lumian grumbled under his breath, picking up the lantern before following suit. Apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Franca, now dressed in her usual attire, a blouse and light-colored breeches, awaited Lumian and Jenna's return. Her eyes traveled over Lumian's scorched upper body, and a grin formed on her lips. "Jenna didn't take the opportunity to stab you a few times? Decency's negative effects aren't as potent as I'd imagined." Jenna interjected before Lumian could respond. "For the first half hour, it was a real struggle. I had to hide outside the tunnel where he was resting. Every few minutes, I checked for potential threats from below ground, the ceiling, or behind the rock walls. But even then, I seriously contemplated collapsing the tunnel and burying him alive." "That's not what you said just now." Lumian couldn't help but glance at Jenna. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the instigator was telling the truth in the abandoned tunnel, or if she was telling the truth now. Franca chuckled and gave Jenna a thumbs up. "That couldn't have been easy. You maintained your vigilance, even in a semi-enclosed, deserted tunnel. You anticipated attacks from below, the cave ceiling, and the very walls surrounding him." Jenna's brows relaxed, and her smug smile was unmistakable. "You're always feeding me those horror tales, remember? Like hands emerging from the earth to grab ankles, bloody heads dangling from ceilings, or figures springing from walls to embrace the protagonist. Every night's entertainment involves retelling horror stories to Jenna." Lumian glanced at Franca, sensing that her intentions might run deeper. "See? Those stories have their uses." Franca beamed. Then she turned her attention to Lumian. "Need a doctor?" The burns appeared quite severe. "No need. For a pyromaniac, it's merely a minor scrape." Lumian refrained from mentioning that he would be fully recovered by 6 a.m. the following morning. "And if things worsen, I can always seek out Rat." His nurtured planter hadn't risen to the ranks of a Sequence 8 doctor yet, so his assistance was rather limited at the moment. Observing Lumian's lack of visible discomfort, Franca's concern lessened. She picked up the dark green canvas backpack Jenna had left on the armchair and prepared to place it on the coffee table to meticulously tally their spoils. Casually, Lumian pushed aside cups, plates, newspapers, and magazines that cluttered the table, creating enough space. Glancing around, he noticed the magazine's title, Women. It was a widely read weekly among middle-class Antisian women, showcasing Trier's latest fashion trends, lifestyle advice, and beauty tips. The Lone Kingdom had its own bootleg version, Ladies' Aesthetic. Lumian raised his head with a smile, and his gaze shifted to Franca, a playful question in his eyes. "Oh, you read such magazines?" Franca pursed her lips and puffed out her chest in response. "What's wrong with me reading Women?" After their brief exchange, Franca unzipped the backpack and removed banknotes, coins, and gold bars. Roughly 60,000 Vril d'Or, she assessed after a moment's calculation. In a little over 2 months, the Padre had managed to deplete 40,000 Vril d'Or of Aurora's savings. And all that without acquiring beyond her characteristics or obtaining any mystical items. The more Lumian pondered, the more vexed he grew. It wasn't that the Padre lacked options for mystical items. Rather, suitable ones were proving elusive. On the one hand, his status as a heretic warranted caution, limiting his exposure. He didn't frequent many mysticism gatherings, and thus remained ignorant about numerous aspects. On the other hand, his slew of contracted creatures came with many negative repercussions. Several mystical items would be counterproductive or perilous for him. Some might even bring about abrupt, fatal consequences. Franca pondered for a moment before addressing Lumian and Jenna. All the gold is Seal's share. I'll take half of the remaining assets. Jenna, you and Anthony can divide the rest. Let's decide on the distribution once Anthony returns and we see what he's managed to acquire. Does that sound fair? This arrangement would allocate around 30,000 Vrildawar to Lumian and 15,000 to Franca. I'm fine with that, Jenna responded with a hint of concern. But Anthony still hasn't come back. Damn it, could something have happened to him? If it were anyone else, I might suspect trouble, but Anthony is a psychiatrist. He's highly skilled in reading people, so falling into a trap is unlikely for him. Plus, he's an experienced information broker. His tracking abilities are on par with mine or Seal's, Franca explained with a smile. Most importantly, while waiting for you two, I used magic mirror divination to ensure his safety. It might actually be a good sign that he's taking so long. It suggests he hasn't lost his target and might have gained something. Why do you have to explain so much instead of just saying you checked through divination? Lumian quipped, finding amusement in the situation. Franca made a tongue-clicking sound and chuckled. You don't get it. This is about not solely relying on divination. She gestured toward the 5 ritualistic hides. Are those the components for the animal creation spell? Can we use them? At the moment, only I can utilize them, Lumian replied, shaking his head. And I haven't obtained Guillaume Benet's preset incantation yet. Franca's expression showed a tinge of disappointment as she settled into her recliner. After a few seconds, her smile returned. By the way, I've discreetly informed the authorities using my contacts that a wanted criminal is hiding at 50 Rue Vincent. Once Guillaume Benet's death is confirmed, we should be eligible for a bounty of around 20,000. Should we stick to our initial plan for distributing that? Entrusting this task to Jenna wasn't feasible. It could raise suspicions that Lumian Lee was among the people she associated with. Anthony Reed, the information broker, was the most suitable choice, but his absence raised concerns. Franca worried that further delays might lead the police to uncover the situation at 50 Rue Vincent before they could claim the bounty. Once Lumian and Jenna acknowledged the plan without objections, the trio settled in to await Anthony Reed's return. After a few minutes, the seated Lumian leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Franca and Jenna. In a measured tone, he said, "There's a matter I need your analysis on." With Aurora's affairs, he often found himself grappling with his emotions and straying from rationality. This was why he wanted to hear perspectives from Franca and Jenna. One of them shared a connection with Aurora, yet their bond was markedly different from Lumian's deep tie with Aurora. The other had no direct involvement, making their viewpoints invaluable in approaching the situation from diverse angles. Sure, both Franca and Jenna responded in unison, adopting a professional demeanor by shifting their postures. For the first time, Lumian recounted the events in Cordu. While he omitted certain details such as the Inevitability Angel and anything related to the dreamscape, he provided an overview of the catastrophe. This encompassed Aurora's unusual behavior, Louis Lund, Madame Poalis, Guillaume Benet, and the rest. Franca had some prior knowledge, but Jenna was largely unfamiliar with this narrative. As Lumian spoke, the underground singer of Salle de Bal Brise and apprentice actress at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons found herself transported into a world that seemed both distant and strangely familiar. While the notion of the animal creation spell was already unnerving, they weren't prepared for concepts like men giving birth and babies scaling walls like birds. It was madness, utter madness. Franca's primary concern, however, revolved around Aurora's transformation. She had harbored curiosity about Muggle's death in Cordu, but hadn't dared to probe too deeply, fearing it might agitate Lumian. Franca couldn't believe it when she realized the source of the problem was Aurora. This didn't match her impression of Muggle at all. Aurora's revelation that she wasn't Aurora Lee in the presence of Guillaume Benet caught Franca off guard. Her initial surprise morphed into a grave expression. Soon, Lumian narrated the concluding sacrificial ritual. Aurora's sudden awakening within the altar and her act of shoving him to safety allowed him to survive. In response to this account, Franca abruptly rose from her seat. Baffling Lumian and Jenna with her actions, she hurried to her bedroom, returning with a stack of papers in hand. These were Aurora's grimoires, transcribed by Lumian, who harbored a suspicion that something might be awry. He had hoped Franca could offer insights. The papers were spread across the coffee table, and Franca extracted one sheet, her expression morphing into a blend of trepidation and seriousness. She began, "I think I know what's wrong." Lumian looked over in surprise and saw that the notebook had a copy of the warlock spell known as soul summoning. a supplementary spell designed to aid spirits in separating from the flesh or to help astral projections find their spirits when adrift in the spirit realm. Having previously studied the spell structure, Lumian had discerned no problematic elements. It wasn't associated with any evil god. However, Franca's words carried a weight that demanded attention. Lumian directed his gaze to the spell once more, focusing on the date and its origin. April 1st, 1357, purchased from the April Fool's Gathering. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 335, Another World. Lumian withdrew his focus from the grimoire and turned his attention to Franca. Is there a problem with that? He had meticulously studied the soul-summoning spell on numerous occasions. If there had been a problem, he should have uncovered it sooner. His limitation lay in his inability to learn the spell and discern its ultimate effects. However, as a pyromaniac, he didn't possess the necessary capacity for such learnings, being incompatible with a corresponding sequence. Franca remained silent for a few seconds before speaking up. What happens when the soul-summoning spell is used on others? It enables a spirit to reunite with the body from which it was separated, providing a means to call back astral projections lost in the spirit world, thus offering an opportunity for reconnection with their physical forms. Lumian began, describing the spell based on Aurora's grimoire before offering a personal example for clarity. In the previous battle, if I had been afflicted by Guillaume Binet's soul assimilation mystic spell, resulting in severe disorientation, the soul-summoning spell might have roused me from unconsciousness. Naturally, the premise here is that there exist beyonders with the ability to learn and employ this spell. Franca disregarded Lumian's answer and inquired with gravitas, what if one were to employ it on oneself? What kind of question is that? Lumian pondered for a moment and asked, it would be ineffective. If no signs of separation between spirit and body are evident, the spell would have no impact when cast on oneself. If there's already a problem resembling such a condition, then one wouldn't be able to employ any spells at all. But what if, hypothetically? Franca began before her words trailed off. Jenna, observant and quick-witted, glanced at Franca, then at Lumian before rising from her seat and flashing a smile. We've been engrossed in discussion for quite a while. Aren't you both feeling hungry? How about I get some afternoon tea? Sure, Lumian agreed on Franca's behalf. He sensed that Franca was on the brink of revealing something that might be problematic if Jenna caught wind of it. This was why she stopped short in the midst of speaking. Lumian had already contemplated introducing Jenna to Mr. Fool's faith. They were comrades now, destined for numerous joint endeavors. In such scenarios, certain secrets couldn't be concealed, and in constantly doing so, would inevitably hinder collaboration. As for whether to share information about the Tarot Club and Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Lumian hadn't reached a conclusion. After careful consideration, he determined that preaching to Jenna would be more fitting once she became a witch. Her sequence was still too low, and she lacked the strength to shoulder the weight of such knowledge. Too much information could make her vulnerable and inadvertently divulge secrets. However, Sequence 7 Witches of the Assassin Pathway represented a qualitative transformation below the demigod tier, empowering Jenna to fend for herself. While Lumian remained unfamiliar with the Sequence 5 of this particular pathway, its name and the beyonder powers it encompassed, he believed that a Sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure didn't manifest a drastic metamorphosis compared to a witch. The latter could even alter an individual's gender, illustrating the considerable gap in their capabilities. Franca's gaze followed Jenna's retreating figure until the sound of her gradually fading footsteps reached her ears. She settled into a cross-legged position on the recliner, emitting a soft sigh. It's not that Jenna couldn't know about this, but I'm concerned that it might make her fearful of me, that she'll distance herself and view me in a different way. Lumian didn't pose the question. Aren't you worried I might react similarly? He retook his seat, patience etched on his features as he awaited Franca's explanation about the soul-summoning spell. Franca's lips pursed, her demeanor wavering between hesitation and apprehension. After a beat, she chuckled self-mockingly. It's also why I sensed a dangerous aura in this matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even thought about sharing this with you. I would have kept it to my grave. There's another reason, too. Your spell of Harumph's origins are of great significance to me. I hope you'll lay bare all the details with me, just as I'm about to disclose my secret to you. Sai, we members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society share one commonality. We all come from another world. With that, Franca slouched further into the recliner, seemingly drained of energy. Observing a Demoness of Pleasure adopt such a posture inadvertently fueled a subtle warmth within Lumian, despite his thoughts being directed elsewhere. Another world? Lumian echoed, genuine surprise coloring his voice. This was an outcome that hadn't even crossed his mind. Such a possibility was one that ordinary individuals would scarcely contemplate, and a rarity even within the confines of fiction. In a fleeting moment, he sensed an odd alignment with this notion. With a conscious effort to rein his emotions, he inquired thoughtfully, "Is this the home my sister often speaks of, the place she claims she can never return to?" Initially, Lumian had surmised that his sister's homeland had been ravaged by conflict or catastrophe, hence her assertion of being unable to return. Otherwise, armed with her warlock strength, she could have surreptitiously revisited, even if she was being pursued by the entire world. Subsequently, Lumian discovered Aurora's status as a Triarian, causing him to find her references to an enigmatic home perplexing. Franca's expression shifted into one of complex emotions upon hearing Lumian's question. Her countenance was a blend of wistfulness, melancholy, and sorrow. "Does she frequently speak of home?" Franca inquired. Her eyes briefly shuddered to mask the shifting emotions within. Without awaiting Lumian's reply, Franca's lips pursed, and she continued, "Think of it as another planet or alternate dimension." Lumian dipped into his memories, muttering to himself, "No wonder she enjoys climbing up to the rooftop to gaze at the cosmos." The cosmos, Franca echoed with a sigh. A hushed ambience enshrouded apartment 601 as Lumian and Franca delved into their introspective reveries. After a pause, a memory resurfaced within Lumian's mind. Madame Magician had mentioned evil gods like the Mother Tree of Desire existing outside our world, separated by a barrier. These entities perpetually seek methods to breach that boundary. Lumian's gaze shifted toward Franca, and he voiced his thoughts. "Could it be that all of you are spawn of an evil god released into this world?" Franca immediately shook off her contemplative state. "Do we look anything like that to you?" "No," Lumian responded after a brief pondering. "You're far too weak for the efforts of the evil gods to be expended in sending you here. They could have instead focused on sending more of their saints. Or perhaps they are pinning their hopes on your potential growth. After all, being weak had its own advantages. Infiltration through the barrier would be less likely to be detected." Amused and slightly annoyed, Franca was tempted to refute his words, but tangible evidence eluded her grasp, leaving her with little recourse. "In any case, I've come to believe in Mr. Fool. Not one member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, whom I've encountered, shares faith in an evil god. Even if they did, they might not reveal it to you." Lumian muttered. Franca ignored his comment and continued, "I also remain uncertain about the why behind our transmigration. I've been seeking an answer for quite some time. What I do know is that we arrived in this world as spirits and found ourselves reborn within other individuals' bodies. It's comparable to Guillaume Binet's process of rebirth." Drawing on this analogy, Lumian effortlessly comprehended the situation of Franca and her companions in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. "In other words, you inhabit the bodies of other people?" "Yes." Franca cast a sidelong glance at Lumian, remarking, "Are you disheartened to learn that the sister you hold dear is essentially a wandering spirit occupying another's body?" "Why would I be disheartened?" Lumian responded casually. "Aurora Lee, the person who took me in and shared my life in Cordu for nearly 6 years, is my sister. I care not for the past of that body or its history." Franca seemed to seek Lumian's perspective on her own behalf. "Don't you find this situation morally dubious? Do you not consider your sister and me as thieves who appropriate the corpses and lives of others? Does this not present you with moral dilemmas or conflicts?" "I have no morals," Lumian replied calmly. Expanding upon his statement, he added, "I show kindness to those who are kind to me." Franca's mouth slightly agape. She struggled to find an immediate rejoinder. Lumian glanced at her and said, "That person is already deceased. It's a pragmatic use of available resources. If guilt weighs on you, treat her, know his family well. Perhaps even fulfill some of his unfulfilled desires." "True." Franca pressed her lips together, nodding in agreement. Steering the conversation back to its initial trajectory, she inquired, "What might occur if individuals like us were to employ the soul summoning spell on ourselves? Could it summon a departed spirit? And if there's an underlying issue with the spirit itself?" Lumian's train of thought expanded abruptly. Simultaneously, he recalled a line of inquiry introduced by Madame Hella, the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Muggle's parents and other relatives likely remain alive in this world. For some reason, she distanced herself from them and refrains from returning to Trier. It's unclear whether there's something amiss with them or if they've come into contact with heretics. Did Madame Hella already harbor suspicions? Lumian's brows furrowed as he whispered, "Could Roche Louise Sanson be the original body's spirit?" Is she and some of her family members associated with Inevitability, perhaps even linked to the Sinners organization? Continuing our investigation in that direction is indeed a possibility, Franca admitted after a moment's contemplation. Two other questions arise. Why did Muggle resort to the soul summoning spell for herself? Did the April Fool's member who sold her the spell foresee this outcome? Franca had chosen to share the secret of their transmigration with Lumian, sensing that something might be awry within the curly-haired baboon's research society and discerning an impending threat. Lumian offered a subdued nod, his expression void of emotion. A subtle smile played upon his lips as he ventured, "You mentioned that April Fool's Day was formed by members of the curly-haired baboon's research society, who are disheartened by the future and seek only joy. Could it be that the individual who sold Aurora the soul-summoning spell hoped to experience such amusement?" Franca fell into a brief contemplative silence before replying, "I don't know. I'll take charge of locating the April Fool's member and delve into their motivations." Lumian offered a curt acknowledgement. "I'll follow the trail of Roche-Louise Sanson." With the conversation surrounding the soul-summoning spell concluded, an interim quiet settled within the living room of apartment 601. After a pause, Franca exhaled softly and told Lumian, "You can now tell me about the spell of Harum, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 336, Armored Shadows Origins. Lumian shifted his focus away from thoughts of Roche-Louise Sanson, the soul-summoning spell, and April Fools. He began recounting the tale from the very beginning, all at the behest of Franca. "In the wake of the Corda disaster, I found myself tainted by the corruption of the evil god, Inevitability. Fortunately, the protection granted to me by Mr. Fool allowed me to retain my sanity, preventing me from transforming into a monster. This corruption, a curse and yet a blessing, is now being extracted in stages, as per the instructions of Madam Magician. The aim is to channel this corruption into my own power, finding equilibrium with a corresponding sequence beyond her characteristic." Franca was enlightened. "So what you were referring to as a special contract is essentially the power of a contractee. No wonder you mentioned it's impossible for me to learn it." Since Lumian didn't know the powers of a Sequence 6 of the Inevitability pathway, she deduced his current state as a dual Sequence 7 pyromaniac and contractee. Lumian nodded. "That's why Guillaume Binet doesn't dare to meddle with my fate recklessly. The degree of corruption within me is rather substantial." A sudden revelation crossed Franca's mind. To require Mr. Fool's safeguard, it means there must be godhood involved. Could there be a chance for me to receive similar boons? "Do you want to give everything a shot?" Lumian clicked his tongue and asked, "Are you prepared to seek out the Great Mother, engaging in daily cycles of pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding? Alternatively, do you wish to put faith in the mother tree of desire and drag stray dogs to bed?" "Hiss." Franca gasped and said, "I was merely musing. Engaging in the risky business of following an evil god is out of the question for me. The immediacy of gaining Mr. Fool's protection by merely brushing against the power of an evil god, much like you, is a rarity indeed. This isn't a mere brush against power." To dispel Franca's unrealistic thoughts, Lumian divulged a little more. "The power of inevitability is sealed within me. In essence, I beseech Mr. Fool and the corruption within me for a boon instead of the entity known as inevitability. This approach is pivotal for ensuring my very survival. Otherwise, I risk becoming unrecognizable or just dying abruptly." Franca instinctively exhaled and said, "Just tell me about the spell of Harum." Lumian restructured his narrative, stating, "To prevent any indirect influences from inevitability, I gave up the strange creatures that accompany the knowledge bestowed by the boon. Instead, I obtained a wealth of information about creatures from the spirit world through Madam Magician. You know the rest. The spell of Harumph originates from a creature of the spirit world that I summoned. Initially, I aimed to summon the shadow of Shriek. However, whether due to my invocation being witnessed by Mr. Fool or my summoning incantation lacking precision, I can't say for certain, but the entity I summoned greatly diverged from the description of the shadow of Shriek." Lumian delineated the relevant summoning incantation, the concept driving its formulation, the armored shadow's visual attributes, and its array of capabilities, all in meticulous detail. He even used his barely passable drawing skills to illustrate a rudimentary schematic. Fish scale armor. Spell of Harumph. Night parade of 10,000 demons. Soul-devouring scream. Franca softly uttered these names to herself while gazing at the sketch on the coffee table, her gaze seemingly distant. Lumian probed, "Is there an issue? Were Aurora present? Would she also react in a similar fashion?" Franca snapped back to the present, her expression a blend of solemnity and exhilaration. "That armored shadow might very well be from our world. The world that you guys come from?" Lumian hadn't expected such an answer. Yet it made sense. The armor's design and the ability names bore a distinctive uniqueness, setting them apart from the present world. Franca confirmed tersely. There are many countries in our world, and the culture and language of each country are different. The armored shadow is very similar to some entity in the myths and legends of the country your sister and I hail from. Are you from the same country as Aurora? Lumian was most concerned about this. He paused a beat before continuing. Did Mr. Fool's might, combined with my imprecise incantation, summon the armored shadow from your world? Or did he transmigrate long ago, much like you, eventually transforming into a spirit world shadow after his demise? Franca said excitedly, if it's the former, it could signify a bridge between our two worlds. This implies the potential for our return. If it's the latter, the question arises, how did he use the capabilities of our original world? Did he bring these skills along, or did he acquire them at a later time? Resolving these mysteries would inch her closer to the truth of transmigration, potentially paving the path back home. Franca rose from her seat, her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she faced Lumian. Can you summon the armored shadow? I'm keen to witness it firsthand. I have a pact with him. The need to invoke Mr. Fool's intervention is eliminated for precise summoning. Lumian observed Franca's evident enthusiasm, as though she was readying to assist in setting up the altar. Steering the conversation, he added, nonetheless, I perceive him to be immensely dangerous. While under Mr. Fool's aegis, the danger is mitigated. However, if that protection wanes, we could well find ourselves killed by the shadow. Yet, should we remain sheltered by Mr. Fool, direct communication remains an impossibility, precluding spirit channeling. We can solely execute the summoning, right? Franca frowned in disappointment. What's our course of action, then? Lumian pondered for a moment and said, wait till I gather 100,000 Vrildor worth of gold and fulfill the contract. By doing so, the Pact's power shall act as our shield, enabling us to figure out why the armored shadow demands such a substantial sum. After a thoughtful pause that spanned nearly a minute, Franca finally exhaled. That's all we can do for now. Initially, her intention had been to promptly corroborate the situation concerning the armored shadow and extract pertinent insights from it. Subsequently, she planned to inform the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, pooling their collective effort to unearth viable solutions. However, for the time being, she had no choice but to defer these actions. After a period of immersion in the summoning incantation, it became evident that Franca's success rate in summoning was rather low, presumably due to an imprecise methodology. While it was possible that a shadow of Shriek could be summoned, Lumian surmised that by omitting a particular descriptive line and using Lumian Lee's contracted creature, the target could be pinpointed more precisely. After a while, Jenna returned with a spread of coffee, treats, and meatloaf. The ravenous appetites that had ensued from their prior battle now found their solace in afternoon tea. As evening approached, Anthony Reed, masquerading as a clerk, made his return to apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. How did it go? Lumian's concern was evident, unabashedly displayed. With his weathered top hat set aside, Anthony nodded slightly. I trailed a lady, her butler, valet, maid, and carriage driver to 20 Rue de la Terrasse, within the library district. It appears to be an alternate residence of sorts, akin to a safe house. Franca turned her gaze towards Lumian, inquiring, should we maintain surveillance? Lumian ruminated for a beat, and then grinned. No need. Periodic checks to ensure they haven't left will suffice. Why? Jenna had expected Seal to rush to deal with them, to gather more information. Lumian's smile was radiant. Behind them stands an organization known as the Sinners. Their point of contact is likely aware of Guillaume Benet's demise, prompting them to disengage and erase any traces, making investigation thorny. Yet, if the Sinners find that they had managed to evade our pursuit and that there's no surveillance, what might come to pass? Perhaps a connection will be re-established. Only authentic non-surveillance can convince the Sinners that the issue has faded. They could then become active anew, crawling out from their rat's nest. Damn it. Jenna cursed silently. Seal is so sinister. Anthony, having garnered significant intel, claimed 2/3 of the final 15,000 Vrildor, leaving Jenna with a share of 5,000. As banknotes were deftly stowed away within assorted pockets, Anthony Reed turned his attention to Lumian. I'm eager to delve into the secrets surrounding Hugues Artois and the truth behind his treachery. I hope to begin the investigation soon. This was the primary reason for his involvement in the operation. Very well. Lumian had already discussed this matter with Jenna and Franca. Jenna was set to glean relevant details from the purifiers. As Franco was highly excited about the armored shadow matter, she took the initiative to suggest, I have acquaintances from Lone. I'll see if I can obtain a battle record from the Lone military. It might shed new light on the situation. That's a good idea. Anthony Reed's eyes lit up. The notion of soliciting the truth directly from the attacker had not previously crossed his mind. On Rue Anarchy's forever bustling nights, Lumian, relinquishing the task of divining the incantations to Franca, walked towards Aubert's du Coq door. There, his intent was to summon the messenger of Madame Magician, intending to relay matters regarding Guillaume Binet, the Sinner's organization, and the Armored Shadow. Concurrently, he hoped she could relay to Madame Justice and Madame Susie his readiness for their final therapy session. Under the cool embrace of the night breeze, Lumian's thoughts unfurled languidly. After learning from Franca about the shared trait among members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Lumian's impression of Aurora crystallized. Of course, the vagueness was something he didn't understand at first, but he deemed it of little consequence. Investigations were unwarranted. It's no wonder that Aurora severed her familial ties to reside in Cordoue, a frontier village. It's no wonder that she harbors a disinclination towards Trier. It's no wonder she always says strange words and likes to explain to me what they mean. It's no wonder her novels were different from the contemporary ones. It's no wonder she likes to say, a certain philosopher from home once said, only to substitute it with Emperor Roselle once said. Lumian ruminated in a wordless, contemplative cadence, a sensation of calm washing over him, as if he wasn't strolling on Rue Anarchy but Cordoue. It was a place he could never return to. Simultaneously, Lumian gained an understanding of the symbolic elements in the dream. Aurora's acquisition of the land previously occupied by a deceased warlock, could this embody her possession of Roche-Louise Sanson's body? Consequently, might the legendary warlock, Roche-Louise Sanson, symbolize the original adherents of inevitability? Mr. Poet failed to interpret the dual symbolic meanings because he lacked crucial information previously. He had solely indicated to Lumian that they likely bore their own significance. As his thoughts raced, Lumian returned to room 207 and saw a simple folded letter on the table. Letter? This doesn't seem like Madame Magician's. Lumian walked over, alarmed and suspicious. He picked up the letter and unfolded it. 2 lines of elegant incision script graced the parchment. I have arrived in Trier. Hela, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 337, Magician's Speculation. Madame Hela has arrived in Trier? Lumian held the letter with a countenance etched in complexity. In essence, nothing seemed awry about this development. After all, the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, codenamed Hela, had alluded to her impending visit to Trier beforehand. However, Lumian's introduction to Roche-Louise Sanson had occurred merely that afternoon, sparking suspicions of Aurora's original body harboring beliefs in inevitability and hinting at a potential anomaly within the April Fool's team. Strikingly, this very evening saw the arrival of this woman in Trier, soliciting a meeting. She had advised Lumian to keep a vigilant watch over Muggle's familial roots, surmising it to be a promising avenue of investigation. Sheer coincidence, or is there another reason? Lumian pondered briefly before easing into his seat. Beneath the carbide lamp's glow, he set pen to paper, commencing correspondence with Madame Magician. In succinct prose, he relayed the day's occurrences, his discourse with Franca, and the conundrum of the Armored Shadow. While he withheld no mention of Hela's arrival, he refrained from disclosing the fact that the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society's members hailed from an alternate world. Approximately half an hour later, Lumian received a response from Magician. Giving up on the creature accompanying the boon and autonomously choosing a contract partner from the spirit world was a prudent choice. Your transition into an inevitability hunter, with the bestowed of the inevitability pathway as your objective, proves that my subtle guidance bore fruit after all. At this point, Lumian was a little puzzled. When had Madame Magician ever hinted at foregoing the strange creatures that came with a boon? Suddenly, a realization surged forth. Before praying for a contractee boon, unaware that the mystical knowledge it brought would encompass contract targets, Madame Magician had offered him information on creatures from the spirit world for his consideration. It was indeed a hint, but did it have to be so subtle? Lumian mused that those skilled in divination or enamored with astromancy seemed averse to straightforward elucidation. Instead, they favored dropping crumbs of insight or weaving riddles imperceptible to others. After figuring this out, Lumian lowered his head and resumed poring over Madame Magician's response. Sinners, a secret organization that venerates inevitability, has been around for more than 6 years. Its origins can be traced back to the closing stages of the Lone Kingdom, the Faysac Empire, and the Intis Republic's War. Roche Louise Sanson, the name you mentioned, might have been an adherent of inevitability, though perhaps not granted its corresponding boons. In sum, that war provided evil gods more crevices for invading our world. You've likely discerned the close connection between Roche Louise Sanson and your sister Aurora. To a certain extent, they're one, yet not wholly distinct personas. Much like the rebirth ability, your sister carried a prior background, resurrecting within the departed body of Roche Louise Sanson. According to the normative progression, your sister should have taken such a path. Integration of Roche's memories and sentiments, internal conflict, a prelude to dissociative identity disorder, self-harmony, embracing a fresh existence. If self-reconciliation fell short, engaging a genuine psychiatrist was requisite. Judging by your sister's behavior during the first 5 years, even if her self-harmony remained incomplete, she fared reasonably well. Likely, her disquiet was manageable. Yet, she found Roche's association with an evil god unacceptable. This unresolved matter provided an opening for the soul-summoning spell. Just as you're puzzled, why would she want to use the soul-summoning spell on herself? It's a crucial question. I suspect that Sinners is not only the secret organization's name, but also a sequence 2 or sequence 1 of the inevitability pathway. The entity known as Inevitability does have authority over the past, present, and future. You glimpsed this in your dream, did you not? Sinners of the past and sufferers of the present. Do they not harmonize splendidly? But what befits the future? Sinners of the past, sufferers of the present. I wonder if Termoboros signifies the past or the future. Yes, Madame Magician's guess is similar to Franca's, but she doesn't seem to agree that it's purely the resurgence of a wraith. It rather appears a fusion of dissociative identity and lingering spirit. Lumian meticulously pondered the message's depictions, wary of omitting any hints. He was relatively calm now. Be it the real Roche Louise Sanson's revival or Aurora's dissociative identity and the vestige of spirit unveiled through the soul-summoning spell, he could embrace either without much hardship. One was an evil person doing evil deeds, and the other was his sister being sick. What was so unacceptable? Lumian released a deliberate, slow breath, shifting his gaze towards the letter behind. The armored shadow problem is very complicated. Neither you nor the Two of Cups should be privy to the specifics at this juncture. In fact, prior to your summoning of such a shadow, I'd only heard of analogous entities from Mr. Hangman. He's come across them only 3 or 4 times, one instance even within a dream. In the future, as you summon the armored shadow again and fulfill your commitment, remember to write to me and inform me of any noted changes. Mr. Hangman, the holder of the Hangman card in the Tarot Club, responsible for addressing the problem with the other world. Lumian's mind engaged earnestly, realizing Madame Magician's implicit message. This entails a matter of high caliber. Details are beyond your grasp for now, but you can investigate and follow leads within your capabilities. This implies the Tarot Club's vested interest in the world represented by the armored shadow. Lumian tacitly nodded, his focus returning to the remnants of the letter. I'll notify you when the timing for the final psychiatric treatment is confirmed. Your mystical item should be ready within the upcoming week. Me, Hella. No glaring concerns on my end. You might even hint that Aurora's anomaly might have stemmed from the sale of the soul-summoning spell by an April Fool's member, gauging her reaction. As for telling her about the armored shadow, it's up to you and the Two of Cups. Lumian lightly brushed his fingertips, causing the crimson flames to set the letter alight. After completing this task, he composed a response to Hella. Honorable Madame Hella, if it suits you, let's meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Quartier de l'Observatoire's Little Cow Café on Rue Ancienne. Lumian had initially planned to choose a meeting spot in a market district he knew well, but the risk of the Iron and Blood Cross Order spotting him with a stranger was too high. His second option was to pick a cafe or beer house near a cathedral. However, he felt that this might come off as overly cautious. It would seem as if he could seek refuge in the cathedral if anything went awry. But the truth was, he didn't dare to hide there. In the end, he settled on Rue Ancienne, the street where Salle de Bal Unique was situated. When the time came, if there was something amiss with Hella, he would draw the danger to the dance hall that set his nerves on edge. He wanted to see if he could manipulate the troublemakers into turning against each other. After receiving Hella's response and confirming the time and place, Lumian returned to Rue de Blouses Blanches with the Earth Blood or... He knocked on Franca and Jenna's door once more. Franca was still dressed in her usual attire, not having changed into her nightwear. She looked at Lumian with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why are you here again?" Instead of answering, Lumian inquired, "Where's Jenna? Why do you need to know?" She received a payment from you and left to visit her brother, Franca replied, sensing that Lumian had serious matters to discuss. Only then did Lumian bring up his meeting with Hela the next day. Finally, he posed the question, should I mention Armored Shadow? Not yet. We'll wait until we have a clearer picture, Franca said after careful consideration. For now, don't mention me. Act as if we've never met. A chuckle escaped Lumian's lips. You're suspicious of everyone. It's better to be cautious, Franca sighed. The soul-summoning spell has made me excessively vigilant. Once the details were confirmed, Lumian glanced at Franca. Are you heading out? Yes, I'm going to Rue de Fontaines to find Gardner, Franca replied openly, a mischievous grin on her face. I'm going to introduce him to some real pleasure. Lumian was momentarily speechless. Franca let out a soft laugh. I don't have much of a choice. Since neither you nor Jenna are helping me, I need to find someone else to share in the pleasure. Without waiting for Lumian's response, she added with a smile, I'll also tell Gardner that I took part in your operation against your enemy at Jenna's request, and that I received a substantial share of the spoils. Lumian was surprised. I thought you'd keep it a secret from him. Franca chuckled and explained, that guy's actually a very suspicious person. In most cases, telling him the truth works better than keeping things from him. As Lumian nodded in agreement, Franca recalled something. The ritualistic incantations have been divined. The dispelling incantation is His Grace, and the usage incantations are cow, sheep, and dog. It depends on the type of hide used. Everything's in Hermes. With that, the demoness waved her hand and left with a joyful demeanor. The dispelling incantation is His Grace. The Padre sure has a taste for power. Lumian entered apartment 601, grabbed the 5 ritualistic hides, and made his way to his safe house. Of course, he didn't forget to lock the door for Franca. The following morning, on Rue Ancienne, Quartier de l'Observatoire, Lumian walked among the vintage buildings, realizing that Salle de Bal Unique and the Alone Bar remained closed at this hour. Ding, ding, ding. A postman pedaled by in a blue floral coat. Lumian diverted his gaze from the firmly shut door of Salle de Bal Unique and continued his stroll, heading towards a cafe named Little Cow. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 338 Hela. Little Cow Cafe served the working-class folks of the nearby streets, offering them affordable breakfast and lunch options. Even amidst the bustling night market, patrons could enjoy a hearty and satisfying meal for just 1 vril. Many individuals with modest incomes, such as motel attendants, restaurant handymen, and cleaning staff earning between 60 to 80 vril per month, frequented the cafe either alone or with their families every couple of weeks to treat themselves. When Lumian finally arrived, the bustling breakfast rush had subsided. The cafe had only a handful of customers, and the staff seemed somewhat fatigued, lacking any enthusiasm. After placing an order for a cup of Mikhail coffee brewed from ground coffee beans, Lumian settled into the designated spot, patiently awaiting Hela's arrival. As the cuckoo wall clock in the cafe struck the hour, a woman pushed open the door and stepped inside. Clad in an intriguing black dress, she emitted an enigmatic allure, reminiscent of the attire one might expect from a widow. Upon spotting the woman approaching, Lumian straightened up and scrutinized her intently. Her skin possessed an unnaturally pale complexion, as though she had been shielded from sunlight for an extended period. Light golden hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, soft yet lacking in luster. Her eyes seemed to absorb all available light, rendering them dark and impervious to revealing their true color. Though her facial features were rather attractive, they didn't leave a distinct impression on Lumian. It was almost as though her cold demeanor had cast a shadow, preventing him from forming a complete assessment. Her icy demeanor didn't merely create distance. It seemed to emanate from within her, causing the ambient temperature to dip slightly. Before Lumian could discern more details, the woman seated herself across from him and inquired in a chilly tone, Muggles' brother? Although Lumian had already surmised that this was Madame Hela, her directness caught him slightly off guard. He hadn't expected her to appear without any attempt at disguise, seemingly unconcerned about potential betrayal. Lumian didn't use the knee's face or the mystery-prying glasses, but he usually employed basic disguises. Relying on his distinctive golden black hair and simple makeup, he maintained enough divergence from the Lumian Lee depicted in the wanted posters. Perhaps this is a form of disguise that I can detect. Lumian offered a polite smile and nodded. Madam Hela? The lady nodded slightly, acknowledging her identity. May I offer you something to drink? Lumian asked politely. Hela didn't stand on ceremony. A glass of absinthe and a triple espresso shot. Drinking liquor at 10 a.m., quite the match for my habits. And she even goes for a triple shot of Ream espresso. Did she have a sleepless night? Or perhaps a night of drinking, seeking absinthe to clear her senses? Lumian lifted his right hand and snapped his fingers, signaling the waiter. Once the light green absinthe and the strong Ream espresso arrived in front of Hella, Lumian surveyed his surroundings to ensure a secure environment for their conversation. Gulp. Hella downed half the glass of absinthe in one swift motion, her pale face gradually regaining some color. Setting the glass down, she turned a ring on her right middle finger, using her left thumb and index finger. The ring possessed an elegant simplicity, a black diamond with numerous facets set into a base of pure silver. As Hella rotated the ring gently, Lumian experienced a subtle shift in the surroundings, as if the ambient light had dimmed. No one can eavesdrop on us now. Hella's voice retained its chilly demeanor. Impressive. This mastery goes beyond Franca's abilities. Truly befitting of a member of the curly-haired baboons research society who has ventured farthest along the paths of the divine. Lumian maintained his gaze on Hella's black eyes that possessed a light-swallowing intensity. He proceeded with calm composure. I've made some new discoveries recently. Hella remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lumian, awaiting further disclosure. I've caught Guillaume Benet. Lumian conveyed this without an air of boastfulness. It was akin to a bartender at Salle de Balbreeze mentioning the concoction of a new cocktail. Hella's response was a nod, displaying scant interest in the specifics of Guillaume Benet's capture. Commencing with Guillaume Benet, Lumian recounted the transformations of Muggle Aurora, detailing the peculiarities that arose, including the appearance of a lizard-like elf and the name Roche-Louise Sanson. In conclusion, he presented a stack of papers. This is the grimoire my sister penned 3 months prior to the spread of Inevitability's faith in Cordu. Please review it and ascertain any irregularities. Throughout the narrative, Hella remained an attentive listener. Yet, her emotional fluctuations and facial expressions remained limited. Only when Lumian mentioned the second appearance of a lizard-like elf and uttered the name Roche-Louise Sanson did she exhibit a slight frown. Hella, who had maintained silence, swiftly perused the grimoire, her pace almost supernatural, as though she could glean mystical insights from its pages with each flip, detecting any anomalies. After a span of 5 to 6 minutes, she extracted a page from her notebook. It bore the soul-summoning spell that Aurora had documented. Only members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society and those sharing common experiences would detect the issue at a glance. Lumian found himself stirred by a sudden wave of emotion. Hella raised the absinthe once more, finishing the rest of the dreamy green liquid in a single gulp. After finishing it, she turned her gaze to Lumian and spoke. What are your thoughts on the matter of the lizard-like elf? I've heard rumors that heaven has banished a group of elves in recent times. Among them are some who bear resemblance to diaphanous lizards, Lumian responded. He refrained from delving into the symbolic interpretations that Mr. Poet had provided, instead opting to present the account provided by the official investigator Ryan. Hella's complexion took on a slightly rosier hue, the chill in her demeanor diminishing. I possess certain insights into these elves and have conducted a degree of study on them. They were not banished from heaven. It's plausible that they originated from an alternate realm. Aligning certain folklore and events in the alternate realm, coupled with the passage of time, may have allowed elements from the alternate realm to permeate the spirit world and enter our world. At present, this is a hypothesis I personally have. I haven't substantiated it as yet. I simply wish to convey that I've studied the phenomenon of these elves in recent years and have personally encountered the diaphanous lizard-like elves you described. However, they differ from the diaphanous lizard-like beings you've mentioned. Not true elves. Lumian expressed no surprise at this assertion. After all, Ryan and his colleagues had been theorizing, and Mr. Poet's perspective leaned towards an affiliation with a different faction. Hella chose not to elaborate, confirming Lumian's suspicion with a nod. I will continue to search for similar motifs in elf legends from various sources. Having said that, she spun the grimoire containing the soul-summoning spell and pushed it toward Lumian. This is likely where your sister's problem originates. Lumian's eyes conveyed his anticipation for an explanation. He was genuinely curious to hear Hella's perspective. However, he didn't expect her to reveal the most closely guarded secret of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, as Franca had done. Hella's tone remained as cold as ice as she began. I've had numerous interactions with your sister and have discerned that she had been grappling with psychological turmoil rooted in her original family. Something is amiss with her biological family. Consequently, your sister had no recourse but to distance herself from them and seek refuge in the border village. It mirrors your gradual realization of Cordu's growing abnormality, prompting your desire to escape. That's why I directed your attention to this avenue of investigation. And should one employ the soul summoning spell detailed in this notebook upon themselves, it's highly likely that your sister's psychological distress will escalate into a mental ailment, potentially leading to true dissociation of her personality. Lumian pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you suggesting that Roche Louise Sanson is a dissociated persona of my sister? That the foundation of Inevitability's faith originates from her biological family?" This deduction, while refraining from disclosing the most guarded secret of the curly-haired baboons research society, seemed to be the most logical conclusion. Yet, Madame Magician had also entertained the notion of dissociative identity disorder as one potential cause. Hella took a sip of her triple-shot Ream espresso. The situation might be more complicated than a case of dissociative identity disorder. There seems to be some bizarre, mystical phenomenon involved. That, however, remains contingent upon your future investigations. Lumian acknowledged her response with a nod and posed his question with a serious demeanor. "Is there any issue with the April Fool's member who sold a soul-summoning spell to my sister? Do they foresee a scenario involving dissociative identity disorder?" Hella remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "It's suspicious, but I cannot definitively be sure. I intend to probe further, although it might take a considerable duration of time. As you're aware, the organizational structure of the Research Society is quite informal, and my connections with the individuals from April Fools are limited." "I understand." Lumian had heard a similar sentiment from Franca. Hella glanced at him and pondered for a moment. "In reality, you are the most suitable candidate to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, you lack the necessary prerequisites." "Why do you say that?" Lumian questioned, genuine surprise lacing his words. For someone known for wit and mischief in Cordu, the prospect of heading the investigation was unexpected. He had assumed that his role would merely entail supporting Franca. Hella's tone retained its chilliness. "If you possessed a beyonder power to physically alter your appearance, you could transform into Muggle and participate in various research society gatherings as her. Then, when the occasion arises, you could observe any April Fool's member who reacts oddly to Muggle's presence and displays signs of abnormal behavior. You could even employ yourself as bait to draw out any individual harboring hidden motives. Me assuming Aurora and using the code name Muggle to become a member of the curly-haired baboons research society?" Lumian had never envisioned such a scenario. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "Can I really pull off being my sister even with a transformation item? Especially within your research society?" He wasn't familiar with their world and its intricacies. How could he effectively bridge the communication gap? Just a sentence or two could potentially blow his cover. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 339, Purpose of Visit. Hella continued in her cold voice. "Don't worry, there's no reason to fret. Our research society operates rather informally. Except for a handful of members who maintain close private communication, the rest only convene 2 to 4 times a year, all while in disguise. Your sister behaves quite relaxed at these gatherings. Her interactions would resemble her usual demeanor with you. However, she'll take care to guard her genuine information. You can certainly play the part. And many of the coded terms and expressions we employ for communication are familiar to you. Given your relationship with your sister, she won't intentionally keep them from you or abstain from using them." "Understood." Lumian's mood suddenly soured. "She'll also explain the exact significance to me and attribute it to a philosopher from back home or even Emperor Roselle." Upon hearing this, Hella responded, "If you truly possess the potential to masquerade as Muggle and engage with the Research Society members, there's no need to forcibly cite philosophers from back home. Simply allude to the latter portion of the content. Then, should I incorporate Emperor Roselle once said?" Lumian deliberated the specifics earnestly. He lacked a key item and couldn't authentically impersonate Aurora. And even though the Knee's face was primarily an illusion, it could be instantly deciphered by Beyonders equipped with the corresponding abilities. Whether the other party held a rank as low as Sequence 9 Mystery Prior, they discerned his non-female identity at a glance. Yet, he remained determined to give his utmost. Who knew if a chance for transfiguration with diminished negative effects would arise in the future? Regarding mystic makeup achieved through the use of the mystery prying glasses, it wouldn't provide psychological suggestions, given that attendees concealed their faces at the gathering. Furthermore, it couldn't alter his gender. Hella lapsed into silence, her facial muscles twitching subtly. In the event that you're presented with an opportunity to enact such a role, make sure to avoid these mentions. You might not possess precise discernment about when such references are suitable. Just keep in mind, other members frequently employ the phrase Emperor Roselle once said to liven the mood or offer amusement. Why does it feel like Emperor Roselle's image in the curly-haired baboons research society isn't too favorable? It's not that it's unfavorable. Instead, it assumes a comedic quality. Speaking of which, Aurora appears to do the same. Whenever her spirits dip, as long as I deliberately reference Emperor Roselle's words, she tends to loosen up and find herself chuckling involuntarily. Lumian struggled to fully grasp the rationale of the curly-haired baboons research society members, but he refrained from further probing, recognizing the necessity to feign ignorance concerning their most profound secret. If the opportunity arose, he intended to seek Franca's insights on the matter. Hella continued, while participating in the gathering, keep in mind to listen more than you speak. If you lack confidence, avoid delving into profound discussions. Should others delve into the past, if possible, shift the focus and maintain a patronizing tone. Emulating Muggle's traits and characteristics will aid in effectively acting as her. Lumian pondered for a moment. This guise, however, remains merely a surface-level ruse. Your research society houses Beyonders adept in divination and possessing keen intuition. They could readily discern that I'm not my sister. No, quite the contrary. They might prove you to be the genuine Muggle. Hella furnished an unforeseen response to Lumian's expectation. In the midst of his unveiled astonishment, Hella expounded, to begin with, most of us remain unaware of the realities of our fellow members, impeding our capacity for efficacious divination or prophecy. Additionally, with my understanding of your sister, I employed an artifact to divine her state. Yet, I couldn't ascertain her life or death status. It was akin to confronting a formidable anti-divination barrier. Lumian was caught off guard before grasping the underlying rationale. As per Madam Magician, Aurora hadn't entirely died. A possibility of revival persisted, her soul shard sealed by Mr. Fool, thereby rendering conventional divination unable to circumvent the seal and ascertain Aurora's genuine condition. A potent anti-divination effect was at play. Hella took another sip of her triple-shot Ream espresso. Most crucially, subsequent to our meeting today, my spiritual intuition tells me that when I confront you, divination or prophecy regarding Aurora will point toward you. What? Lumian nearly blurted out the question. Before long, he cast his gaze downwards to his left chest and offered a wry smile. Perhaps this stems from the fact that a fragment of my sister's soul has been specially preserved within me. Lumian let out a long sigh. What a pity! Post-Hellas analysis, he harbored the conviction that he could seamlessly stand in for his sister within the folds of the curly-haired baboons research society without incurring exposure. He yearned to do so. This way, he could not only aid Franca in her operation but also safeguard her from solitary risks. Together, they could operate, one in plain sight, the other in the shadows, ensnaring their adversary in a carefully orchestrated trap. Simultaneously, Lumian recognized the potential of utilizing the Society's gatherings to gather invaluable information about Aurora. Regrettably, his one hindrance was his lack of transfiguration abilities. The power to alter his gender, stature, or physique eluded him. A brief silence hung in the air before Hella reiterated her commitment to investigating the April Fool's predicament. Following that, she spoke candidly. I've come to try her this time to delve deeper past the catacombs. Do you have any information about that place? Deeper into the catacombs? Lumian's heart skipped a beat as he took the initiative to remind her. It's very dangerous there. Madame Hella's guidance from her letters and prior suggestion had been invaluable. With deep appreciation, he recounted his grasp of the catacombs and the bizarre phenomena he had borne witness to. Finally, he said, for some inexplicable reason, I alone retain memories of the ill-fated couple. The rest feigned ignorance, as though they never existed. True Kindle, the administrator of the tomb, ought to have sensed it as well, yet he feigned ignorance. Hella listened in quiet contemplation. Without astonishment or consternation, she inquired, have you heard of the Samaritan women's spring? I have, though from the mouth of a charlatan. Lumian mused, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall Ostatroll's narrative. He claimed that the Samaritan women's spring on the upper level of the catacombs is a sham. Just a puddle left behind due to a construction error back then. The administrators spun it into a legend. But deep in the underground world, within an ancient tomb, there lies the Real Fountain of Oblivion. Hella refrained from commenting on Lumian's account and simply nodded. Thank you. With her gratitude expressed, she downed the last of her 3-shot espresso, rose from her seat, and made her way toward the cafe's exit. As she rose from her seat, the heavy silence was shattered, and the sunlight once again flooded the area with its radiance. Lumian remained seated a while longer, savoring the last sips of his Mikhail coffee. Afterwards, he strode along Rue Ancienne, his destination being Place du Purtori. There, he planned to catch a public carriage back to the market district. Passing by Salle de Bal Unique and the Alone Bar, a sudden crystalline tinkle reached Lumian's ears. His heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly turned around. He saw a figure he knew well, who had just entered the newly opened Alone Bar. Draped in a delicate, pale white fishnet dress, the figure sported a small, circular hat adorned with silk flowers. Two dainty silver bells dangled from the intricate hair buns, complementing the similar accessories on the figure's dark-hued boots. Leah? Bureau 8's Leah. Lumian recognized the person as Leah, the official investigator who had entered his dream. Once affiliated with Bureau 8's Riston Province branch, she had now appeared in Trier and entered the somewhat peculiar Alone Bar. Salle de Bal Unique is perilous. Could the Alone Bar be used by Bureau 8 to monitor the opposing stronghold? After retracting his gaze, Lumian continued forward as if nothing had happened. Returning to Salle de Bal Brise, Lumian found himself summoned to 11 Rue de Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative by Gardner Martin, just when he was hoping for some rest. Inside a room adorned with bookshelves, Gardner Martin, donned in a light-colored shirt and dark trousers, greeted him with an energetic smile. Franca mentioned that your vengeance is complete? Lumian detected an odd thrill emanating from the boss, as if he had indulged in immense pleasure and hadn't fully calmed down. He responded candidly, "Yes, I've already killed Guillaume Benet. Thankfully, Red Boots, Jenna, and Anthony Reed, the information broker I hired, assisted me." He spared no details about the participants. There was no use concealing anything. They relied on Rat Christo and his pets to communicate, after all. Gardner Martin nodded slightly and commented, "You've exceeded my expectations in terms of efficiency." Franca didn't delve into the specifics. "Can you give me an overview of the overall situation?" Lumian held nothing back when it came to the Sinner's organization. He elucidated Guillaume Benet's various abilities, detailing their specific impacts. Gardner Martin listened intently and asked in thought, "What do you reckon is Guillaume Benet's strength equivalent to in sequence?" Lumian replied without hesitation, "Sequence 5. A brief pause ensued as Gardner Martin fell into contemplative silence before he uttered, "I've summoned you for a purpose, a mission." "What mission?" Lumian didn't hide his curiosity. Gardner Martin's smile reappeared. "It's quite straightforward. Make your way to the Mechanical Café in Quartier de l'Opéra and establish contact with a literary and arts group named Black Cat." "I lack any artistic inclination," Lumian honestly admitted. Gardner Martin smiled and said, "No artistic inclination is necessary. Your primary role will involve sponsoring and befriending one of the members of Black Cat. His ancestor boasted an aristocratic title of Count, a fact he's quite fond of calling himself that. Right, his name is Puffer Sauron, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 340, Black Cat. Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, Rue Lombard. The street was famous for its array of sweets and colorful candies adorned every corner. At the end of Rue Lombard stood the Mechanical Café, nestled next to a small confectionery factory. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary place, and even peering through the glass windows, there was no hint of its mechanical nature. The black triangular sacred emblem on the weighty wooden door was the only reminder of its true identity. Lumian pushed the dark brown door, but it resisted as if locked from within. After a moment's observation, he pulled the doorbell, hanging by the secondary window. Amidst the tinkling chimes, Lumian caught the soft clink of metal and watched as the door inched open. A mechanical arm extended from its rear, reaching all the way to the bar counter like an ornamental display. Surveying the surroundings, Lumian made his way to a corner of the cafe. Two single-legged tables were placed there, hosting 5 individuals. Among them, a middle-aged man with fiery red hair stood out. Fair-skinned from cosmetics, with dark circles accentuating his brownish-red eyes, he was a captivating figure. Clean-shaven, he sported an open brown velvet coat and a red shirt sans bow tie, exuding an air of refinement and casual elegance. This was Count Puffer, the member of Intis's former royal Sauron family, whom Lumian sought. Having inherited a substantial fortune from his father, he hadn't ventured into politics, military service, or trade. Instead, he moved within various artistic circles as a literary critic and frequented Black Cat gatherings. Approaching with a smile, Lumian inquired, "Are you Count Puffer?" Puffer Sauron looked up casually, his tone relaxed as he asked, "Are you the friend Martin mentioned?" "Yes, Seal Dubois." Lumian responded without any reservation, claiming a seat by pulling up a chair. Poofer gave him a measured once-over, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Not bad at all. You're quite the beautiful friend. Among literature, oil paintings, sculptures, poetry, and music, what's your preference? Novels, Lumian replied without hesitation. Poofer leaned back, gesturing towards the plump middle-aged man diagonally across from him. And Nori, the author with the most literary eloquence in recent times. The author who delved into the realm of erotica, forgetting that the essence of writing is to explore human nature. Lumian naturally recollected Aurora's assessment of this novelist. Initially, Inori's works had explored love as a means to understand humanity. But over time, the focus shifted, consumed by the former. Aurora believed that if not for restrictions, Inori might have penned something akin to Monks Chasing Dogs, a risque novel. Of course, Lumian cared little for probing human nature. He simply enjoyed the engaging parts. Your novels have certainly broadened my horizons, he said to Inori genuinely. With black hair and blue eyes, Arnaud puffed on his pipe and remarked, "Luckily, you didn't mention appreciating my Death of a Herald." Death of a Herald? Isn't that Adri's work? Right, Aurora had mentioned the similarity in names, leading to frequent confusion. Enlightenment dawned as Lumian inquired, "You mean the Adri who's backed by the government, earning a 5-figure fortune yearly, yet only manages to produce dog-asterisk tea?" And Nori erupted in laughter. "That's worth a glass of absinthe." With that, he tapped the silver-gray metal button on the single-legged table before him thrice. Count Poofer took pleasure in Lumian's reception and proceeded to introduce the other members of the Black Cat organization. Among them were Mullen, a painter with a pale and weary complexion, Ernst Young, a slightly stern-looking literary critic, and Irida, a poet who held a cherrywood pipe. Just as Lumian was wrapping up his greetings, he witnessed the iron-colored surface of Nori's one-legged table split open unexpectedly, unfolding like a blossoming flower. Within the stamen, a glass of emerald absinthe, radiating a dreamlike sheen, appeared on a tray that ascended through a mechanical lift. Author Inori picked up the glass of absinthe and tossed a silver coin worth 1 Vril d'Or onto the tray. Gradually, the mechanical elevator descended, causing the parted metal surface to seal shut, restoring the one-legged table to its original state. Inori slid the absinthe toward Lumian, a smile gracing his features. "Cheers to what you just said. It's really a mechanical cafe." Lumian reacquainted himself with this place. His gaze drifted to the table's broad and sturdy leg, suspecting it to be hollow and linked to an underground conduit. Taking a sip of the absinthe and savoring its familiar bitterness, Lumian directed his attention to the one-legged table. "No change. Here, a glass of absinthe costs 1 Vril d'Or," Inori responded with a grin. "Isn't that rather steep? Sal the Balbreeze and the basement bar only charge 7 licks. Their quality is nearly identical." Lumian critiqued inwardly. 1 Vril d'Or was equivalent to 20 licks. At that instant, Mullen, the pale-faced painter who seemed perpetually fatigued but with a handsome man, took a sip of his coffee and shared, "I heard that an elephant has arrived at Trier Zoo. Quite an uncommon sight." The pudgy Inori muttered, "What's so intriguing about an elephant?" "It strikes me as utterly mundane." Count Poofer let out a soft chuckle. "Shall we then discuss the ongoing clash between the Parliament and the two churches, the high-ranking government officials perpetually stumbling, the detestable censorship of publications, and the covert agents shadowing us like hyenas?" And Nori sighed in resignation. "Let's just stick to that elephant." Amidst the laughter of the Black Cat members, Count Poofer crossed his right leg and proposed, "Since we have a new friend, how about engaging in a game of mysticism?" "A game involving mysticism?" Lumian's eyebrows twitched. "What sort of game?" inquired Irida, the poet, puffing contemplatively on his pipe. Count Poofer smiled and said, "A game known as King's Pie." Observing the perplexed expressions around the table, Count Poofer chuckled and continued, "Don't any of you have a childhood or a family? Haven't you played this game? The rule is to divide the king's pie into portions equal to the number of participants plus 1. The larger piece is ritually dedicated to a deity or esteemed ancestor we hold in reverence. Among the remaining portions, one contains a broad bean or coin hidden. Whoever discovers it becomes the king for the day, empowered to issue commands to the others. Naturally, these commands must remain within the bounds of reason. The mysticism aspect involves offering up the excess king's pie and sacrifice." Lumian cast a glance at Inori, Mullen, and the rest, intrigued by the idea and curious whether any Beyonders were part of the group. Of course, none of them appeared to be. In just over 10 seconds, Count Poofer's proposal garnered agreement from everyone except Lumian. He commenced by pressing the corresponding button on his one-legged table, hitting it the appropriate number of times to signal the kitchen to dispatch a king's pie. Reportedly, this dessert had been a favorite since the era of the Sauron dynasty. In the underground of Eglise St. Robert, within the confines of the Inquisition, a gathering of purifiers was underway. Valentine, Imra, and their fellow purifiers congregated in the office of Deacon Angoulême. Dressed in a light gold shirt and pale white pants, Angoulême raised the dossier in his hand and addressed the group. We verified the body found at 50 Rue Vincent in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge to be that of Guillaume Binet, the former wanted padre. Ensure that the police headquarters takes down the wanted posters from the Market District. The Market District case wasn't under the purifier's jurisdiction, but Valentine had heard about it. Finally, there was confirmation. Sporting a formal blue coat, Valentine glanced at Angoulême and asked, "Deacon, have there been any developments in the investigation into Guillaume Binet's killer?" "At the moment, no suspects," responded Angoulême, his golden hair, eyebrows, and beard lending him an imposing aura. He continued, "What we can ascertain is that there were clear signs of incineration at the scene, and it's likely that Guillaume Binet succumbed to a demoness curse. At least a sequence 7 hunter and a demoness? That's an uncommon combination," Imra remarked, clearly taken aback. To his knowledge, most who followed the demoness pathway were affiliated with the demoness family, a formidable secret organization that seldom required collaboration. "Uncommon doesn't mean impossible," retorted Angoulême. As a purifier deacon, he had access to more confidential information and experience compared to Imra, Valentine, and the others. He had even personally executed 2 members of the demoness family. Valentine furrowed his brow, ruminating for a moment before suggesting, "Could Lumian Lee be involved? He does have a solid motive, but he lacks the power," Imra objected. "How could he advance to pyromaniac so quickly after leaving Cordu? Isn't he concerned about losing control? Furthermore, based on your description, not even a pyromaniac would be a match for Guillaume Binet." Valentine clung to his conjecture. "That's why he might have sought help from a demoness. Could he have joined the demoness family to seek revenge, and then transition into becoming a demoness himself? If that's true, this could become a major issue. Lumian Lee carries significant problems with him. And you mentioned the demoness family's penchant for sowing chaos." Angoulême nodded. "We must keep a close eye on this. I'll report this matter. Meanwhile, intensify the scrutiny of suspicious individuals in the Market District." Having made up his mind, he reassured Valentine, "Don't be overly anxious. Lumian Lee isn't the only one with a reason to eliminate Guillaume Binet. There are powerful bounty hunters, official members of the Aurora Order, and the bestowed of other evil gods." Valentine acknowledged concisely, signifying his comprehension. Following their discussion on recent Beyonder cases, Valentine and Imra exited the deacon's office, passing by Charlie, who was acquainting himself with a mechanical typewriter, before heading towards the tunnel leading to Eglise St. Robert. "Why do you think the quasi-demoness is seeking us? Has she uncovered crucial information?" Imra inquired curiously, conversing with his fellow teammate. Valentine ruminated briefly before responding. "Could it be related to Guillaume Binet's death?" Imra was caught off guard. "Are you suggesting she had contact with the demoness family?" Before Valentine could reply, Imra shook his head. "That's impossible. The demoness family despises female assassins. If they encounter one, they'll surely eliminate them." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 341, Branch. On Rue Doyle, nestled between the Market District and the solemn Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative, stretched a verdant street. Its clean pavements and modern architectural style set it apart from its surroundings. Jenna had deliberately chosen this location to rendezvous with the purifiers. The individuals frequenting this place had little connection to her former life, and the likelihood of recognition was slim. Clothed in a pristine white blouse and a light brown dress, Jenna's attire differed slightly from her previous encounters with the 2 purifiers. This strategic variation was intended to thwart any attempts by the other party to decipher her intentions if she were to wear the same ensemble repeatedly. Nevertheless, her overall presentation remained faithful to a certain style, a portrayal of cleanliness, radiance, and vitality. This image was a composite distilled from the bishop's sermons and the impassioned advocacy she had encountered during her involvement in church activities. A sun talisman dangled around her neck, accentuating her brownish-yellow hair that was neatly tied up. She followed the elongated shadows cast by the trees, moving toward apartment 17. In the midst of her journey, a brown 4-wheeled carriage rumbled by. The window was ajar, revealing an arresting visage. Adorned in a black court dress, a lady graced the carriage's interior. A dark veil hat adorned with white feathers crowned her head, intricately framing her raven-black hair. Her face boasted soft contours. Her chin held a graceful curve. A slender, elevated nose bridge led to plump, subtly upturned crimson lips. Within her dark gray eyes, a glint of brightness coexisted with a hint of melancholy, evoking a pang of sympathy. How beautiful! Jenna sighed from the bottom of her heart as the carriage passed. Even though Jenna herself could be considered attractive, she remained capable of appreciating the allure of others. Simultaneously, she acknowledged the stark contrast between her appearance and that of Franca, who had ascended to the rank of demoness of pleasure, as well as the lady who had just passed. Shifting her focus, Jenna ascended to the roof of apartment 17 on Rue Doyle. Her wait was brief, for Imra and Valentine soon appeared. Valentine's demeanor, though frosty, gave way to a proactive inquiry. "Have you obtained crucial intelligence?" Valentine's gaze swept past Jenna's neck, where the sun's sacred emblem was suspended. A subtle nod confirmed his satisfaction. Jenna shook her head slowly. "No." Without permitting Imra and Valentine to voice their queries, she bared her emotions in earnest. "I want to repent." "Repent?" Imra exchanged a quizzical glance with Valentine. Had something gone awry? Jenna's gaze lowered, a bittersweet smile touching her lips as she regarded the ground. "My mother haunts my dreams, recurring persistently. And each time she appears in my sleep, I find myself grappling with a nagging question. Why did the church permit someone like Hugues Artois to partake in the elections? Upon uncovering the truth, why did they not promptly apprehend his accomplices and thus forestall the ensuing catastrophe? I yearn for redemption. The pain gnaws at my heart, sowing doubt in my faith and causing me to question whether God and the church still watch over us." These sentiments were sincere, albeit less intense than they seemed. Valentine felt ashamed and didn't know how to respond to Jenna. Imra, who had experienced many similar situations, sighed and consoled her skillfully. "There's no need to doubt that God is always watching over us. The sun graces the land each day, yet we understand that the ebb and flow of light and darkness constitutes the essence of our world. Just as the sun sets inevitably to give rise to night, it's this very cycle that allows us to revel in the radiance of the morning and the ascent of the sun. Likewise, the church isn't all-powerful. In Intis, we remain subject to the constraints imposed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, the National Convention, and the government. Our actions are bound by limitations. We cannot operate without restraint and probe at will. Pain and calamity are integral facets of existence. Their presence varies, but they are transient, much like the sun's emergence after the darkness." Jenna fell into contemplative silence for a few seconds before exhaling, a slow release of tension. She extended her arms slightly, proclaiming, "Praise the sun! Praise the sun!" Both Valentine and Imra echoed in unison. With her sincere performance, Jenna asked, "Who propelled Hugues Artois to the position of Parliament member? And who facilitated his representation for an evil god?" "We're in the midst of investigating. No substantial breakthroughs have emerged thus far," Imra replied after measured consideration. Jenna's expression turned to one of anxiety and concern. "Why the lack of substantive progress? Is it due to the limitations mentioned earlier, which hinder the acquisition of pivotal leads? Do you require my help? I operate unbound by restrictions and hold no fear of breaching the law." Imra and Valentine weren't caught off guard by Jenna's reaction. It echoed the same spirit as her abrupt assassination of Hugues Artois, albeit in a more subdued form. The two exchanged glances, a wordless deliberation on whether to entrust this matter to an informant bound by contract, thereby affording greater flexibility and latitude. Drawing upon Franca's counsel, Jenna refrained from invoking instigation directly. She instead gauged the disposition of the two purifiers and employed words to accomplish her intent. If the church itself finds its hands tied, could it not delegate the task to capable devotees? Which holds greater importance, the church's dignity or the well-being of God's children? With each thwarted catastrophe, numerous families and lives are spared. They all stand as devout supplicants to the sun. An evil god was backing Hugues Artois. Valentine found himself swayed, and observing Imra's absence of dissent, he addressed Jenna with gravity. "Are you sure you want to help us investigate this matter? It's very dangerous. The odds of forfeiting your life are substantial." Jenna responded with a smile suffused with complexity. "I'm afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of becoming a sacrificial lamb for the heretics, much like my mother." She didn't hide her hatred at all. Imra then said, "In the course of our investigations, we've ascertained that Hugues Artois shared close ties with General Philip. Certain covert activities trace back to him. However, General Philip succumbed to illness last year, resulting in the loss of all leads. The other backers and supporters of Hugues Artois either owed their allegiance to General Philip or deemed him an asset worthy of support. Their involvement in heretical belief or secret organizations remains unverified. Jenna blurted out, "What about Philip's family? What are the heretics who encircled Hugues Artois?" "There's nothing wrong with Philip's family," Valentine responded, his tone revealing traces of vexation. "We've apprehended only 2 heretics affiliated with Hugues Artois' campaign. Their roles were comparatively inconsequential. The individual most knowledgeable opted for suicide when escape became unfeasible. His fanaticism stymied our quest for the sought-after leads. We've effectively eliminated 2 branches of the secret organization, the Order of All Extinction." Order of All Extinction. Jenna recalled the secret organization that believed in an evil god. Imra supplemented, "The primary source of knowledge is the red-haired woman named Cassandra. She hails from the Sauron lineage, a collateral branch of the former royal family. A beyonder and a heretic graced with a boon. Is there anything wrong with the Sauron family?" Jenna inquired further. Imra shook his head. "At present, no concrete conclusions exist. The noble families that supported Hugues Artois maintained standard relations with the Sauron family. Cassandra chose an adventuring life, as she encountered minimal regard within the Sauron family hierarchy. Subsequently, she became a beyonder, ultimately joining Hugues Artois' team last year." Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, Rue Lombard, Mécanical Café. Mechanical precision guided the King's Pie to Poofer Sauron and his associates within the Black Cat organization. The pie bore the appearance of a brown floral marvel adorned with intricate black motifs. Poofer looked around and said to Lumian and Nori and the others, "I suggest that this game of King's Pie serves as a tribute to one of my esteemed forebears. He held the title of the first Count Ardennan and the 27th Count of Champagne. In his interactions, Poofer habitually designated himself as Count Ardennan." "The Count of Champagne, the one who coveted Rozelle's ass?" Novelist Nori quipped with a grin. Over the past year, the most sought-after banned manuscript within Trier's covert book market had been Emperor Rozelle's Secret Chronicles. Within its pages lay a trove of Emperor Roselle-related rumors, intermingled with an array of outlandish, sizzling revelations. Poofer sighed and said, "That would be the 30th Count of Champagne, the great-grandson of my illustrious ancestor. He hails from a distinct Sauron family branch." "I have no objections." The flaxen-haired painter Mullen steered the conversation back on track. "This was merely a game. No one else insisted on allocating the surplus King's Pie to a specific figure, thus prompt consensus was achieved. Considering Lumian's usual style, he should have objected and angered Count Poofer. However, he recalled that his current role revolved around that of a friend of Gardner Martin, scion of a prosperous merchant family with a penchant for art. He was essentially playing the role of a spendthrift imbecile, a persona that basked in a lavish spending only to incur disdain. Poofer shifted his attention to the more reticent literary critic, Ernst Young, and instructed, "You shall have the honor of cutting the pie." Ernst Young, his black curls framing his face, indulged in a self-deprecating smile. "I despise the absence of waiters in the mechanical cafe. It makes me feel like a waiter. Isn't that a good thing?" "It signifies the absence of spies," novelist Honori muttered. A puff of cherrywood smoke escaped the pipe held by Rita, the poet, as he chuckled in response, "Perhaps the spy is among us." At that moment, Ernst Young had already picked up the table knife, slicing the King's Pie into 7 equal portions. Poofer delicately positioned one of the King's Pie slices near the plate's rim, hands clasped, cradling it against his chest. His voice, a soft cadence, invoked an invocation. "To you, member of the mighty Sauron family, the great Vermonda Champagne Sauron." Poofer repeated the incantation thrice. Lumian couldn't help but note that mechanical cafe, already bereft of its waiters, descended into an amplified hush, akin to the commencement of the bishop's sermons. After offering the excess portion of the King's Pie to Vermonda Sauron, Poofer raised his gaze to Lumian and grinned. "You're the guest. You'll be the first to choose." Without observing, Lumian extended his hand to the King's Pie closest to him. At that moment, Termaboros's resonant voice echoed in Lumian's ears, "Switch." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 342, Fright? Switch? Lumian hadn't anticipated that Termaboros would drop a hint at a moment like this. Whether this inevitability angel aimed to use the opportunity to set a trap or had some other intention, or if he simply sought to avert any trouble from befalling his vessel at this particular time and place, it was clear that this seemingly unremarkable game of King's Pie concealed profound hidden hazards. Once triggered, it would plunge all those present into a perilous abyss. When Count Poofer brought up the mystical aspect, the act of sacrificing a piece of king's pie to a deity or revered ancestor, Lumian suspected the presence of a beyonder element. It resembled the divination games favored by many enthusiasts of mysticism. To his astonishment, the issue proved even graver than he had initially imagined. It had prompted an angel to believe that he, Lumian, a dual sequence 7, was incapable of handling it or could be harmed by it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian struggled to fathom Termaboros's motives. All he could manage was cautiously extending his arm and nonchalantly selecting one of the remaining 5 slices of king's pie. This time, Termaboros didn't intervene. After Lumian and Nori, Mullen, Ernst Young, and Irita each acquired a slice of king's pie, only the one nearest to Lumian remained. "Seems like it's mine." Count Puffer leaned in, grinned, and seized the slice of king's pie. He brought it to his mouth and delicately took a bite. Lumian followed suit. The crust was crisp, the filling sweet, its aroma lingering on his palate. The quality was rather impressive. After a few bites, Count Puffer chuckled and remarked, "Looks like I'm the king today." As he uttered the words, he extracted a broad bean from his mouth. The instant Lumian laid eyes on the broad bean, a faint trace of blood and rust wafted to his senses. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the mechanical cafe grew heavy, as if everyone dreaded receiving an order they couldn't bear. Count Puffer rose from his seat, his back to the window that faced the street, blotting out the sunlight, which cast a faint shadow over his face. His smile seemed somewhat dark. Count Puffer's gaze fixed upon a novelist and Nori, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Step outside the cafe and declare to the passers-by, 'I'm Dog*T. And Nori, who had been on edge, let out a sigh of relief and responded with a grin, "Sure thing." The portly man rose from his seat and hastened to the door, grasping the handle nestled in the sidewall. Amidst a grinding noise and faint clatters, the mechanical arm suddenly tightened, its grip dragging the weighty wooden door ajar. And Nori ventured outside and onto the street. He directed his voice at the pedestrians, "I'm Dog*T. I'm a piece of Dog*T raised by a sow. My whole family is Dog*T raised by sows." The passers-by stared in astonishment before erupting into laughter. After cursing himself, Inori returned to Lumian and the others in high spirits. "You've got an impressive mental fortitude." Lumian compelled himself to rephrase, "You're really thick-skinned," in a more polished manner. Novelist Inori chuckled and said, "Whenever I'm stuck on my writing, I'll curse myself out on the balcony. It's the simplest method. You writers do have your peculiarities." Lumian was reminded of his sister, who fancied herself afflicted by an advanced stage of procrastination syndrome. And Nori took a sip of absinthe and resettled himself. His attention turned to Count Puffer, who, with his back to the light, cast his gaze upon Mullen, the pale and handsome painter. "Slap Irita." Mullen relaxed in his seat, opting not to rise. He leaned forward and delivered a slap to poet Irita. Irita, his hair thinning and his facial muscles slightly sagging, remained unperturbed. He merely drew another puff from his pipe. Noticing Lumian's scrutiny, he offered a casual smile. "As a poet, I must learn to relish the malice around me, finding joy in malice." What a poetic youth. Well, more accurately, a poetic middle-aged man. Lumian surveyed the participants of the game, realizing that aside from Count Puffer, who had consumed the broad bean, nothing else appeared amiss. Count Puffer shifted his posture slightly, his features still shaded by the backlight. He said to Ernst Young, "Express your loyalty to me." When the Black Cats convened, they often engaged in a variety of audacious acts. In a more contemporary characterization, they were avant-gardes of performance art. Hence, Ernst Young felt no qualms about kneeling on one knee and professing loyalty. He even considered it insufficient, sensing that it lacked excitement or humiliation. Count Puffer then turned to the poet, Irita, and dictated, "Give all your money to the beggar across the street." Irita was taken aback. His heart ached as he responded, "All right. As you know, I'm a pauper. Over the past 5 years, I've scarcely earned 3,000 Vril for my poetry. Each day, I ponder which friend might organize an event and offer me a free drink." Quite the honest poet. Lumian pondered whether he should sponsor this individual and witness what kind of verses he could produce. After all, the sponsorship fee was supplied by Gardner Martin. Not employing it would result in it going unused. Conversely, by sponsoring certain artists, he could potentially pocket a portion for himself. Before Count Puffer could reply, Irita suddenly burst into laughter. He fumbled in his pocket and exclaimed with excitement, "That's why I only brought 5 Vrildor. Fünf Faldua." At the Vichy Café, That'd barely cover half a bottle of mineral water and 2 boiled eggs, novelist Nori murmured as he watched poet Irita hastily depart. He tossed the 5 Vril d'Or to the beggar opposite. Vichy Café resided in an alley off Avenue du Boulevard. It drew parliament members, high-ranking government officials, bankers, industrialists, financiers, famed courtesans, and esteemed authors, painters, poets, and sculptors from the upper echelons of society. By this juncture, every participant had taken their turn, leaving Lumian as the last. Count Puffer fixed his gaze on Lumian, his look profound as he spoke. "This is your inaugural time attending our Black Cat gathering. I'll assign you a simple task. Take your slice of king's pie and proceed to the last room in the cafe's basement. Exchange the pie for a sheet of white paper. This bears a hint of mystique. If anything goes awry, I'll just burn down that basement." Lumian mumbled to himself as he clutched the partially eaten king's pie. As per novelist Inori's guidance, he located a staircase leading to the basement close to the kitchen. Before venturing forth, he ignited the gas wall lamps in the vicinity. Under their faint yellow radiance, he navigated a corridor cluttered with various items until he reached the last room. The vermilion door stood tightly sealed. Lumian listened attentively, but detected no movements from within. There were no suspicious signs around the door either. Lumian extended his right palm, gripped the handle, gave it a gentle twist, and gradually pushed inward. As the gas lamps in the basement's corridor illuminated the space, objects came into view. These objects were heads, clustered within the dusky shadows, their gazes devoid of emotion, fixed on the intruder at the entrance. Lumian's pupils dilated as he recognized a few familiar heads. They belonged to novelist Nori, painter Mullen, critic Ernst Young, and poet Irita. Just before conjuring a fireball, Lumian, experienced and resilient, forced himself to steady his nerves and discern the situation. The heads lacked the pallor of the deceased, and the room was bereft of the distinct scent of preservatives. Lumian reined in his initial reaction and scrutinized the scene. He realized that these were wax heads that had been taken down. Resembling melons, they were stashed within compartments on a wooden frame. Is this mission intended to startle me? Were it not for Termaboros's forewarning, how could such a prank perturb me? What's so mystical about this? Lumian ruminated for a moment before placing his king's pie on a wooden shelf and extracting a sheet of white paper from one of the wax heads. Upon returning to the mechanical cafe with the white paper in hand, he was met with smiles from Inori, Irita, and the others, as though gauging any lingering trepidation. Count Puffer nodded in satisfaction. "You executed the mission admirably. What if I hadn't executed it admirably? What would have transpired?" Lumian simulated residual unease and inquired. "Those wax heads seemed so lifelike that they nearly stopped my heart." Inori chortled. "This serves as Count's welcome gesture to every newcomer. He's rather fond of collecting wax figurine heads. Each individual he acknowledges receives an invitation from a wax sculptor to immortalize their heads as art and place them in the basement of the mechanical cafe. It's almost as if your heads have been given to Count Puffer." Lumian eyed Inori and the others' necks, yet found no trace of sutures. After delving into various rumors circulating within a novelist circle and offering 2,000 Vril d'Or to sponsor the Black Cat, Lumian took his leave. As he departed, his gaze inadvertently swept over the two-legged tables. Abruptly, Lumian's pupils constricted. He observed that Count Puffer and Nori and the others still had unfinished king's pie on their plates, while the white-glazed porcelain plate that had previously held the pie now sat empty. There should have been a slice of king's pie, intended for the Sauron family ancestor. It was gone. Lumian's perplexity couldn't be concealed. He gestured toward the snack plate and remarked, "I recall there being a slice of king's pie left." Count Puffer chuckled and sipped his coffee. "I ate it." "Is that so?" Lumian smiled in realization. Turning away, he exited the mechanical cafe, the smile on his face gradually waning. Count Puffer had only taken 2 bites of his slice of king's pie. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 343, Feedback. As Lumian strode down Rue Lombard toward the nearest public carriage stop, the sense of unease settled over him. Observing the deserted street, he dropped his voice to a hushed tone as he muttered, "Termaboros, why did you make me choose the king's pie slice without the broad bean?" What if he had consumed that fateful broad bean and ascended to the role of the king? But Termaboros remained silent, withholding any response. Lumian pondered for a moment, then rephrased his question. Though the entire incident held a few unsettling details, the outcome appeared unremarkable. It's hard to discern whether it's tied to mysticism or beyond her powers. After a brief pause, Termaboros's deep voice echoed in Lumian's ears. Next time, you could consider defying the king's orders. What if I chose to disregard the king's commands? What if I indulged in my king's pie instead of placing it in a room of wax figurines or even walking away with a paper? Lumian's mind plunged into contemplation. Rather than heading directly back to the market district, he hailed a public carriage bound for Rue Shear on Avenue du Boulevard. As an official member of the Aurora Order, he bore the responsibility of promptly reporting his execution of Guillaume Binet and the latest developments within the Iron and Blood Cross Order to Mr. K. Simultaneously. He hoped to fleece something out of them. Participating in 3 secret organizations came with the potential of receiving triple rewards, but also entailed making 3 reports per mission. 19 Rue Shear, underground of Psychic's headquarters. Mr. K, perpetually unchanging, sat in a red armchair, attentively listening as Lumian recounted his strategic utilization of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's resources to pinpoint and eliminate Guillaume Binet, the heretic. When Lumian mentioned how the former padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had embraced the entity known as Inevitability in pursuit of power and strength, Mr. K lowered his head and traced a cross upon his chest in a deliberate up-and-down, left-to-right motion. His voice, hoarse and subdued, chanted a prayer, "Merciful Father, forgive the world's transgressions." Lumian's lips twitched, mirroring Mr. K's penance, although he couldn't fathom the necessity of such repentance. Post-repentance, he succinctly recounted Aurora's dual nature and the sinister sinners organization that underpinned Roche-Louise Sanson. Finally, he said, "Mr. K, I request your aid in locating the original family of Aurora, or rather Roche-Louise Sanson. They may well be tied to the Sinners, a heretical group devoted to inevitability." Mr. K's face, obscure beneath a voluminous hood, remained shrouded in shadow. His words, tinged with satisfaction, hoarsely resonated. "I understand your desire to avenge Aurora. There is no problem in that. The benevolent Father and the omnipotent God do not bar believers from securing their own futures. If they can intertwine personal matters with the sacred crusade against heresy, all the better. In this endeavor, leveraging your assets and harnessing the resources of the Iron and Blood Cross Order to fulfill your objective is a strategy one admire. Strive for more of such feats. I'll investigate the Sinners." He agreed to Lumian's request as it aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. By unearthing Roche-Louise Sanson's family, he could deal with the Sinners, a faction devoted to the evil god Inevitability. "Thank you, Mr. K," Lumian said sincerely. He pondered for a moment before proceeding. The death of Guillaume Binet might trigger an intensified pursuit from the official Beyonders. "I'm wondering if there exists a mystical item that would suit my needs, enabling me to alter my appearance and stature at will." He was seeking a means to assume Aurora's identity, infiltrating the curly-haired baboon's research society as Muggle. Mr. K's tone shifted abruptly, infused with zeal. "Only the lifeblood I possess can accomplish what you seek. So long as you can master your flesh and blood, altering your height and appearance becomes attainable. While it may not provide an exact replica of your desires, it suffices to veil your true identity. The caveat lies in the necessity for early injection and its limited duration. You won't possess the liberty to transform at your whim. Precision isn't required. Members of the curly-haired baboon's research society assume disguises, masking their true selves during gatherings. Yet that falls short. A perceptive spectator might notice something from Aurora's eyes or the contour of the chin. To fully pass off as Muggle and dupe everyone, the masked face must mirror Aurora's flawlessly. Plus, the adverse effects of lifeblood are beyond my tolerance." Lumian's thoughts coalesced, and he articulated his response. "I'm concerned that administering lifeblood could revert me to the most primordial human archetype. Despite the Lord's protection mitigating severe physical and mental consequences, the Iron and Blood Cross Order could easily detect the anomaly and discern my true allegiance." Mr. K sighed in disappointment. "That's a problem. Though I believe the Lord will safeguard you, preserving your devout persona from exposure, your concerns bear merit." Having declined the offer of lifeblood, Lumian continued, "Recently, the Iron and Blood Cross Order tasked me with an interaction." He detailed Gardner Martin's summons, narrating until the culmination of the King's Pie game. The solo mission was Termaboros's warning, the reason subtly placed on his intricate grasp of mysticism. A niggling suspicion prodded him to sidestep the matter, avoiding any potential anomalies. Mr. K listened attentively, refraining from interjection. As Lumian concluded, Mr. K stood and paced the room. "Your next objective is to figure out the Iron and Blood Cross Order's rationale for engaging the Sauron family. Are they coveting the Sauron's inheritance or considering collaboration? Yes, Mr. K. Lumian recognized the need for him to remain well-informed, irrespective of Mr. K's order. Mr. K halted his pacing, fixing his gaze on Lumian. Your intuition is sound. Should any mishap occur within that game, it could set off a mystical catastrophe. The central figure of Poofer's sacrifice, Vermonda Sauron, held significant standing within the Sauron royal family of that era. Born into the Champagne lineage, he was adopted into the main family by King Odo XII, who invested resources in his upbringing. Vermonda began auspiciously, but met a negative end. His later years saw him vanish without a trace, dealing a heavy blow to the Sauron dynasty. In the ensuing 2 decades, several prominent Sauron family members met untimely and mysterious deaths or succumbed to sudden insanity. The family's power dwindled, paving the way for Rozel's eventual overthrow. Emperor Rozel's successful usurpation of the Sauron dynasty was partly facilitated by the apparent decline of the ancient royal line. Vermonda's inexplicable disappearance spanned 2 to 3 centuries. How could today's sacrifice catalyze a dangerous mystical shift? Lumian's thoughts raced, absorbing the details recounted by Mr. K. Apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Jenna, having gleaned some insights from the purifiers, sought out Franca in hopes of sharing her findings. As her gaze roamed the room, Jenna's attention was drawn to the slightly ajar master bedroom door, from which emanated a rhythmic tapping sound. Franca, she called. Franca's clear voice resounded. I'm here. Come inside. Jenna, who had never entered Franca's bedroom, hesitated for a moment before walking over and pushing open the door. A burst of amazement brightened her blue eyes as they fell upon an intricate apparatus nestled against the wall, distant from the window. The contraption consisted of a myriad of interlocking gears encircling brass cylinders, interconnected through levers, crankshafts, and screws. In awe, Jenna regarded the towering device and inquired, "What is this?" Seated before the elaborate mechanism, Franca's fingers danced across a state-of-the-art mechanical typewriter as she proudly introduced it to her companion. This is a 3rd-generation difference engine, cleverly modified, a sort of analyzer. It's a truncated version, simplified and miniaturized. The complete model wouldn't fit in my room. Are you really a believer of the god of steam and machinery? Jenna blurted out. Franca chuckled and explained, sometimes. Jenna's scrutiny lingered on the so-called analyzer, revealing the connection of a telegraph machine and 2 metallic mechanical typewriters at its lower end. It wasn't long before Franca ceased her typing, and the analyzer's mechanical appendage set the 2nd typewriter into motion, producing letters upon pristine paper. The energy and information seemed to flow from the radio transceiver. What were you doing? Jenna felt illiterate. Franca happily pointed at the analyzer and said, when the coding remains consistent, this contraption can automatically decode telegrams and codes for me. Through the metallic fingers linked to the mechanical typewriter's keypad, it types the corresponding letters, shaping the intended words. In essence, I can directly read the content of telegrams. No need to laboriously decode the encrypted messages I receive. It saves me considerable time and effort. Likewise, I can draft telegrams in standard language. The machine will autonomously encode them and transmit them via a predetermined radio frequency. Studying the gears as they turned in their various states, Jenna struggled to grasp Franca's intent. But what's the purpose? She asked, befuddled. Franca was caught off guard. Purpose? Well, the purpose is to simplify telegram conversations. Make it something mundane and routine. Though admittedly, it does consume quite a bit of paper. Telegram conversations. Jenna felt a touch of perplexity. Franca had constructed such an intricate apparatus and embarked on such an elaborate matter simply for conversation. The late-night typewriter sounds were Franca engaged in casual chatting. Exactly, Franca affirmed with a self-satisfied grin. A friend of mine in the lone military agreed to share the information Anthony Reed seeks during that time frame. We just had a brief exchange. While Franca could easily request the pertinent information from Madame Judgment, she preferred not to burden her major arcana cardholder unless absolutely necessary. As Franca finished speaking, the analyzer completed its task of typewriting, and the telegram materialized in incision. Snatching the paper, Franca's countenance darkened as she scanned its contents. At night, in apartment 601, Lumian, Anthony Reed, Franca, and Jenna reassembled. Waving the paper in her grip, Franca addressed Anthony Reed, stating, I've received a response. The lone military's official report on the encounter states, no such battle occurred. No such battle occurred. Anthony Reed's eyes widened as he jolted to his feet. No battle at all. Lumian arched an eyebrow. Such a response was undeniably unexpected. Franca nodded gently, her gaze fixed on Anthony Reed. To put it simply, it's highly probable that the assault against you and your companions was not executed by the Lone Army. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 344, Boxing Gloves. Not by the Lone Army. Anthony Reed muttered under his breath, his eyes distant. The night of the attack had haunted his dreams, replaying over and over, each iteration etching the brutality and mercilessness of the lone soldiers into his consciousness. These nightmares had grown, evolving into an inescapable nightmare. And now, shockingly, someone was telling him that they were not lone soldiers. Franca's demeanor, the subtle shifts in her expressions and body language, it all told him that Franca wasn't lying, she wasn't bluffing him. This revelation rendered his years of suffering, of misattributed blame, into a cruel jest. As a psychiatrist, Anthony Reed was acutely attuned to the waves of disillusionment that crashed through his psyche. His emotional stability quivered, struck by a potent aftershock. Instinctively, he used placate on himself. As Anthony Reed struggled to save himself, Franca elaborated, either the battle's secrecy is of the highest order, barring my Loanese friend from obtaining the truth for now, or a different faction entirely orchestrated the assault on your unit. Her inclination leaned toward the latter possibility. In the grand scheme of the Lone Kingdom, this skirmish was a minor one. Anthony's company held no strategic value, no pivotal figures, so there was no reason for a high-level concealment. Who could it be? Jenna had already raised this question after reading the telegram, but both of them couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. She even speculated that an instigator might have sowed seeds of internal discord amidst the Intis army to digest a potion. This made one of the companies impersonate as Loanese soldiers, launching a deadly nocturnal assault on Anthony Reed and his comrades. However, this was far too difficult. No matter how formidable an instigator was, there was no hope of success unless Anthony Reed's company had discovered evidence of someone's serious crimes or formed a deep feud with other companies due to conflicts on the battlefield. Indeed, who could it be? Anthony Reed, now more composed thanks to his placate, intoned with a voice etched in determination. He understood why the Lone Army would attack him and his comrades. Their animosity, though intense, was comprehensible within the context of war. But an attack from an unknown faction? That puzzled him. Franca pondered for a moment and said, did your unit forsake allies on the battlefield? Or perhaps lay claim to spoils of war that weren't rightfully yours? Anthony Reed ruminated briefly before shaking his head resolutely. No. Lumian chimed in with conviction. Absolutely not. This ties back to Hugues Artois. It can't be a squabble between comrades or external rivals. Jenna, absorbed in contemplation, posed another question. Did you defy Hugues Artois' orders? Or did your actions inadvertently cost him something? Anthony Reed shook his head again. If I had, I wouldn't have grappled with years of puzzlement. Silence enveloped apartment 601, a contemplative hush broken only by Lumian's recollection. A shard of Madame Magician's prior words tugged at his thoughts, and he ventured. Could it be a sacrificial rite? A blood offering to an evil god? Madame Magician had mentioned that sinners, a secret organization devoted to evil gods, emerged in the war's later phases. The conflict had unwittingly provided opportunities for these evil gods to infiltrate the realm. Could Anthony Reed and his comrades have stumbled upon one of these opportunities? Blood sacrifice. Franca and Jenna recalled the support various evil god factions had given Hugues Artois. Had he forged an alliance with these heretics? Did he sacrifice his own company? Anthony Reed fell silent for a moment before saying, the heretics, disguised as the Lone Army, orchestrated our annihilation with Hugues Artois' complicity? Franca said insightfully, it's the most logical explanation, though the question remains, who gains? Certainly not Hugues Artois. He reaped no boons, not even in death. For a moment, no one could answer Franca's question. After a few seconds, Lumian said, that's one of the avenues we must delve into as we proceed. It might intertwine with Hugues Artois' ascent to power and his parliamentary role. Upon hearing this, Jenna recounted the information she had obtained from the purifiers and concluded, the pressing issue lies in the fact that General Philip, who seems the most suspicious, is already deceased. It's as if all the threads converge at a sudden dead end. He died just in time. Franca chuckled. A preemptive elimination, perhaps? Lumian stroked his chin and spoke slowly. In the world of mysticism, certain deaths don't necessarily mean true demise. Madame Justice had mentioned that an evil god's boon had a deceased sequence. They could use death to escape their original fate. Similarly, if General Philip had used the substitution spell, the one who died might not be the real him. Franca, who had previously helped with finishing Guillaume Binet, immediately understood. Substitution spell? We cannot dismiss the possibility. Lumian smiled. Our immediate objective remains the investigation of General Philip, ascertaining the truth of his demise. Even if he is truly dead, there may be traces he left behind, undiscovered by the purifiers due to the constraints imposed on them. Anthony Reed, though still grappling with the shattering revelations, felt the warmth of unity and purpose in his companion's discourse. It bolstered his resolve, a spark of renewed determination igniting within him. He nodded slightly and said, "There's no need to rush. This matter must be very complicated. I'll first gather preliminary information about General Philip, his family, and friends." After Anthony Reed took his leave, Lumian observed Franca preparing to head to Rue de Fontaines in search of Gardner Martin, so he left apartment 601 with her. As they walked down the stairs, Lumian broached the subject of his conversation with Hella, sharing the details with Franca. Her excitement burgeoned as she absorbed his words, a fervor building within her. Great, great. Quickly transform into Muggle. Let's make contact with April Fools together. Why are you so excited? Lumian glanced at her. Franca made a tongue-clicking sound and chuckled. Back home, there's a saying that goes, if you get drenched in the rain, rip up someone else's umbrella. It's all in jest, but isn't it interesting? Even though your appearance leans towards masculinity, a few simple adjustments can render you strikingly beautiful. Once the pyromaniac potion has been digested, have you not considered having a potion of pleasure? Sigh, forget it. There's still some risk before reaching sequence 4. Laughter and jesting flowed between them, Franca's demeanor then taking a more serious turn as they reached the street. Furthermore, you're one of the few people I can trust now. If I could obtain your direct collaboration in our probe of the April Fool's conundrum, I'd feel significantly more secure. Unfortunately, Lumian echoed the sentiment, a tinge of regret shading his words. His curiosity then led him to inquire about Emperor Roselle and the perplexing attitudes of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society members. Franca's expression turned strange, as if she struggled to suppress a bout of laughter. After a moment, she exhaled and said, "This matter is quite complicated. It's difficult to explain in a few words. I'll explain in detail tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when I'm free. In short, be mentally prepared." "How complicated can it be?" Lumian muttered. He bade Franca farewell and commenced his journey toward Rue Anarchy. Upon reaching room 207 at Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, despite having already deciphered the issue with Aurora's grimoires and no longer needing to delve into them, Lumian's habits dictated that he retrieve the copies and skim through their contents, his thoughts wandering amidst the scattered pages. Approaching midnight, a stirring within Lumian's heart drew his gaze toward the carbide lamp. The light it emitted bore a dark green hue. The doll messenger, clad in a light gold dress, suddenly materialized. It glared coldly at Lumian, as if striving to contain its emotions. With twin thuds, a pair of iron-black boxing gloves, adorned with multiple short thorns, landed soundlessly on the table. The impact carried a resonance more akin to wood meeting than metal striking wood. Simultaneously, a folded sheet of paper drifted toward Lumian. "Thank you." Although the doll messenger quickly vanished, Lumian still expressed his gratitude politely. He refrained from touching the boxing gloves for now, opting to unfold the piece of paper and peruse the contents of Madame Magician's message. The shadow branch and the lucky one beyonder characteristic have been made into a mystical item. How does it fare? Has its form been modified, rendering it more convenient for transport? This is a masterpiece forged by a master. It remains nameless for now. With common words, you could dub it the Lucky Shadow Boxing Glove. For a touch of panache, flog could be a stylish choice. The name is yours to determine. Any target struck by this glove, regardless of creating injuries, whether they defend with a weapon or not, will undergo a surge of desire or emotion. The specific emotion hinges on your luck. Yet, with the presence of Lucky One, you can envision or simulate the corresponding desires and emotions ahead of time, guiding the target's reaction. The success rate stands impressively high, around 70 to 80%. Following the trigger of a target's desires or emotions, a second strike won't engender new feelings. Instead, there's a likelihood of causing the pre-existing desires or emotions to erupt. This unleashes an overwhelming tidal wave on most targets, inflicting significant harm, even rendering them temporarily incapacitated. While the likelihood of invoking desire or emotion with each hit isn't substantial, repetitive blows will eventually yield the desired outcome, unless you are cursed with bad luck that counteracts the influence of lucky one. However, the glove's most exceptional facet isn't its offensive potential, but its defensive capabilities. It possesses unparalleled sturdiness, capable of withstanding an assault from a Reaper without incurring any damage. Note: Reaper refers to Sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway. Naturally, this hinges on the attack squarely targeting the glove. In such a scenario, there's even a possibility of taking a strike infused with godhood, at the expense of shattering or fracturing the glove. This probably places the glove at Sequence 4. On the downside, carrying the glove will erode your self-control, intensifying the oscillations of various desires and emotions. Withstanding this requires exceptional endurance. Moreover, while donning the glove, you will attract the attention of a hidden entity since it originated from the Tree of Shadow. While they cannot directly harm you for various reasons, they can summon dangerous entities to your vicinity, influencing or attacking you. Hence, each use of the boxing glove should be accompanied by a change of location, and their usage should not be for extended periods. Failure to adhere to these guidelines may attract hidden dangers. However, should you maintain your composure and endure one or two attacks, the world will expel those dangerous entities who can't truly descend here. One last detail: your two psychiatrists request a final follow-up consultation at the usual time tomorrow afternoon. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 345, Dream. I need exceptional endurance to withstand the weakening of self-control brought about by carrying the flog. The waves of various desires and emotions surge stronger. Alms Monk excels in handling such situations. While reading Madame Magician's letter, Lumian swiftly considered if he could fulfill the conditions for using the mystical item. Naturally, he didn't have to keep the flog boxing gloves with him to employ them. Lumian could position them in advance and entice the enemy into an ambush before revealing them. Alternatively, he could accumulate enough resources to purchase a steam robot and have emotionless tools carry the gloves for him. Nevertheless, thanks to Alms Monk's abilities in managing adverse effects, he didn't need to resort to such complicated strategies. With this in mind, Lumian recollected the adverse effects of contractee contracts. A substantial portion of them seemed to be mitigated by Alms Monk's resilience and self-restraint. First, acquiring the Alms Monk boon prior to becoming a contractee. Could it be that one must bolster their endurance to endure a contract? Otherwise, the Padre with over 10 negative effects would have self-destructed long ago. Yes, Guillaume Benet's utilization of Alms Monk and ascetic powers wasn't overly adept. Could this stem from his ingrained indulgence, making change difficult? Or did he leap directly into being a contractee before evolving into a fate appropriator? His grasp of the Alms Monk and ascetic boon seemed inadequate, relying largely on instinct. Lumian murmured to himself. Recalling how the Padre in the dream transformed from an ordinary individual to a fate appropriator within a day, Lumian was more inclined to believe the latter possibility. He surmised that the events in the dream marked Guillaume Benet's advancement to a fate appropriator with only 2 to 3 boons. Lumian redirected his attention to the letter in his hand and read through the remainder in one go. Concerning the utilization of the flog boxing gloves to attract perilous creatures, he intended to seize an opportunity and approach Franca for assistance to verify the precise circumstances. If indeed hazardous, he would need to contemplate reserving one usage of Spirit World Traversal to escape any future influence or attack. Crimson flames silently surged, setting the letter ablaze, its words turning to ash. Amidst the dispersed ashes, Lumian reached out his hand toward the iron-black boxing gloves. Although they lacked the metallic texture and chilliness, they were exceptionally rigid. Almost in unison, two voices resonated in Lumian's mind. One was the voice of the eloping couple, casting curses. The other was the voice of inebriated individuals shattering bottles and clamoring in the street. The former set Lumian's imagination ablaze, while the latter spurred him to draw his revolver and open fire. The sensations weren't overpowering, and could be endured and repressed. After confirming the fit of the boxing gloves, Lumian set them beside the pillow. In the depths of night, in a hazy state, Lumian felt as though he had stepped into an ancient beige castle. Its exterior bore numerous dark and crimson stains, as if drenched in a copious amount of blood. Hysterical laughter and shouts reverberated from within the castle. Lumian instinctively raised his gaze and spotted a deep red visage peering at him through a narrow window on the 3rd floor. Their eyes met, and suddenly, the man raised his right hand and cruelly gouged out his reddish-brown eyes. Fine blood vessels detached from their sockets, leaving behind a pair of inky black, blood-soaked cavities. Ha! Ha ha! The eyeless man chortled with a maddened demeanor. Lumian's thoughts blurred as he involuntarily stepped into the ancient castle. What unfurled before his eyes were gruesome scenes. The maid rent her abdomen with a dining knife, drawing forth pallid intestines marred by blood. The valets ascended the staircase to the second floor, only to throw themselves back into the hall, repeating their falls in a macabre cycle. The butler clutched a comely female head, his lower body severed. He dragged himself with his elbows, leaving behind a broad and extended trail of blood. The headless mistress sat in an armchair, lifted her cup of coffee, and poured it into the gash on her neck. The pungent stench of blood and the frenzied ambience pierced Lumian's mind, snapping his eyes open. He beheld the familiar, squalid ceiling and caught the ceaseless nocturnal clamor of Rue anarchy. Had it all been a dream? The scene from his dream lingered in Lumian's memory, a residual unease remaining. As a beyonder seasoned with the world of mysticism, he didn't underestimate such a dream. It likely bore the marks of a revelation through astral projection or an external influence. Swiftly reviewing the day's occurrences, Lumian zeroed in on two potential culprits. Could it be the lingering effects of the King's Pie game from earlier, or perhaps linked to the impact of the flogged boxing gloves? He cast a glance at the iron-black spiked boxing gloves, left untouched beside his pillow, sensing that the game was the likely trigger. An attempt to commune with Termaboros yielded no response. After securing the flogged boxing gloves within a drawer in his wooden table, Lumian drifted back into slumber. Throughout that night, nightmares plagued him repeatedly. Each instance, he encountered the bizarre ancient castle. Fortunately, the dream's lucidity waned progressively, eventually melding into a commonplace nightmare. The following morning, Lumian adhered to his routine of jogging and practicing boxing, then set out in search of a distinctive breakfast in the bustling market district. After spending nearly the entirety of the morning at Salle de Bal Brise, he eventually found himself standing before apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. With a flush on her face and a lively demeanor, Franca answered the door. "You're quite the eager one." Lumian was forthright about his intentions. "Remember you mentioned wanting to discuss Emperor Roselle with me?" Well, well. Franca's expression shifted oddly once more. She grumbled, "I'm feeling unwell." What sort of ailment? Lumian found it hard to believe that the demoness of pleasure could fall ill. As Franca led him to the living room, she muttered, "It's empathetic embarrassment." Lumian shut the door and took a seat on the sofa. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Is this embarrassment on behalf of Emperor Roselle?" "Exactly." Franca, seated cross-legged in a recliner, scratched her flaxen hair. "I'm seriously concerned that he might be so mortified that he'll rise from the grave to strangle anyone who's privy to the information." After a rather odd comment, Franca sighed and explained. "In simpler terms, Emperor Roselle, like us, hails from another world. Emperor Roselle is also one of the transmigrators you mentioned." Lumian blurted out in astonishment. Franca confirmed succinctly, "Many of his inventions, beliefs, and ideas originated in our world. What's more significant, his diary was penned in the language of the nation your sister and I come from. That's why it remained undeciphered for so long until our transmigration." Lumian's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. It all seemed too fantastical, like something out of fiction. However, Aurora's attitude toward Emperor Roselle and his diary lent credence to Franca's words. Seeing his silence, Franca added with understanding, "Nonetheless, he's an extraordinary individual. Progressing from a mere Sequence 9 individual, he ascended the paths of the divine step by step, overthrowing the Sauron dynasty and enacting monumental changes upon Intis and the world. His impact on the history of the past 2 to 3 centuries and generations of humanity is profound." That's true. Emperor Roselle once said that a hero is a hero, irrespective of their origins. Where Emperor Roselle came from was immaterial. Lumian quickly collected his thoughts and asked with curiosity, "Did Emperor Roselle's famous quotations originate from philosophers in your world?" "Many of them did." Franca, in a way, supported her fellow countrymen's public image. "But some are genuinely his own. Consider this, a person who's undergone so much, tasted both triumph and failure, must possess unique insights across various domains. He's not lacking in memorable sayings. Now I understand why Aurora chuckles whenever I mention something Emperor Roselle said." A realization dawned on Lumian. He grasped his sister's sentiments at that moment, and the jesting tone the curly-haired Baboons Research Society adopted toward the Emperor. He then inquired, "Did one of you write Emperor Roselle's secret chronicles?" "Yes, but I'm unsure who the author is," Franca honestly admitted. "The writer possesses quite the literary talent." "Is everything in there accurate?" Lumian contemplated seeking out an underground bookseller to procure a copy. Franca chuckled. About half of it, even among the portions based on actual events, half of that is a sensationalized expansion of a couple sentences from the Emperor's diary into a narrative rife with explicit details. For instance, the Emperor once shared more than just friendship with a demoness. Franca suddenly paused. Realization dawned upon her that she herself was now a demoness. A worthwhile addition to my collection. Emperor Roselle does seem to live up to the legendary reputation of being a flirt. Lumian's anticipation for the underground book grew. He opted not to delve further into the topic of the Emperor and the demoness. Instead, he brought up the King's Pie game from the prior day and the subsequent nightmarish dreams. He then sought Franca's insights as an adept practitioner of divination. What revelations are hidden in that dream? I can't decipher it, Franca said after a prolonged pause. It conveys a sense of danger and advises to stay away. Also, those nightmares appear to be lingering effects from some form of insanity. Lumian contemplated for a moment, deciding not to probe deeper for the time being. He planned to consult the two psychiatrists later in the day. At 3:20 p.m., Lumian reached Mason Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and took a seat in Booth D. He requested a cup of aromatic Intis coffee and 2 cream-filled cupcakes. Once the coffee and confections were served, he patiently waited for a minute or so before catching the sound of Susie's gentle, feminine voice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lumian Lee." Lumian responded with an easy smile. "Good afternoon, Madam Susie." "Good afternoon, Madam Justice." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 346, Follow-Up Visit. "How did you know I was here?" Madam Justice's voice held a smile. Lumian gazed at the chair across from him and responded, a grin tugging at his lips. "Can't hurt to extend a greeting." Susie steered the conversation forward. "Congratulations on completing the initial phase of your vendetta. Care for a brief discussion?" "No problem." Lumian's composure remained unshaken, not even flinching at the mention of vendetta. Of course, part of his calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that he hadn't brought along the flog boxing gloves. This was a psychological evaluation, after all. He couldn't allow external influences to taint his thoughts and skew the doctor's judgment. From the point of seeking assistance and crafting a strategy, he recounted his experiences of the past 2 days. He glossed over the secret of the curly-haired baboons research society, but provided a concise account of everything else. Following a momentary silence, Susie's soothing voice resumed its course. "Your mental state has held up admirably. A certain degree of overreaction in specific scenarios is par for the course. Psychiatric therapy doesn't strip a person of their emotions or feelings. Instead, it aids in unburdening oneself, fostering reconciliation, and discovering inner resilience. Nightmares won't deal a devastating blow to you any longer. Otherwise, according to the more dubious therapists who advocate severing the frontal lobe for eternal tranquility, you'll forever be at peace." Removing the frontal lobe? Lumian's ears caught wind of this concept for the first time. Susie's tone tinged with revulsion. "It's a notion that has cropped up in the last couple of years. It doesn't yield the intended outcomes. Rather, it inflicts grave harm upon the patient. There's an evident malevolence behind this treatment proposal. It's as if some callous individual propagated it with the sole intention of making a mockery out of medical professionals and those seeking solace. A prank that toys with the lives of others?" Lumian shifted gears, steering the conversation onto a different course. "Madam Susie, you haven't even delved into my emotions or analyzed my thoughts, yet you've already deduced that I've made some strides towards recovery, and a follow-up might not be necessary?" Susie's demeanor lifted rapidly, and she replied with a grin. "At times, a person's actions can be more telling of their psychological state than their thoughts. Understand that humans excel at deceiving themselves. They concoct a slew of rationales for their actions, which often stand less grounded in reality than their deeds. To decipher an accurate psychological portrait from this labyrinth of complex and contradictory thoughts requires meticulous analysis. But such scrutiny can easily unearth problems. Hence, I chose to commence with an examination of your actions. Evidently, whether you're willing to admit it or not, you've successfully re-established social connections and fostered a level of trust in others. You've also exhibited a willingness to extend your trust to others. Prior to your ambush of Guillaume Binet, you demonstrated the capacity for calm contemplation and thorough preparation. While there were impulsive undertones and hints of macabre inclinations in your operation, they were inevitable. Their absence would only have hinted at more severe psychological turmoil. And once the affair concluded, you swiftly reverted to your norm and dived right back into life, embarking on another investigation. Grounded in the sequence of actions you've undertaken, I extend my congratulations. The pronounced self-destructive tendencies have lost their grip, and you've truly extricated yourself from the abyss of agony. Naturally, the pain won't dissipate entirely. It will wane and recede. Perhaps it might resurge abruptly in the future, once again occupying your mind. Yet, there's no need to succumb to panic. Armed with this period of experience, I trust you're equipped to navigate it adeptly. Psychologically speaking, this signals a path to recovery. In similar fashion, the past invariably leaves its imprints upon us. Your self-destructive propensities, your extremities, your pathological behaviors, no doubt they're more potent than in most individuals, but they all abide by the bounds of reason and normalcy. In response, Lumian let out a slow exhale and murmured, I sense it myself honestly. The present me is an entirely different person from the one who initially set foot in Trier. Thank you, Madame Susie. Thank you, Madame Justice. He realized that his transformation from an initial state of apathy was thanks to the efforts of these two psychiatrists and his escapades in the market district. The prospect of death itself had lost its sting. He had shifted from a vindictive, malevolent specter to an individual fueled by an ardent thirst for retribution, driven by a potent desire for action. In essence, this is your own redemption. Susie's tone brimmed with a delight not present before. The primary contributors to this turnaround are none other than yourself and your sister, Aurora. Were it not for the tiniest ember of hope that you harbored, coupled with your will to persist, and were it not for Miss Aurora gifting you nearly 6 years of cherished moments to savor and to mold your thoughts, we might not have been able to reel you back in. As Lumian processed these words, a montage of scenes flickered across his mind, Aurora inhaling deeply, using the breaths to temper the vexation derived from instructing him. The tempestuous storms of combat training, coupled with her impromptu attacks, the two of them ensconced in the study, each absorbed in their respective books, relishing the tranquility of the night. And as the #1 experimental subject, he was obligated to consume the culinary reproductions of food back home that his sister conjured, be they successes or failures. Lumian's expression softened as he recollected a line from his sister's novel. The joy and pain of days past are equal to the me of the present. After a pause lasting more than 10 seconds, he straightened in his seat and queried, were last night's nightmares all rooted in the King's Pie game? This time, it was Madame Justice who responded, her voice soft with understanding. Indeed. Considering the current situation, it's likely that you were mentally corrupted during that time. Mental corruption? Does it actually involve beyond her powers? Lumian asked with genuine curiosity. Madame Justice replied, ordinarily, the simple act of sacrificing a king's pie wouldn't have yielded any results. Otherwise, the game wouldn't have remained a popular tradition in Intis for centuries, fading into obscurity only after the establishment of the Republic. Only a handful of families still recall it. Yes, that's what I assumed back then. Poofer didn't employ any mystical language or invoke a complete honorific name. It's implausible for the sacrifice to succeed, Lumian concurred. Madame Justice continued. Nevertheless, exceptions exist, sacrificers who share blood ties with the subject of the sacrifice and exhibit numerous similarities. If you participate frequently in Poofer's King's Pie game and repeatedly endure the mental corruption it entails, the ramifications won't dissolve with a mere spate of nightmares. Rather, before they fully dissipate, they'll progressively warp your psyche and lead you into madness. Could the content of these nightmares be symbolic? Lumian inquired succinctly. Madame Justice's response flowed measuredly. It's highly probable that they're a fusion of specific deranged occurrences from your past, projected into your dreamscape through the taint of corruption. So, that ancient castle and those deranged individuals could really exist. Lumian mused, nodding in contemplation. As Lumian engaged in a conversation with Justice and Susie for a while, he intuited that the day's follow-up session was drawing to a close. In that instance, Madame Justice took the lead, saying, "Didn't I mention previously that I might require your assistance with something?" "Of course, no problem," Lumian swiftly agreed. "Consider it the cost of the psychiatric treatment." Moreover, he held the belief that Madame Justice wouldn't have entrusted him with the task without assessing his capabilities. The endeavor couldn't be excessively dangerous. Madame Justice chuckled and said, "Should you succeed, I shall bestow an additional reward upon you, one that will cater to your requirements in a specific manner. Something capable of altering my appearance?" Lumian's heart skipped a beat with excitement. Something along those lines. Madame Justice's initially gentle tone turned solemn. "I'm hoping you can venture to an ancient tomb situated on the 4th floor of Trier's catacombs, specifically to retrieve a vial of the Samaritan women's spring for me." Samaritan women's spring? Lumian was taken aback. Madame Hella had previously mentioned that she had journeyed to Trier in pursuit of an artifact hidden deep within the catacombs. Concurrently, she inquired about the legend surrounding the Samaritan women's spring. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Almost as if she sensed his thoughts, Madame Justice chimed in with a smile. Don't you find it too coincidental? Yes, what I'm hoping for is that you can leverage Madame Hella's exploration to assist me in securing some Samaritan women's spring water. Doing so yourself might yield slim chances of success. In truth, I could arrange for you to undertake this task in a more clandestine manner, but that approach contradicts my philosophy and principles. I still require face-to-face communication with you and your explicit consent for such matters. I'm disinclined to ensnare you passively through covert cues to fulfill my objectives. For me, indulging in the manipulation of others' minds is a treacherous endeavor. Of course, honesty is also an effective way at influencing others' thoughts. Lumian's skepticism and doubts gradually ebbed away. He inquired, perplexed, Madam Justice, given that you possess a general awareness of the Samaritan women's spring's approximate location, why wouldn't you retrieve it yourself? Why involve a sequence 7 beyonder like me? The Tarot Club's major arcana card was definitely a demigod, countless times stronger than him. Madam Justice laughed. To put it succinctly, certain locales become progressively hazardous with an increase in sequence. A location where higher sequences meet with increased danger? Lumian found this notion confounding. Madam Justice added, as sequences rise, proximity to the oldest one increases, accumulating more madness along the way. Consequently, individuals in higher sequences are more susceptible to particular forms of corruption. Hela is also beneficial in this matter. At the very least, this approach will save her time and permit her to narrow down her search to a designated area. After a brief contemplation, Lumian agreed to Madam Justice's request. From her, he gleaned the approximate location of the Samaritan women's spring, situated within the westernmost ancient tomb on the 4th floor of the catacombs. Following the session, Lumian made his way back to Rue de Blouses Blanches in the Market District, his objective being the retrieval of the flog boxing gloves from the iron cabinet. Upon his arrival at the safe house, an odd inkling settled upon him. Intrusion. Someone had infiltrated his safe house. Lumian's heart tightened as he advanced with purpose, unlatching the iron cabinet. While observing that Aurora's grimoires and the flog boxing gloves remained, a sigh of relief escaped him involuntarily. However, he proceeded to conduct a thorough inspection, and his scrutiny bore fruit. One article was conspicuously absent. The earth blood ore was gone. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 347, Strange Theft. Looking at the open iron cabinet, Lumian found it absurd and surreal. The thief had entered the house without taking the most valuable flog boxing glove, nor did they flip through Aurora's grimoires to see if there were any banknotes inside. They had only taken a mineral specimen that didn't look like a gem at all. Disregarding the traps, if the thief were truly a marauder with beyonder powers, he wouldn't have given up on the boxing gloves made of unique materials and capable of powerful abilities. If he were just an ordinary thief, he wouldn't have just taken the earth blood, or he might have even casually thrown the seemingly worthless item to the ground. All of this led Lumian to suspect that the thieving intruder had only one motive: take away the earth blood ore. The other party clearly knew what was special about the mineral specimen and was attempting to exploit it. Termaboros, who stole the earth blood ore? Lumian couldn't identify any suspect no matter how hard he thought. Apart from dealing with Guillaume Binet a few days ago when he retrieved the earth blood ore and handed it to Franca, he kept the mineral specimen in the safe house. He never carried it with him to avoid being targeted. Of course, the thief might have divined or prophesied to narrow down the area. He searched every room and finally found the target item. Termaboros' magnificent voice suddenly resounded. I don't know. Don't know. Lumian was alarmed. This answer was meaningless, but coming from Termaboros meant many things. While Termaboros, sealed within Lumian's body, couldn't exert any direct power, his angelic nature granted him unique insights. As an angel of the inevitability domain, he possessed an uncanny ability to detect problems and traces that eluded many low-sequence beyonders through low-sequence beyonder size and fate. But now he claimed ignorance. This revelation carried significant weight, suggesting that whoever had stolen the earth blood or was no ordinary individual. It hinted at the involvement of a high-level power, possibly tied to a secret organization or cult. Hiss, I have to write a letter and inform Madame Magician about this. After all, she once predicted that the earth blood or would bring me some misfortune. However, the item is lost before the misfortune arrived. Lumian had initially hesitated to burden his major arcana card holder with this matter, as he didn't attach much value to the mineral specimen. Its applications were limited, and its loss seemed inconsequential. However, with the situation taking a bizarre turn, he couldn't simply dismiss it. In the world of mysticism, negligence often led to painful lessons. Truth be told, Lumian didn't harbor anger over the loss of his possession, nor did he feel compelled to retrieve it. Though the earth blood or might lead to fortuitous encounters, it remained an abstract concept, difficult to quantify or cherish. Moreover, Madame Magician's warning of potential misfortune made him view its loss as a means to mitigate risk. Lumian meticulously inspected the safe house once more, confirming that none of the traps had been triggered. Only the earth blood ore had vanished. He settled down to compose a letter. This time, the summoned puppet messenger displayed a less frigid demeanor, no longer suppressing intense emotions. In mere minutes, Madame Magician's response arrived, concise and to the point. There's indeed something amiss in this matter. I can't identify the thief of the earth blood or either. If you're not fearful, you can venture to the entrance of Salle de Bal Unique and seek anyone with a monocle in their right eye. Even if they aren't the culprits, they should possess knowledge of the suspect. If you find it too risky, exercise patience. Someone will inquire on your behalf. Salle de Bal Unique. That makes sense. The sequence preceding a swindler is marauder. Could those monocle-wearing individuals hold sway over all the thieves wielding beyond her powers in Trier? Lumian pondered this in silence. Aurora's grimoires had mentioned that Marauder occupied Sequence 9 on one of the paths of the divine. Above Marauder was Swindler, and further up was Cryptologist. After careful consideration, Lumian opted to wait for someone to inquire on his behalf. He had no immediate need for the Earthblood or... The thought of Salle de Bal Unique, Manette, the monocle-wearing islander swindler, and the swindlers who emulated his style sent shivers down his spine. He preferred to avoid any unnecessary contact for the time being. After burning the letter, Lumian shifted his attention to the iron cabinet, the repository of Aurora's grimoires, flogbox and gloves, and various other items. The once secure safe house had become compromised, and he needed to find a new location for these possessions. I'll take Flog with me. I'll carry the rest if I can, and sell what's sellable. If not, I'll secure another safe house. For Aurora's grimoires and the gold, I'll rent an anonymous safe deposit box at a large bank for their safekeeping. When this property's current lease expires, I won't renew it. Lumian had a clear strategy in mind. His plan encompassed the items he couldn't easily transport or wish to part with, which primarily included the 5 ritualistic hides, in addition to Aurora's grimoires and his accumulated gold. Finding a new home for these items was a priority, along with securing another safe house for himself. With these considerations in mind, Lumian began drafting a letter addressed to Hela. In the letter, he revealed that he had acquired information about the approximate location of the Samaritan women's spring through a secretive channel. The information source had tasked him with venturing underground to retrieve a genuine bottle of water from the spring. However, as Lumian was writing, he felt a sense of puzzlement. It seemed unnecessary for him to be directly involved when he could have entrusted Hela with the task of obtaining the spring water on his behalf. Madame Justice should have considered this. Why am I required to descend into the 4th level of the catacombs personally? Is it because of the perceived difficulty Hela might encounter in procuring the water by herself? She needs my assistance. What's so special about me? Apart from the angel sealed within me, my sequence isn't high. Madame Hela's sequence is relatively high. It's relatively dangerous for her to approach the Samaritan women's spring. She will be prone to madness. Am I responsible for monitoring her condition and awaken her if needed? I previously believed that Madame Hela was at least a sequence 4. She claimed she could resolve the Cordu problem before the descent ritual, but now it appears she hasn't ascended to a demigod. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enter the 4th level of the catacombs, let alone approach the Samaritan women's spring. Does she possess a Grade 1 sealed artifact, or a mystical item equivalent to a saint? Lumian combed through the entire situation and made some guesses and judgments. Continuing to write, Lumian used the information provider's request as a pretext to express his personal desire to enter the ancient tomb. After the summoning ritual, the skull, crafted from pure silver and radiating a gentle glow, retrieved the letter and departed. Before long, a messenger returned with Hela's response, "No problem. I'll meet you at the gates of the Death Empire at 4 p.m. tomorrow." Phew. Lumian exhaled a sigh of relief, his body trembling with a mix of excitement and trepidation. His adventurous spirit and penchant for experimentation had always defined him. The bizarre vanishing of the couple in the catacombs had etched a profound mark on his psyche. The next morning, at 11 Rue de Fontaines, Lumian dutifully arrived at Gardner Martin's villa and reported the details of his meeting with Count Puffer and the other Black Cat members. Inside, Gardner Martin, unusually excited, sat behind his desk and spoke with a hint of joy. Despite your claim of lacking artistic inclination, your background allows you to converse with him effectively. That's precisely why I chose you instead of Albus. I was concerned you might not exhibit enough generosity, but you handled it admirably. You even sponsored them with 4,000 vril d'or on your first visit. Gardner Martin, the commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, implied that Lumian's status as the younger brother of best-selling author Aurora Lee, even without artistic inclination, provided him with a wealth of insider knowledge about the scandals, grudges, and grievances within the literary and artistic circles. Lumian, however, didn't waste any time and cut straight to the point. What I don't understand is why the King's Pie game gave me a sense of danger. I even had a few nightmares last night. Gardner Martin nodded thoughtfully. That's because Puffer is quite unique. He bears a striking resemblance to his ancestor, Vermonda. They share a strong blood connection, which allows them to bypass many crucial steps during a ritual. Has his ancestor turned into an evil spirit? How can he still accept sacrifices after centuries? Lumian asked, basing his question on logical reasoning, without mentioning Mr. K's account. Gardner Martin responded with solemnity, "That's something you should investigate when you approach Puffer. Don't worry, as long as you don't participate in the King's Pie game every 2 or 3 days, the only after effect you'll experience is those nightmares. Keep that sense of danger intact and resist becoming a king. It's easier for you to become a king than anyone else, except for Puffer himself. If you're uncertain about making the right choice, let Puffer choose first. The Iron and Blood Cross Order wants to uncover the whereabouts of the mysterious Vermonda Sauron, who has been missing for centuries. Heh, why didn't they warn me about the dangers of the King's Pie game beforehand and advise me to be the last to make a choice?" Lumian suspected that Gardner Martin hadn't mentioned it to confirm a crucial matter. In the afternoon, near the Trier Opera House, within a concealed quarry cave, Franca and Jenna, wearing half-masks, once again met the warlock in a black robe. He was the same client who had previously commissioned the investigation of the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper. Franca scanned their surroundings, her voice intentionally hoarse as she spoke. "We've made some progress in our investigation regarding the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper. We wish to discuss it with you privately." The man fell silent for over 10 seconds before finally nodding. "Very well." Their iron-masked skeletal escort led them, along with the client, into a secluded conversation room within the quarry cave. With an hour left until their agreed meeting time, Lumian equipped himself with a carbide lamp and entered the market district's corresponding entrance to underground Trier. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 348, The Bustling Underground. The carbide lamp emitted a bluish-yellow light, casting an eerie glow over the tunnel, which was divided by stone pillars. Lumian strolled casually, carrying a black canvas bag that had become popular among university students in recent years. Inside, he had stashed the flog boxing gloves and a stack of white candles. After conducting numerous experiments, Lumian had discovered that carrying them in his bag was less risky than tucking them into his shirt or pants pockets. While it didn't make a significant difference, it was still better than the alternative. As he followed the route marked on Gardner Martin's map, leading him toward the underground of Quartier de l'Observatoire, Lumian suddenly perked up his ears, listening for signs of approaching footsteps. A cacophony of faint footsteps echoed in the air, barely audible. Lumian scanned the path ahead and to his right, unsure which route the unidentified group would take. To remain inconspicuous, he clambered up to a stone pillar supporting the tunnel's ceiling, extinguishing his carbide lamp, and disappeared into the shadows. Before long, a group of men emerged. Most of them wore tattered jackets or were shirtless, hunched over while carrying heavy crates. Over a dozen burly men, dressed in well-worn attire with sinister expressions, held various firearms and carbide lamps, interspersed throughout the group. Smugglers. Lumian peered out, examining the crates illuminated by the smugglers' lights. They appeared to emit a metallic gleam. Firearms or something else. He mumbled silently, observing the smuggling caravan as it entered the right tunnel. As they advanced, possibly due to a shadow that moved too much like a human, one of the smugglers raised his gun, took aim, and fired. With a resounding bang, the alarm ceased, and the group pressed onward. Lumian clicked his tongue and shook his head, finding their reaction overly tense and excessive. In underground Trier, such actions could easily lead to trouble. It was well known that aside from university students exploring and citizens cultivating mushrooms to eke out a living, most individuals venturing underground were not to be underestimated. The chances of encountering beyonders were significantly higher below ground than on the surface. Firing upon any passerby could potentially provoke members of secret organizations, bestowed of evil gods, anti-government militants, or formidable cave adventurers. With this in mind, Lumian drew his revolver and squeezed the trigger in the direction of the smuggling caravan, which was about to disappear at the end of the tunnel to his right. He wasn't aiming at anyone, just firing into the air. Bang! The armed smugglers either spun around or scrambled for cover, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the crossroads. However, Lumian was no longer concerned. He was already scaling the rock wall, almost reaching the top. After exchanging gunfire with the empty air for a brief moment, the smugglers shifted their positions nervously, puzzled and flustered. Lumian observed their backs and couldn't help but smile. No need for thanks. Consider it a free lesson. He leaped to the ground and relit his carbide lamp. Smelling the lingering scent of gunpowder, Lumian grinned and holstered his revolver before continuing along his planned route. A few minutes later, he came across a group of quarry police officers dressed in dark uniforms, armed with semi-automatic revolvers. The officer leading the group, upon seeing Lumian's youthful appearance, backpack slung diagonally, and well-dressed attire, muttered under his breath, "Son of a bitch, why is it another college student?" He then exhaled loudly and asked, "Did you hear anything just now? There was a gunfight over there." Bang, bang, bang. "I wanted to go over and take a look, but I didn't dare," Lumian replied, concealing nothing about the smuggling caravan. The quarry police officers exchanged glances and swiftly passed Lumian, sprinting toward the intersection. In the conversation room, observing the Iron Mask's skeletal host's departure, the man dressed in warlock attire turned his attention to Franca and Jenna and said, "What did you discover?" "As I mentioned, you need to find a gatekeeper or his remains to claim your reward." Jenna replied calmly, "We haven't really thought about payment yet. We believe the situation is more complex than you described." One night, we infiltrated the Deep Valley Quarry. Upon hearing the term Deep Valley Quarry, the man, hidden under a hooded shadow, subtly lifted his gaze. Franca keenly observed his body language. She had consulted with Anthony Reed and knew the kind of subconscious reactions ordinary humans would exhibit in such situations. The man's actions suggested he was highly sensitive to the mention of Deep Valley Quarry. Only someone aware of the issue would react in such a way. Jenna continued to recount their discoveries, including the cybernetic-eyed monk and the secret cave adorned with limbs. The warlock-dressed man remained composed, making no unnecessary movements. However, to Franca, this indicated that he understood the abnormality within Deep Valley Quarry. After hearing Jenna's account, the man deliberately raised his voice and said, "I can't confirm if it's related to the gatekeeper's disappearance, but if you can enter the secret cave, capture a few photographs, or retrieve valuable items, I'm willing to offer half the payment up front. Perhaps you'll find clues about the gatekeeper's whereabouts inside. Do you take us for fools? Are you expecting us to take such a risk for a mere 10,000 Vrildor?" Franca muttered silently. Had this mysticism gathering not been organized by her friend, she would have found a way to tail the client and uncover his true identity. She could then extract more detailed information from him and have Jenna sell it to the purifiers. Halt. The Death Empire lies ahead. Lumian once again found himself standing in front of the natural arch, adorned with a peculiar mix of white bones, sunflowers, and steam symbols carved into the stone. Before he could reach for the pocket watch he had borrowed from Sal the Ball Breeze to check the time, Hela, dressed in a mysterious widow's black robe with withered blonde hair, approached from the other side. The woman nodded slightly and said, "Since you're already here, let's proceed ahead of schedule." Very well. Lumian opened his bag, produced 2 white candles. After lighting them and handing one to Hela, he grinned and remarked, "Aren't you worried that the information I obtained about the Samaritan women's spring might be incorrect?" "Success comes after numerous failures," Hela replied with icy detachment. A chuckle escaped Lumian's lips. "I thought you might say that failure is the mother of success." "This isn't the research society," Hela replied tersely. Lumian didn't waste any more time. He extinguished his carbide lamp and advanced toward the rocky arch, clutching the white candle, its flame now an intense orange. As expected, a figure emerged from the shadows beyond the door. The figure sported a blue vest and yellow pants, with gray hair and few wrinkles. His light yellow eyes held a faint cloudiness, marking him as an elderly man. The old man cast a disapproving look at the white candle in Lumian's hand and asked with a furrowed brow, "Didn't you find a guide?" "You? Not you guys. Lumian glanced at Hela out of the corner of his eye and realized that the candlelight around her had dimmed, as if it had been corroded by the underground darkness or shrouded in dense fog. In this state, she appeared to have vanished from the tomb administrator's view. Lumian flashed a smile at the old man. I don't require a guide. I've been to the tomb many times, though I'm more accustomed to entering through the Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative entrance. Don't worry, I remember all the taboos, and I won't deliberately break them. The old man snapped. You college students. Remember, exit before your candles burn out. With that, he stepped aside and disappeared into the darkness behind the door. As Lumian passed through the rocky passage and entered the Death Empire, using the fact that he had Hela with him, he turned to the aged tomb administrator and asked curiously, why can you not hold a lit white candle? The tomb administrator's faintly turbid light yellow eyes suddenly darkened, and an icy aura emanated from him. In a deep voice, he replied, I'm just stationed by the entrance, not venturing too deep. Is that so? Lumian, who had already entered the catacombs, rationally abandoned any further inquiry. He focused on the chill in his heart and the unseen gazes from the surrounding darkness. He couldn't help but sense a resemblance between the tomb administrator's current aura and Hela's presence. Under the ever-watchful gaze of the corpses in the stone pit and the heaps of bones lining the sides of the passage, Lumian pressed on through the musty air. He walked alongside Hela, passing landmarks like the chapel tomb and the memorial pillar tomb. Hela broke the silence, her tone frosty. Which level are we heading to? The 4th level, Lumian replied, holding the white candle aloft and pointing to a nearby tomb sign, not withholding any information. Hela nodded once more and picked up her pace, striding ahead of Lumian. She seemed intimately familiar with the 1st level of the catacombs. After a few twists and turns, she led Lumian to a staircase that descended to the 2nd level. Compared to the previous level, there were far fewer tourists here. Occasionally, they encountered university students singing, dancing, or testing their courage under the gaze of the candlelit corpses. Hela showed no signs of slowing down. Soon, Lumian spotted a weathered stone door. With the candle's flickering yellow glow illuminating the way, he read the Intisian inscription on the stone door, entrance to the old ossuary. Down here, we enter the 3rd level. Just beyond the door is the sun and steam altar. Keep walking until you reach the Chrismona night pillar, and that's where we enter the 4th level, Hela explained, her voice still cold. Do you have a complete map of the catacombs? Lumian couldn't help but inquire, aware that only the map of the 1st level was readily available on the market. Hela shook her head. I know less the deeper we go. From the 3rd level onward, you have to rely on the road signs and the guiding black line on the cave ceiling. Lumian chose not to press the matter further. With Hela leading the way, they crossed the threshold of the old ossuary and descended a wide stone staircase, imbued with a palpable sense of history. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the tomb, they encountered a flickering candlelight and a makeshift altar composed of 2 weathered boulders. The candle's flame belonged to a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and a pale complexion. Upon spotting Lumian and Hela, he rushed toward them as if grasping at a lifeline. As he ran, he shouted, My friends vanished. Just like that. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 349, Sacrificial Square. His friends had vanished? Lumian, clutching a white candle, watched as the young man dashed over, his eyebrows twitching slightly. In the catacombs, it was common for people to disappear. What was unusual was that this guy still remembered his friends and their strange disappearance. He wasn't a tomb administrator, nor did he have an angel sealed within him. Any anomaly that occurred meant that something was wrong. Stop. Lumian drew his revolver with his free right hand and pointed it at the black-haired, brown-eyed, and pale-faced young man. In the flickering candlelight, the lad shook his head frantically and said, Help. Save me. They've all vanished. He slowed down slightly, but didn't stop. Bang. Lumian pulled the trigger of the revolver, sending the yellow bullet grazing the lad's body into the distance, disappearing into the darkness that couldn't be illuminated by candlelight. Sensing Lumian's determination to stop him, the lad finally halted and revealed a pleading expression. Save me. Save me. Observing Hela's silence with no intention of making conversation, Lumian had no choice but to inquire, what happened? As he spoke, he used the yellow candle flames in the trio's hands to survey the environment on the 3rd level of the catacombs. Unlike the first 2 levels of the tomb, which were surrounded by white bones and had corpses lining both sides of a path, this level had a small square devoid of corpses. The square was paved with mottled cobblestones, with no moss or soil in the crevices. It was unbelievably clean. 2 grayish-white pillars made of boulders stood on either side of it. Their surfaces were severely weathered, leaving peeling marks. Even so, Lumian, with his keen eyesight, discerned the sun's sacred emblem and triangular sacred emblem engraved on the two pillars. Surrounding them were symbols like sunflowers, crankshafts, and connecting rods. Around the square, where candlelight couldn't penetrate, the darkness was dense, as if countless figures stood there, casting gazes that made Lumian's skin prickle. The young man with black hair, brown eyes, and a pale face replied fearfully, "I don't know. We were just about to leave the square where the altars of the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery stand to explore the ancient tomb on the third level." Suddenly, they stumbled over something and fell, one by one. Even the candles in their hands fell to the ground and went out. I was at the back and saw them vanish just like that. Vanish? Lumian asked deliberately, probing for more information. To him, the most pressing question wasn't how they vanished, but why the witness still remembered their disappearance. Yes, they vanished. The young man nodded fervently. It was as if they evaporated right in front of me at an incredibly fast speed. I was so scared that I didn't dare look for them or return to the surface. I could only wait in the sacrificial square, praying to the sun. Just as my candle was about to burn out, someone finally arrived. It's clear that if you aren't affected by the strangeness and manage to escape, your faith in the eternal blazing sun would surge. Lumian couldn't discern anything amiss with the other party, so he casually posed another question. "Are you college students?" The lad nodded again. "Yes, we're students from Trier Normal College. We formed a team to adventure here. My name is Gerard." Lumian couldn't help but chuckle. He even considered inviting Gerard to join him and Hella in their search for the Samaritan Women's Spring. After all, the chances of a student like him surviving until graduation seemed slim. He might be more useful as bait. As he contemplated how to determine if there was anything wrong with Gerard, Hella suddenly spoke with a cold tone. "We'll escort you back." Surprisingly kind. Lumian turned to Hella, taken aback. His impression of this lady was that even her blood ran cold. Gerard was so grateful that tears and snot streamed down his face. He continued to thank them profusely as he approached. Lumian observed his every move. He retrieved a white candle from his canvas bag and tossed it over. Desperately, Gerard caught it and lit the new candle with the old one, which had only a small segment left. Seeing the flickering candlelight, the college student breathed a sigh of relief and followed Hella and Lumian down the stone staircase leading to the second level. Just as he took 10 steps up, Gerard was suddenly stunned. Lumian looked over and noticed that the lingering fear on his face had disappeared. "Will it be a problem for you to return to the surface by yourself?" Hella asked again, but her words were entirely different from before. Gerard chuckled. "No problem. Thank you for the candle. Sigh, losing the spare candle is troublesome." Oh. Lumian's heart stirred as he probed. "Did you venture to the third level of the tomb alone?" Gerard nodded proudly. "Of course, I possess enough courage and experience." He has finally forgotten about his schoolmates. Did he not forget because he was at the sacrificial square? Did Madame Helen notice that, thereby suggesting escorting him? Lumian nodded in enlightenment. After watching Gerard ascend the stairs and leave through the entrance of the old ossuary, Lumian and Hella returned to the sacrificial square. This time, when Lumian looked at the two sacrificial pillars representing the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, his feelings for them were entirely different. Perhaps they symbolized the protection of a deity. However, even with the deity's gaze and protection, the two stone pillars inevitably showed signs of weathering and corrosion after countless years in the depths of the catacombs. Lumian believed that more protection meant greater confidence. He wouldn't lose anything by giving it a try. Facing the sacrificial pillar engraved with the sun's sacred emblem, he raised his body slightly and spread his arms. Praise the sun. Hella watched silently, not interrupting his prayer. After Lumian finished his concise praise, the two of them made their way toward the Chrismona night pillar to the north, following the black line above their heads and the road sign at the edge of the square. Lumian, holding a white candle, had only taken a few steps away from the sacrificial square when his heart stirred. He cast his gaze forward. At some point, a skeleton covered in dark green mold had collapsed by the road. The bones of its hands lay across the road, as if it wanted to grab a passerby's ankle. If Lumian had walked faster and failed to carefully observe the environment, he might have tripped over the corpse. This instantly reminded him of Gerard's description. The college student's companion stumbled over something and fell to the ground, extinguishing their candles. Only then were they swallowed by the catacombs, leaving no trace of their existence. Did they trip over these fallen bones? Lumian thoughtfully kicked the hand bone away. Amidst the clanking sounds, he and Hela continued forward. However, after a few steps, they encountered another white skeleton with half its body lying on the road. Lumian frowned and instinctively looked back at the spot where he had almost tripped. The dim candlelight barely reached there, but Lumian could barely make out the details with his hunter's eyesight. His pupils dilated as he realized that the pale white handbone he had kicked had returned to its original position, still serving as an obstacle for passers-by. They're still alive? Undead creatures? Lumian asked, his nerves on edge. No, but it's a possibility, Hela replied succinctly. Seeing Lumian's puzzled expression, she explained, they must have been affected by the environment deep within the tomb and are exhibiting certain abnormalities. When hidden dangers and horrors in the environment erupt, it's likely that they will all turn into undead creatures. All of them turning into undead creatures. Lumian instinctively shuddered as he imagined such a scenario. Whether complete or incomplete, there were at least 1 million skeletons on this level. It might even be an order of magnitude more. If they all became undead creatures with a hatred for the living, the situation would be terrifying to the extreme. Seeing that Hela had no intention of turning back, Lumian followed. They relied on the guidance of the road sign and the black lines above their heads to navigate through the bones that were trying to obstruct them and slowly made their way toward their destination. After an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the Chrismona Night Pillar without encountering another living person. It was a colossal pillar made of black marble, its upper end reaching the cave ceiling. There were no patterns or symbols engraved on its surface, nor were there any signs of weathering or corrosion. Lumian was taken aback. In the sacrificial square, the 2 stone pillars symbolizing the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery had been weathered and corroded. Is this pillar more special than the sacrificial ones? As if sensing Lumian's thoughts, Hela spoke coldly. Chrismona is a member of the Demonis sect, which can also be called the Demonis family. She was a Sequence 2 Demonis of catastrophe. She perished in the War of the 4 Emperors in the previous epic, dying inside 4th Epic Trier. However, her characteristics were retrieved by the Demonis family. Apart from the Chrismona Night Pillar, there are also the Marianne Night Pillar and Liu's Night Pillar on the 3rd or 4th level. Who are these 2? Lumian believed they were angels as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on par with Chrismona. Marianne was the Pope of the Church of Evernight back then, and Liu's was a blessed of Ancient Death, a Death Consul. Their characteristics were also retrieved by their respective factions. As for whether other angels perished here, I'm not sure, but many of the angels who followed the Blood Emperor must have perished. After Hela briefly explained, she pointed at the stone staircase behind the Chrismona Night Pillar. Let's go to the 4th level. Lumian tersely agreed, and they quickly replaced their rapidly burning white candles before ascending to the 4th level. After attending the mysticism gathering, Franca and Jenna retraced their steps to the underground area, corresponding to the arcade of the Opera House. As they turned a corner at a fork of the road, Franca leaned over and whispered into Jenna's ear, "Someone's following us." "Someone is following us?" Jenna's heart skipped a beat. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 350, Negative Effects. How can that be? Jenna exclaimed, her surprise and confusion evident. She recollected the mysticism gathering's conclusion, where participants dispersed through various routes at sporadic intervals. The 2 of them had been cautious, ensuring they left no clues. So, how had they been followed? Observing Jenna's restraint from looking back, Franca calmly moved ahead and whispered, "Who knows? Perhaps another participant chose this route and stumbled upon someone ahead. They might want to tail us, hoping for an opportunity to strike it big. Or maybe someone with unusual skills tracked us in an unexpected way. Let's keep moving forward as if nothing's amiss. We'll be safe once we reach the street under the arcade. If our pursuer strikes before then, drop the carbide lamp immediately and hide in the nearby shadows. Depending on the situation, you can decide how to join the fight." Jenna nodded subtly, indicating her willingness to follow Franca's instructions. Unintentionally, she tightened her grip on the carbide lamp. After traversing the dark, damp tunnel for 100 to 200 meters, Franca slowed down and glanced back with confusion. The stalker has vanished. It's also possible that he found a way to bypass the spider silk I left behind. As she finished speaking, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead, illuminated by the carbide lamp's glow. Jenna reacted swiftly, dropping the carbide lamp in her left hand and blending into the shadows. Relying on her mirror substitution technique, Franca didn't rush to evade. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the stalker, who had circled around to confront them. It was the man masquerading as a warlock, his face concealed beneath a hooded shadow. The interesting. He gazed at Franca and deliberately spoke in a high-pitched voice. I want to strike a deal with you guys. Behind the Chrismona night pillar, Lumian trailed behind Hela, clutching a new white candle that flickered in the dim light. They followed the worn stone steps, seemingly descending into the depths of hell. The stone walls on either side slowly gave way, revealing intricate reliefs of human heads. Dark gray figures clustered together, reminiscent of the countless bones piled high in the upper tomb. As Lumian completed the descent and stepped onto the hushed fourth level of the catacombs, an overwhelming restlessness overcame him. It was as if he had been imprisoned for a long time, yearning for freedom. This sensation wasn't unfamiliar. It was a side effect of the Armored Shadow contract, but it had never been this intense before. It was as if his spirit felt trapped within his body, finally becoming cognizant of the truth. It sought to break free from this cage, to shatter this world and gain true freedom. Phew. Lumian exhaled slowly, calming himself down. Even without the alms monk boon, he believed he could manage these turbulent emotions. With alms monk's power, he could control them even better. According to Madame Justice, the higher one's sequence, the more susceptible they are to madness and the hidden corruption of the fourth level of the catacombs. Is that what I'm experiencing? Is it because my sequence isn't high that I could endure and control it? Lumian quickly made a guess about the current situation. He instinctively looked up and cast his gaze diagonally at Hela. Her neck is slender, mostly concealed in the widow-like attire's collar, a suitable target for snapping. Just as this thought crossed Lumian's mind, he hurriedly shook his head, dismissing the negative effects of the abscessed hand's contract. Simultaneously, he noticed that Hela's face had turned pale whiter, resembling a corpse that had been dead for many days rather than a living human. In an instant, Hela produced a military flask, unscrewed the cap, and downed its contents. Lumian caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol. Silently, he muttered, "It should be liquor." Could Hela be like the alcoholics in Faysac, carrying multiple flasks with her? After finishing a third of the bottle in a single gulp, Hela's complexion flushed slightly as she inquired, "Which way should we go?" Lumian responded honestly, "It's in an ancient tomb on the westernmost side. We have a general idea of the area, but not the exact location." Hela nodded and glanced at the top of the tomb, where a thick black line was drawn with arrows pointing in various directions. Combining this with the signs near the entrance, Lumian could roughly discern the route leading west. Nevertheless, he pulled out a compass he had prepared beforehand to confirm. Under the feeble candlelight, the compass needle oscillated continuously, erratic and unceasing. "It's acting crazy," Lumian commented, attempting to alleviate his pent-up irritation with humor. "We'll have to rely on the road signs and black lines," Hela responded, seemingly expecting this. Lumian sighed, eyeing the erratically moving compass. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. If it never stops, could it power a perpetual motion machine? Hela glanced at him. "Aren't you a believer in the eternal blazing sun?" Lumian replied sincerely, "At least for now, I am." Hela didn't press the topic further. Following the road sign beside her and the black lines above, she stepped to the right. The Marianne Night Pillar and Liu's Night Pillar are both on this floor. There's also Francois' tomb, the Blood Order Hall, and Crazy Mushroom Cave. The style of this name is completely different from the others," Lumian rambled, diverting his attention from the road sign. The most noticeable difference between the fourth and third levels was the absence of corpses lining the path. It appeared wider and cleaner, yet it was eerie in its silence. The ancient tombs had sealed entrances, concealing their contents from prying eyes. Without turning around, Hela remarked, "Does your mental unrest manifest in talking and rambling more?" "Not exactly. Talking just helps me cope with the irritation," Lumian admitted. They continued to navigate, using the road signs and black lines to adjust their direction as they went along. As Lumian passed by the partially natural tomb cave named the Order Hall, the outer soil tinged with a hint of blood, he suddenly spotted someone. It was a woman in a plain white robe, her black hair flowing down her back, and her features extraordinarily exquisite, perfectly harmonious. Her aura was so pure that she seemed out of place in the silent and filthy tomb. Despite having seen a demoness of pleasure frequently, Lumian couldn't help but be amazed. He even felt an unholy urge to ravage her. This wasn't just a drawback of the flog boxing gloves. It was a dark impulse from the depths of his heart. Lumian snapped out of it. The woman had sparkling blue eyes, cold and lifeless, and her hands were empty, holding an unlit white candle. In the catacombs, the living would vanish without the protection of the white candle's flames. Lumian's body tensed as the woman slipped into the surrounding darkness, blocked by the outer wall of the Blood Order hall, and disappeared without a trace. "What are you looking at?" Hella's cold voice cut through the silence. "Didn't you see?" Lumian recounted the scene he had witnessed in detail. Hella fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I didn't see it indeed. However, as soon as you stopped moving, I cast my gaze in that direction. Was I the only one who could see it? Or was I the only one allowed to see it?" Lumian couldn't be certain if it was due to Termaboros' influence, his sequence, or his gender. Hella pondered for a moment and replied, "Don't concern yourself with such matters. It's normal for special wraiths and evil spirits to linger in the depths of the catacombs, but this place is like a powerful seal. As long as you don't break the rules and trigger an anomaly, you should be safe." Lumian nodded. "I was just thinking," Lumian began, "ordinary tourists and adventurous college students wouldn't be able to pass through the third level of the tomb to reach this place. Why do they produce the guiding black line and accurate road signs? Who are they for?" Hella answered as she took another step forward. "Official Beyonders who come here regularly to clean up and tomb administrators who patrol the area every day." She then offered a simple reminder. "Based on your description, the female figure you saw earlier resembles a high-ranking demoness." Lumian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the lingering, vengeful spirit of the demoness of catastrophe, Crismona? "I'm not sure," Hella replied, taking another sip from her military flask. Lumian casually glanced around, his eyelids twitching. He noticed a purplish-red patch on the back of Hella's right hand. It hadn't been there before. It resembled the livor mortis seen on the deceased. Is this the effect of the corruption on the fourth level of the catacombs? Is Madame Hella using alcohol to resist it? Lumian continued his small talk. Amidst his babbling, they meandered through the unmarked ancient tombs and eventually reached the westernmost area of the floor. At the edge of the rock wall, dozens or possibly hundreds of ancient tombs stretched out of sight. Just as Lumian was about to ask Hella if she could expedite the search for their target, he heard knocking from an ancient tomb nearby. Both Hella and Lumian tensed, their eyes fixed on the tomb as more of its damaged stone walls crumbled, revealing a dark cavern that humans could enter and exit. A figure emerged, hunched over. Lumian, filled with tension, wanted to unleash a giant fireball, but he restrained himself, opting to observe first. The man who crawled out of the ancient tomb held a lit white candle, dusted off his clothes, and slowly straightened up. Dressed in a black seer's robe commonly seen in circuses, he had brownish-black skin, a slender build, curly black hair, and deep-set eyes. A crystal-like monocle adorned his right eye. He was none other than the islander's swindler, Monette. Monette flashed a smile at Lumian and Hella. "What a coincidence.